Chapter 1. The Campus Belle's Pregnancy. In June, under the blazing sun, at the entrance of company. "Hello, my darling, I've finished work. What would you like for dinner tonight? Your husband will cook for you." Feiyang stood beside an electric scooter, one hand clutching the keys while the other held the phone, his smile effusive. Whatever was said on the other end caused his expression to shift abruptly. "What? Darling, why are you at the hospital? He'll be there right away. Just wait for me." Hanging up the phone, Feiyang abandoned the electric scooter and hailed a taxi, heading straight for the maternal and child hospital. As the vehicle sped along, the scenery outside blurred past, mirroring the rush of memories in his mind. His personality, much like his name, was flamboyant and unrestrained. Though he often jested, he was unwavering in his devotion to his beloved wife. He and the campus beauty, Su Zhiyue, had been together since their sophomore year, and now, for years had passed. From campus life to the working world, their love remained sweet. Though life had its hardships, their relationship thrived. Upon graduation, they had shared their worries about the future. Ultimately, after a night of heartfelt conversation, love triumphed over reality, and they resolved to embark on life journey together for a lifetime. Soon, the taxi arrived at the maternal and child hospital. Su Zhiyue had always enjoyed good health, rarely falling ill in recent years. How could she suddenly be at the hospital? What if something were wrong? Feiyang's pace quickened with concern. Presenting his health code, he bypassed the waiting area and payment zone, heading straight for the elevator to the second floor. On the second floor, he spotted an exquisite beauty clad in a white dress, her delicate makeup and graceful figure captivating, as she gazed blankly at a medical report. "Wife." Feiyang dashed over, enveloping her in his arms, gently patting her back. "Don't be afraid, your husband is here." At that moment, Su Zhiyue emerged from her stupor, a hint of worry clouding her beautiful eyes. "Husband?" The words hovered on her lips, yet she swallowed them back. Indeed, she was pregnant. Su Zhiyue experienced seasonal menstruation. Unlike most women who had a monthly cycle, hers occurred every 3 months. Thus, despite her increased appetite over the past few months, she had never contemplated the possibility of pregnancy. It wasn't until the anticipated arrival of relatives was delayed that she thought to visit the hospital for a checkup. The result was as expected. The ultrasound revealed that the baby was already 10 weeks along. The embryo had developed fully, but they had just graduated a year ago, with unstable incomes and no savings. If the baby were to be born, Feiyang would face immense pressure. Would he be willing to bear it? Wife. Noticing Su Zhiyue's troubled expression, Feiyang's imaginative mind began to wander. Could it be a serious illness? Observing her grave demeanor and her struggle to articulate her thoughts only intensified his fears. He was suddenly struck by a bolt of realization. "Wife, what is the matter?" Embracing her, he leaned down to kiss the corner of her lips. "Don't worry, whatever happens, your husband will bear it with you." "Really? Indeed. Can you handle anything?" "Absolutely." Feiyang nodded firmly, a pang of pain beginning to unfurl within him. Was it truly a grave illness? But in the next second, a thunderbolt of revelation left him dizzy. "All right." Husband Su Zhiyue inhaled deeply and declared, "I am pregnant." It's all right no matter the cost. I will ensure your treatment," Feiyang instinctively replied, only to realize his words moments later, his pupils dilating in shock. "Wife, what did you just say? Please repeat that." "Here." Su Zhiyue, understanding Feiyang's muddled thoughts, handed him the examination report. "Take a look for yourself." As he glanced down, the glaring words "pregnancy test result" struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving him utterly bewildered. At a few seconds later, he abruptly raised his head, his gaze fixed intently on Su Zhiyue's flat abdomen. Pregnant? Could be true. Just last night, he had left numerous marks of affection on her, and now he was informed that a new life was blossoming within her. The very notion was overwhelmingly shocking. Even if they were ready for marriage, how could they possibly support a child? How could this happen? He was completely unprepared. There hadn't been any intention of having children in the coming years. Did he not know how arduous it was to raise a child in this day and age? Enveloped in a haze of astonishment, the pregnancy report in his hand starkly reminded him that this was no jest. It was undeniably real. Yet, he couldn't help but vacantly ask, "Wife, are you truly pregnant? Is it real?" This was joyous news, yet also disconcerting. It struck him so suddenly that everything felt dreamlike. as if the ground beneath him was shifting, rendering it all surreal. Su Zhiyue's expression faltered for a moment, a hint of vulnerability emerging. "Husband, are you not happy?" Gu Feiyang's heart raced wildly. It wasn't that he was unhappy, rather. He was flustered. "You came to the hospital today for a pregnancy test." "Indeed," Su Zhiyue nodded, her expression growing serious. I have seasonal menstruation. When it didn't arrive, I sought medical attention, and the result was..." "What was the result?" Gu Feiyang felt a flicker of hope rising within him. Could it be that there had been a mistake? Yet almost instantly he felt deflated. The pregnancy report was in his grasp. How could it possibly be erroneous? His confusion deepened. "The result is that I am nearly 3 months pregnant. And what? And it's triplets." Boom! An invisible bolt of lightning struck Gu Feiyang, sending his soul into disarray. His mind blanked. Not only was she pregnant, but with 3 children? One child was already an overwhelming challenge. How could he possibly support 3? Heaven above, what kind of cruel jest is this? Gu Feiyang stood frozen, struggling to process it all. Su Zhiyue, observing the turmoil on his face, felt a pang of concern. "Husband, you..." She was at a loss for words. In truth, there was more she wished to convey. The doctor had mentioned how challenging it was for her to conceive due to her seasonal menstruation. If she were to terminate this pregnancy, it could be exceedingly difficult to conceive again in the future. Her silence stemmed from a simple reason. Jiyu Feiyang loved her deeply, she was well aware of that. And he was the one responsible for providing for their family. Thus, she wished to leave the decision in his hands, rather than pressuring him with her physical condition. Gu Feiyang's mind was still a tumultuous whirlwind. However, one thing he was certain of was that he could not bear to see Su Zhiyue hurt. Even with the advancements of modern medicine, he wished to protect her from any potential harm. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Feiyang gritted his teeth and took the initiative to speak. "My dear wife, let us have a child, what?" Su Zhiyue was somewhat taken aback at Gu Feiyang made such a decision so swiftly. After a brief hesitation, she continued, "Darling, this will place immense pressure on you. It will be quite arduous." "Not at all." Gu Feiyang tightened his embrace around Su Zhiyue, softly reassuring her. "Have you forgotten? I previously mentioned that I can endure anything." Having made the decision, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Gently patting her delicate back, he smiled. "Moreover, this is the fruit of our love. How could we possibly forsake it?" He leaned in, whispering tenderly in her ear, "My dear, do not fear. I will always be here for you." Su Zhiyue felt her eyes welling up despite the significant impact this had on him. He always prioritized her feelings. She had always been aware of his love. It was this unreserved affection that fortified her spirit immensely. "I am not afraid." Su Zhiyue firmly embraced his sturdy waist, resolutely declaring, "Because it is you. I am unafraid, and I am grateful it is you. I am more than willing." Everything was because of him. Thus, she felt dazed and flustered, yet she would never feel uneasy or fearful upon hearing this. Gu Feiyang's heart melted completely as he earnestly promised, "My dear wife, trust me. I will do everything in my power to ensure our 4 little ones are happy and joyful." "For little ones?" Su Zhiyue was momentarily stunned. Jiyu Feiyang's lips curled into a smile. "Have you forgotten? You are also my little one. My big baby." Su Zhiyue chuckled at his words, nuzzling her head against his chest. "Darling, I believe in you. I love you. I love you too." Gu Feiyang cupped her chin, leaning down to give her a deep, passionate French kiss. At that moment, ding! "Congratulations, host. Happiness level has reached the required standard happiness check-in system activated." Activation successful. Daily check-in requirement. Once the host achieves the daily happiness threshold, the system will automatically check in. Please maintain a joyful disposition daily. The rewards for successful check-ins are random. The higher the happiness index, the more happiness points earned. Happiness points can be exchanged for corresponding skills in the system all. Friendly reminder, skills cannot be obtained through check-ins, only through the exchange of happiness points. The host has just activated the system and will receive a newbie gift pack. Would you like to use it? The series of voices echoing in his mind caused Gu Feiyang to freeze, momentarily distracted from their passionate kiss. Chapter 2. The frugal happiness system. A sharp sting coursed through Gu Feiyang's lips, prompting him to turn around swiftly. There stood Su Zhiyue. her face adorned with an expression of grievance as she glared at him. Are you distracted even while kissing me? No, my dear wife, I was wrong. Feiyang promptly admitted his fault. I merely recalled that we have yet to register our marriage. We must find a time to obtain our marriage certificate. All right, but before that, we must meet each other's parents. Indeed, with this resolution, both their hearts settled considerably, and they planned to inform their respective parents at the earliest opportunity. Upon exiting the hospital, Feiyang consulted a map and soon located a small supermarket nearby. Let us first procure some ingredients. Tonight, your husband will prepare a grand feast. Wonderful, Su Zhiyue responded with delight, linking her arm through his, her exquisite features still radiating a youthful innocence. This enchanting young woman would soon become his lawful wife and the mother of his child. The mere thought of it sent a rush of exhilaration through Feiyang's veins. After purchasing the groceries, they returned home. Wife, please take a moment to rest. I will handle the cooking. Feiyang carried the ingredients into the kitchen, his heart racing at the memory of the sounds he had encountered at the hospital. He was an avid reader and was no stranger to systems. Is this system for real? Response to host. Yes, it is genuine. Would you like to activate the beginner's gift package? Absolutely. Feiyang nodded eagerly, his cheeks flushed with excitement. Beginner's gift package activated. You have received the down payment for a seaside villa in Xinghu community, as well as one storage jar. Function. Automatically earn 0.1 yuan per second. Current balance, 0.6 yuan. Feiyang was left astonished. Earning 0.1 yuan every second meant 6 yuan per minute, 360 yuan per hour, and a staggering 8,640 yuan per day. His time was now valued by the second. The daily income surpassed what he earned from a month of labor. Can I freely use this money? Feiyang inquired impatiently. At that moment, the kitchen door swung open. Su Zhiyue peeked in, her beautiful eyes glimmering with curiosity. Dear husband, what money can be used freely? It's nothing, Feiyang stammered, unaccustomed to deceit. He awkwardly shifted the topic. Haven tea, I told you numerous times. The kitchen is filled with smoke. You shouldn't come in, it's bad for your skin. Hee. Su Zhiyue, trusting him, responded with sparkling eyes. I noticed you didn't even take a sip of water. I poured you a glass. Drink it before you continue cooking. All right. Feiyang nodded and drank the water she offered. Now, please step outside. Your husband will finish shortly. Okay. Once Su Zhiyue left the kitchen, Feiyang let out a sigh of relief. While he cherished Su Zhiyue, he felt no obligation to share the existence of the system with her. It was simply too implausible. Revealing it might lead her to deem him insane. Best to keep a secret. The host can communicate with me through thought. There is no need for verbalization. Why didn't you mention that sooner? Feiyang rolled his eyes internally, then inquired again through thought. There are no restrictions on spending this money, correct? As long as the actions are not unlawful, the host may use it freely. A bank card has already been linked for the host, ensuring that every transaction is a legitimate taxable income. Feiyang felt reassured, his spirits soaring. His wife and 3 children were indeed his lucky stars. Were it not for them, he could never have activated the system, his heart brimming with affection. The meals he prepared emanated an extraordinary aroma. His culinary skills had always been commendable, and in his quest to delight Su Zhiyue with delectable dishes, he had mastered even the simplest of home-cooked meals, each a feast for the senses. 3 dishes and a soup graced the table, their fragrance wafting through the air. However, Su Zhiyue seemed to lack an appetite, her complexion slightly pale. I feel a bit nauseous. It's manageable when I'm not eating, but seeing food makes my stomach uneasy. Feiyang's concern deepened. He quickly consulted his phone and discovered that pregnant women nearing 3 months might experience morning sickness due to a surge in estrogen levels. You're experiencing morning sickness, he expressed with worry. Should we visit the hospital? It's fine. The doctor has said it's a normal phenomenon. It will pass in 5 or 6 months. Su Zhiyue reassured him, setting down her chopsticks and leaning into his embrace. Darling, comfort me, hold me. Of course, I will soothe my precious, he replied, wrapping his arms around her, inhaling the scent of her hair, unable to resist kissing her lips. His heart ached. Su Zhiyue had always had a passion for culinary delights. Collecting various gourmet guides, It was easy to imagine how distressed she must feel, unable to eat. Yet, there was little he could do to alleviate her discomfort. He could only strive to pamper her as much as possible. After patiently encouraging her to take a few more bites, Su Zhiyue still felt her stomach churning, prompting Feiyang to carry her to the bathroom for washing up and rest. "I don't want to bathe alone," she boldly requested. "You help me wash." Certainly, Feiyang was more than willing. From the very beginning of their relationship, Su Zhiyue had always been direct in such matters. The thought of her shyness juxtaposed with her audacious requests ignited a fire within him. It was undeniable that the upcoming bath would be a test of endurance. However, given Su Zhiyue's pregnancy and her discomfort, there was little she could do, ultimately leaving Feiyang to relieve himself alone. After completing their ablutions, he held Su Zhiyue in bed. "My dear, am I destined to be a monk for 10 months? Puffed. Su Zhiyue nestled against him, mischievously nudged him, whispering in his ear, "Occasionally indulging in vegetarian meals is good for your health." Nonsense. Meat is essential for nourishment. Feiyang scoffed at the notion of abstaining from his desires. "Then you must hold back as well." Su Zhiyue playfully glared at him. Feiyang found himself both amused and exasperated, contemplating the reality of his situation. Just as he was about to speak, Su suddenly blushed, murmuring shyly, the doctor said, "In 2 months, it will be all right." Feiyang was taken aback. She had actually asked the doctor about this? The image of her timidly inquiring about such matters ignited another wave of desire within him. It was truly maddening. His wife, how could she be both delicate and alluring? "Dear, hurry and sleep. Your husband hasn't eaten yet." Feiyang ground his teeth in frustration. "Su Zhiyue está feldalaf. Ole, good night, darling." With that, she playfully leaned in and planted a kiss on him, leaving Feiyang stiffened in surprise. Well, it's his own wife. He might as well endure it. After Su Zhiyue had fallen into a light slumber, Feiyang quietly exited the room. The food had already grown cold. He hastily ate a few bites before tidying up the house. Just then, a notification chimed in. System auto sign-in successful, awarded 1 can of nutritional milk powder. Feiyang's mind slowly filled with a question mark. What on earth? ISNT, this is system? ISNT, it's supposed to be a golden finger? What does it mean to receive a can of milk powder as a sign-in reward? He was utterly bewildered as he retrieved the can from the system space. He vowed with the happiness of his remaining life that he had never encountered such a stingy system in any novel. As if aware of his dissatisfaction, the system explained, "This system is still in its initial stage and cannot provide advanced rewards." Hearing this, Feiyang paused and glanced at the system interface. The page was exceedingly simple. Would upgrading yield advanced rewards? How does one upgrade? Accumulating 100 days of sign-ins will automatically upgrade to an intermediate system. The advanced system requires unlocking after reaching the ultimate system. A pitiful system indeed. Yet, better than nothing. At least this milk powder could serve a purpose. Feiyang mixed a small cup of milk powder with warm water and drank it. After waiting for several minutes, ensuring there were no adverse effects, he prepared another cup and returned to the bedroom. "Wife, wake up and drink." Knowing that Su Zhiyue wouldn't sleep soundly without him by her side, he coaxed in a childlike tone. Su Zhiyue, half asleep, chuckled at his antics. "How old are you? Still acting like a child? I think it's not that you have 4 babies, but that I have 4 babies." While speaking, she reached out to pinch her husband's cheek. "We are both each other's babies." Let her tease. Feiyang remained unperturbed, offering her the milk. "I just went out to buy this. Give it a try." "Where did you go out?" Su Zhiyue questioned suspiciously, instinctively sitting up and leaning against him. Feiyang blinked. "I slipped out after you fell asleep." "Hurry and drink while it's warm." "Okay." Su Zhiyue frowned slightly. In truth, she had no appetite. The churn in her stomach was too intense. Even the dishes Feiyang had meticulously prepared to her liking that evening were unappetizing. Initially thinking she would have to force herself to drink the milk, she was unexpectedly captivated by its rich yet light aroma as she brought it to her lips. Su Zhiyue took a sip, the creamy scent wafting around her, leaving milk traces on her red lips, which ignited the suppressed desire within Feiyang once again. So even a beauty in his arms could have her struggles. Adhering to the principles of a good husband, After she finished the milk, Feiyang leaned in for a deep kiss to wipe away the milk stains on her lips, then obediently headed off to wash the cup, leaving Su Zhiyue stifling giggles behind her hand. Chapter 3: The Reward of 3 Bottles After Drinking Her Milk. Su Zhiyue comfortably reclined on the bed, stretching lazily and yawning. Why was it taking her husband so long to wash a cup? However, she soon discovered the reason, as the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Feiyang felt a wave of frustration. In his youth, he was full of vigor, yet now found himself playing the role of a gentle caretaker. It truly exemplified the saying that to gain something, one must lose something else. After showering, he slipped into bed, still chilled from the cold water. Su Zhiyue, like a cat, snuggled closer to him. Feiyang gently held her back, saying, "Not yet. Wait a moment. I'm cold. Let me warm up before I embrace you." It was summer, and the oppressive heat of the night had not dissipated much. The air conditioning was running in the room, and his coldness might inadvertently lead Su Zhiyue to catch a chill. Understanding the situation, Su Zhiyue did not protest, but softly inquired, "Darling, are you feeling tired?" Feiyang raised an eyebrow, somewhat puzzled by her sudden question. Su Zhiyue reached out to touch his chest muscles and, like a little worm, burrowed into his embrace. "Darling, are you under a lot of stress?" At her words, Feiyang felt a bit bewildered. She continued, "Actually, you don't need to feel so pressured. My family's circumstances are quite good. I'm my parents' only daughter, and if they knew I was pregnant, they would surely help us more." Unexpectedly, Feiyang shook his head, gently stroking her smooth back. "That won't do. If I have to rely on them to take care of you, how could they possibly trust me with you?" With thoughts of the system bolstering his confidence, he reassured her, "Rest assured, my dear, I can provide for this family." Su Zhiyue lifted her head from his chest, casting a suspicious glance at him. "Something seems off. You appear different today. Are you hiding something from me?" "Hee, my wise wife. No one knows me better than my little one." Feiyang bantered, initially planning to surprise her the next day. But since she had asked now, he decided to reveal it. "What is it?" Su Zhiyue asked, astonished. She had merely made a casual remark, not expecting him to actually be concealing something. Irritation flared within her, and she muttered, "Oh, so now you've learned to keep secrets from me? Didn't we agree there would be no secrets between us?" Her words made Feiyang ponder. He had a secret, one that could not be disclosed, but would not affect their love either. "If I don't keep this from you, how would it be a surprise?" He guided her back into his arms. "You know, I've been studying stock trading since university, right? This past year, I've managed quite well and made some money. With our wedding approaching, I bought a house, and tomorrow we can go check it out and move in. After all, if we are to marry, I certainly cannot let you continue living in a rented place with me. Now that I've purchased a home, I can also propose to your parents, and they will feel more at ease." Su Zhiyue was momentarily taken aback by his words, unable to discern whether he was joking or dreaming. Seeing her expression, Feiyang realized she didn't believe him. In truth, he felt a tinge of insecurity. Yet he stood firm, for the house was real. He was neither joking nor dreaming. He was sincere. "If you do not believe me, let us go for an inspection together tomorrow." Noticing his serious demeanor, Su Zhiyue finally turned her attention to the matter at hand. She excitedly embraced Feiyang, exclaiming, "Darling, have you truly bought a house? Are we really getting married?" "Indeed." Feiyang leaned in and kissed her gently, responding, "My love, I promised you that as long as you believe in me, I shall not let you down." Even before Su Zhiyue became pregnant and he activated the system, Feiyang had already bestowed upon her everything he could offer. Now, his desire was to provide her with even more. Su Zhiyue felt a gentle ripple in her heart. Not a tumultuous wave, but rather akin to being immersed in sparkling soda, bubbling with effervescence, a sensation of joy. Although it appeared fragile, ready to burst with a mere poke, it still compelled her to abandon all caution. "Yes." Su Zhiyue nodded vigorously, resting her head against his chest, listening to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, her heart swelling with emotion. "Darling, I can finally marry you and become your wife." She joyfully held Feiyang close, drifting into a deep slumber. Once she fell asleep, however, Feiyang found himself wide awake. Although the system granted him more than 8,000 daily, he was unwilling to settle for the status quo. He had not forgotten the system's words, that the reward was merely the down payment for a villa, not the villa itself. In the bustling metropolis of Magic City, especially in the Xinghu community, the monthly payments would amount to hundreds of thousands, requiring 2 to 3 decades of commitment. Coupled with management fees and various household expenses, the pressure he felt was immense. Nonetheless, Feiyang was resolute in not giving up or selling the house. This was both an opportunity and a motivation for him. He opened the system interface with his consciousness and navigated to the marketplace page. In the upper right corner, a happiness value was displayed, currently standing at a mere 268 points. He perused the skills available, which were abundant and varied across numerous fields. However, most were prohibitively expensive, starting in the tens of thousands of happiness points. There was only one discounted skill, clearly marked at 250 points. Feiyang couldn't help but suspect that the system was mocking his lack of happiness points. He clicked on it, revealing a cooking skill. Cooking skill description grants the host instant access to countless recipes and the prowess of a culinary master. Skill levels: beginner, intermediate, master, grandmaster, great grandmaster, divine level. Applicable to all skills. Upon seeing this skill, Feiyang felt a stir of excitement within him. Su Zhiyue adored gourmet food, and he too enjoyed delving into the culinary arts. During their university days, they had often dreamt of opening a restaurant together, passionately exploring recipes and leading a leisurely life. Though simple, it was a fulfilling and joyous aspiration. Reflecting on it, this dream had gathered dust in the corner ever since their graduation. Now, as he brushed off the dust, it seemed ready to set sail once more. All right, this is it. Although the 250 points felt like a taunt, Feiyang was still thrilled to exchange for the cooking skill. In no time, a multitude of recipes and culinary knowledge surged into his mind like a tidal wave. His cooking skills, already commendable, allowed him to immediately recognize the value of these recipes. He could not contain his exhilaration. He lowered his gaze to the peacefully slumbering Su Zhiyue and softly murmured, "Just in time, my dear wife has a poor appetite. I shall prepare something delightful for her tomorrow to comfort her." With this thought, Feiyang embraced Su Zhiyue and drifted into a deep sleep. The next day, sunlight streamed through the cracks in the curtains, illuminating the two entwined figures. Feiyang awoke from his dreams, cradling his beloved in his arms. Basking in the warmth of the sun, a beautiful day awaited him. It was Saturday, and he was free from work obligations. Yet, numerous tasks loomed ahead, inspecting their new home and searching for a storefront. He aspired to open a culinary establishment, but financial constraints necessitated careful consideration of the venue. The rent could not be exorbitant, nor could the location be too obscure. Such conditions were indeed demanding in the bustling metropolis where every inch is precious. Feiyang gently withdrew his hand, shaking it to relieve the numbness from the pillow. After rising and freshening up, he made his way to the kitchen. He retrieved the beans he had soaked the previous night and prepared fresh soy milk. He then crafted a visually appealing and delectable egg pancake, accompanied by creamy, sweet pumpkin millet porridge, both appetizing and nutritious. Once breakfast was ready, Feiyang went to rouse Su Zhiyue. "Darling, breakfast is ready." He snuggled under the covers, wrapping his arms around her waist, gently teasing, "Lazy pig, it's time to rise." Su Zhiyue turned over, burying her head in Feiyang's embrace and stretching lazily. "Good morning, dear. Good morning," he replied, planting a kiss on her forehead. "Hurry up and get up. We have places to go after breakfast." During their meal, Su Zhiyue expressed her surprise. "Husband, your culinary skills seem to have improved." Her appetite, which was previously lacking, was now insatiable. Hasn't your husband always been a good cook?" Feiyang boasted without a hint of modesty. "I'll study some pregnancy recipes in the coming days and prepare more delicacies for you. I guarantee I'll have you plump and rosy." As Su Zhiyue savored a spoonful of the sweet porridge, she retorted playfully, "If I gain weight, won't you find me undesirable?" "Nonsense," Feiyang replied, munching on the egg pancake while pouring her another glass of soy milk. "As long as it's you, I adore you in every shape and form. Here, drink up. We must finish breakfast so we can head out." It was then that Su Zhiyue recalled Feiyang's earlier words, and despite having slept on it, they still felt somewhat surreal. She knew he'd been delving into the stock market, as he was always engrossed in what he loved. Yet, she had never imagined he could profit from it and purchase a home in the metropolis. A swell of pride and sweetness filled her heart. Indeed, her judgment was impeccable. The man she cherished was truly one of a kind. He adored her, cherished her, and strove diligently to pamper her like a princess. Her heart brimmed with bliss, and each spoonful of the fragrant pumpkin porridge was a sweet delight. Just then, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host, you have successfully checked in today. Reward: harmless baby bottle X3. What on earth is this? A harmless baby bottle? The porridge nearly spilled from her mouth. How stingy. Do they think offering 3 baby bottles at once absolves their frugality? Chapter 4. A wife, parents, and children can all be attained by the way. My dear husband, I just call my parents, Su Zhiyue said, hesitating slightly after finishing her last spoonful of porridge. Feiyang paused, inquiring, what did you tell them? What do your in-laws say? They expressed a desire to meet you first, Su Zhiyue replied, her expression one of discomfort. Feiyang, perceptive as ever, sensed the underlying concern. Are your parents worried? He asked. Yes, Su Zhiyue attempted to soften the blow. They mentioned that we were still young and just graduated. Having a child now might be too soon. Feiyang pondered this, and just as Su Zhiyue thought he might be upset, she heard him speak with an unprecedented seriousness. Your parents' concerns are valid. Raising a child is not merely about sustenance. It entails providing a nurturing environment and quality education. Each step in a child's life requires a financial investment, and it's no trivial amount. Statistics indicate that raising a child to adulthood, even with a moderate education, can cost over $1 million. Moreover, we are expecting triplets. It is entirely normal for your parents to be worried. Although the statistics might be exaggerated, they were not far from the truth. Su Zhiyue was taken aback by his clarity. What should we do then? She asked. All you need to do is trust me and focus on your health during this pregnancy, Feiyang replied, holding her delicate hand with a serious yet sincere tone. I will take care of everything else. I will ensure your parents are satisfied. No one can prevent us from getting married. You are destined to be my wife. His domineering yet earnest words softened Su Zhiyue's heart immensely. Since learning of her pregnancy, she had felt a mix of anxiety and confusion, though she had not shown it. Now all those feelings dissipated. After breakfast, while Feiyang tidied up the kitchen, he made a call to his own parents. The line connected, and a cacophony of noise greeted him. His mother's penetrating voice pierced through. Son, what is going on? Why are you calling us so early? Mom, have you eaten breakfast yet? What are you doing? Oh yes, we've eaten. Your father and I are at the market, but we'll be back soon. Feiyang lowered his eyelids, a pang of emotion hitting him. He hailed from a modest rural town, where his parents worked as vegetable vendors, rising at the crack of dawn to procure goods and set up their stall. Their relentless toil had enabled him to become a university graduate. However, reflecting on it now, he realized that after graduation, he had rushed into the workforce, returning home only briefly before heading back to the metropolis for work. Yet, his parents had always shown him boundless understanding, reminding him to work diligently, eat well, and treat Su Zhiyue with kindness. They would comment on how a young girl, in the prime of her youth, willingly followed a poor boy like him, and if he felt that was a burden, he was not being a man. Yet, the reality was bittersweet. While he had not wronged Su Zhiyue, he felt he had let his parents down. Fortunately, he believed that everything would turn out well. He would shoulder the responsibilities of a wife, parents, and children, providing them all with a life filled with happiness. Mom, Feiyang took a deep breath, steadying himself before delivering the joyous news with a smile. You are going to be a grandmother. Really? That's wonderful. The next moment, a barrage of questions pierced through the receiver. What did you say? Who is going to be a grandmother? Me? Ye is pregnant? Feiyang, understanding his mother's character, had wisely distanced the phone, lest his ears be overwhelmed. Was it a call from his son? Was Ye truly expecting? A voice, earnest and slightly urgent, interjected. Let me speak with our son. Step aside. I haven't finished yet. He hasn't responded to me. Li Tsuaping firmly shoved her husband aside. Gu Jiangwo, displeased, protested. You've been talking for ages. What harm is there in letting me say a few words? Hearing the playful banter of his parents, Feiyang couldn't help but chuckle softly. Indeed, Yaya is pregnant. You two are about to become grandparents. Upon hearing his words, a minute of silence enveloped the other end of the line. Then the receiver erupted with a flurry of voices, each vying for attention, leaving Gu Feiyang's ears struggling to keep up. Although he could not discern their words, their joy and excitement were palpable. All right. Gu Feiyang hastily interrupted. Mom, Dad, please pack your things and come stay in the city to help take care of Yaya. What? Li Suaping paused, hesitating. I have no objections, but your father should stay home to work. You're about to be a father. If we earn a bit more, we can support you and Yaya, as raising a child is no easy task. Having lived all their lives in the countryside, they were aware, albeit from television, of the exorbitant costs associated with raising a child in the city. They thought that even a small contribution would be meaningful. Gu Jiangwo quickly added, yes, I can stay home to work, and your mother can take care of Yaya. We have some savings, and we can contribute to help you buy a smaller place in the city, perhaps cover the down payment. Their sincere and honest intentions filled Gu Feiyang's heart with warmth. Even as he struggled to contain his emotions, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Mom and Dad, please don't worry. Your son is doing well now. Gu Feiyang, choosing to share only good news, smiled. I have already purchased a house in the city and made the down payment. However, I truly need your help with Yaya. I should mention, she is expecting triplets. You will have 3 grandchildren at once. On the other end of the line, silence lingered for what felt like an eternity. The excitement and joy seemed to deflate like a balloon, leaving behind a sense of anxiety and pressure. Triplets? Li Suaping and Gu Jiangwo were momentarily stunned, cautiously inquiring, Son, are you truly having triplets? While we are overjoyed at the prospect of grandchildren, this sudden news is overwhelming. Li Suaping's voice was laden with concern. I can't help but worry about whether you can manage. Do you realize how arduous it will be for Yaya during her pregnancy? I am aware. Gu Feiyang recalled the conversation he had with Su Zhiyue the previous night, her resolute tone and expression softening his heart. But Yaya and I have discussed it and have decided to go through with the pregnancy. Carrying a child for 10 months is inherently challenging, let alone when expecting triplets. While Gu Feiyang felt a pang of sympathy, he also vowed silently to cherish her for a lifetime, determined not to betray her unwavering commitment. His voice was tender beyond measure. Mom, Dad, I understand the hardships Yaya will face and the risks involved, which is why I hope you will come to the city. On one hand, I can rely on you to care for Yaya, and on the other hand, I intend to resign and open a shop, which may require your assistance in the initial phase. Indeed, this was a conclusion reached by Gu Feiyang last night. At the beginning of the business, the customer base may be insufficient, making it challenging to balance expenses and income. If there's a shortage of personnel, my parents can lend a hand. Moreover, having them come to the bustling metropolis, if they were entirely idle, would leave them feeling uneasy after a lifetime of hard work, as if they were no longer needed. As expected, upon hearing Gu Feiyang's words, Gu Jiangwo and Li Suaping immediately agreed. All right, we will start packing right away. After a moment's thought, Li Suaping added, since you and Yaya have yet to obtain your marriage certificate, we should pay a visit to her parents to formally propose. We cannot let her feel slighted. Understood. Gu Feiyang replied, I will make the arrangements. I'll book your plane tickets now. You just focus on packing. No, we'll take the train, they insisted. Let's fly. The train ride is over 10 hours, and the cost 1T differs significantly. Gu Feiyang's tone was resolute. While his parents were willing to endure discomfort to save money, as their son, he felt it was unreasonable to have them travel by train when he was requesting their help. Seeing her son so determined, although Li Suaping still grumbled about the expense, her heart was already brimming with joy. Our son is finally considerate of us. How wonderful. And a grandchild too. Suddenly, I feel this life has been worth it. Before they set off for the metropolis, the vegetable market vendors, villagers, and family friends all knew they were heading to the city to care for their pregnant daughter-in-law. The pride in their voices was simply astonishing. Chapter 5. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand tall as Gu Jiangwo and Li Suaping prepared their belongings for the journey to the metropolis. In a small rented apartment, Su Zhiyue entered the kitchen and caught sight of Gu Feiyang smiling helplessly at his phone. What are you laughing at? She inquired, raising an eyebrow in suspicion. Gu Feiyang affectionately ruffled her hair and drew her into his embrace. I booked afternoon flights for my parents. They will arrive before dinner. So soon? Su Zhiyue exclaimed, a flicker of anxiety rising within her. But I'm not ready yet, and I haven't prepared any gifts. Meeting the parents for the first time feels too rushed. No worries, you have already given them the finest gift. Gu Feiyang gently caressed her belly, his tones soothing. Upon hearing of your pregnancy, they were so delighted that they insisted on coming to care for you. Even I felt a twinge of jealousy. Really? Su Zhiyue's eyes sparkled. Then I must prepare gifts to show my gratitude. Let's not rush. First, we'll look for a house, and then we can shop for gifts. Gu Feiyang wrapped his arms around her waist and led her out of the kitchen, contemplating not only gifts for his parents, but also for his in-laws. Alright, Su Zhiyue her simile radiant. She gently touched her belly, and the bubbling joy within her banished any lingering unease. Replaced by a sense of security and happiness, she felt grateful to be marrying into such a loving family. After changing their clothes, the couple stepped out. The small battery remains parked downstairs at the office. Gu Feiyang hailed a taxi, embarking towards Xinghu Community. This community is renowned as one of the most luxurious in the metropolis, situated by the sea and boasting a prime location. The property prices are astronomical. As he approached, Gu Feiyang suddenly felt as though the system was toying with him. At such a high-end community, even if the system provided a down payment, it would be nearly impossible for him to afford it with his current income. System, can I sell this villa? He inquired. Selling the villa for a spacious flat would alleviate much of the burden. To his surprise, the system responded without hesitation. All items granted by the system are not subject to sale or transfer. Gu Feiyang nearly cursed. Su Zhiyue stood at the entrance of the community, casting a complex glance at Gu Feiyang. Honey, are you serious? Gu Feiyang wished to question the system's seriousness as well. Yes, came the firm reply, unwavering and resolute. Gu Feiyang nodded, affirming that he needed to adopt a more assertive stance like the system. Do you have any idea how expensive this place is? He asked. Of course, how could I not? He had just checked the housing contract in the system. The property was valued at $60 million, with a 30-year mortgage and a monthly payment of $220,000. He suddenly wondered, system, what if I can't keep up with the payments? The system replied, the system will assist with the payments. However, if the debt is not settled within 3 months, the system will enter hibernation and reclaim all that has been granted to the host, who will then enter a state of debt. Debt? Yes. For every amount the host has spent from the system, the debt will be multiplied tenfold. In other words, spending 1 unit of currency incurs a 10-unit debt. This was akin to extortion. Gu Feiyang was left dumbfounded, having never encountered such brazen audacity from system. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of reassurance, as his piggy bank yielded over 8,000 daily, totaling around 240,000 monthly. After settling the mortgage, he would still have 2,000 left for expenses. With this thought, Gu Feiyang found clarity. At that moment, Su Zhiyue pressed on, where will you find the money to buy? From stock trading profits, he replied. How much have you earned? After estimating the down payment, Gu Feiyang hesitated, approximately around 8 million. Su Zhiyue was left speechless. Gu Feiyang let out a wry smile. Dear, don't worry. I assure you this money is legitimate. He understood Su Zhiyue's skepticism and recognized that his reasoning was flimsy, but it was all he could offer. If the money is legitimate, why not purchase in another community? Su Zhiyue questioned helplessly. This place is so expensive. Your monthly payments will be burdensome. What if you default? The bank would reclaim the house, and it would all be for naught. Gu Feiyang pondered for a moment, his tone serious, because I don't want to compromise your comfort. You come from a good family, and I want your parents to feel secure in trusting you to me. He took Su Zhiyue's delicate hand. My love, I have promised you that as long as you believe in me, I will provide you with everything I can. Hearing Gu Feiyang's heartfelt words, Su Zhiyue found herself at a loss for words, her heart brimming with sweetness. Upon entering the marketing building, an elegantly dressed woman approached, displaying a professional smile. Welcome. How may I assist you both? Gu Feiyang felt invigorated. Could he possibly deliver a resounding slap to the face, akin to a scene from a novel? After all, Their modest attire starkly contrasted with the elegance of the Xinghu community. "We are here to inspect the property." Gu Feiyang eagerly anticipated the moment. "Huh, come on, look down upon me." To his surprise, the stunning saleswoman defied expectations, maintaining her smile and respectful demeanor, inquiring, "May I ask for your esteemed surname? Sir, do you have the purchase contract with you? What is going on? Why is she so dedicated? Wasn't she supposed to belittle me?" Amidst a whirlwind of confusion and disappointment, Gu Feiyang produced the purchase contract provided by the system. "Hello, Mr. Gu." Upon glancing at the contract, the saleswoman's smile became even more radiant and respectful. "Your paperwork has been completed. I will promptly retrieve your property certificate. Please wait a moment with your wife." With that, she made arrangements for Gu Feiyang and Su Zhiyue, serving them a cup of hot tea before turning to attend to her tasks. In contrast to Gu Feiyang's wish to astonish others, Su Zhiyue was prepared for the possibility of being taken aback. The Xinghu community. This was a neighborhood her parents could not afford. Yet, it appeared that Gu Feiyang was not deceiving her. Overwhelmed with excitement, Su Zhiyue stood on her toes and planted a kiss on his cheek, exclaiming, "Darling, you are truly remarkable. I never imagined that my husband could quietly amass such wealth and to purchase a home in the finest community of the Magic City. Although it was merely a down payment, for someone from a humble background, this is already an incredible achievement. What do you think? Surprised? Happy? Surprised and happy. So, tonight, can we? I am pregnant." Gu Feiyang gritted his teeth, squinting. "Wife, what on earth are you thinking?" "What I meant was, tonight my parents are coming. Could you lend a hand, perhaps cook a few extra dishes?" Su Zhijue's cheeks flushed. "I wasn't thinking anything inappropriate. I was thinking the same." "Really?" Gu Feiyang elongated his tone, teasingly. Unable to hold back, Su Zhiyue playfully punched him, pouting, "If you keep jesting, you'll be sleeping in the living room tonight." All right, dear wife, I was wrong. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm." "Mr. Gu." The beautiful saleswoman returned, gracefully striding towards them, hands cradling the property certificate and keys. "Please accept these. I will now guide you." The Xinghu community, as a prestigious enclave in the Magic City, offers picturesque scenery and fresh air. The sea breeze wafted in, dispelling the summer heat. Here, not only are property prices exorbitant, but the maintenance fees are equally steep. However, the high cost comes with its justification. Coastal properties, subjected to the relentless embrace of sea winds, are prone to deterioration. Yet the Xinghu community's management routinely conducts renovations and waterproofing for homeowners. Thus, despite being developed some time ago, the neighborhood has not succumbed to the wear of coastal living. After traversing the community's scenic promenade, they arrived at the entrance of a villa. The saleswoman opened the door for them and, understanding their need for privacy, said, "Mr. Gu, Mrs. Gu, this is your new home. I shall not intrude." With that, she turned and exited, refraining from being a third wheel. "My goodness, this place is truly magnificent." Upon entering the villa, Su Zhiyue's gaze was immediately drawn to the expansive ocean view balcony. Standing on the terrace, one could behold a vast expanse of the sea, witnessing both sunrise and sunset in all their glory. Su Zhiyue eagerly dashed over, her excitement palpable, with a slight flush on her cheeks, glistening with a delicate sheen of perspiration. "Isn't it beautiful? This view will belong to you from now on." Gu Feiyang followed her, wrapping his arms around her from behind, whispering sweet nothings in her ear. Their tender exchanges blossomed into an intimate atmosphere. Su Zhiyue placed her small hand atop his larger one, resting on her abdomen, tilting her head back, her hair brushing against his chest. "Darling, I feel so incredibly happy. Happy to the point where it feels like a dream." It was as if she were standing on the precipice of reality, unable to grasp the solid ground beneath her. Yet, bubbles of joy surged within her, reminiscent of effervescent soda. The tension between her surreal feelings and overwhelming happiness left Su Zhiyue with a sense of uncertainty. Gu Feiyang flashed a charming smile. "My dear, this balcony is so well sealed that it seems no one from outside can see in. How convenient." Su Zhiyue snapped back to reality, and before she could fully savor his words, she heard him continue, "Our master bedroom will surely be spacious as well, complete with a grand balcony. Just imagine, with floor-to-ceiling mirrors." The thought of such a scene sent her heart racing. Her earlobes flushed crimson as she playfully admonished him. "You rascal." After saying this, she pushed him away and turned to explore their new home. Upon entering the master bedroom, Su Zhiyue's eyes instinctively wandered to the balcony, and Gu Feiyang's words sparked a vivid tapestry of colorful fantasies in her mind. The more she pondered, the redder her cheeks became. This was quite overwhelming. How utterly embarrassing. Chapter 6. At last, a home. Gu Feiyang, noticing the deep blush on Su Zhiyue's earlobes, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. His wife was delightfully mischievous. Nonetheless, he adored her spirit. The seaside villa was grand and luxurious, yet a new dilemma arose. The frugal system had only allowed for a down payment, and the renovations were minimal, leaving the place devoid of any furniture. Gu Feiyang opened his savings account. After a night, there were merely a few thousand yuan. Not only was this insufficient for furnishing, but it wouldn't even cover a month's property fees. Given the villa's opulence, purchasing inferior items would be utterly unbefitting. It was clear that the pursuit of wealth could not be delayed. "Darling, let's self-decorate this place as our wedding home and move in once we obtain our marriage certificate, shall we?" "Absolutely." Su Zhiyue beamed, her eyes sparkling with joy. "I am genuinely thrilled, not merely because you have acquired such a grand house, but because we finally have a home that belongs to us." Gu Feiyang was deeply moved. Indeed, Su Zhiyue had never been overly concerned about the size of the house, but she had always yearned for a space that was truly theirs. Their future child would be born and grow here, taking flight as they aged together. When they looked back in their twilight years, this place would be filled with countless beautiful memories. They could sit on the balcony, watching the sun rise and set, feeling the gentle sea breeze, and realize that life is not merely about existence, but rather it is meant to be embraced in its fullness. Merely contemplating the notion, it seems rather overly romantic. Gu Feiyang's heart brimmed with anticipation, and a specific idea solidified within him. "My dear wife, there is something I wish to discuss with you." He did not frame it as a consultation, for Su Zhiyue would undoubtedly support him unconditionally. Gu Feiyang declared, "I intend to resign and open a restaurant." In these times, resigning is a significant decision. Employment is hard to come by, let alone the audacity to embark on entrepreneurship. The decline of brick-and-mortar establishments makes it exceedingly challenging to succeed in business. "Have you thought this through?" she inquired. "Yes," he replied. "Then I shall support you, my husband. Whatever you wish to pursue, I am here for you. Go ahead." "Thank you, my love." Gu Feiyang knew that his beloved would always stand by him. For love knows no bounds. "Let us take a stroll around the commercial center. Perhaps I can find a suitable location for my venture." Gu Feiyang had already formulated a plan, and Su Zhiyue, understanding his intentions, nodded in agreement. "That sounds wonderful. We can also enjoy a meal there and purchase a couple of gifts." She had not forgotten the presents for Gu Feiyang's parents and had already decided what to buy. After meandering through several shops, Gu Feiyang felt a pang of bitterness. The rental prices here were exorbitantly high. Indeed, this was the magic city. In such prime locations, even the most modest storefronts commanded astronomical prices. Having graduated just a year ago, he had some savings, around 30,000, but it was merely a drop in the bucket. Opening a restaurant required substantial preparations, space, equipment, and operating capital, starting at a minimum of 100,000. "My love, what type of restaurant do you plan to open?" "Breakfast?" "Precisely," Gu Feiyang nodded. "A breakfast establishment has relatively low initial costs, and after the morning rush, I can return to be with you by noon, ensuring I do not neglect our responsibilities." With Su Zhiyue's pregnancy, he had even more to consider. When he resolved to enter the culinary world, he had already taken this into account. "Come, let's explore this area," Gu Feiyang suggested, guiding Su Zhiyue into a narrow alley alongside a bustling commercial building. "Is this place suitable?" Su Zhiyue observed the alley, where only a few figures were visible, expressing her doubts. However, Gu Feiyang reassured her there are office buildings nearby, and it is close to the subway and schools. Several businesses must thrive here. Indeed, as they ventured into the alley, they discovered a vibrant array of small shops, each unique and diverse. In the mornings, students and office workers habitually rushed to grab breakfast along this route. This alley, bordered by residential complexes, led directly to a major road, featuring both office buildings and public transportation access. It was, without a doubt, a vital thoroughfare for many each morning. Moreover, the street outside the alley boasted a row of varied shops, which would render the rental prices within the alley significantly lower while still attracting a considerable footfall. With his culinary skills, Feiyang was confident that his dishes would be exceptional. He believed that once customers tasted his offerings, they would undoubtedly return. Before long, the couple found themselves in the middle of the alley, where they stumbled upon a thriving shop available for lease. Approximately 60 square meters. With a monthly rent of around 160 yuan per square meter, totaling 600 yuan each month. Including the deposit, the rental alone amounted to 30,000 yuan. The savings in his bank account vanished in an instant. Furthermore, the costs for equipment and renovations totaled around 20,000 yuan. Fortunately, the funds from the storage tank were available, allowing them to procure the necessary equipment in approximately 2.5 days, which was just enough time to prepare various documents and resign from his job. Is this the place? Su Zhiyue glanced around. Let us inquire. Feiyang dialed the number listed for the rental, and the representative arrived promptly. After surveying the surroundings, Feiyang decisively signed the lease agreement. Following the contract's execution, Su Zhiyue was filled with emotion. I can hardly believe this is real. Just yesterday, I discovered I was pregnant. And today, Feiyang announces he wants to resign and open a shop. By this afternoon, we've already signed the lease. In a mere 2 days, their lives had undergone a tremendous transformation. What felt most dreamlike to her was the villa. It was as though she had been on a roller coaster, still reeling from the sensation of weightlessness, yet now firmly grounded. This newfound stability came from a man holding her hand, her husband. Wife, rest assured, our lives will only improve from here. Feiyang affectionately ruffled her hair. Su Zhiyue's long, naturally soft hair felt delightful to the touch. Feiyang mused that his wife was soft in every way, making her presence incredibly comforting. After finalizing the contract, the couple inspected the shop once more to confirm the renovation style. They then hurried to the airport to pick up Gu Jiangwo and Li Suiping, whose flight was scheduled to arrive at 6 o'clock. The bustling airport waiting hall was alive with activity. Some were embarking on journeys, others bidding farewells, and many reuniting. At the airport exit, the figures of a middle-aged couple appeared before Feiyang and Su Zhiyue. Xiaoyang Ye, Li Suiping exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she rushed toward them. The couple, seasoned from years of hard work, appeared robust as they hurried over, seemingly carried by a gust of wind. Mom, be careful not to bump into Ye. Feiyang cautioned, his heart racing. It's fine, as long as Annie is happy, Su Zhiyue responded, her cheeks flushed with a touch of bashfulness. Go on. Can't you see I'm worried about Ye? You shouldn't be saying that, Li Suiping said, her demeanor softening as she approached them. Ye, are you doing okay? Is Xiaoyang treating you well? If yes not, tell Annie, and I'll give him a good talking to. He is wonderful and treats me exceptionally well. Su Zhiyue quickly replied, as if fearing that Li Suiping might truly confront Feiyang. Seeing her concern for Feiyang, the worries of Li Suiping and Gu Jiangwo were completely alleviated. As long as the young couple loved each other, that was enough. Life may be tough, but they would manage. The family of 4 returned to their rented accommodation. The villa still required renovations, making it uninhabitable for the time being. Mom and Dad, I'll book a room for you at the nearby hotel for now. Once we move, you'll have a place to stay. To her surprise, Li Suiping waved her hand dismissively. No, why waste the money? Why stay in a hotel when this little living room is perfectly fine? We could just lay down some bedding. Aunt Su Zhiyue wished to speak. It was interrupted by Li Suiping. All right. When we were back in our hometown, we used to sleep on the ground when the weather was hot. We're quite accustomed to it. It's really no trouble at all. Moreover, considering your pregnancy, this money is of greater value and must not be squandered. Li Suiping and Gu Jiangwo's mindset mirrored that of most parents, fearing their children would frivolously spend money, leading to a life of hardship. Feiyang, aware of their frugality, acquiesced. I understand, Mom. He contemplated that staying in a hotel might not be more comfortable than residing at home, thus refraining from further contention with Li Suiping. Recently, Su Zhiyue had acquired an inflatable bed, which was now fortuitously useful. Mom and Dad, shall we dine out? Due to the signing of the rental agreement, Feiyang and Su Zhiyue had been busy in the afternoon, leaving them with no time to purchase groceries. No, you and your father can buy some ingredients and cook for yourselves, Li Suaping replied, somewhat averse to dining out. Her culinary skills were commendable, and with a twinkle in her eye, she added, "It has been quite a while since I cooked for you, and Yaya has yet to taste my cooking." "All right," Feiyang responded. Chapter 7. Preparing the betrothal gifts in a small supermarket. Feiyang pushed a shopping cart while meticulously selecting ingredients. Beside him, Zhengwo whispered Xiaoyang, "Your mother and I have discussed it. We possess a parcel of land intended for your future home. However, since you plan to develop your career in the city, it may be more prudent to sell it and use the proceeds for Yaya's betrothal gifts." "That, no," Feiyang instinctively protested. His parents had labored tirelessly throughout their lives. Marriage was his own affair, and he saw no reason for them to incur expenses on his behalf. However, Zhengwo promptly interrupted, "Do not refuse. This money is not for you, but for Yaya. I am aware that her family is quite well off, and we must show our sincerity. After all, isn't it the trend nowadays for young people to bring betrothal gifts and dowries to their new households? This could alleviate some of your burdens." Hearing this, Feiyang felt an overwhelming warmth in his heart. His parents always prioritized him. All right, he conceded, no longer resisting. His father had a point. He did not intend to return to village life. If he visited occasionally, he could stay in his parents' current home. Selling the land seemed reasonable, especially since rural land is quite expansive and valuable. After purchasing the groceries, they returned home. Li Ziping eagerly volunteered to be the chef, excited to prepare a meal for her future daughter-in-law. Initially, Feiyang intended to assist, but was shooed away by his mother. "Go keep Yaya company. Let your father come in." Before he could finish his sentence, Li Suaping shot him a look of exasperation. "Are you lacking in common sense? If you stay here, wouldn't it be awkward for Yaya and your father? Go accompany her and let your father help me. It's perfect." Taken aback, Feiyang had not considered this aspect. Indeed, during their first meeting, if his father felt at ease, Su Zhiyue might still feel uncomfortable. "Mom, you should pass on some of your emotional intelligence to me. Go on, make sure your father doesn't slack off." Feiyang nodded, turned, and exited the kitchen. Calling out, "Dad, Mom says not to be lazy." "All right." Without uttering a word, Jiang slipped into the kitchen, joyfully offering his assistance. Su Zhiyue, seated on the sofa, exhaled slowly, revealing a sweet smile. "Your family's atmosphere is truly delightful. I must admit, I felt a bit out of place during our first meeting." "No worries. You will soon acclimatize," Feiyang reassured her, affectionately ruffling her hair and pulling her into his embrace, leaning down to kiss her. Su Zhiyue hastily pushed him away, glancing nervously towards the kitchen. "What are you doing? Uncle and Annie are still here. Don't create a scene." "What scene am I creating by kissing you? You are my wife. I can kiss you whenever I please." Feiyang retorted nonchalantly. "Trust me, sweetheart, my parents, having been young themselves, will understand us." With that, he pulled her back, his large hand resting on the back of her head, leaving her with no means of retreat. Finally, achieving his desire, Feiyang felt utterly satisfied as a flirtatious atmosphere enveloped the living room. In the kitchen, two heads cautiously peeked around the corner. "Look how lovely the couple is. Could they really be expecting triplets if their relationship were not strong?" They quickly withdrew, merrily returning to their dinner preparations. Meanwhile, the young couple in the living room remained blissfully unaware of their recent audience, lost in the waves of affection. It was not until the enticing aroma of the dishes wafted from the kitchen that they reluctantly separated. Li Kuiping, an excellent cook, had prepared a table full of delectable dishes, well acquainted with the tastes of a pregnant woman, crafting several dishes with a sweet and sour flavor profile. The moment Su Zhiyue caught a whiff, her appetite soared, a stark contrast to the previous evening. "Yu, is it delicious?" "Absolutely. Auntie, your cooking is marvelous." Su Zhiyue praised wholeheartedly, causing Li Ping to beam with delight. "I'm glad you like it. Make sure to eat plenty." While saying this, she eagerly served her more food. "Mom, don't steal my thunder. You enjoy your meal. I will serve my wife." Feiyang protested. noticing his role as a husband was being overshadowed. All right, you take over. Likui ping chakol el plesli, casting a blissful glare ati gu jangwo. Your son knows how to serve his wife. Why are you still acting like a wooden statue? Just eating? I was merely waiting for you to finish. Gu Jianguo replied, feigning innocence. Here, have a bite of fish. Knowing Li Chui Ping was only pretending to be angry, he playfully offered her a piece of fish, which in a twist of fate ended up in his own mouth instead. Delicious. Li Cui Ping, exasperated, could not help but slap Gu Feiyang on the back of his head. Su Zhiyue erupted in laughter at the delightful interaction between the elderly couple. After a moment, feeling slightly embarrassed, she stifled her laughter. Oh dear, what a lack of respect for elders. Gu Feiyang shook his head, serving Su Zhiyue a piece of sweet and sour ribs. Look at me, my dear. I would never be as foolish as my father. Unable to contain herself, Su Zhiyue laughed once more. It became evident to her that Gu Feiyang's exuberant personality was inherited from his parents. With such cheerful and open-minded parents, it was no wonder they raised a son as vibrant and spirited as him. They understood that their commotion was, in fact, an effort to help her assimilate into the family. The dinner was filled with laughter and joy, and Su Zhiyue found herself in such high spirits that she consumed an additional half-bowl of rice. After the meal, Li Cuiping and Gu Jianguo could no longer sit still and ventured downstairs for a stroll. While Su Zhiyue was taking a bath, Gu Feiyang leaned against the headboard and opened his mobile web browser. The shop had been finalized, and now they needed to consider the decoration and menu. Darling, he called out as the bathroom door slid open, releasing fragrant steam that tantalized the senses. What is the matter? Gu Feiyang's gaze was intense as he sat up straight, directing his attention towards the bathroom. They had chosen this apartment specifically for the convenience of having the bathroom within the bedroom, and the door was somewhat translucent. Standing behind the door, Su Zhiyue's delicate figure was faintly visible through the glass, igniting a spark of desire within Gu Feiyang. He felt a rush of heat and realized he might have to take a cold shower later. I forgot to grab my towel. Could you hand it to me? Of course. Gu Feiyang silently recited the mantra of form is emptiness. Emptiness is formed several times before retrieving the towel for her. Once Su Zhiyue finished her bath, Gu Feiyang had already settled on the decoration style and menu. I'll visit the shop tomorrow to finalize the decor, he stated. All right, Su Zhiyue nodded and added. I'll take Uncle and Auntie out shopping tomorrow. You needn't worry about us. You're too kind, he replied. Gu Jianguo and Li Cuiping had never visited the bustling metropolis and deserved to explore it. Once I finish my tasks, I'll join you. It's no trouble at all. Su Zhiyue's cheeks flushed slightly as she whispered, Aren't your parents my parents too? Indeed, Gu Feiyang chuckled, his handsome face radiating happiness. My parents are your parents. He then took out the hairdryer and gently helped her dry her damp hair. Once I resign, I'll pay a visit to your parents to propose. Su Zhiyue nodded, her eyes brimming with anticipation. At that moment, Li Cuiping and Gu Jianguo returned from their walk. As they prepared to bathe, the couple settled into the living room. Su Zhiyue sat on the sofa, engrossed in the evening's newly released variety show, while Gu Feiyang inflated a mattress, laid out a blanket, and placed a bamboo mat on top. Gu Feiyang was accustomed to sleeping on bamboo, but Su Zhiyue found it uncomfortable, so he had adapted. The night sky was clear, and the evening breeze carried the lingering warmth of summer, gently wafting into the room. Soon, everyone drifted into a peaceful slumber, enjoying a tranquil night's rest. Chapter 8. Your little treasure chest. The following day, Gu Feiyang rose early, quietly opening the door in hopes of not disturbing his parents sleeping in the living room. To his surprise, as soon as he opened the door, he was greeted by a delightful aroma. Breakfast had already been prepared on the dining table. Up so early? Li Cuiping inquired, glancing at the calendar. It was Sunday, and there was no work to attend to. Why not sleep a little longer? Gu Feiyang countered with a question. Aren't you both up early as well? We're used to it. For decades, we've woken at 3 or 4 in the morning. Isn't ye still asleep? Gu Feiyang nodded, taking a bite of the dumpling his mother had lovingly prepared. Speaking somewhat indistinctly, he said, Mom, once he wakes up, please prepare a cup of that milk powder, gesturing towards the tin on the table that had been sent by the system. I must step out for a while. Yaya will take you around to explore. I shall join you for lunch. All right, Li Suaping replied, refraining from further inquiries and noting Gu Feiyang's instructions. After leaving home, Gu Feiyang first headed to a renovation company. Rather than seeking a designer for blueprints, he briefly articulated his ideas to two renovation workers. The establishment was originally a dining venue, merely requiring a facelift along with the installation of decor and a menu. Once everything was arranged, it was already 11 in the morning when Su Zhiyue's call came through. "Darling, are you ready?" she inquired. "Yes, where are you?" At that moment, Gu Feiyang stood at the entrance of his company. On Friday, upon hearing that Su Zhiyue had gone to the hospital, he had hastily taken a cab there. His small electric scooter remained parked at the company's entrance. When he arrived at the meeting point on his scooter, Gu Feiyang was taken aback. Not only were Su Zhiyue and his parents present, but there was also another middle-aged couple whose features bore a striking resemblance to Su Zhiyue. It was evident that these two were indeed her parents. "Feiyang," Su Zhiyue hurriedly approached, pulling Gu Feiyang aside, whispering, "My parents came unexpectedly. I didn't have time to inform you. This is awkward." Had he known, he would have at least taken a taxi instead of riding his little scooter. "Are you Xiaogu?" Before Gu Feiyang could respond, Su Zhiyue's mother, Qin Lan, had already walked over, scrutinizing him briefly and noting the down-to-earth nature of his scooter. "Hello, Auntie, Uncle," Gu Feiyang greeted politely, quickly regaining his composure despite the awkwardness. Qin Lan replied curtly, casting a complex glance at Gu Feiyang. "We happen to be in the area for business and thought we would drop by to see Yaya. It was inconsiderate of me not to visit sooner." Taking responsibility to ease the tension, Gu Feiyang suggested, "Uncle Annie, why don't we head inside to eat and chat? I've reserved a private room." At this, he felt a sense of relief, fortunate that he had booked a private space. The two families entered sequentially. Su Zhiyue linked her arm with Qin Lan's, lowering her voice. "Mom, he is the husband I have chosen. You must not make things difficult for him." "Oh, you." The indifference on Qin Lan's face momentarily broke, and she sighed softly. "As a mother, I cannot prevent my daughter from marrying. If he treats you well, I have no objections." They were not the type of parents to be narrow-minded. Their only requirement for a son-in-law was to cherish their daughter. Financially, they were well off, and with only one daughter, the family assets would eventually belong to the couple. If providing for Su Zhiyue early on would ensure her happiness and ease in marriage, then there was certainly no reason to oppose it. Walking ahead, Gu Feiyang remained unaware that his mother-in-law had already devised a strategy to accept him, a humble son-in-law, while contemplating how to reassure his wife's parents. Upon entering the hotel private room, Gu Feiyang promptly poured a cup of hot tea for the four elders and summoned a waiter to place their order. After politely inquiring about the preferences of both sets of parents, he ordered 8 dishes and a soup. Once he had settled down after his bustling activities, Su Zhiyue leaned closer and whispered, "Darling, don't worry. My mother said she won't oppose our being together." "I know," Gu Feiyang replied, feeling a hint of helplessness as he squeezed her small hand. "Rest assured, I feel no pressure. I promise to treat you well." He understood that what Su's parents desired most was for their daughter to live happily and be cherished. Regarding other matters, they would defer to Su Zhiyue's wishes. His initial astonishment stemmed from not anticipating Su's parents would visit at this moment. He had come entirely unprepared, without even a gift. Xiao Gu, Qin Lan, a businesswoman, spoke directly, "We want beat around the bush. Our family has modest expectations. We want insist on a bride price or the essentials. Just do your best." She then shifted her tone, her expression sharpening slightly. "However, should I find out you mistreat my daughter, I will not let you off easily." "Auntie, please rest assured," Gu Feiyang replied with utmost seriousness. "I will take great care of Yaya and ensure she never suffers even the slightest grievance. I will cherish and love her for a lifetime." Gu Jiangwo and Li Suaping quickly echoed her sentiments, reassuring the in-laws, "You can trust us. If Xiao Yang dares to mistreat Yaya, we will be the first to hold him accountable." Their expressions were equally grave, demonstrating their sincerity. Qin Lan felt satisfied. Having navigated the business world for decades and encountered countless individuals, she could discern the character of Gu Feiyang's family. Upright, neither servile nor arrogant, displaying genuine sincerity. That was sufficient for her. Turning to Su Zhiyue, Qianlong said, "You're pregnant. You must take good care of yourself. I've transferred some money to you as a gift from my unborn grandchild. Use it to buy some nutritional supplements." "I understand," Su Zhiyue replied with a radiant smile. "Mom, you're so good to me. But Xiaoyang has already purchased everything. It's all at home. I'm eating well, drinking well, and sleeping well. I feel no pressure or discomfort, so you needn't worry." A moment of pause enveloped Feiyang, a warm tide rising within him. At home, the only nutritional supplement they had was a single can of formula provided by the system, and nothing more. Su Zhiyue's words were not merely to reassure her parents, but also to prevent Feiyang from forming a negative impression. As anticipated, Qianlong's brow relaxed, her smile becoming more genuine. "That's good. Xiao Gu is attentive. We can rest easy." After lunch, due to business obligations, Qianlong and the others hurriedly arrived and then swiftly departed. On the way back, Su Zhiyue tugged at Feiyang's sleeve. "Darling, my parents said that the bride price is just a formality. They'll have me bring it back along with my dowry." "No," Feiyang shook his head, smiling. "Both the bride price and the dowry are for you. Keep them safe as your little treasure." "What?" Su Zhiyue was momentarily taken aback, deeply moved. "Darling, you are truly wonderful to me." As she contemplated this, she quietly resolved to save this money for emergencies when the family might need it. Chapter 9. Resigning to start a business on the weekend, the streets bustled with people. Feiyang and Su Zhiyue took their time returning home, strolling around the vicinity together as a family of four. "Xiaoyang, yeah, why don't you explore on your own for a while?" Gu Jiangwo and Li Tsuaping glanced towards the mall, calculating in their minds. "Your father and I will take a quick look around the mall, and we'll meet up with you later." "We can accompany you," the children offered. "No need. You young ones should explore your own interests." "We'll wander for a bit," Li Tsuaping insisted, waving her hands dismissively. "All right, see you in a bit." With that, she pulled Gu Jiangwo toward the mall. Although Feiyang was puzzled, he chose not to question it, assuming his parents simply wished to enjoy a moment alone together. "That's fine. We can enjoy our own little couple's time as well." He playfully pinched Su Zhiyue's cheek. "Dear, where would you like to go?" "I shall accompany you." "Just a casual stroll," she replied. Like many women, Su Zhiyue relished shopping. They ambled leisurely, visiting several clothing stores and purchasing a few loose-fitting outfits. As they passed a particular shop, Feiyang hesitated for a moment. He decided to stop, turning to whisper in Su Zhiyue's ear, "Darling, we haven't bought furniture for our new home yet. How about we consider a full house customization?" Su Zhiyue looked up and immediately noticed the blue and yellow logo. "That sounds good. If we opt for full house customization, we need to select each piece individually." With her approval, Feiyang nodded. "Then let us go inside and take a look." The brand was renowned globally, with its most significant feature being the provision of full house customization services. Quite frankly, given the vast area of a villa, choosing furniture piece by piece would be quite laborious. It would be far more convenient to customize everything at once. Inside the store, there were numerous promotional case albums. Su Zhiyue began to examine them closely. The sales associate beside them introduced. "May I ask if you require full house design customization? I can arrange for a designer to discuss your needs with you. Once we finalize the style, we will provide a blueprint for your selection. However, the designer will need to conduct a measurement at your home first." Feiyang nodded. "How long does it take from the measurement to the blueprint?" "We are somewhat pressed for time. The timeline for the design depends on the designer's schedule. But we will arrange it as swiftly as possible," the associate replied, implying that they would have to wait. Feiyang furrowed his brow. "What is the maximum delay? If it's too long, we cannot wait." "I sincerely apologize," the sales associate responded helplessly. "We can only strive to accommodate each customer." Without further questioning the associate, Feiyang leaned down to Su Zhiyue, who was intently examining the cases. "Honey," actually, she leaned in closer, casting a discreet glance at the associate, and whispered, "I can design it myself. I majored in interior design." "Of course," Feiyang recalled, having momentarily forgotten that Su Zhiyue hadn't worked since her graduation. "If we provide our own blueprint, how long will it take to prepare and install the furniture?" Within 7 days, the associate replied. Good. Gu Feiyang nodded and inquired. Can we find the style of your furniture on your official website? Indeed, came the response. After discussing numerous details, Gu Feiyang and Su Zhiyue eventually departed from a certain establishment. Darling, what style do you desire? Su Zhiyue curiously asked after they left. Gu Feiyang pondered for a moment. Recalling what he had mentioned the previous day, I want to install a large floor mirror in the room, positioned near the balcony. Su Zhiyue suppressed her amusement, but could not contain herself, delivering a playful kick. What on earth are you thinking about all day long? Hee, I don't care. That's my only request, Gu Feiyang replied, pulling her closer and whispering in her ear. Don't you like it? Instantly, Su Zhiyue's earlobes flashed crimson, as inappropriate images flashed through her mind, causing her cheeks to redden. Consequently, she ignored Gu Feiyang and haughtily marched towards the mall entrance. Just then, Gu Jiangwo and Li Suaping emerged from the shopping center, laden with numerous bags. Uncle, Aunt, what have you bought? Su Zhiyue exclaimed in astonishment, surprised by the quantity of items they had acquired from a mere trip to the supermarket. Li Suaping chuckled. These are all for you. Take a look. She retrieved a bag and opened it for Su Zhiyue to see. Upon glancing inside, Su Zhiyue's astonishment deepened. The bag was filled with nutritional supplements for pregnant women. We were in such a rush yesterday that we didn't bring you any gifts, Li Suaping explained. I noticed that Xiaoyang hadn't purchased any nutritional items for you, so I thought I would provide some. It really isn't necessary. Su Zhiyue quickly interjected. I didn't mean to imply that you should buy me things. I understand. Li Suaping gently interrupted, patting her hand reassuringly. And he knows you were merely speaking on Xiaoyang's behalf, but he was careless and overlooked it. I, however, cannot feign ignorance. Su Zhiyue felt somewhat at a loss and sought Gu Feiyang's help with a pleading glance. He approached, taking the supplements from his parents' hands. Thank you. Mom and Dad, we graciously accept your kindness. His demeanor conveyed an air of entitlement. Li Suaping couldn't help but chuckle. You definitely inherited your father's thick skin. How shameless. Afterward, she playfully admonished Su Zhiyue, my dear, be sure to teach our little ones not to emulate their father's audacity. Su Zhiyue burst into laughter, momentarily forgetting her embarrassment. The atmosphere brightened once again. Looking at the several bags of supplements, Su Zhiyue felt warmth envelop her heart. How wonderful. Her husband is wonderful. Her in-laws are wonderful. Observing Su Zhiyue's demeanor returning to normal, Li Suaping and Gu Jiangwo exhaled in relief. When they met Su Zhiyue's parents earlier that day, their hearts had skipped a beat. The other party's circumstances were exceedingly favorable, undeniably a wealthy second-generation heir and a young lady of privilege. Although their own son was commendable in his own right, the matter of background could not be altered. They could only assist Gu Feiyang to the best of their abilities. Just then, a voice resonated in Gu Feiyang's mind, signaling the system's presence. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in today. You have received the Pregnancy Guidelines 1. Would you like to use it? Gu Feiyang raised an eyebrow, pondering what the pregnancy guidelines entailed. He silently chose to use it. In the next moment, a torrent of information regarding pregnancy precautions flooded his mind. For an instant, Gu Feiyang felt as though he had become a pregnant woman. For the content was indeed all about what expectant mothers needed to be mindful of. It even covered various physiological responses, such as which discomforts were normal and how often a baby typically moves. Gu Feiyang couldn't help but scoff internally. What a deceptive system. Nevertheless, acquiring this knowledge would enable him to better care for Su Zhiyue. The family of 4 returned home carrying an array of supplements. The following day was Monday. Upon waking, Gu Feiyang glanced at the serene and beautiful face of Su Zhiyue beside him, filling his heart with immense satisfaction. His wife resembled a celestial being. Seeing her face each morning uplifted his spirits throughout the day. He planted a gentle kiss on her cheek, then rose to wash up and head to work. Having been employed for merely a year, Gu Feiyang was cheerful and got along splendidly with his colleagues. Lao Gu here. His colleague Zhang Daqiang handed him a cup of soy milk along with some fried dough sticks. Help yourself. Do you all truly enjoy soy milk and fried dough sticks? Eating this every day must get tiresome, Gu Feiyang remarked, picking up a fried dough stick and taking a sip of soy milk. The taste was ordinary, yet somehow complementary. Of course, haven't you heard? Soy milk and fried dough sticks are like you and me. It's the most beautiful love. Roll on. Gu Feiyang cringed at Zhang Daqiang's overly sentimental remark, instantly finding the fried dough sticks less appealing and the soy milk less sweet. Ha ha ha. Zhang Daqiang, unfazed, spoke with his mouth full. By the way, this quarter's performance results are out, and you, my friend, are #1 again. Gu Feiyang responded absently. Having been a top student in school, it was no surprise that he attracted the attention of the school belle. He had been performing admirably at work as well. Given his current capabilities, a promotion in a few years was inevitable. Yet, working for someone else ultimately limited his potential. Even with relentless effort, his salary barely exceeded 10,000 a month. Gu Feiyang harbored greater ambitions. By the way, Lao Zhang, I think I'll hand over my clients to you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Daqiang nearly choked on his fried dough stick. After a few heavy coughs, he regained his composure, wide-eyed. Are you crazy? Hand over your clients? What will you do? I'm going to resign. Gu Feiyang's eyes sparkled as he glanced sideways at Zhang Daqiang, resigned to sell soy milk and fried dough sticks. Zhang Daqiang looked utterly bewildered, his expression reflecting disbelief. At that moment, the boss poked his head out of the office. Zhang Daqiang, are you still eating? Did you meet this month's performance targets? You should learn from Gu Feiyang and stop slacking off. The boss's booming voice echoed through the office, causing other colleagues to stifle their laughter. Gu Feiyang felt a bit dazed. Although the boss had a temper, he never withheld pay from the employees. The benefits and bonuses that ought to be provided have never been lacking. However, working for someone else is still just that. Working, no matter how exceptional Gu Feiyang's performance is. He can only hope for promotions and salary increases, which are easily capped. It is only through entrepreneurship that one can seize opportunities for greater endeavors. With his thoughts collected, Gu Feiyang began typing his resignation letter on the computer. Once he had finished, Zhang Daqiang emerged from the office, looking dejected, undoubtedly having just faced reprimand. Gu Feiyang printed his resignation letter and knocked on the door of the CEO's office. Xiao Gu, what brings you here? The CEO's expression was still somewhat distorted, caught between fury and gentleness. Gu Feiyang understood that the CEO was reluctant to direct his anger toward him, given his commendable performance. He gently placed the resignation letter on the desk. Sir, I wish to resign. The CEO's expression further twisted as he coldly inquired, why? Is it a matter of compensation? Not at all. It's for personal reasons, unrelated to the company. Gu Feiyang refrained from elaborating, such as the nature of adult workplaces. While at the company, personal interests often keep relationships amicable. Yet, once one departs from the company, the ties of employment dissolve, returning individuals to the status of strangers. Gu Feiyang had no intention of revealing his plans to open a store, nor did he wish to discuss his personal life. He maintained a strict separation between public and private matters. The CEO furrowed his brow, clearly displeased. Xiao Gu, if you have any grievances, please voice them. We can discuss them. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Feiyang replied, Sir, I will transfer all my client resources to old Zhang. His capabilities are commendable, and he will not cause the company any loss. Is that so? The CEO's expression softened instantly, adopting a more earnest tone. If this is your well-considered decision, I shall not impede you. Do you intend to leave today? Preferably today, Gu Feiyang replied with a faint smile. Fully aware of the CEO's prior reluctance to let him go, stemming from a concern that he would take the company's client resources with him. With that worry alleviated, the CEO would no longer attempt to retain him. Very well, you may proceed to the finance department to settle your salary. The CEO waved his hand, approving the resignation. The process went smoothly and the handover was completed swiftly. After sharing a lunch with Zhang Daqiang, Gu Feiyang rode his electric scooter back to the rented storefront. Following his meeting with the renovation contractor the day before, work had already commenced. The contractor worked swiftly, and within 2 days, the initial structure was taking shape, revealing its style. Master Chun, Gu Feiyang parked his scooter and walked into the store with a smile. How is the progress? Master Chun turned, wiping his brow, and replied with a robust voice, Boss Gu, what brings you here? Rest assured, it will be completed in 2 or 3 days. Great, thank you for your hard work. Gu Feiyang nodded, handing Master Chen a pack of cigarettes he had specifically purchased during his journey. Master Chen was taken aback, then shook his head. Boss, you are too kind. I am paid to do my job, so I cannot accept this. Actually, I have a favor to ask of you, Gu Feiyang stated directly. I need to install furniture in my new home and require your assistance with measuring the dimensions. Would that be convenient for you? I will compensate you separately for your time. Master Chen is a warm-hearted man who nodded and said, These are trivial matters. Shall we go now? Indeed. Master Chen set aside his work, briefed another renovation worker, and followed Gu Feiyang out the door. The small electric cart wobbled as it carried the two hefty men, moving at a pace akin to a tortoise's crawl. Upon entering Xinghu community, Master Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Boss Gu, are you lost? Not at all. Gu Feiyang replied with a smile, an unmistakable hint of pride in his voice. I purchased a villa here some time ago. My wife wants to design it herself, which is why I asked for your assistance in measuring. Master Chen regarded Gu Feiyang's attire, a bargain bin outfit, counterfeit sneakers, and the modest electric cart, with a complex expression. What does it mean to be low-key? This is what it means. Initially, he thought it would take merely an hour or two, yet it unexpectedly consumed an entire afternoon. The villa was far too expansive. By the way, Boss Gu, since you were by the sea, remember to pay attention to the materials when purchasing furniture, Master Chen advised, to which Gu Feiyang nodded in agreement. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a crimson orb slowly sank into the sea. The city's brilliant lights gradually illuminated the surroundings, casting a glow akin to sparks igniting a prairie until dawn arrived. When Gu Feiyang returned home, dinner was already prepared. Xiaoyang, you're finally back. Go call Yeye down for dinner, Li Tsuaping said, looking at Gu Feiyang with concern. Yeye refuses to eat until you're here. All right. Gu Feiyang felt a warm sensation in his heart. After a long day, it was comforting to return home to someone waiting, a sense of domesticity that brought him both stability and happiness. The weariness he felt seemed to dissipate. He entered the room with the measuring data and blueprints in hand. Wife, I'm back. Su Zhiyue, who had been sleeping, suddenly felt a wave of pressure descend upon her. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the handsome face of her husband. It must be said, Gu Feiyang was indeed striking. Wife, it's time to get up and eat, he said, gently pinching her cheek and planting a soft kiss on her tender lips. I brought back the measurement data from the villa. Really? Let me see, she replied. First, let us eat. Gu Feiyang carried her to the bathroom to wash up, murmuring, There's no rush. People are like iron, and meals are like steel. Even if the sky were to fall, we must eat first. I'm just concerned about being rusty. I need to think about the design. Su Zhiyue glanced at Gu Feiyang with a hint of worry. What if my design isn't good? Just go with what you like. Don't feel pressured. It's our home, so feel free to experiment. Gu Feiyang was completely unconcerned. It was their own home, after all. Others wouldn't comment, and family wouldn't criticize. Su Zhiyue smiled. Husband, you're truly wonderful. If you feel tired, you could let someone else design. No, I want to do it myself. At that moment, Su Zhiyue's resolve was unwavering. Our home, I want to design it myself. I want every little detail to be arranged by me. After finishing her words, she shifted the topic, asserting, and I am not that fragile, all right? This afternoon, I had no intention of sleeping, but my aunt insisted that I get some rest. I feel like I've turned into a pig. A pig? You are the most adorable little pig. Shut up. No girl wishes to be likened to a pig, even if it is meant as a compliment. The two of them playfully bickered as they made their way to the living room, where a feast was already laid out on the table. Mom and Dad, my store will be renovated in 2 or 3 days. I will be quite busy then, so I will rely on you to take care of Yeye. Before Gu Feiyang could finish his sentence, he was met with a stern glare from Li Tsuaping. If you continue to be so polite, we might just head back to our hometown immediately. Hee hee. Gu Feiyang chuckled, opting not to say anything further in courtesy. Instead, he remarked, once Yeye finishes the design plans, we can begin renovating the villa. Would you like to come take a look? No need. Li Tsuaping and Gu Jiangwo rejected the idea without a second thought. It's your house. Whether we see it or not makes no difference. They were self-aware enough to know that as long as Gu Feiyang and Su Zhiyue needed them, they would remain. The day they were no longer needed would be the day they returned to their hometown. Their son had grown up, married, and started a family, managing everything with remarkable efficiency, relieving them of any worries. While they felt a sense of comfort, there was also a tinge of sadness. Unbeknownst to anyone, Gu Feiyang had gone to another place that afternoon to prepare a grand surprise for Su Zhiyue. Chapter 11. Making dumplings in the following 2 days. Gu Feiyang was exceptionally busy, overwhelmed with tasks. Not only did the store need renovation, but numerous items also had to be acquired. He was tirelessly bustling about, utterly exhausted. "Honey, you don't have to push yourself so hard." That evening, Gu Feiyang lay on the bed with a weary expression, and Su Zhiyue felt a surge of compassion. "You don't need to rush. There's something I haven't told you. My parents have saved a dowry for me since I was young, and there is quite a bit of money. When I bring it back, it will be enough for us to live comfortably for a long time." Her intention was to encourage Gu Feiyang to take things slower and not to pressure himself so intensely. However, he smiled and replied, "Dear, my family background is far less affluent than yours, so to reassure your parents, I must at least show them that I am ambitious and will strive to provide you with a good life. They say a man must establish a family and a career, but in truth, it is the establishment of a career that allows for a family to flourish." Although Su Zhiyue did not place much importance on these matters and was always understanding, he, as a man, could not afford to be indifferent. He had to shoulder the responsibilities that came with being a man. Su Zhiyue gazed at him for a long while before suddenly laughing. "Honey, you are becoming increasingly charming. Have you fallen more in love with me?" Gu Feiyang leaned closer, nuzzling against her. "These past few days have nearly exhausted me, but at last, I've completed everything, and the store can finally open." Su Zhiyue gently kneaded his shoulders, and he drifted off to sleep, oblivious to his surroundings. She quietly rose to turn off the lights and lay down beside him. Her fingers traced the contours of his face, and seeing the fatigue etched in his features filled her with both pride and tenderness. The phrase young and promising may sound simple, yet it is immensely challenging to embody. Nonetheless, Gu Feiyang faced adversity for her sake, and this unwavering determination and love added an extraordinary allure to his character. A few days later, the storefront was beautifully renovated, and all the equipment was fully acquired. The modest establishment could only accommodate 4 small tables. In truth, Gu Feiyang never intended to offer dine-in services, which is why he opted to sell dumplings. The kitchen featured a transparent window, allowing patrons to observe everything happening within. At the top of the window hung a versatile menu board, easily interchangeable, currently showcasing images of dumplings and soybean milk. A signboard at the entrance proclaimed the name Feiyang Restaurant. At last, everything was in place. Gu Feiyang gazed at the tidy and bright shop, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Next came the preparation of ingredients. Selling dumplings necessitated pairing them with accompaniments like soybean milk. Gu Feiyang pulled down the rolling shutter and headed to the market. Today, he intended not only to procure ingredients, but also to acquire the contact numbers of suppliers. After all, the price disparity between retail and wholesale was significant, and minimizing costs was essential in business. Motive boasted a vast wholesale market encompassing various industries, and Gu Feiyang decided to explore it. He first familiarized himself with the market conditions, collected several contact numbers, and ultimately chose which suppliers to engage after comparing prices. After leaving the wholesale market, he hurried to the vegetable market to purchase the necessary ingredients for dumplings before returning to the shop. Having acquired culinary skills, he was adept at preparing the dishes he had always known. However, dumplings were a different story. Previously, he had only purchased dumpling skins and meat filling from outside. Never attempting to start from scratch with the dough, delicious dumplings must begin with the dough-making process. Upon arriving at the shop entrance, Gu Feiyang spotted a familiar silhouette and was momentarily taken aback. "Wife, what brings you here?" "I came to see you and check on the shop's renovations," Su Zhiyue replied, holding out a cup of milk tea towards him. "You must be tired. Have something sweet." Gu Feiyang sipped a few mouthfuls from her hand, feeling refreshed. During their senior year of college, they had been preoccupied with thesis writing and club activities, often resembling spinning tops, tirelessly in motion. When they occasionally lacked time for one another, they had made a playful agreement. If one was too busy, The other would fetch a cup of 7/10 sweet milk tea as a thoughtful gesture. Life was both hectic and arduous, but the sweetness of that gesture brought an overwhelming sense of happiness. This whimsical pact had been upheld to this day. "Darling, could you help me open the door?" Gu Feiyang asked, his hands laden with bags. "Of course," Su Zhiyue replied, retrieving the keys from his pocket. As she opened the door, she remarked, "Uncle and Annie are going out on a date tonight, so we'll be handling dinner ourselves." Ah, young couples remain charming as they age. Gu Feiyang shook his head with a sigh, chuckling, "Perfect timing, as I was just about to try making dumplings and taste them. Is it all right if we have dinner here tonight?" "Absolutely." Su Zhiyue's eyes sparkled, her cheeks flushing slightly. Gu Feiyang felt a pang of concern. "It's too hot outside, and the shop doesn't have air conditioning yet. Perhaps we should head home instead. I spend every day in an air-conditioned room. A little sweat now, and then is refreshing." Su Zhiyue replied dismissively. "Besides, I don't feel overly warm. I hardly sweat at all." Gu Feiyang reached out and gently touched the nape of her neck. Indeed, she was slightly perspiring. He decided not to press further. "If you feel too hot, just let me know, and we can head home." Following this, Gu Feiyang busied himself in the kitchen. He typically did not allow Su Zhiyue to cook, so she merely observed, occasionally taking out her phone to snap a picture of him. First, he kneaded the dough, then rolled it into long strands and cut them into small segments. With a rolling pin, he flattened them into round dumpling wrappers. To enhance the texture, he added a considerable amount of egg whites into the mixture. Once the wrappers were ready, he began preparing the filling. Carrots and corn were straightforward, but the most challenging task was chopping the meat. It required manual effort to mince and pound it, ensuring the meat maintained its elasticity and flavor. This seemingly simple task was, in reality, quite laborious. As it was her first time making dumplings, even with her culinary skills, she found herself stumbling along. Finally, they reached the wrapping stage. "Honey, I want to help." "All right." Gu Feiyang brought the filling and wrappers outside, sitting down with Su Zhiyue. "Come, let me show you." With deft hands, he crafted a plump dumpling in under half a minute. Su Zhiyue was eager to try, following the same steps and methods. The results, however, were entirely different. Looking at the misshapen dumpling in her hands, she felt a wave of frustration. "Aren't we following the same steps?" Observing her plight, Gu Feiyang chuckled, "Dear, such things require talent. You simply weren't born to be a chef. Just enjoy the fruits of my labor while I make them for you." "No." Su Zhiyue's competitive spirit ignited. She was determined to learn how to wrap them. Since it was for her own consumption, Gu Feiyang indulged her. Eventually, after the 20th lopsided dumpling landed on the plate, Su Zhiyue finally resigned. "All right, you take over. You're giving up so soon?" Gu Feiyang teased. Su Zhiyue shot him a playful glare. "What is wrong with that? Is it not acceptable?" All right. It's my fault for indulging you, of course. You can do it." As his words faded, they exchanged smiles. Chapter 12. The Power of a Social Butterfly as the Sun Set. The evening glow bathed the bustling city in warmth. In a quaint little shop nestled within an alley, an atmosphere filled with warmth and affection prevailed. The enticing aroma of dumplings wafted through the air, making Su Zhiyue's mouth water. Was this truly just ordinary dumplings? The rich scent of meat reached its zenith the moment the lid was lifted from the pot. Once the dumplings were ready, they were served at the dining table. "Gourmet, taste your husband's culinary skills." Gu Feiyang picked up a dumpling and placed it in Su Zhiyue's bowl, cautioning, "Be careful, it's quite hot. And there's a lot of broth." "All right." Su Zhiyue picked up the dumpling, blew on it, and instead of diving in, she took out her phone for a selfie. Only then did she take a bite. Instantly, the rich broth burst forth, enveloping her taste buds in an indescribable wave of satisfaction. As a food enthusiast, she had always been unable to resist delicious dishes. Conversely, she was also quite discerning when it came to culinary delights. However, she could not help but sing praises for the dumplings. "Darling, these dumplings are absolutely delicious. If they are tasty, indulge a little more," Gu Feiyang replied, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Every time he saw Su Zhiyue relish the dishes he prepared, an inexplicable sense of accomplishment washed over him. After all, it is often said that to win a person's heart, one must first capture their stomach. He took out his phone, intending to check something, only to discover that Su Zhiyue had updated her social media. My beloved husband made these heartfelt dumplings, so delectable. Please ignore the few ugly ones. They're my creations. Hee hee. The accompanying images showcase the entire process of Feiyang making dumplings, including a selfie of Su Zhiyue enjoying them after they were cooked. A perfect match of talent and beauty. Friends in her social circle transformed into playful critics, commenting on her blatant display of affection. Is this truly a platform for flaunting love? Or merely a place for melancholy? Feiyang liked the post and replied, "Kisses, my dear. As long as you enjoy eating, I shall be your personal chef for a lifetime." This statement sparked a wave of mock outrage among their mutual friends, many declaring their intent to unfriend her. Yet, the couple remained unaffected, sweetly savoring their dumplings. As Su Zhiyue began to feel somewhat fatigued, she remarked, "After eating, I just want to sleep. Why do I feel like I'm turning into a pig?" She teased herself, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mirth. Feiyang casually responded, "You are indeed my little piggy, and I adore it when you eat, especially my cooking." "You're the piggy," Su Zhiyue playfully retorted, breaking into a blissful smile. At that moment, a man with a thick beard approached the door, peering inside. "Oh, is this establishment rented by the two of you?" "Yes, may I ask who you are?" Feiyang raised an eyebrow, sizing up the man. "I am the owner of the milk tea shop next door." The bearded man strode confidently into the shop. "What a coincidence. My wife and I both love milk tea. Would you like 2 cups? Feiyang's social skills were on full display as the man laughed heartily. "Sure, I'll bring them over right away. Are you enjoying dumplings? They smell incredible." Feiyang warmly invited. "We're testing them out for our new store. Would you care to provide some feedback?" "In that case, I would be honored to oblige," the bearded man replied with a cheerful demeanor. He was naturally greedy and understood that Feiyang's offer was to alleviate any awkwardness. After a moment's thought, he introduced himself. "My name is Wang Xiang. You can call me Brother Wang. I'll fetch you both some milk tea shortly. I'm Feiyang. Just call me Xiao Gu. This is my wife, Su Zhiyue." Feiyang brought new chopsticks and bowls, placing them before Wang Xiang with a smile. "Xiao Gu, Dime, I want to be polite then." Wang Xiang picked up a dumpling and popped it into his mouth, his eyes widening in astonishment. The savory juices danced upon his taste buds, swirling delightfully down his throat and into his stomach. Though slightly hot, it stimulated his palate even more. "This is absolutely delicious." Wang Xiang stared at the dumplings on the table. "Xiao Gu, are you planning to open a breakfast shop? My wife is expecting, and by preparing breakfast, I can dedicate more time to care for her." Feiyang's words left Wang Xiang utterly astonished. The young couple appeared so youthful, reminiscent of recent university graduates. At such a tender age, they were embarking on the journey of marriage and parenthood. Wang Xiang couldn't help but marvel at the situation. "Little Gu, you are truly the big brother here. To step into society and embrace marriage and children so early is indeed enviable. How fortunate he was to have a wife at such a young age, and soon to be a father. Most remarkably, his wife resembled a celestial being. How could one not feel a tinge of envy?" Feiyang blushed slightly at the praise, scratching the back of his head and chuckling. "Brother Wang, you flatter me." Wang Xiang, unabashed, devoured several dumplings with delight. As he prepared to leave, he expressed his intention. "I'll make you some milk tea." 5 minutes later, he returned with 2 cups of milk tea. Su Zhiyue looked hesitantly at the oversized cups. "I've already had one today. If I drink another, won't I gain weight?" "What are you talking about, sister-in-law? Your little arms are not thicker than my wrist." Wang Xiang shook his head. "My wife's arms are twice as thick as yours." Su Zhiyue found herself momentarily speechless, caught in a dilemma of whether to drink the milk tea or not. Feiyang stifled a laugh, but a glance from Su Zhiyue made him quickly add, "Brother Wang's kind gesture. You should drink it. It's not like you're having 2 cups every day." "All right then. Thank you, Brother Wang." Su Zhiyue accepted Feiyang's reasoning with a smile, happily puncturing the cup with a straw. Observing this, Wang Xiang, the quintessential straight man, beamed with joy and boisterously declared, "That's the spirit. Rest assured, if you wish to drink every day, Brother Wang can certainly afford it." Su Zhiyue's smile froze instantly. Feiyang nearly burst into laughter, clearing his throat. "Ahem, Brother Wang, please please don't tease my wife. If she wishes to drink daily, it must be my responsibility to purchase it. You cannot encroach on my duties. Ha ha ha, indeed. Wang Xiang grinned at Gu Feiyang and then inquired, by the way, may I take some dumplings home for my wife? She is from the northeast and adores handmade dumplings. He added, I'll pay for them. Why be polite? I'll pack them for you. No need to pay, Gu Feiyang replied, taking a container for packing. But do promise to support my business when it opens. Absolutely. Perhaps influenced by his wife's northeastern roots, Wang Xiang's speech carried a hint of the regional dialect. His forthright and generous nature made interactions with him particularly enjoyable. Gu Feiyang packed the dumplings and handed them to Wang Xiang, relieved that he had prepared enough. Otherwise, packaging would have been a challenge. The surplus dumplings, which Gu Feiyang initially intended to take home for his parents, would now have to wait until tomorrow. The trial run of the dumplings had gone smoothly, and they tasted delightful. He could directly start a soft opening the next day. With this thought, Gu Feiyang turned and entered the kitchen, pouring out some yellow and black beans to soak in water, ready to make soy milk the following day. Chapter 13. The joy of strolling. Once everything in the shop was arranged, Gu Feiyang and Su Zhiyue made their way home together. Dear, shall we take a stroll in the park? She suggested. Aren't you tired? He asked. Not at all. It's been ages since we last wandered outside. Su Zhiyue playfully pouted. Darling, will you accompany me for a stroll? However, Gu Feiyang hesitated, mindful of the precautions outlined in the pregnancy guidelines, which advised caution during the initial months. Yet, he couldn't bear to see Su Zhiyue's disappointment. Noticing his internal conflict, she proposed a compromise. How about we take the electric scooter? You can drive along the seaside road, and I'll 1T get off. Does that sound all right? Gu Feiyang's demeanor softened slightly. Encouraged, Su Zhiyue grasped his arm and gently shook it. Oh, dear husband, I simply wish to enjoy some fresh air. Is that too much to ask? As she spoke, she leaned closer to him. Gu Feiyang, instantly charmed, smiled. All right, let us take the electric scooter for a ride. Great. Su Zhiyue beamed with satisfaction as she settled onto the back seat, wrapping her arms around Gu Feiyang's sturdy waist, her spirits soaring. On their return from the shop to their rented apartment, they passed a long stretch of coastline. Surrounding them were vibrant bars, their neon lights adding a touch of silent glamour to the tranquil night. Despite it being mealtime, the bustling metropolis was still alive with pedestrians. At that moment, a small electric scooter ambled by. The young man at the wheel radiated sunshine, his smile effervescent and full of vitality. The woman on the back was exquisite and innocent, her hair dancing in the wind, and her beauty seemed incongruous with the modest scooter. Passers-by cast curious glances, their expressions a mix of confusion and intrigue. How could such a stunning beauty be with a young man of humble means? What did he possibly offer? Unfazed by the onlookers, the couple engaged in playful banter, their words sweet as honey. Look at those neon lights by the roadside. They are delightful and quite romantic. Should we hang some on the rooftop of our villa? It would be lovely to gaze at the stars at night with the lights on, Su Zhiyue said dreamily. Gu Feiyang paused, contemplating her idea. He wanted to point out that with the neon lights on, the stars might be obscured. Nevertheless, he affectionately replied, Sure. We can turn the rooftop into a glass sanctuary, add a few comfortable chairs, and spend our evenings there, stargazing and discussing life. What do you think? Sounds wonderful. Su Zhiyue exclaimed enthusiastically. At that time, we'll be the most stylish couple in Xinghu community. He chuckled at her whimsical spirit. How could he resist such charm? The electric scooter continued its leisurely journey, the evening breeze caressing their faces, creating an atmosphere of relaxation and contentment. Suddenly, a familiar pair of middle-aged individuals holding hands came into view. Mom and Dad, Gu Feiyang called out. The couple turned, revealing themselves to be Gu Jiangwo and Li Tsuaping. This husband and wife duo, both over 50, strolled hand in hand along the neon-lit sidewalk, slowly making their way forward. Upon hearing Gu Feiyang's voice, they turned around, their faces lighting up with joy. Look at you two out on a date. Gu Feiyang laughed. Are you trying to keep up with the trends? Huh. I heard that young couples like to stroll here, Gu Jiangwo replied with a smile. I thought, after spending most of our lives working, it's time your mother and I enjoyed a little romance ourselves. At his words, Both Gu Feiyang and Su Zhiyue felt a wave of warmth in their hearts. The two decided to refrain from disturbing each other. All right, you may take your time dating. Yeah, and I shall return home first. Very well. Considering Iya is pregnant with triplets, it is indeed wise to rest early. Li Tsuaping, hailing from a rural background, had a voice considerably louder than the average person, and her words instantly drew the attention of passers-by. Goodness, pregnant at such a young age? With triplets, no less? Wow, this young man must be incredibly fortunate. What are you saying? These parents are the truly fortunate ones. They appear quite young, yet their son is already married and having children. What a winner in life. Nonsense. The young man is the real winner. Did you not see how beautiful his wife is? Whispers of admiration and blessings filled the air, occasionally punctuated by a few envious remarks. Gu Feiyang and Su Zhiyue found themselves blushing, as the well wishes were heartening, but the public scrutiny was somewhat embarrassing. Yet Li Tsuaping, being exuberantly cheerful, boldly responded to the onlookers with a hearty laugh. Indeed, I feel like a winner in life. You see this? This is my son, a university graduate who recently bought a house and has married, soon to become a father. At merely 45, I'm to be a grandmother and all at once. I will have 3 grandchildren. Hee. Are you not envious? Her unabashed display of pride elicited waves of laughter from the surrounding crowd, while boasting can often incite resentment. Li Tsuaping's sincerity and openness made it clear that she merely wished to share her joy. The response was a chorus of applause, with some even cupping their hands to shout towards Gu Feiyang and Su Zhiyue, handsome and beautiful couple. May you grow old together in harmony. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Gu Feiyang felt a moment of embarrassment, but soon let it go, realizing that once they left, they would be strangers again. In such a vast metropolis, the chance of encountering the same faces again was slim. Sharing happiness with strangers is, after all, a unique connection. All right, dear husband, let us hurry. Su Zhiyue, feeling bashful, had cheeks flushed like apples. Knowing her shyness, she smiled and nodded. All right then, parents, we shall head home first. Very well, let us go. The little electric scooter roared to life, carrying them homeward with an aura of joy. Upon returning, Su Zhiyue went to freshen up while Gu Feiyang took out his phone to sift through the merchants from the wholesale market that day, calling them one by one to negotiate. Soon, he secured suppliers for vegetables, meats, and various other materials, arranging for them to trial deliveries the following day before deciding on a long-term partnership. This was not only to assess their reliability, but also for a significant reason. He was preparing to propose in 2 days' time. Following the proposal, they would return to his hometown to register their marriage. After obtaining the certificate, he would resume his business operations. Thus, they would conduct a trial run the next day and then take a break for 3 to 4 days before returning to work. Honey, why not close tomorrow and just operate for 1 day? We will have another break the day after, Su Zhiyue suggested upon returning from her bath. Is it not a small matter to forego 1 day? No witties. My motivation for tomorrow's grand opening is to see if I can attract customers or perhaps entice return patrons. If that proves unsuccessful, I shall need to devise alternative promotional strategies or consider offering a different dish instead of dumplings. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiyue nodded in agreement, recognizing that adjustments could indeed be made after a few days. With that thought in mind, she ceased her persuasion and turned to dry her hair. By the time she finished, Gu Feiyang was in the living room engrossed in a set of building blocks. What are you playing with? It's a set of blocks I bought a few days ago. Having grown up in a rural setting where his family's financial situation was strained, he had never encountered such toys in his childhood, having only played with mud. Thus, when the system presented him with this gift, he found himself intrigued. System, have you considered that this is intended for a child? And it's designed to enhance intelligence. After fiddling with the blocks for a while, Gu Feiyang had managed to assemble only half of them. He intended to continue, but a glance from the corner of his eye caught Su Zhiyue sitting on the sofa, yawning repeatedly. Darling, let's get to bed early tonight. He carefully set the blocks aside. I'm going to take a shower. After that, I'll rest. All right, Su Zhiyue murmured, already feeling drowsy. Observing her state, Gu Feiyang approached her, lifting her effortlessly in a princess carried back to the bedroom. Be good, sleep now. Chapter 14. Flourishing that night. Gu Feiyang was beset by a series of bizarre dreams, resigning, starting a business, marrying, and having children. What should have been a gradual, step-by-step progression felt as though it was being hastily propelled by unseen hands. In just a few days, their lives had undergone a dramatic transformation. The following day, at 3 in the morning, the world lay in slumber, cloaked in darkness. Only the neon lights that had shone throughout the night illuminated the city. Feiyang rose quietly from bed, completed his morning routine with utmost care, and rode his electric scooter out into the early morning stillness. The nocturnal city, though bustling, possessed a rare tranquility at this hour. Upon returning to the shop, the materials he had ordered the previous night had all arrived. Drawing from yesterday's experience, Feiyang moved with greater speed and proficiency today. He kneaded the dough, rolled out the wrappers, minced the meat, seasoned the filling, and finally crafted the dumplings. Working diligently until 6 o'clock, just in time for the store's opening. On the inaugural day of business, Feiyang managed to prepare 500 dumplings. He placed a price sign at the entrance, boldly inscribing trial operation in bright red. Wow, these dumplings have gilded edges? 3 yuan each? A gentleman out for morning exercise glanced at the price sign and widened his eyes in disbelief. Hey, young man, have you ever run a business? At least familiarize yourself with the market before diving in. The average price for dumplings is at most 1 yuan each. A steep price would be 2. 3 yuan each is simply outrageous. Moreover, during a trial operation, who would buy them? The man pondered, suspecting that the business would falter before it even officially opened. Yet human nature is such that the more one doubts, the more one becomes curious, eager to validate their assumptions. Thus, in this moment, the gentleman felt compelled to prove that these dumplings were not worth 3 yuan each. How to verify this? Naturally, by purchasing and trying them. Why not? Brother Qinyun glanced at Feiyang several times. Unable to contain his curiosity, he finally said, "Let me try a dozen." Feiyang chuckled. "Rest assured, my dumplings are absolutely delicious. They are incomparable to those gaudy and cheap ones outside." "Is that so?" Brother Qinyun, being a straightforward man, let his curiosity outweigh his reason. Without hesitation, he declared, "Bring me a dozen, and if they aren't good, I will shout with a megaphone in the community, declaring your breakfast shop is both expensive and tasteless." Haha, excellent. Feiyang was not offended. He had great confidence in his dumplings. A dozen means 12, just enough for a steamer. As this was the first customer, Feiyang also prepared a glass of soy milk for him. "Welcome to be our first customer. Here's a complimentary glass of soy milk." "Oh, you're quite the charmer." Brother Qinyun sniffed the aroma, pleasantly surprised. He picked one up, took a bite, and his eyes widened slightly. He had eaten dumplings countless times, a staple in every dumpling shop, yet few were truly delectable. He could confidently say these were the best dumplings he had ever tasted. Delicious, juicy and fragrant, with a soft skin and generous filling. Brother Qinyun praised repeatedly, finishing the steamer in just a few bites. Feeling unsatisfied, he waved his hand. "Let us have another steamer." Coming right up, Feiyang swiftly prepared another steamer. He thought this auspicious beginning would lead to a prosperous day of business. However, after Brother Qinyun left, no second customer had placed an order for quite some time. The price alone had deterred many potential patrons. It wasn't until 8 o'clock in the morning, during the peak commuting hour, that Feiyang watched helplessly as the office workers hurried past. Growing anxious, he realized he needed to change his strategy. Without a second thought, he pushed the mobile steamer to the entrance. Breakfast shops often have these carts placed outside specifically for steaming dumplings and buns. He had purchased one just in time. "I refuse to believe you want to try after smelling the aroma." Feiyang placed the dumplings into the steamer, 6 at a time, and soon the unique and rich fragrance wafted through the entire alley. "Wow, those dumplings smell amazing, but aren't they a bit pricey? 3 yuan each. That's 36 for a dozen. 36 yuan for breakfast? That's madness. But they smell so good, should I try?" Just as the passers-by hesitated, a loud voice called out, "The dumpling shop I mentioned is right here, and it's delicious. So fragrant. I devoured 2 dozen and still felt unsatisfied." Feiyang peeked out and was astonished to see Brother Qinyun again, accompanied by 4 or 5 tall, muscular middle-aged men who clearly looked like fitness enthusiasts. "Really? Am I lying to you about food?" but the taste is genuine, albeit a bit pricey. If it's good, who cares about a little money? The office workers who had previously hesitated due to the price now felt reassured by the enthusiasm. Upon entering the shop, Brother Chinyin waved at Gu Feiyang. "Quick, bring out 20 steamers. Can you finish all that?" Gu Feiyang asked, astonished. One of Brother Chin's morning exercise friends posed a question. "Of course." Brother Chin replied emphatically, "If I can't finish it, I'll pack it up for my wife." Gu Feiyang chuckled. "Thank you, brother. I will bring you 10 baskets first. But you will need to wait a bit for the other 10. He turned and entered the kitchen, where a large steamer could accommodate 100 dumplings at once. Once cooked, they were placed into smaller steamers and served at the table or packed for guests. Wow, this is truly delicious. How can the filling be so tender and fragrant? Upon taking a bite, the juicy flavor burst forth, and the seasoning was exquisite. I have never tasted dumplings this delightful. The 10 baskets of dumplings quickly disappeared into the bellies of Brother Chun and his companions. One person exclaimed in dissatisfaction, "What about the other 10 baskets? Boss, when will they be ready?" "Right away." Gu Feiyang was pleased to see them enjoying the food so much. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before his reputation would be established. He priced the dumplings at 3 yuan each, confident in the quality of his product. Soon, the hesitant onlookers began to express their desire to try as well. "Give me a basket. I want 2 baskets. How do I pay? Isn't there a QR code over there? Bring me 2 baskets too." With each incoming order announcement, the number of customers increased, and the 500 dumplings sold out in just half an hour. When Wang Xiang, the milk tea shop owner, returned to open his store and intended to grab a basket of dumplings for breakfast, he was met with an apology. "I'm sorry, Brother Wang, but we sold out for today." Gu Feiyang, in high spirits, smiled. "I'll save some for you in a few days." "So soon?" Wang Xiang glanced at the price board. "Wow. Little Gu, you're selling them for 3 yuan each, and they're gone so quickly? Today was just a trial run, so I made only 500. Making dumplings primarily involves rolling out the dough and seasoning the filling. The actual wrapping does not require much skill. He planned to have his parents help him once he returned from registering his marriage, allowing them to produce thousands in a day for sale. At that time, he could also purchase several large refrigerators to store ingredients, selling while preparing. "No way." Wang Xiang's eyes widened. "I promised my wife I would bring home some raw dumplings to cook, and now you've sold out." Realizing the implications, he exclaimed, "What do you mean by a few days? You're not opening tomorrow?" "No, I'm not," Gu Feiyang chuckled. "I'm going to my fiancé's home to propose, and then I'll return to my hometown to register our marriage. I want to have time." Chapter 15. Preparing the proposal gifts. Upon hearing Gu Feiyang's words, Wang Xiang's expression was one of disbelief. Who closes a store after just 1 day of trial operation? This couldn't be serious. However, Gu Feiyang did not appear to be joking. He inquired further, "How long do you plan to be on leave?" "Tentatively 3 days." Gu Feiyang replied, "But if my fiancée wishes to spend a few more days in her hometown, I may extend my leave." Gu Feiyang took out a notebook to record the day's revenue and profit. The total revenue from selling dumplings and soy milk amounted to 830 yuan. After deducting various costs, the net profit was approximately 1,000 yuan. This profit was quite substantial, if not for his commitment to quality. He could have selected even better ingredients, thereby increasing his profit margin. Certainly, he would never forsake long-term plans and goals for the sake of short-term gains. After tidying up the shop, Gu Feiyang finally closed it and headed home, casually hanging a sign on the door that read "The owner is celebrating, closed for 3 days." He bought some groceries and returned home. "Mom, Dad, I'm back." Pushing the door open, he found the 3 of them seated on the sofa, engrossed in something. "Honey, you're back." Su Zhiyue rushed over, clinging to him. Ignoring the presence of his parents, Gu Feiyang leaned down to kiss her. "I bought your favorite fish. Shall I make you pie nut fish?" "Sure." Su Zhiyue's cheeks flushed, and she shot him a playful glare. "Don't be silly. My parents are here." "Oh, we see nothing at all." Li Tsuaping and Gu Jiangwo covered their eyes, but their voices were anything but muted. "You two carry on. Don't mind us." Su Zhiyue's cheeks turned crimson as she ignored Gu Feiyang and retreated to her room to cool off. "Ha ha." Gu Feiyang felt elated as he carried the groceries into the kitchen, where Li Tsuaping came in to assist. "Mom." Gu Feiyang took the opportunity to share his plans with them. I had a trial opening today, and it went quite well. Once I return from my hometown, I can officially commence the trial operation. I'll need your help for a while. Sure, no problem. Li Tzuaping, while picking vegetable leaves, remarked, Have you prepared gifts for your in-laws? Last time they came, it was quite rude of us not to have gifts ready. This time, you must put in some effort. I know. Gu Feiyang had already arranged the gifts. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. It must be the delivery. I'll get it. Gu Feiyang wiped his hands, removed his apron, and went to open the door. Indeed, the delivery person handed him a receipt. Mr. Gu, please sign here to confirm receipt. After signing, he took the package inside. Su Zhiyue also emerged from her room. Honey, what did you buy? Gifts for my parents-in-law. Gu Feiyang replied as he began unwrapping the package. Inside were 2 bottles of 1982 CH To Lafite Rothschild and 2 boxes of premium bird's nest. Wow. Su Zhiyue recognized the value of the gifts and, after estimating the price, exclaimed, Honey, you really didn't need to prepare such expensive gifts. My parents don't mind. Dear, Gu Feiyang interjected, your parents may not mind, but I cannot overlook these customs. It reflects my respect for you. Su Zhiyue's heart softened instantly, and she kissed him. Honey, you're so thoughtful. My parents will surely be delighted with these gifts. While the gifts, worth several tens of thousands, were not particularly precious to the Su family, they were the finest that the Gu family could currently offer. Reflecting on 2 days prior, when his parents had just arrived in the city and discreetly handed Gu Feiyang a bank card, they had said, Xiaoyang, this contains all our savings and the money from selling our land. Use it for the betrothal gifts, the wedding expenses, and the dowry. At that moment, Gu Feiyang felt a pang of sadness, realizing that this was his parents' lifetime savings, all sacrificed for their son's marriage. Gu Feiyang felt torn between rejection and acceptance. After all, this was his parents' heartfelt intention, reflecting their deep regard for Su Zhiyue. He accepted the gesture and muttered a quiet thank you to his parents. Yet internally, he clenched his teeth, realizing he must strive to earn money, at the very least, to alleviate his parents' financial concerns. Time passed, with day giving way to night. The following morning, the family rose early. As soon as he got up, Gu Feiyang heard the system's notification sound. Today's sign-in successful. Reward, a triplet stroller. Even after so many days, he was still astonished by the bizarre rewards from the system. He glanced at his inventory, which was filled with various toys and everyday baby items, a hodgepodge of goods. After a few more months of sign-ins, he would likely be able to retrieve anything he needed from the system's warehouse. Gu Jiangwo and Li Tzuaping were still up at dawn, having taken a stroll before returning. Mom, Dad, why don't you sleep a bit longer? Gu Feiyang yawned. Li Tzuaping shot him a glance. You'll understand when you get older. Unable to suppress his eye roll, Gu Feiyang retorted, Don't act as if you're ancient. Although their son was preparing to become a father, Li Tzuaping was merely in her 40s, quite young indeed. After the family had breakfast, they set off for the airport. Su City, the capital of the neighboring province, awaited them. Upon landing, Gu Feiyang and the others exited the airport to find Su Zhiyue's father, Su Jingtan, already waiting for them. Your mother is preparing a home. I came to pick you up, Su Zhongtian explained before ushering them into the car. The vehicle sped off, stopping at the entrance of an upscale residential community. Gu Feiyang had always known that Su Zhiyue came from a well-off family, but he had not anticipated it to be quite this lavish. This also subtly indicated the sacrifices Su Zhiyue had made for him. She had endured considerable hardships, willingly living in a rented apartment for a year. It was worth noting that the rental space was even smaller than Su Zhiyue's own room. Sitting on her bed, Gu Feiyang felt a twinge of guilt. My dear, have you suffered too much following me? What are you saying? Su Zhiyue rolled her eyes, a rare display of unrefined charm. As long as I have you, I feel very happy and content. I don't feel any hardship at all. You, Gu Feiyang affectionately pinched her cheek. I will ensure your happiness and joy. I promise you. The gravity of those 4 words resonated deeply. I believe you, she replied with equal conviction. Su Zhiyue cupped his face and kissed him. Wife, don't play with fire. Gu Feiyang smiled wryly. This is your home. I can't take a cold shower here. Hehe, Su Zhiyue giglet, koviding hermot. Let's put the things away and go to the living room. All right. Their last meeting had been rather hurried, leaving little room for meaningful conversation. However, Gu Feiyang's parents were naturally sociable, and Su Zhiyue's parents, being business people, were equally adept at navigating social situations. Consequently, lively discussions ensued between the two families. Gu Feiyang and Su Zhiyue sat to the side, refraining from interjecting. It was Qinlan who, upon seeing Gu Feiyang, gently inquired Xiaoyang. "I heard you rented a storefront to start a restaurant?" "Yes," he replied. "What prompted you to suddenly choose entrepreneurship?" Working for others invariably limits one's potential. True ambition lies in entrepreneurship. Gu Feiyang did not conceal his aspirations, for I have long harbored the desire to venture into business, which is precisely why I chose to study economics and operations management. Excellent. Ambition is indeed a virtue, Su Zhiyue remarked from the sidelines. Chapter 16, The Proposal. A critical moment after engaging in casual conversation for several minutes, Gu Feiyang finally broached the subject. "Uncle and aunt, I believe you are aware of the purpose of our visit today. I wish to propose to you for your daughter." "Yeah." He produced a document and a bank card, sliding them across the table towards Qinlan and Su Zhiyue. The bank card contained the betrothal gift, 660,000 yuan. The document was a property transfer agreement. He had purchased a villa in the Shihu community of Modu, intending to transfer ownership to Yiya before their marriage certificate was issued. "I understand your intention to provide a betrothal gift alongside the dowry for Yiya. I'm deeply grateful for your generosity. However, I assure you that both the betrothal gift and the dowry are intended for Yiya and will remain her property before our marriage. We shall not touch it." Gu Feiyang spoke deliberately, each word resonating with sincerity and conviction. The Su family members were taken aback. They were aware of Gu Feiyang's deep affection for Su Zhiyue, yet they had not anticipated such a profound commitment from him. The sum of 660,000 yuan was merely a trifling amount for the Su family. What truly astonished Qinlan and Su Zhiyue was the revelation that Gu Feiyang had indeed acquired a villa in the Shihu community, where properties typically started at several million. What they initially perceived as a mere bronze turned out to be the essence of a king. At that moment, Gu Feiyang felt a surge of gratitude towards the system. Although it had only facilitated the down payment, the monthly mortgage payments were still his responsibility. Nevertheless, it had provided him and Su Zhiyue with a home, granting him the confidence to propose to her in front of Su Zhiyue and Qinlan. Su Zhiyue's eyes glistened with tears. She was not oblivious to the reasons behind Gu Feiyang's actions. How could he be so wonderful? Such an extraordinary man would soon be her husband, the father of her unborn child. An overwhelming sense of happiness welled up from within her. Suddenly, Gu Feiyang heard the voice of the system echoing in his mind. "Congratulations. The host's happiness level has reached its peak. Reward: 999 happiness points, available for item exchange. First critical reward triggered. An additional reward of a Maserati Quattroport has been granted. Please proceed to the dealership to claim it." As the system's voice faded, a car purchase contract materialized within the system interface. The document indicated it was from one of Modu's largest dealerships. Gu Feiyang felt a mix of emotions. In his mind, he inquired, "System, am I able to decline this gift? Why? Do you have any notion of the expenses involved in maintaining a vehicle, especially a luxury car, insurance, maintenance, and various other costs? This would significantly increase my burdens." Gu Feiyang's business had just commenced, although the system provided him with over 8,000 daily. It was merely sufficient to cover the property fees and mortgage payments. He needed to earn additional funds for living expenses, and under such conditions, how could he afford to indulge in a luxury vehicle? The host can choose to defer the extraction. Upon hearing this, Gu Feiyang pondered for a moment. Indeed, he could wait. He would retrieve it when he had more financial stability or a genuine need for a vehicle. Immediately, he remembered the 10,000 happiness points he had accrued. This is truly a remarkable reward, allowing the exchange of various skills. Possessing numerous abilities ensures that wealth is a matter of time. Just as Gu Feiyang intended to explore the marketplace for skills to redeem, Su Zhiyue approached him, whispering gently in his ear, "Husband, thank you." Glancing down, he noticed her eyes, slightly reddened, glistening with tears, evidently deeply moved. "Fool, why are you being so formal with your husband?" Gu Feiyang ruffled her hair, assuring her, as long as I have it, and as long as you desire it, I am willing to give it to you. I know, but I must express that I do not want your villa, Su Zhiyue softly replied. I merely wish to put on a show before my parents, but I will not sign any documents. Why? Feiyang asked, somewhat astonished. Because this is your first home, imbued with significance. I hope it is given to your parents, not to me, she elucidated with understanding and tenderness. If you truly love me, then wait until later to purchase another for me, and then sign an unconditional gift agreement. Feiyang was momentarily speechless, his nose tinged with emotion, his chest swelling with affection. With such a wife, what more could a husband desire? Su Zhiyue consistently considered matters from his perspective, continually sacrificing for him. Her insistence on purchasing another home later, coupled with the request for a gift agreement, was merely to ease Feiyang's mind. Just as he resolved to firmly gift her the villa, he was reminded by the system. Host, this transfer agreement will not be valid, as this house is bound to the system and cannot be gifted or traded. Feiyang completely forgot about the matter, solely focused on providing the best for Su Zhiyue, unaware that the house could not be transferred or traded. After some contemplation, he stated, Wife, verbal promises are too light and insubstantial. I will demonstrate my commitment through actions. Yes, I understand. Su Zhiyue nestled in his embrace, her smile radiating happiness, completely at ease. Witnessing the couple's affectionate exchange, Qinlan and Su Zhengting shared a glance. Xiaoyang, Qinlan suddenly called out to Feiyang and continued, Actually, when Ye went to study in Modu, we purchased a property for her there, which we have been supporting monthly. We intended to inform you today, as it was meant to serve as her marital residence. Since you have purchased one, there is no longer a need for that. However, this is our gift to Ye. Therefore, you need not transfer this villa to her name, but from now on, the responsibility for Ye's property will rest with you. Both Feiyang and Su Zhiyue were taken aback, especially Su Zhiyue, who had never heard of this arrangement. Feiyang quickly responded, All right. Soon, a purchase contract was handed to Feiyang and Su Zhiyue. Upon seeing the contract, Su Zhiyue vaguely recalled the matter. When she was accepted into a university in Modu, her parents had indeed presented her with a document to sign, but due to her disinterest in such matters and her trust in her parents, she had signed without much thought, leading her to completely forget about it. Qinlan sat gracefully on the sofa, her features softening. Xiaoyang, I entrust our Ye to you. I have but one request. Take good care of her. If there ever comes a day when circumstances compel you to let her suffer, please inform us in advance, and we shall bring her home. Feiyang felt a stirring within him. The Su family, like his own, bestowed unconditional love upon their children. He understood the weight of Qinlan's words. If ever he were to stray, he must ensure not to hurt Su Zhiyue, for they would be there to welcome her back home, minimizing any pain she might endure. I know that no matter how sweet my words may sound now, the future remains uncertain, but I pledge I shall not cause Ye any harm. Feiyang's demeanor was earnest, his speech slow yet powerful. Qinlan and Su Zhengting exchanged glances, their perception of the young man subtly shifting. This lad was remarkably composed. After deliberating on other matters, Feiyang presented his gifts, and the proposal was thus sealed. Chapter 17. A drunken indiscretion once the arrangements were settled. Qinlan nodded to the housekeeper, who promptly brought forth 2 exquisite brocade boxes. Yeah, Qinlan said, handing the boxes to Su Zhiyue, her face radiant with tenderness. These are your wedding gifts from your mother. As the boxes were opened, they revealed an abundance of gold, silver, and jeweled adornments. The dazzling brilliance reflected upon Su Zhiyue's excited visage. Wow, thank you, Mama, she exclaimed, embracing Qinlan with fervor. Feiyang observed with a mixture of awe and admiration. These were not merely 2 boxes of jewelry, but rather 2 complete sets, meticulously crafted by a specialized jewelry designer, exuding opulence without an air of vulgarity. The diamonds, in a myriad of colors, sparkled resplendently. Throughout their years together, Su Zhiyue had never expressed a desire for jewelry, leading Feiyang to overlook the fact that she, too, was a woman. Like any woman, she was not impervious to the allure of jewels. Su Zhiyue was no exception. A weight settled in Gu Feiyang's heart. He returned to Su Zhiyue's room, cradling the jewelry, and drew her close, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. "My dear, what troubles you?" Su Zhiyue, slightly puzzled, intuitively deciphered his thoughts through their years of understanding, her eyes lighting up with a smile. "Husband, when you earn a fortune, I want lots and lots of jewelry, as well as bags and clothes." "Of course," Gu Feiyang replied without hesitation. "You may have whatever your heart desires." Su Zhiyue joyfully wrapped her arms around his neck, standing on her tiptoes to place a kiss on the corner of his lips. "Darling, I adore jewelry and beautiful things. But liking them doesn't necessarily mean I must possess them. Don't think too much. If there ever comes a day when you need funds, I can sell all these treasures I cherish to support you." Upon hearing this, Gu Feiyang felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. He understood the underlying message in Su Zhiyue's words. He was more important than anything else. "Wife," he could not restrain himself, burying his face in the crook of her neck, his breath warm against her skin. "I will cherish you, and you need not do these things for me. I will always treat you well." "I know," Su Zhiyue replied, never once doubting his sincerity. In the afternoon, relatives from the Su family began to arrive in succession. "Grandpa, Grandma." Upon seeing the elderly couple, Su Zhiyue rushed over and playfully exclaimed, "Why didn't you call me to greet you?" Although the Su family are natives of Su City, Su Zhiyue's grandparents have relocated to Naxiang for health reasons. Naxiang boasts picturesque mountains and clear waters, making an ideal place for wellness. However, it is a 3-hour flight from Su City. "Yeah, you seem to have lost weight again," remarked Grandma Su, her face radiating affection. Su Zhiyue pouted, "Grandma, don't jest. I've actually put on a bit of weight. I just weighed myself this morning." Grandma Su checked heartily, then turned to Gu Feiyang. "You must be Xiaoyang, correct?" "Yes, Grandma," replied Gu Feiyang, sitting beside Su Zhiyue with an air of confidence, unperturbed by the situation. Su Zhiyue introduced, "These are my grandparents, and I will introduce you to the other relatives shortly. Grandma and Grandpa, this is my husband, Gu Feiyang. Please treat him like your own grandson." Hearing this, Gu Feiyang found himself both amused and bewildered by her request, which he thought sounded somewhat harsh. "All right, Grandma Su responded," her smile growing even more benevolent. Gu Feiyang and Su Zhiyue engaged in light conversation with the elderly couple for a while until other relatives began to arrive. Initially, they had planned to propose formally, but according to the customs of Su Zhiyue's hometown, a proposal signifies a betrothal, necessitating a banquet for family and friends. Thus, the evening was dedicated to hosting these relatives. "Congratulations, yeah." A middle-aged woman adorned in gold and silver, clad in a qipao, approached, bearing a resemblance to Yaya. "Auntie," Su Zhiyue greeted with a sweet smile, "this is my husband, Gu Feiyang." "Xiaoyang," she acknowledged. After exchanging pleasantries, they had yet to engage in further conversation when Qinlan called out, "It's time to head to the hotel. Let us go." The betrothal banquet was to be held at a 5-star hotel in Su City, entirely organized by Su Zhengtian and Qinlan. It could be said that both Gu Feiyang and Su Zhiyue were merely figureheads, having had no involvement in the preparations, simply attending as guests. On the way to the hotel, Gu Zhangwo and Li Tsuaping quietly inquired of Gu Feiyang, "Xiaoyang, although it is Ye's parents treating everyone, shouldn't we, as the groom's side, be responsible for the expenses?" To be honest, Gu Feiyang had contemplated this issue. However, when he brought it up with Su Zhiyue, she assured him, "Oh, there's no need. My aunt manages this hotel, and my parents have shares here. We won't be spending a dime." This revelation completely dispelled Gu Feiyang's thoughts of footing the bill. It would be quite disrespectful to expect the young couple to pay when family members are dining at a family establishment. The betrothal banquet was rife with a whirlwind of emotions. Some offered blessings, others looked down upon them, and still, some covertly mocked. Nevertheless, Gu Feiyang adeptly navigated through these dynamics with remarkable finesse, earning the admiration of Su Zhiyue's parents and certain relatives who held favorable views of them. As the evening progressed, Gu Feiyang began to feel the effects of the alcohol, his gaze becoming somewhat unfocused. The banquet gradually approached its conclusion. Upon returning home, Apart from the ever-social Su Zhiyue and Qinlan, the four of them were utterly exhausted. Although Su Zhiyue wore flat shoes, she was still worn out from toasting and smiling at table after table. Fortunately, since her pregnancy, she had been toasting with juice instead of alcohol. Otherwise, she would likely be unable to sit upright at this point. Mom and Dad, I no longer wish to hold a wedding. She slumped in the chair, her face etched with despair. It's merely an engagement, and I'm already this exhausted. If it were a wedding, wouldn't it be even more tiresome? Feiyang, his demeanor slightly intoxicated, leaned closer, burying his head in her neck. This won't do. My darling must have a grand wedding. It must be splendid. Please, no. Su Zhiyue pushed his head away. I would prefer a destination wedding rather than a lavish ceremony. Moreover, I am pregnant. I cannot endure such fatigue. Even if we were to have a wedding, it shouldn't be overly extravagant. Su Zhiyue and Qinlan pondered for a moment and found her reasoning sound. Indeed, arranging a wedding while pregnant could be quite taxing. They then turned to Gu Jiangwo and Li Tsuaping, the future in-laws. What are your thoughts? Li Kuiping Rablia. Let the young ones decide for themselves. I have no objections whatsoever. In this day and age, who decrees that a wedding must include a ceremony? Whatever the youth prefer is how it should be. They were free from antiquated notions. Qinlan, too, was disinclined to dwell on the matter. With a graceful wave of her hand, she said, "Then let it be as you wish." Su Zhiyue beamed with joy. "Then it's settled. But you must consult Xiaoyang." Qinlan reminded her with a hint of exasperation. Su Zhiyue, brimming with pride, declared, "Rest assured, my husband will certainly heed my wishes." "Ayu." Qinlan shook her head in resignation. "You rely too much on Xiaoyang's indulgence." "Hihi. Su Zhiyue made noribated. I'll assist him to rest. Wait. Let your father and the in-laws help him. You should remain seated and not move." "Qinlan, vomtili intezet. What are you thinking? Su Zhiyue, you are pregnant. How can you tend to a drunken man?" Though Feiyang was inebriated, he was still aware of the situation, mumbling drowsily, "Mother-in-law, is there another room? If not, I suppose I'll sleep in the living room tonight. I've been drinking. It wouldn't be appropriate. There is. Let them help you to the guest room." Upon hearing this, Su Zhiyue was displeased. "Today is our engagement. How can you even consider sleeping in the guest room?" Chapter 18. A silver tongue be good, my dear. I'll come find you once I've sobered up. Feiyang instinctively tried to soothe her. "I'm intoxicated and fear I might lose control. Please, think of your husband and allow me some time alone." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Su Zhiyue's cheeks flashed crimson. I want to concern myself with you." How could he speak so openly about their intimate matters in front of their parents? The more she thought about it, the hotter her face became. And in a flurry of embarrassment, Su Zhiyue retreated to her room. Qinlan, observing the scene, sighed. With such a thin skin, she feared this young man might take advantage of her daughter. In the dead of night, Feiyang finally managed to rouse himself from his stupor. His tolerance for alcohol was not particularly high. Although he had entered the workforce immediately after graduation, he rarely engaged in social drinking, relying solely on his outstanding professional skills to win over clients. This had left him with less experience in drinking. Coupled with the engagement banquet, where he had to partake in toasts, his consumption had accumulated significantly. Feiyang rose, made his way downstairs, took a shower, and then quietly slipped into Su Zhiyue's room. Su Zhiyue awoke almost instantly upon seeing him, feeling a twinge of grievance. "Husband, yes? Can you not sleep without my embrace?" Feiyang playfully climbed into bed, wrapping her in his arms. "You can't bear to be apart from your husband, can you?" Under normal circumstances, Su Zhiyue would certainly exchange a few barbs with him. However, today she felt utterly exhausted, having not returned home for a long while, and thus feeling unfamiliar in her surroundings, compounded by the absence of a certain someone. She had hardly slept throughout the night. At this moment, feeling both weary and wronged, she could not help but act coyly. "Husband, hug. All right, husband, hold me. Good, let us sleep." Feiyang, overwhelmed with concern, quickly soothed her to sleep. Su Zhiyue, utterly fatigued, found solace in his embrace and drifted into slumber in less than a minute. After awakening from his drunken stupor, Feiyang felt dizzy and soon followed her into sleep. The next morning, sunlight poured through the windows. Upon awakening, Gu Feiyang noticed that Su Zhiyue was no longer by his side. A glance at the clock revealed it was already 10:30. What? It's already 10:30. He exclaimed in shock. He quickly sat up, his head pounding from the hangover, his mind still somewhat clouded. Husband, Su Zhiyue entered with a cup of hangover tea. I made you some hangover tea. Drink it, or you will feel quite unwell today. Thank you, my dear, Gu Feiyang replied, scratching his head. Where are my parents? And my in-laws? They're in the living room, playing cards, Su Zhiyue replied, a look of helplessness on her face. Grandparents and my aunts are also still around. Upon hearing this, Gu Feiyang's expression changed slightly. With relatives present, he felt embarrassed for having slept in so late. Su Zhiyue seemed to sense his thoughts and said, I originally intended to wake you up, but Grandma and my mom advised letting you sleep a bit longer since you drank quite a bit last night, and we were worried about your health. Gu Feiyang was taken aback, warmth flooding his heart. It was a sign of familial care. He promptly got up to wash up and followed Su Zhiyue to the living room. Little Yang is awake. Qinlan and several relatives were playing mahjong. Upon seeing Gu Feiyang come downstairs, they called out, breakfast is warmed up in the kitchen. Let the aunt bring it out for you. All right, thank you, Mom. Gu Feiyang responded without hesitation, directly addressing her as Mom. As Gu Feiyang and Su Zhiyue walked toward the dining area, Qinlan continued to cheer on the card game. The sounds of mahjong tiles clashing echoed in the air. Gu Feiyang whispered, do they all enjoy playing mahjong regularly? Su Zhiyue nodded, yes, my parents enjoy it, and so do my aunts. Whenever they have time, they arrange a mahjong gathering. It's a way to bond and have fun. Hearing this, Gu Feiyang pondered thoughtfully. If all went as expected, he too would soon join the game. Should he aim to win, or let himself lose? This was a matter of social etiquette. Before he could make a decision, Qinlan called out, Little Yang, have you finished eating? If so, come join us. Okay. Gu Feiyang quickly finished the last few spoonfuls of porridge, handed his empty bowl to the aunt, and stood up to walk over. Su Zhiyue, a bit curious, asked, do you know how to play mahjong? Hee. What can a college boy learn in the dormitory? Gu Feiyang replied with a grin. In college, his dormitory either played League of Legends or card games. During that time, Gu Feiyang had learned every card game and had a winning streak. His roommates often said he had incredible luck in gambling. In truth, Gu Feiyang simply applied algorithms to maximize his chances of winning. Upon arriving at the gaming table, Gu Feiyang swiftly ingratiated himself with the relatives of the Su family through his silver tongue. With a back-and-forth exchange, chips flowed in and out, and after several rounds, Gu Feiyang's stack of chips gradually increased, netting him a profit of several hundred yuan. Su Zhiyue watched from the sidelines, intrigued. Although she was not fond of gambling, even in a light-hearted manner, she found watching others play mahjong fascinating, particularly when it was Gu Feiyang at the helm. Darling, why did you play that tile? If you had discarded the two of bamboo, you would have been one tile away from winning, she queried. Gu Feiyang shook his head, explaining that the tile in question could lead to a potential loss. Su Zhiyue, initially puzzled, soon understood as Gu Feiyang's partner discarded a two of bamboo, resulting in a loss and a few additional rounds of scoring. Darling, you are incredible. How did you know that? Su Zhiyue exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement, momentarily forgetting the presence of family as she hugged his waist. Gu Feiyang reciprocated, wrapping his arm around her, and replied with a grin, because your husband is clever. If I couldn't even see that, I wouldn't have become the target of envy during my college days for consistently winning. Another round commenced. Pong, chow, win. The lively sounds of the game filled the air as the mahjong session neared its conclusion. Yeah, this afternoon I plan to take our relatives out for a stroll. You should take Xiaoyang around as well. Qinlan called out to Su Zhiyue. Nodding in acknowledgement, Su Zhiyue replied, understood, Mom. Later that afternoon, upon waking from her nap, Su Zhiyue found that the once bustling Su residence was now quiet, with only herself and Gu Feiyang remaining. The relatives had all departed, while her grandparents and parents had gone out for some leisure. Sweetheart, where shall we go today? Gu Feiyang inquired, holding the half-awake Su Zhiyue in his arms. His curiosity piqued as it was his first visit to Su City. Su Zhiyue nuzzled against his chin, suggesting, I will take you to some places I used to frequent, and then show you my high school. She wished for him to see the sights she once knew, and Gu Feiyang, eager to learn about her past, readily agreed. After freshening up, the couple ventured out. Su Zhiyue guided him with ease to the underground garage, stopping before a striking red Ferrari. "Here, this car is a gift from my parents for my coming of age," she said, handing the keys to Feiyang. "I've only driven it once. After that, I went off to university and haven't touched it since." "All right." Feiyang's eyes sparkled with excitement. For a man, the allure of cars and watches is akin to a woman's passion for clothing and handbags, irresistible. The Ferrari roared to life, its high-performance engine reverberating as it exited the parking lot, leaving a trail of exhaust behind. "Lead the way, darling. Wherever you point, I shall drive," Feiyang declared. Su Zhiyue, amused by his nonchalant tone, laughed. "Why does it feel like we're heading off to a brawl? Just point, and I'll tell you where to strike." "That's different. Fighting is against the law, and I am a law-abiding citizen," he quipped, eliciting another laugh from her. Su Zhiyue gestured to the right, indicating to turn at the next traffic light. "Let's first indulge in some food at a restaurant I used to frequent." "Very well." The car sped along, leaving behind a fleeting crimson trace. After traversing 2 streets, they halted before a time-honored noodle shop. Judging by the decor, it seemed to have been established for over a decade. "Indeed," Su Zhiyue remarked, "this noodle shop has been here since my birth. When my parents were starting their business and lacked funds, I often came here to eat. Over time, the owners became quite familiar with my parents. Later, when I attended school nearby and my parents were busy with work, they entrusted me to the owners, so I had all my meals here." Feiyang slowly formed a question. "You ate noodles for every meal?" "Of course not." Su Zhiyue playfully tapped his head. "Although this is a noodle shop, the owners also cook daily, and I joined them for meals, while my parents paid a monthly fee for my meals." "I see," Feiyang said, realization dawning upon him. He was now even more eager to savor the flavors that had accompanied Su Zhiyue throughout her childhood. As they entered, the owner's wife was tidying up, and upon seeing them, she exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, yeah, you're back." "Yes, Aunt Shun." Su Zhiyue pulled Feiyang closer. "Let me introduce you. This is my husband. And we are getting married. Oh my, what a handsome young man. You have a good eye." The owner's wife beamed as she ushered them to a table. "What would you like to eat? Aunt Shun will prepare it for you." "I'll have the scallion oil noodles, please. And I'll have the braised beef noodles," Feiyang said, as they each ordered a dish to share. He was also planning to introduce scallion oil noodles at his own establishment, so this would be a perfect opportunity to compare. By the way, he had yet to redeem the happiness points he had earned. Perhaps there were skills related to gastronomy as well. While waiting for their meals, Feiyang accessed the system shop with his consciousness, perusing the myriad skills available. The array of options was dazzling, covering various fields. Eventually, his attention settled on a particular skill, 3-inch golden tongue. System description: the 3-inch golden tongue allows one to discern every ingredient used in any dish. Feiyang queried. "Does that mean I can even identify the seasonings used in cooking?" "Indeed, host, and with precise values as well." This was indeed a remarkable skill. With this, he could taste every renowned establishment and learn their secrets. Chapter 19. Nostalgia for youthful days. Feiyang reviewed the happiness points required for the skill and couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Quite expensive at 38,888 points." Calculating, he realized that even with the bonus of 100,000 happiness points, he could redeem only a few skills. Glancing at the happiness points balance in the upper right corner, he noted it was only around 110,000. Apart from the bonus, the rest had accumulated from daily sign-ins. Too slow. He needed to be frugal. After confirming the exchange, Feiyang instantly felt a change in his tongue, his taste buds sharpening to an extraordinary degree. Meanwhile, an overwhelming tide of experiences regarding the flavors of various foods and seasonings surged into his mind, indelibly marked upon his palate. In essence, he could savor every ingredient of any dish he consumed, regardless of whether he had tasted it before. "Come, try our noodles," Aunt Shun said, presenting 2 bowls with a smile. "I prepared 2 side dishes, both favorites of Yaya from before. One was pickled radish, the other pickled green beans, Aunt Shun's own exquisite pickling." Su Zhiyue now had a greater fondness for tangy and spicy flavors than ever before, relishing every bite. After satisfying their appetites, Feiyang and Su Zhiyue set off once more, this time heading to Sioux City number 1 high school. This prestigious institution was known for its stringent admission criteria and strict discipline. Su Zhiyue had excelled there for 3 years, earning the titles of both top student and school beauty. Truly a beauty from childhood to adulthood. My dear, you must have had quite a few admirers in high school, right? Gu Feiyang pondered, a twinge of jealousy stirring within him as he asked. Oblivious Su Zhiyue nadie, indeed. Gu Feiyang opened his mouth, feeling even more envious. However, Su Zhiyue continued, but back then I was solely focused on my studies and had no thoughts in that regard. It was only in college, upon meeting you, that I began to entertain the idea of romance. With that, the sourness in the air dissipated, replaced by a cloying sweetness. Gu Feiyang felt satisfied, nodding in affirmation, insinuating that he was indeed her destined prince, the one she had awaited. Su Zhiyue chuckled at his self-admiration, but did not refute him. Instead, she echoed, yes. You are my destined one, my Prince Charming. The couple strolled along the sycamore-lined path, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon them. They seemed to embody the essence of youth, yet it was evident they had matured significantly. While the echoes of their youth felt like yesterday, they were now on the cusp of becoming parents. Suddenly, an elderly man with white hair approached and called out, Su Zhiyue? They looked up, and Su Zhiyue was taken aback. Principal? It's been years. Have you come to meet my boyfriend? The principal beamed at them, nodding in approval. A match made in heaven. You two are quite compatible. Su Zhiyue's face flushed red as she hurriedly clarified, Principal, he is not my boyfriend. He is my husband. Huh? The principal was momentarily taken aback, incredulous. You've married so early? After speaking, he turned to Gu Feiyang with a hint of curiosity. Gu Feiyang introduced himself confidently. Hello. Principal, I am Gu Feiyang. Yes, husband. Good to meet you. The principal nodded lightly. The young man was handsome and appeared amiable, perhaps due to his age. The principal began reminiscing. Ah, Gu, you've struck gold. You have no idea how popular this girl was during her school years. She received an avalanche of love letters. I caught quite a few students trying to indulge in early romance just by keeping an eye on her. The love letters in her drawer could surely be compiled into a book. The principal chuckled mischievously, causing Su Zhiyue's delicate face to flush with embarrassment. Principal, why do you say such things? Don't stir up trouble in our relationship. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Hadn't Gu Feiyang's expression just now seemed slightly jealous? Ha ha ha! The principal burst into hearty laughter, clearly in high spirits. All right, you young ones continue your stroll. I, an old man, shall not intrude upon your romantic musings. Once the principal's figure disappeared, Su Zhiyue leaned in closer to Gu Feiyang. Darling, when I mentioned that I have many suitors, were you feeling jealous? Indeed, Gu Feiyang candidly admitted, which left Su Zhiyue momentarily stunned. You just acknowledged it? After regaining her composure, Su Zhiyue couldn't help but laugh. Are you really that prone to jealousy? It's been quite a while since then. Is that so? Gu Feiyang playfully pinched her nose, affectionately replying, No matter how much time has passed, as long as I am your husband, I have every right to feel jealous. All right. Su Zhiyue joyfully linked her arm with his, her radiant smile blossoming. Now, dear husband, confess honestly, did you have many admirers back in the day? Feigning deep thought, Gu Feiyang remained silent for a while. Su Zhiyue grew anxious. Wait, there really were? And you have a nerve to be jealous of me. With that, she playfully yanked her arm away. Gu Feiyang swiftly pulled her back into his embrace, unable to conceal his smile. I was just teasing you. There was no one. Really? Su Zhiyue looked skeptical. Or perhaps I simply had no time to concern myself with such matters. Gu Feiyang explained slowly. During my high school years, my studies were quite demanding, and the educational resources in my small town were lacking. To gain admission to a good school, one had to exert extra effort. I spent countless hours studying, tirelessly working through various study aids. There was no time for romance. My focus was solely on my academics. I fear you might laugh at me, but my closest friends would often jest about how I would spend my life with my studies. Thankfully, you appeared. He leaned down and kissed Su Zhiyue gently, a cheeky grin on his face. My dear wife, do you think you were sent by heaven as my little angel of salvation? Without you, I might have truly spent my life in the company of my books, as I do love studying. Then, it seems we are indeed each other's little angels, a destined pair. Such a tease. Su Zhiyue playfully punched his chest, unable to suppress her laughter. Do you really think we are in a movie? Little angels, indeed. As they bantered, the atmosphere was sweet, drawing the attention of passing students who observed with intrigue. High school was indeed a time filled with dreams of beautiful love. Some bolder male classmates teasingly called out, "Are you seniors? You know that dating in school gets you sent to the principal for a buzz cut." Both Feiyang and Su Zhiyue were momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. They appeared so youthful that they were mistaken for high school students. Feiyang responded with a smile. "We have both graduated from university. I believe your principal has no authority over us." "Wait, what?" The boy who had called out looked utterly astonished. "You mean to say you're that old?" Feiyang's smile faltered. "Old? In your 20s, and you dare to call me old? Is there something wrong with your sense of time?" However, it is said that those who are older may have just reached adulthood, leaving one momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. Su Zhiyue stifled a laugh, saying, "Oh, do not hold it against them. They're indeed still young. After all, the combined years of high school and university total 7, a period that represents the most rapid growth in a person's life. It is akin to hastening the growth of seedlings. Decades of life are compressed into just a few years." Upon leaving school and returning to the Su family home, they were greeted by the parents of both the Gu and Su families, who cheerfully inquired, "Where have you been?" "We just visited the school and went over to Aunt Chen's," Su Zhiyue explained. "By the way, Mom and Dad, we have a flight booked for 5:30, and it is almost 4. We need to prepare to leave." "Very well. We shall head to the capital together," Qinlan nodded. The Su family parents were quite busy, and managing to carve out 2 days for this was already a challenge. Soon, after gathering their belongings, the group set off for the airport. "Mom and Dad, I will come back to see you often," Su Zhiyue said, her eyes slightly reddened as she embraced Qinlan, feeling reluctant to part. "All right, your father and I will also make time to visit you frequently. Do not cry. You're going to be a mother soon. Why do you still cry at the slightest thing?" Although Qinlan spoke lightheartedly, the concern on her face was unmistakable. She too felt a sense of loss. Her daughter was about to marry, which meant that in the future, family celebrations would be spent at another home. Those days that were supposed to be spent in reunion would no longer include Su's family. Feiyang held Su Zhiyue close, gently patting her back. "In the future, we will come back to Su City to visit your parents whenever we have the chance, so do not cry." Her spirits dampened as she watched her parents depart. "Yeah, Li Tsuaping consoled. Do not cry. If you wish to see your in-laws, just come back with Xiaoyang for a while. You can visit home every month." "Okay," Su Zhiyue nodded, her eyes still red, but now breaking into a smile. Knowing they cared for her, their warm concern helped soothe her emotions considerably. Chapter 20. The path of the matchmaker, the sky, was a clear blue, and the airplane glided through layers of white clouds before finally landing in the southern province. This province, located in the Jiangnan region, is also a coastal city. Once the plane had landed, Feiyang took out his phone and sent a message to someone. After several days of preparation, the surprise was finally about to unfold. "My dear, we have arrived." Feiyang gently roused the sleepy Su Zhiyue, kindly draping a light jacket over her shoulders. The seaside village was quite cool at night. Su Zhiyue rubbed her eyes and, still in a dreamy state, followed him off the plane. Feiyang took a deep breath, returning to this place after many years. His life had undergone significant changes. They boarded a tricycle, and the 4 of them wobbled their way back to the village. The serene and beautiful scenery of the countryside fascinated Su Zhiyue, who had grown up in the city and had never witnessed such rural landscapes. She was full of curiosity throughout the journey, and Feiyang, noticing her interest, narrated the sights along the way. The path is named Yulao Road, a thoroughfare that many villagers traverse when journeying to the town. It has witnessed numerous young women departing for marriage, as well as many arriving to join their new families. As Feiyang uttered the last few words, his eyes softened with tenderness. Su Zhiyue grasped his implication, her cheeks flushing slightly. Thus, this road indeed leads to happiness. Indeed, Gu Feiyang had been quite well behaved these past few days, mindful of the elder's presence. However, now that their parents were not sharing the same rickshaw, his courage had notably increased. Darling, is the scenery along this road beautiful? Yes, it is. Su Zhiyue genuinely believed so. The mountains were verdant, the waters clear, and the landscape delightful. Under the veil of night, a gentle breeze swept through, the pristine sky adorned with twinkling stars, serene and exquisite. To be honest, this place would undoubtedly make for an idyllic retirement destination. Yet, in the next moment, Gu Feiyang's words left her blushing furiously. But I feel that no scenery could rival your beauty. You are truly enchanting, captivating me entirely. Please, restrain yourself. Su Zhiyue exclaimed, her face aflame with embarrassment. She could not help but lightly punch him, scolding him for his flirtatious remarks. Where did you learn such nonsense? It's utterly cheesy, but the online community claims it is a surefire way to win a wife's heart. What? Do you not enjoy hearing me express my affection for you? I do. How could she not? Yet, how could she admit it openly? Gu Feiyang, aware of her shyness, decided not to press further, fearing she might shy away from him later. After all, his wife had never set foot in his home, and her first day in an unfamiliar place would undoubtedly leave her feeling insecure. If her shyness prevented her from seeking him out, that would be unfortunate. All right, I shall cease my teasing. With a flourish, Gu Feiyang produced a piece of candy. Your lips appear somewhat pale. You must be weary from today as travels. Have some candy to stave off low blood sugar. Su Zhiyue responded faintly, watching as he unwrapped the candy for her. The sweetness melted in her mouth, warming her heart. The rickshaw swayed gently along the rural road, and after half an hour, they finally arrived at Gu's village. Feiyang, we're home. Under the sprawling banyan tree at the village entrance, several women fanning themselves spotted Gu Feiyang's family returning and immediately approached with smiles, teasing, "Oh, you've brought your girlfriend home." "What girlfriend?" Another woman chimed in cheerfully. "That's his wife. Haven't you heard? Old Gu has been bragging. His daughter-in-law is expecting triplets." "Really? This young lady looks so lovely and petite. Can she manage triplets?" "She must manage. Triplets are a divine blessing." Before Gu Feiyang could respond, the women began to chatter animatedly amongst themselves. Gu Feiyang, bemused, remarked, "Aunt, do refrain from teasing me. If my wife becomes too shy, she may refuse to dine at your home. That simply will not do." The first woman to speak was Gu Feiyang's aunt, Li Fang, who laughed. "We're just having a bit of fun. Bringing your wife home and not visiting your aunt for a meal. Just wait until I break your legs. Go on, of course we'll come." Gu Feiyang grinned widely, wrapping his arm around Su Zhiyue's slender waist, and introduced her. "Allow me to present my aunt. This is Aunt Shun, and that is Aunt Li, all of whom have watched me grow up." Su Zhiyue nodded politely, greeting each elder in turn. The villagers, with their simple and honest nature, were charmed by Su Zhiyue's gentle demeanor and striking beauty, their fondness for her multiplying. "Wonderful, wonderful." Aunt Li Fang beamed with delight. "You've just returned. I presume you haven't eaten yet? My home has plenty of food. I'll whip something up for you." Without hesitation, Li Suaping chimed in. "What are you standing around for? Don't leave my daughter-in-law hungry. I want tea, let this go." Laughter erupted from the crowd, filled with warmth and goodwill. Su Zhiyue curiously absorbed this sense of camaraderie. In the city, neighbors living in the same building might not even know each other's names or how to address them. Yet here in the countryside, every household was intimately familiar with one another. The atmosphere was simply delightful. Gu Feiyang led Su Zhiyue back to his home, a modest Sihuan with an open courtyard where one could sit and gaze at the stars at night. On either side of the courtyard were the kitchen and a storage room. Passing through the courtyard, a corridor led to the living room and bedrooms. Despite its rural setting, the house was quite spacious. Gu Feiyang's room was no smaller than Su Zhiyue's, albeit they held different values. "Darling, sit here for a moment while I change the bedding," he said. Though he seldom returned home, Gu's parents diligently cleaned his room every day. After just a few days of vacancy, the house remained remarkably tidy, needing only a change of bedding to be ready for habitation. "All right," Su Zhiyue replied, her curiosity piqued as she began to explore his room. However, to her surprise, she found no traces of his past. "Honey, don't you have a childhood photo album?" she inquired. Gu Feiyang looked puzzled. What album? The one I showed you. Containing photos from my childhood. Sweetheart, my parents lack that kind of artistic inclination, Gu Feiyang chuckled, shaking his head. Moreover, back then, we didn't have the means. It was a rarity to capture even one photo, let alone a series from childhood to adulthood. My first photo was taken for my student ID in elementary school. Su Zhiyue was taken aback. She had never considered that capturing images, which seemed so commonplace to her, could be a luxury for others. Reflecting on it, she realized that given the village's relative underdevelopment, especially 20-some years ago in such an isolated place, it was indeed difficult to have such resources. Her curiosity deepened. Do you still have your elementary school student ID? I believe so, but I would need to ask my mother. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiyue immediately turned and exited to find Li Suiping. Gu Feiyang didn't interfere, allowing her go. He swiftly changed the bedding and tidied the room before opening his suitcase and organizing his belongings. As Gu Feiyang stepped out of the living room, he found Su Zhiyue seated in a grand chair, holding a photograph. Li Suiping was animatedly recounting amusing anecdotes from Gu Feiyang's childhood. Let me tell you, little Yang was quite the mischievous one. There's a river to the east of the village, and he would go there every day to catch fish. The fish in this river are notoriously difficult to catch, slippery as they are. However, this young lad has his own methods, and whenever he manages to catch one, he boasts about it far and wide. Were it not for his penchant for showing off and sharing his catch, he would likely find himself on the receiving end of quite a few scoldings. Furthermore, there are numerous fruit trees on the mountain, belonging to others, which he brazenly pilfers from. After indulging in his illicit feast, he remains oblivious to the need to wipe his mouth, and thus finds himself caught red-handed. Su Zhiyue listened with great interest, eagerly inquiring, what happens when he gets caught? Haha, when he gets caught, he simply ends up doing hard labor. Li Suiping chuckled heartily. Don't be deceived by Xiao Yang's slender frame. He is quite strong. Each time he is caught stealing, they make him assist in picking fruits or doing other chores, claiming it as repayment for his debts. Uffed, so they aren't truly angry. They're just playing with him. Su Zhiyue felt the warmth of the villager's simplicity and grew ever more curious about the village where Gu Feiyang had been raised. Indeed, we are all from the same village, with generations of kinship. What reason is there to be truly upset? Li Suiping wished to continue, yet was interrupted by Gu Feiyang, who found the situation amusing. Mom, if you keep talking, I might end up stripped bare. Ha! Upon hearing his words, Su Zhiyue and Li Suiping exchanged amused glances and burst into laughter. The atmosphere was filled with merriment. As Gu Jiangwo returned with water, he called out, "Stop laughing. His uncle has prepared dinner. Let us go eat." All right. The family of four stepped out, following the narrow path towards the edge of the village. This path, prior to being paved, was a muddy road riddled with potholes. And little Yang, who loved running to his uncle's house, often ended up falling down, much like a dog rolling in dirt. Li Suiping began to reminisce, her memories flowing like water. Suddenly realizing how much her child had grown and started a family of his own, she noticed the first strands of white in her hair. In recent years, Gu Feiyang's uncle had been working on construction sites, earning a fair amount of money, and had returned to the hometown to build a 4-story house. At this moment, a crowd had gathered at the entrance below, drawn by the news that Gu Feiyang had brought his girlfriend home. Su Zhiyue had never encountered such a scene and felt somewhat overwhelmed. Fortunately, Gu Feiyang stayed by her side, introducing her to everyone he met. By the end of the meal, she had become acquainted with all those present and was happily engaging in conversation. Gu Feiyang recognized that his wife was a cheerful and lively person, and he was pleasantly surprised by how much she endeared herself to the elders. Xiao Yang, you must treat Yeye well, do you understand? Otherwise, your aunt won't spare you. Upon leaving the table, Aunt Li Fong pulled Gu Feiyang's arm and turned to Su Zhiyue with a smile. Yeah, if this rascal bullies you, just let me know when you come back, and I'll help you deal with him. All right. Su Zhiyue responded with a grin, playfully winking at Gu Feiyang. Gu Feiyang found himself both amused and exasperated. Aunt, I'm your own nephew. Oomph. Aunt Li made a dismissive sound and waved her hand. Compared to this little rascal, I prefer a sweet and lovely girl like Yeye. Even Uncle chimed in. How old are you? Still vying for your wife's favor? Is that proper? Gu Feiyang was left speechless, unable to muster a retort. Yet, He felt a swell of happiness. Everyone adored his wife, and indeed, she was beloved by all. Stars adorned the night sky, and a gentle evening breeze dispelled the lingering heat of the day. Feiyang and Su Zhiyue strolled hand in hand along the country road, enveloped in a sense of romance. Your hometown truly is a splendid place to unwind, Su Zhiyue remarked with heartfelt sentiment. If only there weren't so many mosquitoes. It would be even better. She lifted her delicate arm, pointing at the red spots adorning her skin. Do these mosquitoes find me particularly delectable, hence their incessant bites? She chuckled, alas, I am merely a man of foul odor. Feiyang, impervious to the mosquito's allure, could traverse through a swarm without suffering their bites. With Su Zhiyue by his side, he was even less likely to attract their attention. You, Su Zhiyue feigned annoyance, huffing softly, I don't care. You must allow a few mosquitoes to feast upon you. Otherwise, you shall not hold me close to sleep tonight. Oh no, Feiyang lamented dramatically. It is not my fault that they do not bite me. It is the mosquitoes' folly. You should converse with them. Su Zhiyue playfully smacked the back of his head. What do you mean by that? Are you implying that I am akin to a mosquito? Hee, I never said such a thing. With that, Feiyang dashed away. In the tranquil countryside, the sight of the youthful boy running beneath the night sky, aglow with stars, was truly enchanting. Su Zhiyue gazed at her husband and couldn't help but exclaim, Darling, I have come to realize that you are indeed quite handsome. Huh? The sudden shift from banter to praise caught Feiyang off guard. Wife, are you attempting to lower my defenses for some ulterior motive? Huh? Su Zhiyue playfully tapped his chest. Are you a masochist? Am I not allowed to compliment you without facing your retaliation? Well, in that case, do shower me with more praise. Feiyang's audacity grew. Look, I am now your husband. What belongs to me also belongs to you. Complimenting me is akin to complimenting yourself. Is it not a great bargain? This enigmatic reasoning only served to amplify Su Zhiyue's laughter. The couple chatted merrily as they made their way home. The Gu family, having returned early via a small path, had already turned off the lights for the night. Feiyang adjusted the temperature of the water heater for Su Zhiyue and cautioned her to be careful of the slippery floors before returning to the living room. He picked up the photo that Su Zhiyue had previously held, gazing at it thoughtfully. Time certainly flew by swiftly. He resolved to document every step of their child's growth, just as Su Zhiyue's parents had done, binding each milestone into a cherished album, immortalized in pixels. By the time they finished their baths and settled into bed, it was already midnight. The following day dawned with a gentle light. Feiyang rose at 6, freshened up in the courtyard, and took a fish basket before leaving the house. To the east of the village lay a river. The water was crystal clear, teeming with naturally abundant, plump fish. He intended to catch a couple to prepare a nourishing fish soup for Su Zhiyue. The morning dew dampened the hems of his trousers, and upon reaching the riverbank, he found several villagers already engaged in fishing. Life in the village largely revolved around utilizing the mountains and water for sustenance. As crops required time to mature, many villagers supplemented their income by fishing, foraging for herbs, or gathering wild vegetables during this interim. Xiaoyang up so early? In the village, an elder brother inquired with surprise. Are you catching fish to take home for yourself? Indeed, replied Feiyang. I'm making soup for my wife. She is pregnant and requires nourishment. It was true. He had caught 7 or 8 fish in his bucket. If you wish, take 2 back with you, he continued. The water is quite chilly this morning, and having spent so long in the city, you might not be accustomed to it. The elder brother was a simple and honest man. Feiyang smiled appreciatively. Thank you for your concern, but it's all right. I haven't fished in a while, so I'd like to practice a bit. As he spoke, he rolled up his trousers and stepped into the river, holding his breath, focusing intently, waiting for his prey to pass by. Half a minute later, Feiyang plunged his hands into the water with a swift motion. Splash! With the sound of splashing water, he emerged with a plump fish in hand. How delectable! This one alone is sufficient for a meal. However, Feiyang did not return immediately. Instead, he caught 2 more fish to keep. He intended to stay for a couple of days, and having extra fish would be advantageous. After catching the fish, he went up the mountain to gather some mugwort, planning to steam an egg custard with it. Upon returning home, it was already past 7 o'clock. Gu Feiyang deftly prepared the fish, sought ing it with ginger, scallions, and garlic to eliminate the fishy odor before stewing it. He then visited his aunt's house to fetch 2 eggs, rolling the mugwort into the broth to steam the egg custard. The savory aroma wafted from the kitchen, and the crowing of roosters echoed from every household in the village. Mom and Dad, it's time to rise for breakfast. Gu Feiyang knocked on his parents' door, and after receiving a response from within, he turned to his own room. Darling, it's time to get up. What time is it? It's 8 o'clock. Gu Feiyang lifted Su Zhiyue out of bed. Get up for breakfast. We need to head to the town to register. Su Zhiyue, still groggy, struggled to awaken. Since her pregnancy, she had been sleeping until 9 or 10 every day. Waking up so early today left her feeling somewhat sleep-deprived. Gu Feiyang assisted her as they washed up, and by the time they reached the dining table, Gu Jiangwo and Li Tsuaping had already set out breakfast, even preparing bowls of fish soup for the couple. Yeah, this fish soup is incredibly fresh. Xiao Yang caught it early this morning from the river. Do give it a taste, Li Tsuaping said, pushing the bowl of soup towards Su Zhiyue. When we used to stay at home, if we didn't want to go to town to buy groceries, we would send Xiao Yang to catch fish. I'll go fetch the egg custard, Gu Feiyang announced as he returned from the kitchen with 2 bowls of egg custard, one for his mother and one for his wife. Su Zhiyue took a bite and gave a thumbs up. Darling, your culinary skills rival those of a 5-star chef. That S.A. given. Gu Feiyang raised his chin, his face brimming with pride. After all, your husband is now a proprietor in the culinary industry. Su Zhiyue chuckled. Keep bragging. Li Tsuaping rolled her eyes playfully. As if your breakfast shop is a national chain. Just you wait. It will be. Gu Feiyang declared with ambition and confidence. One day, when I expand the chain nationwide, I'll take you all to experience the unique customs of each city. All right, let me take note of this and see if you can fulfill it in your lifetime. Li Tsuaping was quite unreserved in her remarks about her son. Nevertheless, despite her criticisms, she believed in her son's capabilities. That day, she was eager about the dumplings. Speaking of which, weren't you planning to make scallion noodles? Indeed, today, after you complete the registration in town, let us take a stroll together, purchase some ingredients, and then treat everyone to dinner tonight. Li Tsuaping pondered for a moment and added, let's South only invite close family. We can host a grand banquet another time. Ye have been busy these past few days. Let us not tire her out too much. Yes, I share the same sentiment. Gu Feiyang even contemplated postponing the wedding until after the child is born, combining it with the full moon celebration. He just wondered if Su Zhiyue would feel slighted by that. After breakfast, the 4 of them arrived in town just as the clock struck 9. Let us go. We'll catch the bus to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Gu Feiyang indicated a direction while pretending to check something on his phone, sending a text message. This way? The bus stop? Gu Jiangwo and Li Tsuaping exchanged glances, just about to speak, when they noticed their son making subtle gestures at them. Goodness, is he plotting something again? They reached the roadside, and within half a minute, a bus came to a gentle stop. Su Zhiyue, still drowsy from lack of sleep and the fatigue common in pregnancy, was leaning sleepily against Gu Feiyang. As the bus arrived, she groggily followed him on board. As the vehicle set off, a sudden series of loud pops erupted, accompanied by the joyful sounds of firecrackers, and a cascade of colorful ribbons fell gracefully around them. Su Zhiyue was taken aback before she could fully comprehend the situation. Gu Feiyang took a rose from someone's hand and retrieved a brocade box from his pocket. He knelt on one knee. Darling, although we are about to obtain our marriage certificate, I have yet to propose to you. We have shared 4 years together, weathering life's storms from campus to society, and have experienced much. However, I do not wish for it to end here. I desire a lifetime with you. I want to be by your side through joy and sorrow. In my world, you are the eternal leading lady, and I aspire to be your everlasting leading man. Will you marry me, allowing me to care for you and love you for eternity? His tender voice flowed like a spring breeze, soothing and heartwarming. Su Zhiyue lowered her beautiful eyes, gazing into his affectionate yet profound gaze, feeling ripples of emotion in her heart. Marry him! Marry him! Marry him! The other passengers on the bus erupted into cheers, the atmosphere turning warm and intimate. All right. Amidst the fervent shouts, Su Zhiyue's voice, though not loud, was clear. resonating in Gu Feiyang's ears like the beating of a drum against his heart. Joy bubbled up like sparkling water, filling every corner of the bus. Gu Feiyang, why are you still in a daze? Quickly put the ring on her finger. His high school buddy, unable to contain himself at Gu Feiyang's stunned expression, shouted exuberantly. Yes, yes. Gu Feiyang regained his senses, grinning foolishly as he personally adorned Su Zhiyue's finger with a ring. As he beheld the elegant band encircling her digit, he could not help but lean down, pressing a tender kiss upon it. Click! The sound of the shutter echoed, capturing this moment in pixels. In the future, whenever they gazed upon this photograph, both Gu Feiyang and Su Zhiyue would feel an overwhelming sense of fortune, grateful for having found one another and for possessing a love that elicited envy from others. I wish to be with you, to grow old together. This was my most sincere and romantic promise to you. Chapter 23. The marriage certificate. Upon rising, Gu Feiyang exchanged a gentle glance with Su Zhiyue, lovingly wiping away her tears. Do not cry. I will cherish you for a lifetime. Su Zhiyue nestled her head against his chest, unable to contain her emotions. Darling, I will love you well, too. The couple embraced tightly, their affection enveloping the entire bus. Oh my goodness, this is too sweet. Old Gu, getting married just a year after graduation? That's quite rapid. You're in the lead. The playful banter of their friends reverberated around them. Yet Gu Feiyang and Su Zhiyue felt no embarrassment. It was a joyous occasion, a cause for celebration. What was there to feel shy about? At that moment, Su Zhiyue noticed the bus was adorned with a pink ambience, filled not with ordinary passengers, but with people Gu Feiyang knew. Darling, did you rent the entire bus? While others proposed in restaurants or amusement parks, creating romantic atmospheres, her husband had taken a unique approach by renting a bus. Surprisingly, she found it quite interesting and special. Well, a classmate of mine works at the bus station, so I asked him for a favor. Gu Feiyang smiled lazily. Initially, I considered following the conventional route of booking a restaurant or an amusement park to propose to you, but it never felt quite special enough. Then, while chatting with Li Qian, I learned he worked at the bus station, and since we were heading back to obtain our marriage certificate, the idea struck me. After discussing it with them, we decided it was feasible. Upon hearing his explanation, Su Zhiyue realized that he had been preparing for the proposal long before they decided to marry. She would have accepted his proposal even if it had taken place in a public restroom. It must be said, women are easily pleased. All they desire is your kindness towards them. Gu Feiyang affectionately ruffled her hair. Her face, still flushed from tears, resembled a ripe peach, tempting one to take a bite. The bus came to a slow halt, having arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. In less than half an hour, the couple emerged from the bureau, proudly holding their marriage certificate. With the document in hand, they truly felt they had entered the realm of married individuals. Husband, wife, cheers to our new marriage. Gu Feiyang, basking in the bright sun, embraced Su Zhiyue. The joy of their union spread warmly within their hearts. He gently caressed her abdomen, whispering, "Baby, Mommy and Daddy are married now." Su Zhiyue added, "When the baby is born, let us have them as the flower girl, shall we?" Gu Feiyang was taken aback, momentarily stunned as he retorted, "Are you suggesting we hold the wedding after the child is born?" Indeed, Su Zhiyue lifted her enchanting gaze, filled with deep affection and tenderness. "I am aware that you share my thoughts. Initially, I was against the idea of a wedding, deeming it too exhausting. However, I recognize your desire to give me a wedding, so I plan to wait until after the child arrives. Moreover, if we begin preparations now, by the time the wedding occurs, I shall be quite large with child, and wearing a wedding dress would not be as appealing." Upon hearing this, Gu Feiyang nodded in agreement. "Then let us inform our parents. We must also clarify matters with your parents. A wedding is certainly a must, for we shall only marry once in our lives." With their resolution firmly established, they intertwined their fingers and exited the Civil Affairs Bureau. Oh, congratulations to our dear Gu and sister-in-law on your joyous union. Regardless of the circumstances, it would be only proper to celebrate, wouldn't it? Indeed, marrying just a year after graduation and already becoming a father, such double happiness. It would be remiss not to celebrate. As the teasing remarks of those around them reached his ears, Gu Feiyang smiled lightly. All right. We shall celebrate. It was only fitting, after all, considering the monumental effort involved. After treating everyone to a hearty meal, the family of 4 returned to their village. In the afternoon, beneath the blazing sun, the heat was palpable, yet the breeze in the mountain valley retained a refreshing coolness. Is it due to the greenery? Su Zhiyue invited, had curiosity piqued. Of course, with the surrounding forests, there's an abundance of oxygen and fresh air, making it cooler than in the city, Feiyang replied, taking his time as they strolled through the fields. As they passed a ridge, Feiyang spotted a wild freesia. My dear, do you know the meaning of the freesia? I do. Su Zhiyue, thinking he intended to pluck the flower, quickly interjected, but you mustn't pick it. The flowers need to grow in the soil to prolong their blooming period. If you break it, its bloom will be short-lived, and the meaning will change. Indeed, Feiyang had no intention of picking it, smiling as he nodded. Their love was passionate and romantic, a silent promise of a lifetime together. While many say that marriage is a grave, for them, it was a sacred path to happiness. Upon reaching a clearing, Feiyang suddenly had an idea. My dear, please wait here for a moment. I shall go borrow some salt. Su Zhiyue looked at him with a puzzled expression as he dashed towards the nearest house in the fields. Having grown up as a wild child, Feiyang was well acquainted with every household in the village. He burst into the home of Aunt Li and inquired directly, Aunt Li, could you spare me some salt? What do you need it for? She asked. It's for a surprise for my wife, he replied with a cheeky grin. Oh, marrying a beautiful wife certainly brings out the best in you, doesn't he? Aunt Li chuckled as she handed him a new bag of salt. After accepting it and adding Aunt Li as a friend on WeChat, he departed. It wouldn't he do to take without giving something in return. After sending a red envelope symbolizing good fortune, he retrieved a layer of transparent plastic wrap and returned to the fields. My dear, what are you up to? You shall find out this evening, he teased. He spread the plastic wrap across the field and sprinkled an entire bag of salt over it. All done. He clapped his hands and smiled. Wait until tonight for the surprise. Huh? Su Zhiyue was left with a myriad of questions. Her doubts were perfectly resolved that night. As the moon rose and the sun set, the evening breeze swept across the fields, where countless fireflies danced in the air. Oh my, so many fireflies. Su Zhiyue's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief at the enchanting scene before her. The fireflies flitted through the air in groups, resembling a vast curtain of luminous glow, utterly breathtaking. Isn't it beautiful? Feiyang remarked, observing the sparkle in her eyes, a gentle smile gracing his lips. But don't get too close. Fireflies have a short lifespan, and we wouldn't want to frighten them. Su Zhiyue felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Darling, you are amazing. I was just hoping for a bit of luck. Feiyang explained, you once mentioned wanting to see fireflies, so I searched online for ways to attract them. It suggested using snails or earthworms, or even sprinkling salt on the ground. Since I couldn't gather snails and earthworms quickly, I decided to try salt. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiyue felt as if her heart was filled with honey, stroking her belly and thinking, babies, did you see that? Your father is truly wonderful. He loves us so much. The myriad fireflies bore witness to their happiness. Suddenly, a notification echoed. Congratulations, host. Happiness levels have surged, triggering a critical reward. Happiness points 99. 999, education fund. 88 million. What is the education fund? 8.8 million, just like that. ISNT, this a fortune? The education fund is allocated for your child's schooling in the future, strictly for educational purposes and cannot be used for anything else. Hearing this, Feiyang's eyes widened. So, this substantial sum was merely for observation at present, but it was still a blessing. Their child's education would be secure, allowing them to attend good schools all the way to university without worry. Wife, you and the baby are truly my lucky stars. My great fortune. Feiyang embraced Su Zhiyue's slender waist, their eyes meeting, and this sweetness lingered until they boarded their flight back to the bustling metropolis the next day. Upon returning, after days of bustling activity, Su Zhiyue, utterly exhausted, fell into a deep slumber for over 10 hours, sleeping from noon until midnight. During this time, Feiyang coaxed her to drink 2 cups of nutritional milk powder, but she ate nothing else. Just as he contemplated whether to take her to the hospital, Su Zhiyue finally awoke, exclaiming, "Darling, I'm so hungry." Indeed, she had awakened from hunger. "Yes, I've kept the food warm for you." Feiyang lifted her up and assisted her with her hygiene before serving her a meal. It was now past 3 in the morning. "Once you finish eating, I need to head to the store," he informed her, having already notified the vendors about the morning delivery, necessitating his timely return. "All right, Su Zhiyue," eating while playfully saying, "Darling, I want to go to the store with you." "No, you should keep sleeping." Feiyang immediately rejected the idea, thinking it was not appropriate for her, being pregnant, to go to the store. "No, I can't sleep anymore. It's boring being alone at home." As she spoke, she playfully shook Feiyang's arm. All right. How could he resist his wife's adorable pleas? He had to give her whatever she wanted, even if it was the stars or the moon. After Su Zhiyue finished her meal, Feiyang took her and her parents to the store. He had already discussed with his parents the day before about helping out at the shop starting today, with wages paid at the regular market rate. Initially, he intended to offer more, but his parents were reluctant to accept even the base salary. Eventually, after much persuasion, they agreed to take the minimum wage based on market rates. Upon their arrival at the store, the delivery man was already there. "Little boss, taking a day off already after just opening?" One of the vegetable vendors greeted jovially while unloading his goods. "Will you be delivering again tomorrow?" "Of course," Feiyang replied with a slight smile. "Starting today, deliveries will be made every day. If I need to take a break, I will notify you in advance." Once the ingredients were moved into the kitchen, Feiyang settled Su Zhiyue and then turned to the kitchen to start his busy preparations. "Mom and Dad, you can help wrap dumplings. I will prepare the ingredients." Hearing his instructions, Gu Jiangwo and Li Tsuaping willingly took on the responsibility of cleaning. Before long, the dumpling filling was ready. Su Zhiyue joined Gu's parents in wrapping dumplings, and the atmosphere was filled with warmth and joy. This cheerful ambience continued until Feiyang brought out the price tag for the dumplings. Li Tsuaping was at a loss for words. "So, are you really selling each dumpling for 3 yuan? Is this gold-plated? Back home, you could get a whole steamer of dumplings for 6 yuan. Of course, one gets what one pays for." Those dumplings were not particularly delicious, merely filling. Indeed, Feiyang nodded earnestly, seemingly understanding her concerns. "Don't worry, Mom. I assure you that the dumplings we make today will sell out." Seeing his confidence, Li Tsuaping felt it was unwise to press further, yet her worries lingered. If they were priced so high and did not meet expectations, there would be no returning customers. However, her anxieties were soon alleviated. At 6 in the morning, the store opened promptly. "Wow, little boss, I thought you were done for." The morning jogger hurried in. "Ever since I had your dumplings that day, everything else I've eaten has been tasteless." "Sorry about that." Feiyang beamed, his smile radiant. "The owner has been enjoying a little break." "Congratulations." The jogger offered a casual congratulation, his eyes gleaming at the freshly steamed dumplings. "Boss, please pack me 5 baskets of dumplings. My wife has been craving them since she tried them." He placed his order with remarkable ease, leaving Su Zhiyue momentarily speechless. 5 baskets? That was enough to feed the entire family. She had initially thought that Feiyang's venture into this breakfast shop would be a challenging endeavor, as it was commonly said that the early stages of entrepreneurship are the hardest. What was going on? Her husband seemed quite impressive. "I'll also send you a portion of scallion oil noodles as a token of appreciation for your support." Feiyang prepared a serving of scallion oil noodles and handed it to the morning jogger. He had experimented with the dish after Su Zhiyue had fallen asleep the previous afternoon, and both of Gu's parents had tasted it, finding it even more delicious than the dumplings. "Oh, is this a new item?" the jogger asked with a smile. "If it's good, I'll be back tomorrow." "Great." After he finished packing and departed, a steady stream of customers began to arrive. Half of them were those who had dined previously, having waited several days, their appetites whetted by anticipation. Others had heard of the establishment's reputation for exquisite cuisine, albeit at a steep price, and were driven by curiosity to sample the fare. A small fraction simply stumbled upon the bustling scene, intrigued and eager to try the offerings. However, the sign for the scallion oil noodles had yet to be displayed, and the majority of patrons opted for dumplings. Only a few inquired about additional menu items, leading to the ordering of scallion oil noodles. It is worth noting that these noodles are renowned delicacies within the city, though finding an authentic version has become increasingly rare. When the first bowl of scallion oil noodles was served, many gazed upon it, and while it appeared visually enticing, the true test lay in its flavor. A dish may look appealing, yet many establishments can achieve that. The actual taste, however, is another matter altogether. Slurp. A customer who ordered the noodles eagerly picked up a bite with chopsticks and brought it to his mouth. Upon tasting, his eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, this is absolutely delicious. The noodles exhibited both a delightful chewiness and a smooth texture, with a rich, fragrant flavor that was undeniably authentic. How is it? What is that expression? Is it good? If it is, I shall order another. The patrons waiting for dumplings grew increasingly curious, urging him on. Delicious. Truly delicious. He barely had time for further comments as he stuffed another generous mouthful in, his expression one of sheer satisfaction. Within a minute, he had finished the bowl of noodles, wiping his mouth with a napkin and giving a thumbs up. Authentic. I haven't tasted such genuine scallion oil noodles in years. The noodles and the flavor are absolutely true to form. Yet, his proclamation did not fully convince the others. Was it perhaps an exaggeration? Just then, a tall figure burst through the door, exclaiming, "Boss, pack me 5 more servings of those scallion oil noodles. The one you let me sample was incredible. It's not enough to share with my family." His household comprised both sets of parents living together, making 8 in total. And not a single person had had a taste. Their cravings had been ignited and left unsatisfied. Chapter 24. System Revenue Upgrade? All right. Feiyang responded from the kitchen and began preparing the scallion oil noodles. He first brought water to a boil, cooking the handmade noodles until tender, then rinsed them in cold water. Next, he sauteed the scallions in peanut oil until fragrant and poured it over the cooled noodles. Finally, he added the seasoning mix and stirred thoroughly. While it appeared straightforward, the true essence of the flavor lay within the spices, which were an exclusive recipe provided by the system. Thus, Feiyang prepared the scallion oil noodles before the customers in the transparent glass cabinet, unperturbed by the prospect of imitation. As the enticing aroma of the freshly made noodles wafted from the kitchen, the previously hesitant customers could no longer resist. The scent intensified their appetites, prompting a flurry of orders. "I'll have a serving." "Me too. I want 2. Want to take home for my mother." One morning, not only were the dumplings sold out, but the scallion noodles were also completely gone. Priced at 12 yuan per serving, the scallion noodles offer remarkable value compared to the 3 yuan dumplings. These scallion noodles are truly delectable. I was initially concerned about the high price of the dumplings, fearing my wallet would protest with frequent indulgence, but now I need not worry. I wonder if the proprietor will introduce other dishes in the future. I can assure you, with his culinary skills, everything he creates is bound to be delicious. This establishment is poised to become a sensation, and the owner is undoubtedly a talent. Listening to the patrons' accolades for Feiyang and the delightful chime of incoming payments from Xinhe and certain payment apps, Su Zhiyue felt a mix of surprise and pride swelling within her. This is her husband. He truly excels in any endeavor he pursues. She resolved that from this day forth, he would not only be her husband, but also her idol. Feiyang set aside a portion of dumplings and a serving of scallion noodles for the owner of the adjacent milk tea shop. Speaking of the milk tea shop owner, I find myself craving some milk tea. That sounds wonderful. Upon hearing Su Zhiyue's desire, Feiyang would naturally not refuse. Shall we purchase a set of tools to make milk tea at home? I could prepare it for you. Feiyang contemplated this possibility and deemed it entirely feasible. Let me check online. No. Su Zhiyue quickly interjected, her expression a mix of amusement and exasperation. If you buy that, I would have to drink it every day. Setting aside the issue of weight gain, the excessive sugar content isn't good for health. Indeed, Feiyang acknowledged this reasoning. Moreover, considering that Su Zhiyue is pregnant, according to guidelines for expectant mothers, high sugar intake must be avoided to prevent gestational diabetes. As they conversed, Su Zhiyue calculated today's earnings. Oh my goodness. The profit for just this day exceeded 5,000. That totals to around 150,000 for the month. It's worth noting that during Feiyang's previous job, The highest monthly income he ever earned was merely 15,000. Yet after opening the shop, even in its trial phase, they were already making 5,000 a day. The speed at which they are earning is astounding. Gu Feiyang beamed and said, "My dear, isn't your husband impressive? From now on, you can rest easy as my lady of leisure, while I handle everything else. All right, then I'll focus on looking beautiful and indulging in shopping, while you take care of providing for the family." Su Zhiyue has similé rendiant. Although she hails from a good background, this is her first genuine experience of earning money. "Darling, how about I come over to help every day? After all, I have little to do at home." Hearing this, Gu Feiyang immediately declined without a second thought. "No, you should stay home and rest. The shop doesn't require your assistance." He sat beside Su Zhiyue, gently caressing her abdomen, resting his face against her silky hair. "My love, your current task is to take good care of yourself and ensure the safe arrival of our baby." Before Su Zhiyue could respond, a voice of astonishment echoed from the entrance. "You're back." It was Wang Xiang, the owner of the neighboring milk tea shop, who operates from 10:30 in the morning to 11 at night, completely offsetting the opening hours of Gu Feiyang's breakfast establishment. "I made a point to come over early today. I had no idea I would be so fortunate. Are there any dumplings left?" "Yes." Gu Feiyang approached, retrieving a basket of dumplings that were neatly packaged, along with some freshly made scallion oil noodles. "Would you care to try?" he inquired. "Absolutely." Wang Xiang nodded, noting that it was Saturday and his son was accompanying him, eager to let him sample the dish. "Mhm." Swiftly, Gu Feiyang prepared a serving of scallion oil noodles and handed it to Wang Xiang, then smiled at Su Zhiyue. "Dear, weren't you craving milk tea?" Yes. Su Zhiyue responded with a smile as she stood up. "Brother Wang, I would like to order a cup of milk tea. 3-part sweet." "Certainly." Wang Xiang collected the payment and turned to prepare the milk tea for Su Zhiyue. Curious, Gu Feiyang approached to collect the milk tea, handing over cash. "Brother Wang, how long have you been running this milk tea shop?" "Almost 7 years now," Wang Xiang replied, gesturing towards his son, who was engrossed in his dumplings. "I took over this shop when my wife was pregnant, hoping for more freedom to spend time with her." A hint of bitterness crossed his face as he continued. "But once I became a business owner, I realized that running a business can be more confining than being employed. I found myself tethered to the shop all day, unable to return home. In the end, it was my wife who came to the shop to keep me company." Gu Feiyang pondered. Why didn't she stay at home to rest? "Ah, you wouldn't understand," Wang Xiang, with the wisdom of experience, explained. "Pregnant women often feel insecure. It's best for them to be with their husbands all day, unless absolutely necessary. They don't wish to be apart for even a moment. I see your sister-in-law is quite attached to you. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to the shop so early." Hearing this, Gu Feiyang recalled Su Zhiyue's earlier words. Did she wish to help at the breakfast shop every day because she felt insecure being home alone? Gu Feiyang resolved to have a serious conversation with his wife when he returned home. After collecting the milk tea and bidding farewell to Wang Xiang, Gu Feiyang returned to the shop. Gu Jiangwo and Li Suaping had already tidied up the premises and were leaving. Gu Feiyang's parents and Li Suaping took a taxi home. Gu Feiyang then went to the market, purchased an old hen for soup, along with other ingredients, before heading back home. After lunch, he managed to lull Su Zhiyue to sleep and then visited Xinghu community. Beep, beep, beep. He entered the code, and the door swung open. Su Zhiyue had already sent the design plans to a certain company, and the furniture would be ready in a few days, making it possible for them to move in soon. Having reviewed Su Zhiyue's designs, Gu Feiyang was impressed by how meticulously she utilized every space in the villa. "My wife's designs are truly remarkable," he mused, acknowledging Su Zhiyue's exceptional talent. During her graduation year, she occasionally took on design projects or assisted her parents with graphic design work. He never anticipated that her serious efforts would yield such outstanding results. He contacted the company to inquire about the progress and settled the account in full. The total came to over 50,000, which he paid in one go. At this moment, Gu Feiyang discovered that the money in the storage jar, which he had not checked for days, had surprisingly accumulated to over 200,000. What on earth? Wasn't it supposed to be only 70 or 80,000? He quickly opened a storage jar to confirm, only to find that it was increasing at a rate of 0. 0.04 yuan per second. What is happening? Chapter 25. Maserati Quattroport upon hearing the system's response. Feiyang was momentarily taken aback. He took a few seconds to digest this astonishing surprise. So if I were to open other stores in the future, would they also be bound to the system? Indeed. However, the first store must reach a certain level of advancement before the second store can be bound, the system clarified. Curious, Feiyang inquired, what does it mean to reach a certain level? Is there no specific value? Insufficient system permissions prevent access to that information. You must sign in and advance to an intermediate system, the system replied. Glancing at the sign-in details, Feiyang realized he had only been signed in for less than 10 days, with over 90 days remaining until he could upgrade. Since his first store had yet to commence operations, he decided not to rush. Quickly moving past the matter, he calculated that his daily income had quadrupled, totaling 34,560 yuan, a monthly income exceeding 1 million. Such rapid wealth was a bit overwhelming. After a moment's thought, Feiyang made a call to a certain supplier, requesting an upgrade for furniture materials, insisting on the best quality with no odor. Cost was not an issue. Payment would be made post-installation. The other party readily agreed. Feiyang's concern stemmed from Su Zhiyue's pregnancy. He worried that any unpleasant odors might cause her discomfort. At that moment, his phone rang unexpectedly with an unfamiliar number. Hello, may I ask who is speaking? Feiyang answered, puzzled. On the other end was a respectful and courteous male voice. Hello, Mr. Gu. I'm the manager of Yanghua Car Dealership. You have ordered a high-end Maserati Quattroport from our store. When would you be available to collect it? Maserati Quattroport? Ah, yes. The system had gifted him a luxury car and instructed him to collect it with a purchase contract. Could you send someone to deliver it? He inquired. Certainly, Mr. Gu. Where should we deliver it? To Villa 88 in Xinghu District. With added respect in his tone, the manager replied, very well. We will arrange for it to be delivered shortly. The dealership acted swiftly. Within 15 minutes, the distinctive roar of the luxury car's engine resonated outside. It cautiously parked at the entrance of Villa 88. Mr. Gu, your car has arrived. Opening the door, Feiyang saw a middle-aged man with a receding hairline standing respectfully with the car keys in hand. All right, hand me the keys. Here is the receipt, Feiyang said, taking the keys and handing over the receipt for confirmation. Once the manager departed, Feiyang pondered how to explain the car's origin. His parents could easily be deceived, believing any price he mentioned. However, explaining it to his wife would be a different matter. Never mind, he decided to revert to the old excuse. Profit from stocks. With that thought, Feiyang drove the Maserati home, roaring down the street. The flashy sports car drew the attention of countless onlookers as it entered the aging community's rental building. Wow, who is this guest? Oh my, how could a wealthy friend reside in such an old neighborhood? Surely it must be a jest. Perhaps they are merely modest, or perhaps they are indulging in life's pleasures. It is also conceivable that they are a wayward scion of a distinguished family, recently reclaimed by their kin. How can one ascertain they are not an illegitimate child? The spectators' imaginations run wild, and Feiyang listens with a sense of helplessness. Such gossip mongers abound each year, yet this year's fanciful speculations are particularly extravagant. Xiao Yang, upon seeing her son descend from the car, Li Tsuiping, who had just returned from grocery shopping, stood frozen in disbelief, exclaiming, "Did you win the lottery? My heavens! Is that not the vehicle favored by characters in those idol dramas? The domineering CEO model. Indeed, it is." Feiyang found himself both amused and exasperated. Mom, what are you thinking? Let us go inside first. I'll explain everything at home. All right. Li Tsuiping, somewhat dazed, stumbled slightly as she walked. Concerned she might trip on the stairs, Feiyang kindly took the groceries from her hands and walked behind her. So, as she pushed open the door, Li Tsuiping suddenly turned back with a complex expression. Have you gone astray? Feiyang was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing her thoughts had veered into the wrong direction. It is understandable. Who among ordinary folk could amass a villa and a luxury car in such a short span? Such rapid accumulation of wealth would surely be documented in criminal law. But he was not guilty of any wrongdoing. Mom, please do not think that way. I am a law-abiding citizen, and I have committed no illegal acts. Gu Feiyang raised his hand in a vow, assuring her, I promise to uphold the family's principles and never engage in unlawful behavior. The money I have earned is entirely legitimate. And indeed, it is legitimate. The system even assisted in paying the taxes. As he ushered Li Tzuaping inside, he whispered, Rest assured, Mom, your son has a family now. He won't act foolishly. That's good. Only then did Li Tzuaping nod in agreement. Gu Feiyang could perceive her lingering concerns, yet she refrained from further inquiries, trusting her son. Neither Gu Jiangwo nor Su Zhiyue probed further once they learned of the situation. One was aware that Li Tzuaping had already asked, while the other, as Gu Feiyang's beloved, offered him unwavering trust. During dinner, Gu Feiyang served Su Zhiyue a piece of rib, saying, Mom, Dad, my dear wife, let us choose an auspicious day to prepare for our move to Xinghu. Is the renovation complete? How does it look? Su Zhiyue had designed the plans herself, but had yet to see the site. It looked splendid. How could it not be? Crafted by my wife? Gu Feiyang smiled. I'll take you both to see it tomorrow. The next day, business at the restaurant continued to flourish. The introduction of scallion oil noodles had significantly increased the clientele, as they were both affordable and delectable, evoking nostalgia for the authentic flavors many longed for. On this day, a post quietly began to circulate online. Shocking! The most authentic scallion oil noodles still existing in the Magic City, with pictures to prove it. The post commenced with a large image, prominently displaying Gu Feiyang's Feiyang restaurant, followed by bold red letters urging readers to patiently view the gastronomic journey guided by a food blogger showcasing the flavors of the Magic City. The post extolled Gu Feiyang's scallion oil noodles, attracting countless skeptics in the comments. 1. Is there still authentic scallion oil noodles in the Magic City? Are you being paid for promotion? 2. TSK. This is clearly an advertisement. Goodbye. Unfollowed. 3. To the commenter above, I can't say if this is an ad, but I just had this restaurant's scallion oil noodles today, and they were indeed delicious. 4. The pictures are visually appealing, though it's a bit far. 5. The blogger has exaggerated. Such trendy eateries abound throughout the Magic City. It's fine to check in while passing by, but there's no need to make a special trip. 6. Who's willing to give it a try? Remember to come back and give me a kick if it's good. I'll go taste it too. Chapter 26. Culinary live streaming. Explosive popularity before long. The sentiment surrounding the post shifted. Many patrons who had dined at Gu Feiyang's establishment were young professionals who relished scrolling through posts during their leisure time. Consequently, numerous individuals chimed in with their experiences. As the number of both skeptics and admirers grew, opinions began to polarize into two factions, leading to heated debates. This heightened interest was quite promising. Perhaps I should initiate a live stream? The poster, Feiyang, is a renowned food blogger in the Magic City. He aspires to sample all the culinary delights the city has to offer, diligently exploring every corner and frequently sharing food guides, which have garnered him a substantial following. However, he seldom offers unequivocal praise for any establishment, hence the intense public discourse surrounding this post. On this day, he arrived at Feiyang restaurant equipped with live streaming gear. My goodness, so many people! Feiyang exclaimed, instantly deciding to commence the live stream. Dear viewers, I am currently standing at the entrance of Feiyang restaurant. Take a look at this long queue. He directed the camera towards the patrons waiting to purchase breakfast, capturing the price board prominently displayed at the entrance. The live stream erupted with excitement. Wow, 3 yuan for a dumpling? Are they made of gold? The scallion oil noodles are reasonably priced at just 12 yuan. How good could they possibly be? This place doesn't resemble an old establishment at all. It looks more like a newly renovated venue located on a secluded street. Blogger, you've changed. You've lost your integrity for the sake of attention and profit. Observing the barrage of comments in the live stream, Feiyang opted to press on, unperturbed, and approach a customer. Sir, have you dined here? With so many people in line, is it truly that delicious? The customer, engrossed in his phone, replied without looking up, of course, if it weren't delicious, why would we be queuing? Seeing Feiyang momentarily taken aback, the audience in the live stream erupted in laughter, teasing him relentlessly. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Feiyang decided that rather than questioning others, he would taste the food himself. Having previously tried the scallion oil noodles, he resolved to sample the dumplings as well today. Instead of joining the queue, he boldly entered the restaurant. A large glass window separated the kitchen from the outside, allowing a clear view of the inner workings. At that moment, Feiyang was skillfully preparing the scallion oil noodles with impressive speed. The process mirrored that of traditional noodle preparation, revealing no extraordinary techniques. However, once the finished product emerged, it inexplicably ignited an appetite. Amidst the surrounding sounds of slurping noodles, the viewers in the live stream inexplicably felt a pang of hunger. Although I suspected that the host was being compensated for advertising, I couldn't help but wonder why I felt so ravenous. I had already opened a bag of chips, questioning why I was lying in bed watching a live broadcast so early in the morning. The person upstairs must be out of their mind. We are all at work. And yet they still dare to complain while sleeping in? The gradually off-topic barrage of comments failed to capture Chunyang's attention. He had sampled the scallion oil noodles yesterday, and now found it impossible to resist salivating. Turning to Feiyang, he inquired, "Boss, I'm currently live streaming a food segment. Would it be possible for me to skip the line? Live stream?" Feiyang expressed mild surprise, wondering how someone like him could be featured in such a broadcast. "I came here yesterday to enjoy the scallion noodles and found them delightful. I wrote a food recommendation online, only to face skepticism from many, which prompted me to come live to prove my point." Chunyang elucidated. Upon hearing this, Feiyang finally grasped the situation. This was a fortuitous opportunity for promotion. "Very well. What would you like to order today?" Without hesitation, Feiyang agreed. Such an opportunity to enhance visibility should not be squandered. He aimed to expand his business, and thus needed to reach beyond the immediate vicinity to build recognition. Perhaps this was an excellent chance. "I'll have a serving of scallion noodles and a basket of dumplings." Chunyang pondered for a moment and then asked, "Are these the only 2 dishes you have available at the moment? Nothing else?" "Currently, yes. New dishes will be gradually introduced," Feiyang replied while preparing the scallion noodles. "My establishment is still in its trial operation. Once officially opened, the menu will be refined." Upon hearing that the restaurant was in a trial phase, the audience in the live stream erupted with excitement. "Did you hear that? Trial operation. The long queue must be a marketing ploy. I doubt it. Did you hear the background sounds? Notifications from certain payment app have been ringing continuously. This restaurant seems to be near me. I'll go tomorrow to see if it's truly this delicious." Observing the comments, Chunyang chuckled. "Why do you all delight in such conspiracy theories? I genuinely don't know the boss. To him, I am merely a regular customer. Moreover, Haven Tea, I've been consistently recommending various delicacies. It's just that this time, it's exceptionally delicious, and I may have exaggerated a bit. Why don't you believe me?" The conversation ceased the moment Feiyang presented the scallion noodles and dumplings. "Have you all had breakfast yet?" Chunyang asked the camera, lifting a dumpling. "If you Haven Tea, don't worry. I'll eat for you." With that, he opened his mouth and stuffed the dumpling in. As he bit down, Chunyang's eyes widened slightly. The dumpling was a bit hot, yet it couldn't mask the delightful aroma lingering on his palate. Delicious. Truly exquisite. Chunyang found himself at a loss for words, struggling to articulate his delight. After a moment of contemplation, he gave up on expressing himself, thinking, "Forget it. You wouldn't believe me anyway." He then set his phone aside and devoted himself to savoring his breakfast. His journey as a food blogger stemmed from a genuine passion for culinary delights. Do you not interact with your audience during the live stream?" Feiyang, having sent a cup of soybean milk over, noticed Chunyang engrossed in his meal and could not help but feel a tinge of surprise. Typically, one would expect a host to engage with the viewers while dining. Wouldn't one? With a cheerful grin, Chunyang replied, "To me, being a host or influencer is merely an auxiliary pursuit. My true passion lies in the realm of gastronomy. My principle is that the utmost respect for food is to relish it with undivided attention." Feiyang chuckled at this character. "Interesting. Here, the soybean milk. A token of my appreciation for your support." "Not all," Chunyang responded with a smile, and Feiyang returned to his tasks without further ado. Little did he realize that this gesture endeared him to Chunyang even more. Many restaurant owners, upon discovering his identity as a host, would intentionally approach him to promote their establishments or dishes while he dined. Yet, Feiyang had not done so. Was it confidence or mere modesty that prevented him from seizing the opportunity? However, Feiyang did not dwell on it. After all, live streaming at a bustling venue was a great way to tap into its popularity, and there was no need to shamelessly approach. Once Qinyang finished his meal, he opted to continue streaming from his current spot, capturing the vibrant atmosphere of Yang restaurant throughout the morning. The influx of patrons transformed the viewer's skepticism into curiosity about whether the food truly warranted such acclaim. Feiyang had been busy all morning, but had certainly noticed that Qinyang hadn't left. At that moment, Su Zhiyue entered the restaurant, clad in a white dress. Her smile radiant. "Are you done with your work? My childhood friend has come to the city. Let us go out for lunch together." "Sound great." Feiyang nodded, stepping out to wrap his arm around Su Zhiyue's waist, leaning down to plant a kiss on her cheek. "I'll be done shortly. Wait for me while I prepare some noodles. I feel like having dumplings." "Sure, I'll ask my mother to steam some for you." Li Suaping, overhearing this exchange, chimed in with a smile. "All right, I'll go steam the dumplings. We haven't eaten yet." This scene caused an explosion of excitement in Chunyang's live stream. What the heck? Is the boss's wife this beautiful? Seriously, the boss isn't bad looking either. But honestly, I thought he couldn't possibly cook well. Give it his good looks. This unexpected display of affection is simply astounding. Qinyang was equally astonished and could not help but steal glances. After holding back for a moment, he finally inquired, "Excuse me, boss, but you're already married? You both look quite youthful." "Indeed, we just registered our marriage a few days ago," Feiyang replied, his pride evident. However, he refrained from mentioning Su Zhiyue's pregnancy, mindful of the rampant keyboard warriors online who might misinterpret his words. "Congratulations. Wishing you a happy marriage." Qinyang exclaimed, genuinely surprised. "Your wife is stunning. You two make a lovely couple." His compliment was heartfelt, as he truly believed they were well matched. "Now, let us enjoy those dumplings." Li Suaping emerged holding a plate of dumplings, unaware that Qinyang was live streaming. She urged, "Yeah, make sure to eat more. You're carrying triplets and need to supplement your nutrition. I'll go prepare a glass of soy milk for you." Feiyang found himself in a mix of amusement and exasperation. He had deliberately tried to avoid the topic, only for his mother to inadvertently reveal it. Qinyang was left utterly astonished. "Triplets?" The comments section erupted. "Wow, triplets? The odds are slimmer than winning the lottery. Am I the only one envious of this young man? Not only did he marry a beautiful wife, but he also has 3 treasures at once. What a winner in life. Truly a winner. TSK. It seems like a shotgun wedding. Otherwise, with a man this handsome, how could he possibly marry so early? Surely he should enjoy a few more years of freedom. Are you out of your mind? Just because you're a certain type of person doesn't mean everyone else is too. Some people can't stand others' happiness. There's no need to get upset with keyboard warriors." In that moment, Qinyang also felt a sense of dread, but as he observed the comments, he was pleasantly surprised by their harmonious nature. Meanwhile, Feiyang heard a voice in his mind. Triggered a blessing critical hit, converting into happiness value 888. Reward: enhancement of the 5 senses level 7. First detection of host's 5 senses value 10. 5 senses value? Feiyang was momentarily taken aback. Almost instantaneously, his perception of the surroundings sharpened significantly. His sense of smell became more acute, allowing him to discern the components of the food in the air with clarity. His sense of touch was equally heightened. The delicate and warm embrace of the arm around him stirred a tantalizing feeling within. His vision and hearing grew more acute as well. As for taste, he would have to test it to know, but that enhancement was of little concern. He possessed the skill of a golden tongue. Never did he anticipate that the system would also enhance his physical attributes. "Brother, everyone says you're a winner in life." Qinyang gave Feiyang a thumbs up and declared, "On behalf of the friends in my live stream, I wish you a lifetime of happiness together." "Thank you," Feiyang replied with a smile. Having already spoken, he might as well graciously accept the blessing. "Thank you," Su Zhiyue echoed, her celestial beauty graced with a faint smile. And the comments section exploded with excitement. Qinyang was astonished that the popularity of his live stream had reached a peak. Was this the power of beauty? Seizing the moment, Chunyang's eyes sparkled as he proposed, How about we collaborate on an activity? You must be planning to launch new products soon, right? Need someone to help with taste testing? Oh, Gu Feiyang immediately understood. You want me to come for live taste tests whenever I release new products? Exactly. Chen Yang nodded, grinning mischievously. This way, we can mutually benefit from each other's popularity. Of course, it would be even better if your wife could make an appearance. Gu Feiyang chuckled, bemused. Brother, is it really appropriate to say such things so openly on camera? Sure. Gu Feiyang shrugged. The more taste testers, the better. I usually have my parents and my wife help with taste testing, so having you join is certainly welcome. After engaging in conversation for quite some time, the popularity of the live stream reached its zenith. It was unclear when it had begun, but viewers filled with skepticism eagerly expressed their desire to visit the establishment and experience it for themselves. By the way, what are your operating hours? We wouldn't want the patrons to arrive only to find the place closed, Qin Yang inquired. We only serve breakfast, and once we sell out, we close the shop. Typically, we run out by this time, Gu Feiyang replied. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang was taken aback, glancing at the time and then at the stream of customers still arriving outside. He incredulously remarked, "It's not even 10 o'clock yet, and you're closing already?" Indeed, we have more demand than supply. There's nothing we can do about it, Gu Feiyang stated, then turned to the customers outside and called out, "Everyone, no need to wait in line anymore. We only have a few servings of dumplings and scallion noodles left, and you'll have to come back tomorrow." What? I waited for so long, and now it's all gone? Boss, this is rather unreasonable. Make more. Exactly. Upon hearing their grievances, Gu Feiyang pondered for a moment and responded. How about this? Since you've all put in the effort to queue, leave your names and phone numbers, and you can reserve your orders for tomorrow. Just come by and pick them up without waiting in line. Sound great? The customers immediately ceased their complaints, although still somewhat dissatisfied. They willingly provided their contact information to secure their orders for the following day. Chen Yang watched in astonishment, realizing for the first time that Gu Feiyang was indeed quite the talent, effortlessly diffusing the customers' frustrations with just a few words. Of course, the most critical factor remained the delicious food, as people tend to be lenient when it comes to culinary delights. Why don't you make more? Qinyang was also curious about this matter. I'm already doing my utmost to produce as much as I can. I personally oversee every step of the process. There is simply no way to increase the quantity, Gu Feiyang explained. Every step? Indeed, Gu Feiyang elaborated. It all starts with kneading the dough. The dumpling skins are rolled out by hand, and the noodles are pulled by me as well. It's all proprietary craftsmanship. Chapter 27. Discontent from close friend. Is it truly all handmade? This feels rather implausible. Exactly. Who still makes their own dumpling skins and noodles these days? Most just buy them pre-made. This feels like a publicity stunt. Yang, you've really let us down. Chen Yang, like the online viewers, was equally astonished and asked, why not buy the ready-made ones? It would save a lot of time. Gu Feiyang shook his head and earnestly explained, while purchased dumpling skins and noodles can indeed save considerable time, the ones I make have superior elasticity. Don't underestimate the importance of elasticity in dumpling skins. Only those with the right texture can contain the filling without tearing. As for noodles, the quality directly influences the taste. If they're too soft, they simply won't be enjoyable. His straightforward words exuded confidence, as if he were asserting that the noodles he crafted would surely guarantee an exquisite taste. Chen Yang reflected on the texture of the scallion noodles and realized that he was indeed correct. However, this also implied that the establishment's potential for growth was limited. Relying on personal effort, there were constraints to what could be achieved. Yet, this was a matter of skill. Even if he were to teach others, one could never be sure if they would master it, or worse, leave after learning. Every restaurant's recipes and formulas are closely guarded secrets. This matter had crossed Gu Feiyang's mind. He had intended to teach Li Tsuaping and Gu Jiangwo. However, considering their obligation to care for the children, he soon abandoned this idea. After 3 hours of live streaming, Qinyang finally concluded his broadcast. Meanwhile, the discussion surrounding this live stream ignited on the culinary forum exclusive to the Magic City, where countless individuals expressed skepticism, while many others, driven by curiosity, yearned to experience it for themselves. At noon, in a romantic Western restaurant renowned in the Magic City, Gu Feiyang and Su Zhiyue arrived to find her close friend, Chen Meixian, already present. Yeah, I never imagined you would marry so soon. Chen Meixian exclaimed, unable to refrain from scrutinizing Gu Feiyang. She found it perplexing that someone as admirable as Su Zhiyue would choose Gu Feiyang. True, he was quite handsome, but what good was that? Could it sustain a living? Could he provide the best life for Yeye? Nevertheless, if Yeye genuinely liked him, she had no right to voice her opinions. They had originally planned to marry next year. It was merely a matter of timing. Su Zhiyue's cheeks flushed slightly as she whispered to Chen Meixian, "He is my husband. You mustn't speak carelessly." She understood her friend well. Chen Meixian had always been attracted to strength. The other party might lack wealth, but must possess capability. Unbeknownst to Chen Meixian, Gu Feiyang had undergone significant changes, and she still believed he was merely an office worker earning around 10,000 a month. Upon hearing Su Zhiyue's words, Chen Meixian awkwardly replied, "What exactly do you see in him? He is wonderful, treats me well, and is a genuinely good person. His parents are exceptionally kind as well." Su Zhiyue recounted with affection, her laughter punctuating her words. "You may think I'm exaggerating, but since being with him, I have never felt unhappy. When I found out I was pregnant, I was apprehensive, but soon he and his family provided me with immense security." Hearing Su Zhiyue's increasingly tender tone, Chen Meixian's criticism of Gu Feiyang softened somewhat. Although their voices were low, Gu Feiyang had just heightened his senses and heard their conversation clearly. He felt a surge of joy, wondering if his wife's friend held him in disdain. Nonetheless, it was reassuring that his wife stood by him. He paid little heed to Chen Meixian's opinions of him, as he had no intention of living with her. Instead, he opened the menu and began to order. This upscale Western restaurant featured exquisite and costly dishes. "Well, it's your life. I won't say much more," Chen Meixian conceded, still believing her friend deserved better. Yet, she refrained from further comments, understanding the essence of respect. "If you encounter financial difficulties after the child is born, remember to reach out to me. Do not compromise your well-being." "No need," Su Zhiyue replied with a smile, exuding confidence. "My husband has opened a breakfast shop, and this morning alone, he earns 7,000 to 8,000. It's more than enough to support us." "Oh," Chen Meixian was taken aback, incredulously questioning, "Isn't he employed elsewhere? When did he open a breakfast shop?" "It was after I discovered I was pregnant. I hadn't had the chance to inform you," Su Zhiyue began, but Gu Feiyang interjected. "Let us order first. It's better to eat and chat simultaneously once the food arrives." Chen Meixian could endure her hunger, but his wife must not go without. "All right." Chen Meixian cast several sidelong glances at Gu Feiyang. Her curiosity piqued as if she were deliberately probing him. "Aren't you currently in the food industry? Given your expertise, which dishes do you believe would be delectable?" Gu Feiyang shook his head in silence, perplexed. "Do you understand the phrase images are for reference only? The actual product prevails? I have never sampled the offerings here. I merely glanced at the menu's illustrations. How am I to discern their quality?" Chen Meixian found herself momentarily speechless. She had indeed neglected to consider that Gu Feiyang had never visited this establishment. However, she did not find it particularly concerning, as she was aware of his less than fortunate past. Moreover, Su Zhiyue was not one to harbor strong material desires, making their lack of visits rather understandable. Unaware of Chen Meixian's thoughts, Su Zhiyue chimed in, "Exactly, we have yet to dine here. If you've been here before, Meixian, please go ahead and order." "Very well," Chen Meixian replied, swiftly selecting several dishes from menu. When the food arrived, Gu Feiyang caught a whiff of the aroma and internally concluded that it was ostentatious yet lacking substance. It possessed a lavish and expensive exterior but failed to deliver any profound essence. Chen Meixian, still eager to gauge Gu Feiyang's capabilities, inquired, "Gu Feiyang, now that the dishes are served, would you care to share your thoughts?" There was a hint of tension in the air. Su Zhiyue noticed it too, but chose not to intervene. Gu Feiyang would not disappoint her. Indeed, he did not. The steak was perfectly sized, tender, and succulent. It had been cooked for 2 minutes too long, resulting in a slightly diminished texture. Moreover, the seasoning attempted to mimic flavor-enhancing spices, ultimately overshadowing the inherent taste of the beef. The pasta fared even worse, The overpowering creaminess rendered the noodles less enjoyable. This establishment seemed to pride itself on its steak, while the rest of the menu was rather mediocre. Gu Feiyang's observations caused Chun Meixian to furrow her brow. Was he speaking the truth? Regardless of its veracity, his remarks were rather blunt. Such candor could easily offend. In that moment, she regretted posing these questions, fearing potential repercussions for the establishment. While she was indifferent to Gu Feiyang's fate, she cared deeply for Su Zhiyue. If he were to cause trouble, it would undoubtedly upset her friend. Swiftly, she glanced around, and indeed, an employee clad in a suit, sporting a manager's badge, was glaring at them with evident displeasure. He had clearly overheard their conversation. Just then, a voice from the adjacent table broke through the tension. Indeed, this young man speaks quite accurately. An elderly gentleman stroked his beard with a smile, adding, "Aside from the steak, the rest of the dishes here are rather average, and the steak itself is undercooked, with excessive seasoning that detracts from its flavor. The pasta, unfortunately, is overly sweet and feels quite cloying." "Oh!" Gu Feiyang expressed his surprise, turning to look at the speaker. His ability to discern such nuances stemmed from his exceptional palate. Yet the elder's ability to critique was a true testament to a connoisseur's expertise. "Young man, I did not expect someone as youthful as yourself to possess such remarkable skills in culinary appreciation." The elder introduced himself. "I am Li Zhengzong, a food connoisseur." Upon hearing this name, gasps of astonishment rippled through the surrounding crowd. While the average person might not recognize the name Li Zhengzong, anyone in the culinary field would certainly be familiar with it. It can be said to resonate profoundly. Li Zhengzong, a renowned gourmet of national acclaim, possesses extraordinary expertise in the realm of culinary appreciation. Most significantly, he holds immense prestige within the culinary industry. A single utterance from him can determine the fate of a restaurant. To think such a luminary would endorse Gu Feiyang's words. Chun Meixian turned her gaze, recognizing Li Zhengzong as a prominent figure in the bustling metropolis. Indeed, it was the man himself. Goodness, it appears the chef of this establishment may not be as exceptional as one would hope. Yet, the flavors remain quite delightful. Our personal enjoyment of the dishes and the assessments of a connoisseur are two entirely different matters. The patrons of the restaurant engaged in lively discussions, which fell upon Gu Feiyang's ears, prompting a smile from him. "Thank you for your kind words, sir, but no restaurant can achieve perfection. The dishes here are commendable." "Indeed." Li Zhengzong nodded, savoring a sip of red wine. "Your palate is quite discerning. There will be a culinary competition in 3 days. Might you be interested in serving as a judge?" "Oh." Gu Feiyang's interest was piqued, though it was not the judge's position that intrigued him, but rather the prospect of participating as a contestant. "Where will the competition take place?" "On the second floor of the Culinary City in the city center." Li Zhengzong replied with a smile. "I could recommend you as a judge. With your skills, you may gain considerable recognition. Besides, with your handsome appearance, achieving fame is not beyond the realm of possibility." Gu Feiyang, however, shook his head, stating, "I do not wish to be a judge. I aspire to be a contestant." "Might you enlighten me on how to register?" Li Zhengzong raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. "Are you a chef?" "Indeed, I run my own restaurant." Gu Feiyang affirmed with a nod and a smile. Intrigued, Li Zhengzong further inquired, "If you wish to participate, you may. But be aware that the competitors are all chefs of 5-star caliber or above." "Do you have confidence?" "Whether I do or not, one must try to know," Gu Feiyang replied, maintaining a light-hearted demeanor. "If I were to fail, it would simply be an opportunity to broaden my horizons and learn." Li Zhengzong nodded. "That is a fair approach. Allow me to provide you with an invitation. You may attend directly, as this competition operates on an invitation-only basis." As he spoke, he produced an invitation and handed it to Gu Feiyang. The latter graciously accepted it, thanking the elder. "Haha, no need for thanks. I feel a connection with you. I shall be in attendance," Li Zhengzong declared before settling the bill and departing with a smile. At that moment, the restaurant manager brought forth a bottle of Lafite red wine. "Sir, this is a gift from the restaurant, expressing our gratitude for your insights." The manager personally uncorked the bottle and poured a glass for each of them, stating, "The owner has covered this meal, and we hope you three enjoy it thoroughly." Gu Feiyang was taken aback. This owner possesses a certain finesse. It seemed that many would assume he was there to disrupt. Yet the response was not only calm, but also generous, offering them wine and a complimentary meal. Quite an impressive mindset. Indeed, the patrons who had initially harbored doubts about the restaurant felt their concerns dissipate instantaneously, able to accommodate those who posed questions. It is evident that the boss has heeded the suggestions. However, whether any changes will ensue remains uncertain. Chen Meixian was genuinely astonished. This fellow possesses some talent. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she inquired, "Do you truly intend to participate in that culinary competition in 3 days?" Indeed, Gu Feiyang replied without hesitation. Although the restaurant had garnered some fame, following Chun Yang's promotion as a streamer, numerous doubts lingered online. To dispel these criticisms, one must showcase true prowess. This culinary contest presents an exceptional opportunity. Should he triumph over those 5-star chefs, both the restaurant's reputation and his own would significantly enhance. After dining, the trio departed from the restaurant. When Chen Meixian witnessed Gu Feiyang produce his car keys and take the driver's seat of a Maserati, she momentarily believed she was dreaming. Grabbing Su Zhiyue's delicate hand, she exclaimed, "Yeah, have you changed boyfriends? When did Gu Feiyang become so affluent? Did Su Zhiyue buy this for him?" Impossible. Su Zhiyue, unfazed by material possessions, perceived Gu Feiyang as a man not driven by wealth. No, this was purchased with the money he earned from stock trading. He must be doing well now. Upon hearing this, Chen Meixian's eyes sparkled with excitement. He could trade stocks. That's impressive. Su Zhiyue believed Gu Feiyang's words wholeheartedly, unaware that he had no knowledge of stock trading whatsoever. How much has he earned? Su Zhiyue pondered for a moment before hesitantly replying. "I'm not certain of the exact amount, but we have already bought a villa in Xinghu community in this car." Chen Meixian was astounded, her eyes widening in disbelief. So remarkable? Without further ado, she urged Su Zhiyue into the car. Come, let us get in. I have something to discuss with your husband." The title for Gu Feiyang transitioned from Su Zhiyue's boyfriend to husband, a form of acknowledgement. Gu Feiyang noted this shift with a hint of skepticism. "What do you wish to discuss with me?" "Well," Chen Meixian hesitated but spoke earnestly, "I apologize for my previous doubts. I hadn't anticipated your capabilities." Upon hearing this, Gu Feiyang was taken aback. He had always perceived this young lady as rather proud, yet here she was, humbly apologizing. He smiled and replied, "No worries. You are Yeye's close friend, and your intentions were for her benefit. Are you not upset?" Chen Meixian asked, her brows relaxing with excitement. "Then, would you be willing to teach me stock trading?" Gu Feiyang was puzzled. Why did the topic shift so rapidly? "No. The most critical point is that I am not particularly knowledgeable about stock trading. Ye mentioned that you bought a villa and luxury car through trading. You must be quite skilled. Could you possibly teach me? Or perhaps guide me?" As Chen Meixian spoke, a trace of melancholy crossed her face. Su Zhiyue, puzzled, asked Xian, "Why the sudden interest in stock trading? Weren't you indifferent to it before?" Chapter 28. A promise must be kept. Upon hearing Su Zhiyue's question, Chen Meixian's expression soured as she explained, "My father wants me to enter a marriage alliance." "What?" Su Zhiyue was momentarily taken aback. Chen Meixian had only met her father a few times. He was a businessman deeply concerned with power and status. It was hardly surprising that he would arrange a marriage for Chen Meixian, yet she did not believe she would acquiesce to his plans. But what did this have to do with stock trading? Gu Feiyang and Su Zhiyue shared the same confusion. Marriage alliances and stock trading seemed entirely unrelated. "Because my father's company has encountered financial difficulties," Chen Meixian explained bitterly. "The economic situation has been dire in recent years. Many projects have stalled, and our capital is tied up, making it difficult to recoup. Recently, the authorities are planning to advance a beneficial project, and my father wishes to partake in it. However, he lacks sufficient funds." She continued, "Thus, he wants me to marry into the Lin family, joining forces to secure this project, which would require less investment." Su Zhiyue felt a pang of sympathy for her, gently patting her delicate hand. "If you are unwilling, surely your father would not force you, would he?" "How could he not?" Chen Meixian replied, a sense of desolation enveloping her. "His true love has always been his money and power," he said. Either I produce 100 million within a month, or I obediently marry the young master of the Lin family. I have never even met this so-called young master of the Lin family, and I have no desire to marry at all. Su Zhiyue felt a deep empathy for her, yet hesitated before suggesting, perhaps we could consider alternative solutions? I believe your husband might be able to assist. Chen Meixian clung to hope. Gu Feiyang was momentarily at a loss for words. How could he help? 100 million. While a few million might be within his reach in a month, 100 million was an astronomical figure for him at present. He was aware that Chen Meishuan's family was relatively wealthy, but he never anticipated they would be involved in such a substantial business deal. Fortunately, Su Zhiyue found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Xian, what are you saying? My husband may be skilled in stock trading, but he is not a stock god. This is 100 million, not just a few million. Or perhaps I could ask my father for assistance. Her parents might have a solution, but the Su family had no plans to penetrate the Shanghai business arena. Chen Meixian felt overwhelmed. You're too hasty. Your family cannot provide such liquidity either. Su Zhiyue gazed upwards in disbelief. If my parents cannot manage it, why would you expect my husband to help you? Isn't that a bit unreasonable? Indeed, Chen Meixian composed herself, recognizing the absurdity of her request. I apologize. I was desperate and grasping at straws. I will think of another solution. Su Zhiyue felt a twinge of sorrow, but had never truly intended to burden her husband. Gu Feiyang had already been striving hard for their family. It was unreasonable to add to his burdens. I will brainstorm some ideas as well. Seeing his wife so distressed, Gu Feiyang, reluctant to see her upset, spoke up, but do not harbor overly high expectations. I currently have not even a tenth of that amount, let alone 100 million. Nonetheless, his words lifted Chen Meishuan's spirits considerably. Thank you. If you can truly spare me from this marriage, I shall call you brother from now on. Gu Feiyang chuckled. That is unnecessary. Just refrain from disparaging me in front of my wife. Chen Meixian instantly felt a wave of embarrassment. After returning her to the hotel, Gu Feiyang and Su Zhiyue headed home. Su Zhiyue whispered, Darling, do you have a solution? Reflecting on the prospect of stock trading, I find it somewhat impractical, given the limited time frame and the substantial capital required to influence a billion. Gu Feiyang offered a reassuring explanation and vowed, Rest assured, I will not remain idle. I shall devise a solution. I knew you would be the best, my dear. Sununtai tvie exclaimed Yofolu, tlenting akis onuyanestik. However, she added, Do not feel overly pressured. Even if Xian cannot produce this billion, her temperament suggests she might flee rather than pursue a marriage alliance. With a smile, she continued, At worst, we can take her in later. The villa is spacious enough, and we can wait until Uncle Chen calms down. Very well, Gu Feiyang replied, gently tousling her hair, understanding that Su Zhiyue wished to alleviate the burden upon him. Nevertheless, he harbored his own ambitions. The Chen group held significant influence in the bustling metropolis, and he intended to penetrate its commercial sphere sooner or later. Perhaps this presented an excellent opportunity. After their shower, they climbed into bed to rest. Su Zhiyue, having been pregnant, had developed a tendency for excessive slumber and soon drifted into a peaceful sleep. Yet, Gu Feiyang remained awake, contemplating how to procure the billion. He accessed the system interface. Happiness value, 280,000. Gazing at the happiness value, Gu Feiyang opened the system shop. Within, a plethora of skills across various professions awaited, many of which were of a high caliber. There were skills in medicine, commerce, agriculture, and more. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a particular skill, appraisal. Appraisal skill, capable of assessing the value of all valuable items. Having read numerous novels, Gu Feiyang was well aware of the implications of the appraisal skill. An idea struck him. He could visit the antique street. Perhaps fate would bestow upon him a fortunate encounter. Valuable antiques abound, and a fist-sized imperial greenstone could fetch tens of millions if one were to gamble on it. This skill could indeed be a lucrative asset. However, upon checking the happiness value required for the exchange, he discovered it amounted to 1 million. This was unattainable at the moment. Fortunately, there was a month-long deadline, so urgency was not paramount. He would see if he could trigger a few more critical hits. The immediate priority was to excel in the culinary competition. After some contemplation, Gu Feiyang took out his phone and searched for information regarding the culinary contest scheduled for 3 days hence. This competition occurred once every 5 years, with participants invited to attend. Hosted in the metropolis, it was a national event, and the chefs invited were predominantly 5-star culinary masters from across the country. It could be said that Gu Feiyang was likely the only participant without a notable reputation and not a 5-star chef. Li Zhengzong had indeed afforded him an immense advantage. Should he fail to secure the championship, he feared not only facing ridicule from the online community, but also tarnishing Li Zhengzong's reputation. This could not be allowed. He needed to ensure success beyond all doubt. Gu Feiyang accessed the system marketplace and found a skill under the culinary category emblazoned in golden letters. Culinary Master. Culinary Master. Upon activation, culinary skills reach an extraordinary level, gaining the ability to create unique dishes. In essence, by activating the Culinary Master skill, Gu Feiyang would not only enhance his culinary prowess, but also possess the capability to concoct the finest dishes based on available ingredients, even inventing entirely new recipes. With this, his participation in the culinary competition was assured. Since it is referred to as a culinary competition rather than a mere cooking contest, it is evident that the essence of the cuisine holds greater significance than the mere skill of the chef. The criteria for evaluation predominantly focus on the culinary creations themselves. Gu Feiyang sifted through videos from previous competitions, confirming his suspicions. Innovation emerged as a crucial hidden score. He expended 280,000 happiness points to acquire culinary god skills. Time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, 3 days had elapsed. During this period, numerous individuals were drawn to Chunyang's livestream, leading to an increasing buzz online regarding the Yeyang restaurant. Within just a few days, the restaurant's revenue steadily soared. The day of the culinary competition arrived. In the bustling food city at the heart of the city, the night fell, yet the place remained ablaze with lights. The crowd was immense, the atmosphere vibrant, adorned with lanterns and filled with joy, surpassing even the festive spirit of the new year. Darling, this event is quite grand. Su Zhiyue accompanied Gu Feiyang and, upon witnessing such a lively scene, could not help but express her astonishment. Indeed, Gu Feiyang replied as he produced his invitation and approached the security checkpoint. "Hello, I'm a participant." The staff member took the invitation, slightly taken aback. This individual was unfamiliar to him, indicating a lack of fame. Yet the invitation bore the signature of Master Li Zhengzong. "This way, please." The staff member, not daring to be negligent, promptly escorted Gu Feiyang and his companion inside. "Continue straight ahead. The competition venue is just beyond the square. You will see it upon arrival, and other staff members will be there to assist you." "Thank you." Gu Feiyang grasped Su Zhiyue's hand and followed the direction indicated by the staff. After 5 minutes, they finally arrived at an open plaza. In the center stood a stage adorned with a red carpet and lanterns, exuding a festive aura. 2 cooking tables were positioned on either side of the stage, already laden with various tools and condiments required for the culinary tasks. Given the emphasis on the freshness of ingredients, the actual components would only be presented at the commencement of the competition. Beneath the stage was the judges' platform, featuring 5 seats, each marked with the names of renowned culinary connoisseurs from across the nation. The central figure was none other than Master Li Zhengzong. At that moment, staff members were diligently setting up numerous filming equipment, and Gu Feiyang suddenly recalled that the culinary competition would be broadcast live. In other words, the cooking process, the judges' immediate reactions, and the final results will be transmitted in real time, effectively eliminating any possibility of cheating. "Are you Mr. Gu?" A staff member approached to inquire. Gu Feiyang nodded, "Yes. Please follow me to the backstage. You are the chef invited by Master Li, and we need to complete your registration." Of course, Gu Feiyang had only shared his surname with Master Li, so it was only natural to proceed with the registration. Shortly thereafter, once the registration was completed, Gu Feiyang was directed to the waiting room. Su Zhiyue was escorted by staff to the audience seats, taking a place in the front row. The competition format was based on a scoring system, totaling 125 points, with 5 judges, each holding 25 points. The evaluation would be conducted from 5 perspectives, color, aroma, taste, texture, and innovation. Each dish is scored on a scale from 0 to 5, with 5 being the highest. Each chef has but a single opportunity, and the final ranking is determined by the cumulative scores. The order of appearance is decided by a draw, with participants competing in pairs. As Feiyang familiarized himself with the competition's rules, the live broadcast commenced, and the judges took their places. The elegantly dressed host ascended the stage, standing at the center, microphone in hand, and with a sweet smile, greeted the audience. Good evening to our esteemed judges, honored guests, and viewers at home. Within the live broadcast room, the chatter flowed. It has begun, it has begun. I heard there's a rookie this year. This event is losing its credibility. Are you joking? That so-called rookie is highly recommended by Master Li Zhengzong. He runs his own restaurant, and his dishes are exquisite. So what? Can Master Li not have personal biases? Can he not accept payments? Enough. Culinary skills cannot be faked. The competition will reveal whether this person is indeed a novice. These clamorings were inaudible to those present, yet some shared similar sentiments with the online audience, namely, the participating chefs. Most of them were accomplished and renowned within the industry. Esteemed culinary masters. With a sense of pride, they regarded Feiyang, an unknown entity, with palpable disdain. Before long, after remarks from the judges and organizers, the competition officially commenced. Whether by design or mere chance, Feiyang drew the last pairing, an anticipated grand finale. The first duo consisted of chefs from Michelin-starred restaurants, both seasoned competitors who had previously claimed championships in different editions of this contest. They were formidable adversaries. In the backstage area, a projection screen displayed the unfolding event, and Feiyang observed intently. It must be said, these culinary maestros possessed exceptional skills. Their creations were a feast for the senses, utilizing only the finest ingredients. The audience's enthusiasm was fully ignited during the first round. 2 hours later, after an exhilarating session, both spectators and judges exhibited signs of fatigue. Emotions gradually settled. Even the host's voice lost some of its earlier fervor. Besides the exhaustion from prolonged excitement, there was another factor. The final pairing held little anticipation for the audience. One was Feiyang, and the other, Chun Chang, who had participated in 4 consecutive editions spanning 2 decades, yet had never placed in the top 3. Is there any suspense left with these two? It's a foregone conclusion. I unilaterally declare that tonight's competition has concluded. All right. I'll return for the award ceremony in half an hour. I'm off to play a game. The audience expressed their desire to switch channels, and even the judges held minimal expectations. Only one person remained an exception, Master Li Zhengzong. Having witnessed Feiyang's prowess in culinary appreciation, he believed that such a contestant, daring to compete, must possess unwavering confidence in his skills. While winning the championship seemed improbable, the possibility of claiming either second or third place was still within reach. Amidst the collective indifference, the final round of competition finally began. Feiyang remained oblivious to the clamor outside, yet he could sense the skepticism surrounding him. Nevertheless, he was undeterred. True strength was paramount, and all demons and phantoms must yield before absolute prowess. Please welcome the final group of contestants to the stage. Amidst the applause, Feiyang and Chun Chang ascended the platform. Approaching their designated cooking stations, they each pinned the ingredients they required. The live broadcast screen displayed Feiyang's handwritten menu for all to see. Northeast rice, eggs, scallions, ham, carrots, and corn kernels. What is he attempting? Using the most rudimentary ingredients to create something utterly embarrassing? What on earth is happening in this culinary competition? Is Master Li Zhengzong about to be dragged down from his pedestal? I'm leaving. Even a layperson like me can tell he intends to make fried rice. And he doesn't even consider the gravity of this occasion. Even the judges furrowed their brows in confusion. What was happening? In such a serious competition, each contestant typically selected high-end dishes, yet here was someone presenting a humble fried rice. Had it not been for the endorsement of Li Zhengzong, the other judges and staff would surely suspect that he was deliberately sabotaging the event. Su Zhiyue sat in the front row, her gaze fixed anxiously upon Feiyang on stage. She could distinctly hear the murmurs of the surrounding audience. "Darling, you must do your best." On stage, the ingredients had been delivered. In stark contrast to Gu Feiyang's simplicity, Chun Chang's requested ingredients were extravagant and opulent. Lobsters, crabs, and an array of high-end accompaniments, even caviar. Gu Feiyang stared in disbelief. How much was this bounty worth? Had this fellow come not to compete, but to exact revenge upon the organizers? However, the hosting entity was the affluent Lu Group of the Magic City, which generously provided whatever materials the contestants desired. Yet, when compared, Gu Feiyang's chosen ingredients appeared woefully meager. Contestants, please prepare yourselves. The countdown is about to begin. The competition duration was set for 45 minutes. Should either contestant fail to present a complete dish by the end of the countdown, they would be eliminated. Chapter 29. Isn't it just a bowl of fried rice? The countdown commenced. Chun Chang immediately began to process his ingredients. Although he had participated in numerous competitions without ever placing in the top 3, his skills were undeniable, as evidenced by his repeated invitations. His movements while handling the ingredients were brisk and efficient, showcasing a captivating performance. In stark contrast, Gu Feiyang's demeanor was leisurely, akin to preparing an ordinary family meal at home. He retrieved the rice and steamed it, washed and chopped the scallions, peeled and shredded the carrots, and cracked the eggs into a bowl, mixing them thoroughly. The steps he undertook were undeniably those of fried rice preparation, devoid of any display of advanced culinary artistry. His unhurried motions resembled a lackadaisical approach, frustrating both the judges and the audience, who felt this young man showed a blatant disregard for the competition. How could someone like him be worthy of participating in such a prestigious contest? The spirit of competition embodies the notion of giving one's all, even in the face of inevitable defeat. Gu Feiyang's actions reflect a blatant disregard for the arena, a lack of respect for the judges and the audience, and a profound disrespect for his own identity as a culinary master. Such behavior is utterly reprehensible. Losing is not shameful, but this apathetic attitude is simply intolerable. How could such a person even participate in this competition? Or the organizers thinking? It is not the organizer's fault, but rather the fault of Li Zhengzong, this so-called master. Indeed, I see little substance in Li Zhengzong's abilities. The online forums and television broadcasts were rife with heated discussions. Those engaged in this competition were primarily individuals from the industry or passionate food enthusiasts, who were particularly disdainful and infuriated by Gu Feiyang's conduct. The atmosphere on-site was thick with tension. On one side of the stage, Chun Chang was bustling with fervor, selecting only high-end ingredients that demanded exceptional culinary skills. In stark contrast, Gu Feiyang appeared as though he was participating in a rural lifestyle program. All eyes were fixed on him, eagerly anticipating his impending downfall. Even the 4 judges, aside from Li Zhengzong, were preparing their words to reprimand this presumptuous young man. Finally, as the countdown ticked away, only 10 minutes remained. He ignited the stove, added oil and salt, and once the rice was stir-fried to perfection, he introduced the egg mixture. Soon, the egg enveloped the distinct grains of rice, taking on a golden hue and releasing an enticing aroma. Next, Gu Feiyang heated another pan, tossing in ham, carrots, and corn, which he quickly stir-fried before combining them with the golden egg-fried rice. The dish, vibrant and fragrant, was carelessly plated into a single dish without any artistic presentation. Yet, the mere sight and aroma were enough to whet one's appetite. However, the audience in the television studio remained oblivious to the fragrance, and skepticism continued to rise. Isn't this just ordinary egg-fried rice? Anyone can make that. Indeed, where's this fellow's restaurant? I'll go there to give him a piece of my mind. Trudy Buffett. This is a prestigious competition with decades of history. How could they invite such a participant? Isn't this ruining their own reputation? In contrast to the doubts and ire of the uninitiated audience, the atmosphere at the competition began to shift. Li Zhengzong's gaze burned with intensity, and the 4 judges altered their perspectives. Indeed, as industry insiders, they recognized nuances that lay hidden from the layman. What appeared to be simple steps and ingredients concealed the most exquisite details. The precision of seasoning, mastery over heat, and timing of serving. When these details are executed flawlessly, Even the simplest of dishes can achieve greatness. This egg-fried rice exemplified that principle. At that moment, the countdown entered its final 30 seconds. Feiyang swiftly divided the egg-fried rice into 5 bowls and presented them simply to the judging panel. In comparison to the exquisite presentations crafted by previous culinary masters, Feiyang's dish resembled a humble meal prepared for family elders. As the evaluation phase commenced, the host's voice reverberated, restoring the audience's attention. Whether in the live stream or on-site, spectators' gazes fixated on the judging panel, their eyes brimming with anticipation, eager to witness the judges' sharp critiques that might humiliate Feiyang before the nation. However, some harbored doubts, for Feiyang's confidence was palpable, and the fried rice's appealing hue suggested it could indeed be delicious, igniting curiosity about his potential for a remarkable turnaround. "Let us taste it," Li Zhengzong declared, taking the first bite, savoring it slowly. Each grain of rice danced on his palate, leaving a lingering fragrance. Delicious, absolutely delightful. His eyes widened in astonishment as he eagerly took another mouthful. The texture was impeccable, with the subtle aroma of egg, ham, carrots, and corn perfectly integrated, neither overshadowing the rice's inherent flavor nor detracting from its essence. In China, where agriculture is revered, the populace's appreciation for grain is unparalleled. The taste of rice holds a special place in their hearts. Initially, fried rice was a humble dish, conceived to prevent the waste of leftover rice. It gradually evolved into a culinary delight. However, its potential was often limited, primarily achieving mere palatability rather than reaching the heights of gourmet cuisine. Yet, Feiyang had transcended this limitation. The flavor surpassed that of numerous gourmet dishes crafted from premium ingredients, awakening the appetite in an extraordinary manner. Is this truly happening? The remaining 4 judges, all seasoned professionals, were stirred by curiosity, judging by the dish's color and aroma alone. This fried rice already belonged to the highest echelon of culinary art. Yet, the true determinant of their scores lay in its taste. Visual appeal was insufficient. True gastronomy lay in the experience of flavor. As they hesitated, Li Zhengzong had polished off an entire bowl of fried rice, casting a greedy glance at the other judges' bowls. "Are you going to eat? If not, may I?" He reached out, prompting a fervent reaction from the viewers in the live stream. Is this for real? Could Li Zhengzong be putting on a show to redeem himself? He must be playing the role of an actor, intentionally coaxing the judges to give him their portions, allowing him to score it himself, with no evidence of collusion. Given Li Zhengzong's character, he wouldn't stoop to such tactics, would he? Come on, if they let someone like him compete, what integrity is left? Do you genuinely believe a bowl of fried rice could be that exquisite? The discussion in the live stream grew intensely heated, while the atmosphere on-site turned strangely tense. Meanwhile, the countdown concluded. Chen Chong had also completed his dish, presenting his intricate lobster creation to the judges. In stark contrast, Feiyang's fried rice appeared as a mere accompaniment to this elaborate centerpiece, seemingly placing him at a distinct disadvantage. In response to this, Feiyang displayed no signs of concern. Rather, he gazed with keen interest at the lobster dish prepared in 4 distinct styles. This culinary creation involved the dissection of Boston lobster, each method of preparation yielding an exquisite flavor that is favored by numerous lobster enthusiasts. However, Feiyang believed that presenting such a medley of flavors in a competition would adversely affect the judges' discernment of taste. After all, sampling 4 different flavors in succession could lead to a muddled palate. This individual possessed commendable culinary skills, producing delightful dishes. Yet his lack of attention to competition details and poor ingredient selection hindered him from claiming the championship. Feiyang held a degree of admiration for Chen Chong. This fellow undoubtedly had talent, but his rigidity prevented him from adapting. Indeed, after presenting his dish, Chen Chong silently retreated, uttering not a word to the judges. It was evident that he held a significant advantage. Had he merely requested the judges to sample his dish first, they would have obliged without hesitation. "What is the matter with you?" Suddenly, Chen Chong approached, and Feiyang, taken aback, raised an eyebrow. "What is the matter? This is a culinary competition. Even if one must lose, such a passive approach is unwarranted." Although Chun Chong expressed this sentiment, his tone lacked any condescension. In competitions, participation is paramount. The outcome is secondary, with the essence lying in recognizing one's true capabilities. In our profession, it is all too easy to become complacent and once ensnared in self-satisfaction. One risks stagnation. This is precisely why I participate each time, striving for incremental improvement. Upon hearing these words, Feiyang was quite astonished. He had not anticipated that Chun Chang's motivation for competing was not to win, but rather to recalibrate his mindset. A full cup overflows, a person brimming with pride. It seemed this individual was not the unstrategic brute Feiyang had initially surmised. At that moment, the four judges at the panel began their tasting. With each bite, their expressions transitioned from skepticism to astonishment, culminating in sheer ecstasy. The audience at home and those present on site exchanged puzzled glances. What did this mean? Why were they silent after tasting? In the next moment, the collective confusion was dispelled. The four judges were seen cradling bowls of fried rice, their faces beaming with delight and satisfaction. Excellent. Absolutely marvelous. The texture is just right. The flavor is impeccable. Every aspect is perfectly balanced. This truly exemplified the harmonious blend of color, aroma, and taste. Although no novel ingredients were introduced, the attention to detail was executed to perfection. Indeed, achieving perfection in the minutiae is far more challenging than mere innovation. Historically, culinary masters triumphed through innovation or the complexity of their dishes. Never had anyone succeeded by elevating a simple home-cooked meal to such heights. Li Zhongzong cast a contented glance at Feiyang, pondering that perhaps this year would be different. His esteemed reputation in the industry was not unfounded. He possessed genuine skill. He was confident that this particular fried rice could undoubtedly win the hearts of the judges. On stage, the host keenly observed the atmosphere and promptly inquired with a smile, "May I ask why you chose fried rice as your competition dish?" Feiyang responded with a smile, "It's quite simple. Gourmet dishes crafted from exquisite ingredients are not something the average person can indulge in daily. However, fried rice is a dish that everyone can enjoy every day. I merely wish to demonstrate that culinary excellence does not reside in the costliness of the ingredients, but rather in the flavor itself." In truth, when Feiyang first acquired the culinary skills of a master chef, he contemplated creating a dish from the ancient culinary traditions of Huaxiao that have long been forgotten. Yet upon reflection, he realized that such delicacies would hardly reach the tables of ordinary households, let alone be sold in his own establishment. Rather than attempting to prepare dishes that are unattainable for the average person, he opted instead to create a dish that is accessible to all. This move would also serve to promote his restaurant. Those who doubted his culinary prowess could simply visit and taste for themselves. Hearing this, Li Zhongzong nodded with a smile. Indeed, you are correct. True culinary art has never been contingent upon the expense of its ingredients, but rather upon its exquisite flavor. Your fried rice is a masterpiece. Each grain of rice is evenly enveloped in egg. The colors are harmonious, neither too soft nor too firm. The texture of the rice is just right. The seasoning is perfectly balanced, and the harmony of oil, rice, and egg creates an enticing aroma. The accompanying ingredients neither overshadow the dish nor detract from the overall taste experience. This fried rice not only embodies color, aroma, and flavor, but also showcases absolute culinary skill and meticulous attention to detail. In my eyes, this dish is the pinnacle of the evening. With that, he raised his scoring card. Unsurprisingly, he awarded a perfect score across all 5 categories. The audience watching the live broadcast erupted in disbelief. Are you kidding? He gave it a perfect score? Let me tell you a joke. At a prestigious culinary competition, a bowl of fried rice has triumphed. Hold your derision. Observe the expressions of the other 4 judges. They seem to endorse this score. How can this be? How is this even possible? Waves of skepticism flooded the live chat. In the next moment, an astonishing event unfolded that left the internet in shock. The remaining 4 judges also awarded their first perfect scores of the evening, 125 points. This meant that Feiyang had become the sole contestant to achieve a perfect score that night. Congratulations to Mr. Gu for being the first contestant to achieve a perfect score tonight, and the only contestant in history to do so. The host's fervent voice resonated through the microphone, reaching the ears of every viewer. The atmosphere instantly ignited with excitement. In the backstage area, the previously competing chefs stood up in disbelief, their faces etched with astonishment. No one understood better than they the significance of a perfect score. How can this be? Are they out of their minds? It's just a bowl of fried rice. Anyone can make it. His perfect score feels like an affront to us. Indeed, the judges owe us an explanation. Their anger was understandable. After years of competition, no one had ever achieved a perfect score, and their entries had all been sophisticated dishes that ordinary cooks could not replicate. But fried rice? Even novice chefs could whip that up. What merit did it have after a perfect score? Driven by confusion and indignation, all 8 competing chefs stepped forward onto the stage. Upon seeing their approach, Feiyang recognized their discontent with the outcome. However, the ability of the scoring results to gain public approval is not his concern, but rather the responsibility of the judges and the organizers. His sole task is to earn the judges' recognition for his culinary creations. Unexpectedly, after a brief exchange with Gu Feiyang, Chen Chang, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Is your fried rice truly that delicious? May I have a taste? Chapter 30. Victory. Upon hearing Chen Chang's words, Gu Feiyang was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in affirmation. Of course, I will prepare a portion for you. No need to wait. Let's do it now. At some point, Li Zhengzong had descended from the judging panel, wearing a shrewd expression. The outcome was met with discontent from both the audience and the competitors. Little Gu, you must prove yourself, he urged. Gu Feiyang was left utterly speechless. Was this old man shifting the responsibility onto him? Well then, Gu Feiyang was eager to seize the opportunity to create a stir, and without hesitation, he replied, please prepare the ingredients for me. As the organizers gathered the necessary ingredients, the viewers in the live stream expressed their confusion. What is happening? Is he really making fried rice for the other chefs? Is this a form of self-validation? Perhaps it is. Let us refrain from criticism for now. I believe that if Li Zhengzong dares to do this, perhaps this young man truly possesses such talent. The other competing chefs also found merit in this approach. Culinary skills manifest most directly in the final product. There is no room for deception. The required ingredients were simple and prepared within 2 to 3 minutes. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, Gu Feiyang skillfully cooked the second batch of fried rice for the evening. Its golden hue and tantalizing aroma were utterly irresistible. How fragrant! Chen Chang raised an eyebrow in surprise. This fried rice indeed had something special, but was it truly worthy of first place? He did not hesitate to serve himself a bowl and took a bite. Instantly, his expression transformed to one of profound excitement. Just as Master Li Zhengzong had claimed, this fried rice embodied an absolute mastery of details, showcasing culinary prowess in its entirety. He turned to the other culinary masters and declared, if you do not believe me, feel free to taste it yourselves. The culinary masters, unable to contain their curiosity, approached without a second thought, each taking a bowl. As anticipated, they were effusive in their praise, utterly convinced. The fact that several culinary masters were now in agreement silenced much of the fierce criticism online. Thank you all for your recognition, Gu Feiyang smiled, nodding at the culinary masters, reflecting internally. These chefs, proud and lofty, are drawn to strength. They only bow to those superior to themselves. And now, he had earned their respect through sheer talent. With no dissent in sight, the awards ceremony commenced swiftly. Li Zhengzong personally presented the champion's trophy to Gu Feiyang, stating, you are young yet remarkably gifted. Given time, I fear I may soon find myself in your shadow. Master Li, you flatter me. Without you, I would not have had the opportunity to participate in this competition, Gu Feiyang replied sincerely as he accepted the trophy. Li Zhengzong gazed at Gu Feiyang's handsome visage and mused silently. After tonight, it seems a new generation of culinary masters is about to emerge. Such a talent. The organizer is bound to court, leading to a meteoric rise. As anticipated, once the awards ceremony concluded, the organizer's representative approached Gu Feiyang and said, Mr. Gu, our boss would like to invite you for a gathering. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Feiyang did not decline. My wife is here with me. I must bring her along. Of course, came the affirmative response from the representative. Gu Feiyang then descended from the stage, trophy in hand, rushing toward Su Zhiyue. Dear, I won. Darling, you were amazing. Su Zhiyue exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she embraced Gu Feiyang's neck and, standing on tiptoe, planted a kiss on his cheek. You were truly stunning just now. This scene was broadcasted live, and Gu Feiyang's identity was swiftly uncovered online. Wow, this girl is truly beautiful. What pity she is taken. Don't get your hopes up. Not only is she taken, but she's also expecting triplets. I browsed through the forums, and someone revealed that these two have been together since college, married and pregnant just a year after graduation. Gu Feiyang is undeniably a winner in life. In an instant, the earlier skepticism transformed into blessings. Suddenly, Gu Feiyang's mind resonated with the system's voice. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a critical hit, earning happiness points. 399, 999. Congratulations. Host, you have triggered a critical hit, earning happiness points. 399, 999. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a critical hit, earning happiness points. 399, 999. The repetition of the same message momentarily left Gu Feiyang in a daze. Then, filled with excitement, he inquired, did I just trigger 3 critical hits? Indeed, host. Congratulations on receiving the continuous trigger reward, a plot of land in the city center, to be auctioned at the Silver Moon auction in 1 month. You are invited to participate in the auction, and regardless of the final transaction price, the system will cover the cost. Gu Feiyang could hardly contain his laughter at the prospect of receiving land in the heart of the city as a reward. This was no mere windfall. The value of land in the center of the magical city is measured in billions, with prices starting at tens of billions. And its worth and social standing far surpasses monetary value. Those who own land in the city center are invariably members of the upper echelons of society. The most crucial aspect was that he had accumulated enough happiness points to exchange for the appraising skill. With this skill, he might be able to assist Chen Meixian. With that thought, Gu Feiyang decisively exchanged his happiness points for the $1 million appraising skill. It was only after the exchange that he remembered the representative was still waiting for him. He leaned down to Su Zhiyue's ear and said, Dear, the organizers are treating us to a meal. We must go. Really? Can I go too? Su Zhiyue asked, somewhat surprised. Gu Feiyang replied with an expression of certainty. Of course, you're my wife. If you don't go, I won't go either. The couple then followed the representative out. The final scene broadcasted online captured the couple's departing silhouettes. That night, the internet was destined for upheaval. Discussions erupted across various forums regarding this event, and Gu Feiyang's remarkable performance propelled this decades-old culinary competition into the spotlight. The name Li Zhongzong also grew ever more illustrious. He uncovered a hermit master who triumphed in the culinary competition with a simple fried rice dish. This victory transformed the public's perception of gastronomy, revealing that exquisite taste does not solely derive from expensive ingredients, but rather from the chef's skill. That very night, a post emerged quietly on the forum announcing that the Yang restaurant had concluded its trial operation and would officially open in 3 days, offering a generous discount of 20% on the opening day. The post garnered considerable attention due to Gu Feiyang's participation in the culinary contest, with netizens eagerly expressing their desire to experience the champion chef's culinary prowess and ascertain its authenticity. Amidst the online fervor, an elegant villa stood serene and peaceful. The architecture, a harmonious blend of ancient style and modernity, featured babbling brooks and picturesque corridors leading to a courtyard. Within the courtyard stood a round table, adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies and fine wines. An elderly man occupied the main seat, his hair grizzled, yet his spirit vibrant, with keen eyes radiating an air of authority. Mr. Gu, this esteemed individual is our chairman. Mr. Liu, the manager introduced, bowing respectfully to Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu, the guest has arrived. Ah, you may leave now. The elder nodded slightly. Young Gu, please take a seat. After exchanging a glance with Su Zhiyue, Gu Feiyang sat down opposite Mr. Liu, his demeanor remaining composed. It was essential to recognize that the man before him was Lu Jinting, the founder of the Lu Group, a leading enterprise in the bustling metropolis. In the early days of reform, Lu Jinting had plunged into business, establishing the Lu Group with relentless vigor and rising to the top echelons of industry through shrewd maneuvering. The Lu Group hosted numerous competitions, spanning various fields beyond culinary arts, to attract talent and virtuous individuals. "I wonder what brings Chairman Lu to seek me out," Gu Feiyang inquired directly, eschewing any circumlocution. Lu Jinting's brows furrowed slightly, seemingly taken aback. "Young Gu, I simply wish to meet the person who clinched the championship with a fried rice dish. I did not expect such youthful talent." Gu Feiyang, however, harbored a hint of skepticism, sensing that this elder was not as straightforward as he appeared. Indeed, Lu Jinting continued with a smile, "Young Gu, would you be interested in joining the Lu Group? We own several five-star hotels, and you could choose any as the head chef with an annual salary of 2 million. Having conducted his research, Lu Jinting was aware of Gu Feiyang's humble origins, despite his marriage to the daughter of the prominent Su family, which had not afforded him any assistance. The prospect of a 2 million salary was undoubtedly enticing, and it presented a platform for self-advancement. Gu Feiyang, if astute, would recognize the opportunity to ascend and stand alongside the Su family. However, unexpectedly, Gu Feiyang replied without hesitation, "I am not interested." "Oh." Lu Jinting glanced at Gu Feiyang in surprise, clearly taken aback. "You won't give it a second thought?" "There is no need for concern. Mr. Lu is an astute individual. With my capabilities, I can forge my own legendary path." Gu Feiyang raised his head, exuding pride and confidence. Legend. To the ordinary person, such a notion might seem preposterous. However, for one endowed with a system to excel, as long as one possesses sufficient intellect and knows how to navigate each step with caution, becoming a legendary figure is far from impossible. This evening marks merely the inception of his rise to fame. Although Gu Feiyang hails from a rural background and has not previously displayed much ambition, he harbors grand aspirations. When his abilities are finally commensurate with his ambitions, he will exert every effort to realize them. Joining the Lu Corporation signifies his allegiance to others. Only by embarking on his own entrepreneurial journey can he fully seize control of his life and aspirations. "Very well, I admire your confidence and eagerly anticipate your success," Lu Jinting remarked, for he did not favor coercing others. At his age, he had grown indifferent to many matters, while he felt joy in attracting such talent. Witnessing the wild geese soar freely could also bring a different kind of delight. Gu Feiyang, however, was taken aback. Is this it? Having read numerous novels, he had anticipated that the other party might employ some tactic to compel him into agreement. But it ended there? Is this what wealth looks like in reality? So magnanimous. Not sensing any malice, Gu Feiyang relaxed his defenses and smiled. "Thank you, Mr. Lu. Not all. Come, let us dine." Lu Jinting beckoned with a smile. "I primarily wish for you to sample the culinary skills of our chef at the Lu residence and see if there are any areas for improvement." "Oh, I am even more surprised. Mr. Lu has high standards for cuisine?" Gu Feiyang laughed heartily. After all, food is of utmost importance to the people. Subsequently, Gu Feiyang tasted each dish, pointing out their respective shortcomings, showcasing the prowess of his eloquent tongue. Who would have thought that you are not only an exceptional chef, but also a connoisseur of fine cuisine? Lu Jinting exclaimed, astonished and reflective. No wonder Oldly insisted that I must invite you here. Upon hearing this, Gu Feiyang suddenly understood. He had assumed that winning the championship would lead to an invitation from Lu Jinting to join the Lu Corporation. It was in fact due to Old Li's recommendation, not for his culinary skills, but for his discerning palate. The meal was filled with joy, thanks to Gu Feiyang's insights. The exclusive chef of the Lu residence gained immensely and was deeply grateful. Lu Jinting expressed with heartfelt sentiment, "Young Gu, I hope you can find time to visit this old man more often. Is it to see me or to taste your chef's dishes?" Gu Feiyang chuckled. "Regardless, I shall come more often." Lu Jinting did not deny it, but instead laughed heartily. Come, continue eating, indulge yourself." He even recalled that Su Zhiyue was still pregnant and had someone bring her a bowl of exquisite bird's nest soup. The premium bird's nest was crystal clear and delightful in texture. Do you enjoy it? Gu Feiyang inquired softly. If you do, we should purchase some to take home and prepare for you regularly. Yes, that sounds wonderful. Bird's nest is renowned for its beauty-enhancing properties, and, as a woman, Su Zhiyue naturally enjoyed it. Their conversation was overheard by the steward of the Liu family, who stood nearby. He approached Liu Jinting and whispered, "Sir, Madam Gu has a fondness for bird's nest. Should we send her a few boxes?" "Very well, go fetch them." Consequently, as Gu Feiyang and Su Zhiyue departed, they received 10 boxes of high-quality bird's nest. "Isn't this excessive?" Su Zhiyue expressed her apprehension. "Darling, if it's not suitable, perhaps we should return it?" "No need," Gu Feiyang replied, unfazed. "He wishes to cultivate a good relationship with me, hoping I will frequently visit the Liu residence to advise their chef. This is a gesture of his sincerity." Indeed, this aligned with Liu Jinting's intentions. Upon returning to their rented apartment, the place was ablaze with light. As they pushed the door open, 2 ecstatic figures rushed forward. "Son, you are incredible. Truly remarkable. Li Kuiping iklemet, her ekchitament rendering her somahat injoyerent." Do you know that your uncle and the entire village were watching your competition live? They were thrilled by your victory. Your mother's phone has been nearly overwhelmed with calls tonight. Her face radiated with pride. This was her son. Exceptional indeed. No parents wish for anything but success for their children. "I understand, Mom. Could we please enter now?" Gu Feiyang chuckled. "Yaya is tired and needs to rest early." "Oh, right. Li Tsuaping quickly stepped aside, allowing Gu Feiyang and Su Zhiyue to enter their home. Chapter 31. Prosperity this evening, both online and within their small family. Joy prevailed. Even the busy in-laws took the time to call Gu Feiyang, congratulating him and engaging the young couple in conversation for half an hour. The following morning at 3 o'clock, Gu Feiyang arose early to set off to the shop with his parents. Following the culinary competition the previous day, business was sure to flourish. There was much to prepare. Moreover, having clinched victory with his fried rice, it was imperative to capitalize on the momentum and introduce this new item, beginning with steaming the rice. Upon arriving at the shop, the pork supplier was already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Gu Feiyang and his family, his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Little boss, you are amazing. I saw you on television last night, competing in the culinary contest and winning the championship." Another vegetable supplier chimed in. "Yes, little boss, you won. Believe it. I pointed at the TV and told my daughter that you're the owner of her favorite dumpling shop. She was ecstatic, insisting she wants fried rice today. Is that so? I'll prepare one for you to take home." Gu Feiyang responded with a smile at their friendly banter. "But it will be a little while. I still need to get everything ready before opening." "All right," both suppliers replied eagerly. "Just save us 2 portions. We'll return as soon as we finish our tasks. Don't sell out before we get back." They were well aware that Gu Feiyang's dumplings and scallion noodles sold quickly. Typically, they were sold out by around 9 in the morning. Given Gu Feiyang's recent surge in popularity, today would likely attract an even larger crowd. If they did not reserve in advance, they might indeed find themselves empty-handed upon their return. As the preparations commenced, Gu Feiyang turned to his parents and remarked, "Mom and Dad, today may prove to be quite exhausting. Once you finish preparing the dumplings, please take a moment to rest." Although his parents were not required to assist with the primary tasks of kneading dough or chopping meat, the responsibilities of steaming dumplings and serving clients were still demanding. "No worries, your restaurant is thriving, and that brings us joy." Li Tsuaping and Gu Jiangwo, accustomed to hard work, found happiness in their labor, as it reflected their son's success. As long as their son and his family were well, they felt reassured. In response, Gu Feiyang refrained from further conversation, recognizing that honoring his parents was the greatest form of gratitude. He chose not to begin with the dough, but rather to steam the rice first. Upon deciding to use fried rice for the competition, he had stockpiled several bags of rice at the restaurant and purchased a large steamer specifically for this purpose. The primary dish for today was fried rice. Once the rice was ready, he kneaded the dough, chopped the meat, and seasoned it to perfection, allowing his parents to wrap the dumplings. Only then did Gu Feiyang turn his attention to preparing the ingredients for the scallion oil noodles and the fried rice. Although the tasks appeared simple, they became laborious when the quantities required were substantial. With everything in place, Gu Feiyang felt a strong desire to clone himself to manage the workload. No, I must enlist someone to assist. Otherwise, attempting to do everything alone, no matter how skilled I am, will hinder the growth of my business, he mused. But who could he recruit? He lacked the time to train a novice. Yet, skilled chefs often gravitated towards five-star hotels. Why would they choose a small establishment? As he pondered, a name suddenly came to mind. Perhaps that individual could be of help? Should he approach them for a conversation after the day's rush? Resolute, Gu Feiyang continued his preparations, ensuring the restaurant opened promptly at 6 in the morning. Upon opening the doors, he was taken aback to find a long line extending from the alleyway to the main street, consisting of hundreds of eager patrons. Goodness, he exclaimed. He had anticipated a busy day, but he never expected such fervor. It was only 6 o'clock. Even the chickens were still asleep. Yet these people were already up and about. He chuckled, observing that the leaders of the crowd were holding a banner celebrating Chef Gu for securing the championship. Chef Gu, we watched your live stream last night and have been longing for your fried rice. Is it available for sale now? Indeed, I was there yesterday. The aroma was irresistible, and I woke up early to queue. Others chimed in, expressing regret for their tardiness, with some even offering to pay for a spot in line. The lively chatter awakened the previously quiet alley, imbuing it with energy. Gu Feiyang called out with a smile. All right, please enter the restaurant in an orderly manner. Order according to your place in line, and let us avoid crowding. All right. The crowd responded eagerly, paying little attention to the specifics of his instructions. Gu Feiyang could hardly attend to anything else and hurriedly returned to the kitchen, fully aware that today would be a whirlwind of activity. In order to maintain the prestige of his establishment, he deliberately set the price of his fried rice at a premium. 38 yuan per serving, double the price found elsewhere. Within a mere hour, he sold nearly 200 portions. Fortunately, he could prepare a large batch of fried rice at once, and then portion it out to meet the demand. Of course, under normal circumstances, cooking in such quantity could compromise the flavor. However, endowed with the skills of a culinary master, Gu Feiyang could create perfection even under such conditions. It was no wonder that this fried rice had won championships. Its exquisite taste remained intact despite the casual preparation. Boss, could I have 2 more servings? One isn't enough. I want takeout. Takeout. The patrons who had yet to be served clamored to place their orders, while those who had already indulged demanded more. Additionally, many ordered scallion oil noodles and dumplings. The atmosphere in the restaurant was vibrant and boisterous. Gu Jiangwo and Li Tsuaping were busily attending to customers, their hearts brimming with joy. Their son was exceptionally capable, drawing in such a crowd and managing it all with grace. Yet, they felt a twinge of concern for Gu Feiyang, who had been tirelessly stirring fried rice and preparing noodles for 2 to 3 hours without a moment's rest. By 9 o'clock, the fried rice, scallion oil noodles, and dumplings were all sold out. Yet a long queue remained outside. What to do? Gu Feiyang gazed at the empty kitchen and then at the eager patrons outside, engulfed in a dilemma. Just then, a figure appeared at the door, brandishing streaming equipment and bypassing the queue to enter the restaurant. Hey, don't worry. I'm not here to order. I'm not cutting in line. I want to compete with you. I'm just here to do a live stream. I know the owner. The familiar voice belonged to Qinyang. What was he doing here? Gu Feiyang peeked out from the kitchen, a thought striking him. Qinyang, come here for a moment. Qinyang quickly stepped into the kitchen. What is up? All the food in my restaurant has sold out, and I need to prepare more. Can you help me keep the customers outside calm during this interval? Many had already been waiting for quite some time, and Gu Feiyang was concerned about potential issues. After all, with so many people in a confined space, any disturbance could lead to chaos. Sure, I'll help you. As a seasoned streamer, Qinyang was adept at managing the atmosphere. He promptly set up his streaming equipment, directing it towards the entrance, and positioned a microphone and speakers at the door. Dear guests, the dumplings and scallion oil noodles are sold out, and the fried rice will take an additional half hour to prepare. Qinyang said with a cheerful smile. To make amends, let us engage in a little raffle. Lucky winners will receive a complimentary meal package today. Gu Feiyang nearly stumbled in the kitchen. This guy, a complimentary meal package, what was that? A serving of fried rice was merely 38 yuan. Even at its most extravagant, the total wouldn't exceed a couple of hundred. Nevertheless, this was an ingenious tactic. The initially frustrated customers were instantly revitalized. Humans possess a natural inclination for chance and luck. As soon as they sensed an opportunity to test their fortune, their interest was piqued. Feiyang grasped this sentiment. Who among them was unaware that this grand gift was of little value? Yet what of it? To be selected was merely a stroke of luck. While the atmosphere outside was bustling with excitement over the lottery, the kitchen was equally frenetic. Feiyang instructed Li Tsuaping to steam rice while he busied himself with the preparation of ingredients. Fortunately, the vegetable vendor had delivered an ample supply of carrots and corn today, which proved to be sufficient. Dad, could you please fetch some ham? Feiyang glanced at the dwindling ham supply and said to Gu Jiangwo, "It's all right to buy a bit more." All right. Gu Jiangwo turned and left for the nearest large supermarket to procure the ham. Half an hour later, the fried rice was once again available for sale. By 10 in the morning, 2 bags of rice and 3 pots of steamed rice had completely sold out. The online audience bore witness to this spectacle through Chunyang's live broadcast. Whoa, are there really this many people eating? Look at how those people are enjoying it. It must be delicious. I can't resist. I must go try it tomorrow. Weren't there supposed to be dumplings and scallion noodles? Why hasn't anyone ordered them after all this time? To the one above, I can answer that as I am here in person, because they are sold out. This place is cursed. The dumplings and scallion noodles sell out by 9 every day, and they never prepare extra. Upon hearing that the dumplings and scallion noodles sold out by 9, the hesitant online spectators could no longer resist the temptation and decided to experience it for themselves. This directly resulted in the dumplings and scallion noodles being sold out by 8 in the following week. However, Feiyang, having learned from experience, prepared an abundance of side dishes for the fried rice each day to ensure limitless supply. Of course, that was a matter for later. It wasn't until noon that Feiyang finally concluded his busy morning. Thankfully, he had asked Gu Jiangwo to help manage the line at 10 o'clock. Otherwise, it could have extended until dusk. Brother, who stops customers while conducting business? Feiyang disregarded whether he was still live and exclaimed, "Let me tell you, a true gentleman does not forsake profit. You should capitalize on this wave of popularity." Exhausted, Feiyang merely sought a moment to breathe and chose not to respond. His eyelids heavy with fatigue. I am a human, not a machine. This cannot continue. I must find that person and see if I can coax him back. Otherwise, I will be utterly worn out. Are you still live? Feiyang cast a sidelong glance at the camera. With his strikingly handsome and fair complexion, when he lazily lifted his eyelids, he exuded a charming yet aloof aura, the quintessential heartthrob that women adored. At that moment, the live chat erupted. The handsome guy looked at me. He looked at me. To the one above, he was looking at me. Step aside. By the way, my husband is truly handsome. He cooks, looks great, and can earn money. Where can one find such an exceptional man? Stop dreaming. He's married. Married, do you understand? I don't care if he's married or single. Daydreaming costs nothing, and I enjoy calling him my husband. So what? Feiyang watched in disbelief as his fans began to bicker over Feiyang's attention. The screen is filled with comments praising my husband as charm and urging me to take charge. TSK, TSK, I remarked as Feiyang slyly approached. Grinning. If you ever find yourself in dire straits, consider diving into the sea. You would undoubtedly become the darling of wealthy women. Upon hearing this, Feiyang's face darkened. He endured for a moment, but could not hold back, rolling his eyes. If my wife hears this, I assure you, you will never set foot in my establishment again. Goodness. Feiyang quickly glanced at the entrance, realizing he was live streaming, and perhaps Su Zhiyue would indeed hear him. He hastily apologized. Sister-in-law, I was just being cheeky. I meant no offense. I wish you both a lifetime of happiness and unwavering unity. Feiyang couldn't help but chuckle. He truly was a character. By the way, after a brief moment of levity, Feiyang got to the point. Can I come by to stream for the next few days? Certainly, go ahead. It would boost our popularity, and Feiyang had no intention of hindering him. This was undoubtedly a win-win situation. Would you like something to eat? Feiyang thought of how Feiyang had been bustling about since arriving, setting up his streaming equipment, and felt a pang of guilt. My mother has gone grocery shopping. Would you like to stay for lunch? Absolutely. Who would refuse such a delightful offer? Having a newly minted culinary master cook for him was a privilege. Feiyang nodded. I'll fetch my wife. You start streaming. All right, take your time, brother. Xinyang acted as if he were the host, showing no courtesy that a guest might typically exhibit. Upon returning home, Su Zhiyue had been awake for a while, engrossed in a parenting book. Darling, shall we have lunch at the shop today? Sure. Su Zhiyue changed into a different outfit and followed Feiyang out the door. The little electric scooter wobbled along the road. Despite owning a Maserati, parking was inconvenient and overly ostentatious, so he preferred riding his small scooter on ordinary days. Thus, the live stream captured an intriguing scene. The camera focused on the shop entrance where a little electric scooter came to a shaky halt, carrying a strikingly handsome man and a refined beauty. Completely incongruous. Crying, even those riding electric scooters have beautiful wives. Yet here I am, driving a BMW and still a single dog. Didn't we agree that it's better to cry in a BMW than to laugh on a bicycle? It's not a bicycle. It's an electric scooter. Chapter 32. Is this person a plant? Xinyang could hardly contain his amusement while reading the barrage of comments, but he soon found himself on the defensive. The comments flew by. Xinyang, you ugly single dog. You look so out of place on screen. One phrase humiliated him twice over. What an uncle can endure, an aunt cannot. Xinyang, do you want some pine nut fish? Just as he was about to snap, Feiyang entered and inquired. My mother bought fish and chicken. I plan to make pine nut fish, use the chicken carcass for soup, and steam the chicken. What do you think? Sound great. Xinyang nodded, his eyes twinkling, and added with a laugh. You all must be jealous, right? Though I may be ugly and a single dog, I get to savor the dishes crafted by Chef Gu, including pine nut fish and stewed chicken soup. Do you have that privilege? As he spoke, he deliberately leaned closer to the camera and enunciated, You do not have. After finishing, he disregarded the barrage of comments flooding in and abruptly ended the live stream. How can you treat your fans this way? Aren't you afraid they'll abandon you? Su Zhiyue inquired with curiosity, finding Xinyang's cheerful demeanor as a streamer truly refreshing. It seemed he could effortlessly engage in playful banter with his audience. Not at all. Xinyang replied, If you adhere strictly to the rules, they'll wander off. However, if you cultivate a distinct style, you will inevitably attract devoted fans. Essentially, he meant that he had always operated this way. Those who appreciated him would remain, while those who did not were not worth holding on to. Su Zhiyue, somewhat enlightened, nodded in understanding. Feiyang leaned in, puzzled, and asked, Wife, you aren't considering becoming a streamer, are you? I'm a bit curious. Su Zhiyue appeared to contemplate something, her expression turning serious. Feiyang raised an eyebrow, sensing his wife's concern. At that moment, the two bosses who had come to deliver goods arrived. Little boss, what about the fried rice we ordered? I'll prepare it now. Why is it so late today? Feiyang was slightly surprised, noting that it was already lunchtime. Oh, don't mention it. We had an encounter with the city management and ended up running around for quite a while. Even in the bustling metropolis, street vendors could not escape the clutches of the authorities. Feiyang did not inquire further and swiftly prepared 2 servings of fried rice, also offering them the dumplings he had set aside. By the way, please bring an additional batch of goods tomorrow. Sure thing. After confirming the order for the next day, the 2 bosses departed. Once Li Tzu-aping returned, Feiyang began to prepare the meal. He had become quite the culinary master, effortlessly crafting pine nut fish and chicken soup. Soon, an array of fragrant and visually appealing dishes adorned the table. The pine nut fish was flavorful, the chicken soup rich and aromatic, and the steamed chicken with red dates was tender and smooth. With Su Zhiyue pregnant, both the soup and chicken were nourishing. Incredible, truly incredible. After a satisfying meal, Xinyang slumped in his chair, his belly round and content. Could I come here daily to help you while live streaming? Just provide me with breakfast and lunch. You need not pay me, Feiyang retorted. My food is worth more than any salary. After a moment's thought, he agreed. All right, just remember to come every day. Great. Xinyang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had seen the data from today's stream, noting that his popularity had surged exponentially compared to previous broadcasts, and his follower count was rising rapidly. The gifts he received were substantial. Earning a significant amount from the live stream while enjoying meals prepared by a culinary expert was nothing short of delightful. After lunch, Feiyang's parents returned home, and he took Su Zhiyue to the antique street. He felt the need to assess his skills in appraising treasures. The antique street, while referred to as such, resembled more of an antique city. Nestled within the bustling metropolis, it stood as a quaint enclave apart from the surrounding vibrancy. Though small, the antique city was comprehensive, featuring a kilometer-long stretch of antique shops, dining establishments, and hotels. Additionally, countless vendors operated stalls, further enriching the bustling atmosphere. The antique street is a place of great diversity, teeming with vendors whose wares are often a blend of authenticity and forgery, creating a chaotic mix. Feiyang's objective lies with these vendors, as it is in such a disordered environment that one is most likely to unearth valuable treasures. After securing his electric scooter, Feiyang strode confidently into the throngs of people. "What are we doing in a place like this, dear?" Su Zhiyue asked, her beautiful eyes curiously scanning the bustling antique street. "This place is rife with fakes. If you have an interest in antiques, you could consult my father. He has a fondness for such things." Indeed, Su Zhiyue possesses considerable expertise in the appraisal of antiques, boasting a significant collection at home. Feiyang shook his head. "Actually, my love, I also have a knack for identifying treasures. I can see if there might be something worthwhile here. ISN to your friend, Chun Mei Xian, in need of money? I thought I might test my luck to see if I could assist her." Taken aback, Su Zhiyue paused, momentarily lost in thought. "How did you come to know about appraising antiques? Where did you learn that?" "I used to enjoy watching antique appraisal shows back in college, and I picked up a few things along the way," Feiyang replied, crafting an excuse rather than revealing the truth. And her excitement bubbled forth. "Wow, dear, you are truly remarkable. With such culinary skills, your prowess in stock trading, and now antique appraisal, is there anything you cannot do? Huh, you must feel fortunate to have me as your husband, right?" "Absolutely." Su Zhiyue nodded with a smile, her eyes filled with warmth. She gently caressed her abdomen, reflecting, "Our baby, your father is incredibly talented." Together, they navigated through the crowd, with Feiyang keeping a protective eye on Su Zhiyue to shield her from any jostling passersby. Just then, a voice called out from ahead. "Sir, you truly have an eye for quality. This blue and white porcelain vase from the Qing dynasty features exquisite patterns, splendid color, and is in pristine condition. It's a steal at 200,000. Turning to the source of the voice, they saw a vendor proudly displaying a blue and white vase, akin to a hawker selling melons. Feiyang cast a glance at the vase and immediately lost interest. It was a counterfeit. Yet at that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit, sporting a slick-back hairstyle and a cigar, approached the stall, inspecting the vase. "It's worth 200,000. Upon hearing his words, the crowd erupted in excitement. "Wow, even Master Lu says it's genuine. If he claims it's real, it must be." Master Lu was renowned for his expertise in authentication, having identified a genuine painting the previous year that garnered him over 10 million upon resale, allowing him to purchase a luxurious apartment. "I'll take this blue and white vase." With this proclamation, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, becoming charged with enthusiasm. Feiyang scrutinized the man, wondering if he might be an accomplice of the vendor. However, in the next moment, Su Zhiyue leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "That man is Lu Yeqing, an appraiser. My father once consulted him for an evaluation, but he quoted an exorbitant price that my father was reluctant to pay, and he even made remarks about my dad. It appears that Lu Yeqing is not a commendable individual, as even Su Zhiyue finds him displeasing. Furthermore, it seems his authentication skills are lacking. He claims a glaring counterfeit to be genuine." Feiyang initially intended to leave with Su Zhiyue, but his peripheral vision caught sight of another vase. The vase, adorned with plum blossoms in vibrant hues, bore a striking resemblance to contemporary craftsmanship. Yet, Feiyang was aware that it was not. "How much for this vase?" Feiyang inquired, approaching directly and pointing at the plum blossom vase. The vendor glanced at Feiyang, noting his simple attire that suggested a lack of wealth, and dismissively replied, 1,000 yuan, it's yours." "Good." Feiyang promptly scanned the payment code. "I'll take it." Oh, the vendor, witnessing Feiyang's swift payment, was instantly filled with regret, wishing he had set a higher price. However, with the transaction complete, he could not retract his offer. TSK. That vase is clearly a cheap imitation. You spent 1,000 on it? Lu Yeching's mocking voice drifted from nearby. Gu Feiyang lifted his gaze, casting a sidelong glance at him, and suddenly smiled. Indeed, I spent 1,000 on a mere imitation. Yet if what you possess is truly authentic, why didn't you invest 200,000 in it? Who says I didn't? Lu Yeching replied triumphantly, addressing the vendor. I'll take that vase. He had authenticated it as a rare piece from the Tang dynasty, valued at over 1 million. Purchasing it for 200,000 and reselling it would yield a substantial profit. Excellent. The vendor was immediately elated, no longer regretting Gu Feiyang's purchase of the counterfeit, and promptly packaged the vase for Lu Yeching. The 200,000 transfer was completed in an instant. Observing this, Gu Feiyang felt amusement at the gullibility of Lu Yeching. Did you actually buy it? Gu Feiyang feigned astonishment. Lu Yeching stood tall and proud. Of course, you seem to be an outsider, don't you? Let me inform you. This is a Tang dynasty porcelain vase, worth over 1 million. What? The shock was not first expressed by Gu Feiyang or Su Zhiyue, but rather by the vendor. Goodness, he sold a vase worth over 1 million for just 20,000? The vendor nearly collapsed in disbelief. Gu Feiyang chuckled. May I ask which series of Tang dynasty porcelain this belongs to? It is from the Yu Kiln Celadon. Lu Yeching, despite being somewhat knowledgeable, raised the porcelain vase. Pointing to its body, the glaze is a uniform lush green, the shape is elegant, and the body is plain, characteristic of Yu Kiln Celadon. Indeed, the Celadon of the Tang dynasty is renowned for its simplicity and elegance. At first glance, the vase did seem to embody these characteristics. However, it merely resembled them. It was not genuine. Gu Feiyang shook his head. I believe you are mistaken. What? Lu Yeching was incensed. Do you dare question me? Who do you think you are? The onlookers began to murmur their doubts as well. Master Lu was a well-known connoisseur, and who was this young man to challenge him? It seemed he was merely an inexperienced individual. I beg to differ. His confidence is palpable, and if he lacked substance, would that stunning beauty remain by his side? The opinions are not overwhelmingly in one direction, yet there are few who support Gu Feiyang. Nevertheless, he remains unfazed. Pointing to the bottle, he remarked, this vessel is evidently crafted from inferior porcelain. Tang dynasty's Yu Kiln Celadon is categorized into early Tang and middle to late Tang. The porcelain from early Tang is characterized by a grayish-white and porous body, which easily crumbles. This bottle, however, is clearly not of that kind. By the middle to late Tang period, porcelain had matured, with materials evolving to include jade and stone. Yet this vessel is distinctly ceramic. Thus it cannot belong to either the early or middle to late Tang, nor does it conform to any dynasty's porcelain characteristics. This can only signify that it is a counterfeit. Upon hearing Gu Feiyang's words, Lu Yeching hastily inspected the bottle, and his eyes widened in shock. The man spoke the truth. This is indeed a fake. He had been duped. The vendor, observing Lu Yeching's expression, immediately grasped the situation. This bottle was not authentic. He had unwittingly profited 200,000. The vendor nearly burst into laughter on the spot. In just a few minutes, his emotions had soared and plummeted like a roller coaster. 200,000 for a counterfeit. Master Lu is truly affluent. Gu Feiyang's tone rose, tinged with sarcasm. Lu Yeching, his face flushed with anger, retorted, do you think what you hold is not a fake? We are equally matched. Who told you that mine is counterfeit? His words ignited a flurry of discussions. What did he just say? Could it be that what he possesses is genuine? Master Lu could not have been mistaken twice in a row. Could he? It is plausible, I think. Lu Yeching's expression turned grim as he scrutinized the porcelain bottle held by Gu Feiyang multiple times. After a minute, he finally exhaled, certain that it was definitely not an authentic piece. I can see that you possess some skill in discerning that mine is not genuine. Lu Yeching glanced at Gu Feiyang, his tone resolute, but I can assure you that what you have is undoubtedly a forgery. Huh? Gu Feiyang chuckled leisurely. Do you believe that the intricate patterns and vibrant colors of my porcelain do not align with the aesthetic sensibilities of any dynasty? Indeed, Lu Yeching replied decisively. You are mistaken, Gu Feiyang countered, shaking his head. Song Dynasty porcelain is renowned for its antiquity and understated elegance. Prior to the Song, the classification was divided into southern green and northern white. Although many surviving pieces from the Song period exhibit characteristics of antiquity and depth, during the transitional phase, when Song porcelain broke free from the southern green and northern white confines, numerous workshops unearthed various vividly colored ceramics, exquisitely crafted with intricate yet aesthetically pleasing designs. The porcelain I possess exemplifies the characteristics of this transitional period, being a quintessential work of the June kiln style. His words resonated powerfully, echoing around them. Liu Yeqing's complexion paled. He indeed had expertise in appraising treasures. It was precisely for this reason that he recognized the truth in Gu Feiyang's assertions. The vendor, witnessing the fluctuating hues of Liu Yeqing's face, felt his heart sink to the depths. He could not help but tremble as he asked, "So, how much is this genuine article worth?" It mustn't exceed the 200,000 he earned from selling the counterfeit, or he would incur a significant loss. Chapter 34. Arrogance in the crowd. Hearing the vendor's inquiry, Gu Feiyang chuckled. The last time a Song Dynasty June kiln piece was auctioned in Su City, it fetched an astronomical price of 26.5 billion. The vase in my possession, both in terms of quality and preservation, far surpasses that one. What do you think it is worth? Upon hearing this, the onlookers erupted in excitement. What? 26.5 billion? That's exorbitant. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear him say this one is worth even more than 26.5 billion? A mere 1,000 exchange for 26.5 billion or more is simply astounding. This vendor is in deep trouble. The discussion swirled, and the vendor nearly lost his footing. Liu Yeqing's face darkened, feeling a burning shame. Su Zhiyue gazed at her husband with delight. "Darling, is this porcelain vase really worth over 26.5 billion? Indeed, Gu Feiyang replied, a hint of pride in his voice. What do you think? Don't you find your husband remarkable? Absolutely. Su Zhiyue nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling. You are truly amazing. I have even more impressive feats. But alas, your current condition does not permit it. Otherwise, I would let you experience it tonight. Gu Feiyang lowered his head, teasingly uttering these words, causing Su Zhiyue's face to flush a deep crimson. In public, can you not behave yourself? Hee. Gu Feiyang, noticing her blushing earlobes, ceased his teasing and turned to Liu Yeqing. Master Liu, do you believe my assessment is accurate? You were quite arrogant earlier, daring to offend my esteemed father-in-law. Now, let us see you lose all your face. Liu Yeqing's face turned beet red, and he was momentarily rendered speechless. The vendor's expression was even more dismal. His emotions had taken a roller coaster ride. He initially thought he had sold Liu Yeqing a fake item and was poised to make a fortune. Little did he know he had sold a treasure worth 26.5 billion for a mere 1,000. However, it was too late for regrets. The transaction had been conducted under the watchful eyes of the crowd, leaving him with no opportunity to retract. Witnessing the dismal state of Liu Yeqing and the vendor, the onlookers could not help but revel in their misfortune. One had spent 200,000 on a counterfeit, while the other had invested 1,000 to gain 26.5 billion. The contrast was strikingly evident. Anger surged within Liu Yeqing, and he grasped the counterfeit vase as if it were a hot potato, angrily tossing it into the trash bin. Gu Feiyang laughed heartily, handing the porcelain vase to Su Zhiyue, and declared, Darling, let us return home. Sound good? Cradling the vase valued at 26.5 billion with utmost care, Su Zhiyue moved cautiously. Unbeknownst to them, this scene had been recorded and uploaded online. Within mere minutes, its popularity skyrocketed. Wow, isn't that Gu Feiyang, the culinary champion? Yes, it is him. I've seen him in person at the Yang restaurant. He is handsome and an exceptional chef. I could never mistake him. What? It's actually him? Isn't he a chef? How did he come to appraise antiques? The real question is, does he even possess the knowledge to evaluate antiques? The crux of the matter is that he triumphed over Master Liu Yeqing in the realm of treasure appraisal. Are you familiar with who Master Liu is? He was the rising star of the appraisal community last year, commanding substantial attention. In an instant, Gu Feiyang's online prominence soared to new heights. While some expressed envy, others harbored jealousy. Huh, knowing his wife is pregnant. Yet bringing her to such places, he can't be a good man. Indeed, just because he possesses some skills, he flaunts them everywhere. What's there to boast about? However, these envious remarks were swiftly drowned out by the tide of online support, leaving their authors thoroughly discredited and retreating in disgrace. Terms like Feiyang restaurant, culinary champion, and handsome Gu Feiyang repeatedly graced the forum's front page. Yet, upon returning home, Gu Feiyang was indifferent to the heated discussions online. His mind was preoccupied with other matters. Today, during his time at the restaurant, Feiyang had conducted an extensive live broadcast, undoubtedly garnering significant attention. Tomorrow, the influx of guests would likely be even greater, and managing it alone would be quite a challenge. Glancing at the sky, he noted that it was still early. Perhaps he should seek out Feiyang? With this thought, Gu Feiyang rose and addressed Su Zhiyue. Darling, please rest well at home. I may not return for dinner tonight. I have some matters to attend to. What? Su Zhiyue, who had been drowsy, instantly perked up upon hearing Gu Feiyang's words. Ever since they began living together, he had never missed a meal at home, which made her wary. Are you meeting some little enchantress? Huh? Gu Feiyang was taken aback, but then a spark of realization illuminated his face, and he chuckled. My dear, where did your thoughts wander? The only little enchantress I have is you. He wrapped his arms around Su Zhiyue and placed a gentle kiss on her rosy lips. I am seeking out a helper. I can't manage the kitchen alone. Who is it? Su Zhiyue inquired with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Observing her jealous and cautious demeanor, Gu Feiyang found it endearing rather than unreasonable. It was a clear sign of her affection. Chong, the culinary master who competed in the same group as me that day. Taken aback, Su Zhiyue responded, but do you even know where he is? Did you exchange contact information? Indeed, Gu Feiyang affirmed with a nod. After he tasted my egg fried rice, we exchanged contact details. Chong was an individual deeply passionate about culinary arts, his love and dedication far exceeding all else. Thus, after sampling Gu Feiyang's dish, he had eagerly requested to connect. This was precisely why Gu Feiyang considered inviting him to join. A culinary master of such caliber could not be lured merely by a salary. One must offer something alluring to entice him. Fortunately, he possessed just that. Understanding that Gu Feiyang had serious business to attend to, Su Zhiyue refrained from further protest. Do you want me to accompany you? No need. Rest comfortably at home. After informing his parents, Gu Feiyang stepped outside. He first returned to the restaurant to assess his supplies and procure additional ingredients to avoid any shortages the following day. As he rode his small electric scooter into the alley, he was taken aback to find a crowd gathered at the entrance, all wielding their phones to capture the moment. Fans, perhaps? As expected, upon the appearance of Gu Feiyang, the crowd surged forward, brimming with excitement. It's the real deal. Gu the culinary god, would you say a few words to the camera? Are you here to open a restaurant? I wish to savor your fried rice. Make way. I want a photo with Gu the culinary god. Faced with such fervor, Gu Feiyang found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Wang Xiang, the owner of the milk tea shop, poked his head out, exclaiming, Ah, Xiaogu, you're back. His smile was radiant. You've truly managed to turn your small shop into a sensation. And now you're quite the celebrity. Hee, my shop has also benefited from your fame. I've hardly had a moment of respite. Chapter 35, Enlisting the Master Chef. It's merely luck, Gu Feiyang replied, displaying no arrogance. Names are fleeting, true skill is paramount. Dedicating oneself to the restaurant is the key to longevity. Indeed, Wang Xiang nodded in agreement, surprised that Gu Feiyang, at such a young age, possessed such profound insight. By the way, Brother Wang, could you send me the link to your restaurant's ordering machine? This morning, I noticed my parents struggling to place an order, and I thought it would be wise to acquire one for the shop. Sure, I'll send you the contact. Soon after, the technician arrived promptly, skillfully installing the ordering machine. Gu Feiyang took the opportunity to compile a list of essentials to be added. Once the technician departed, he dialed Chun Chang's number. Hello, who is this? A steady yet somewhat naive voice resonated from the other end. It's me, Gu Feiyang. You must be Chun Chang. Is it you? What do you need? Chun Chang responded, visibly surprised. I'd like to invite you to dinner, perhaps at your workplace? Upon hearing Gu Feiyang's words, Chun Chang was filled with questions, though he did not decline. Sure, I'm at the Kaishan Grand Hotel. The Kaishan Grand Hotel, a venerable establishment that has stood in the heart of the city for years, was where Chun Chang thrived, enjoying generous benefits from his employer. As evening fell, the kitchen was at its busiest. Nevertheless, Chun Chang honored the invitation. "Why invite me, your defeated rival, to dinner?" he said, half jokingly, with no trace of animosity. "Let us find a place to sit and talk leisurely," Gu Feiyang suggested, unfazed by the circumstances. "All right, but I'll need to head back for my shift soon." Chun Chang pointed to a nearby CAF, suggesting, "How about we grab a coffee and chat? It'll save us some time." "Sound good." Gu Feiyang was indifferent to whether they drank coffee or dined. The two entered the CAF side by side, settling in a corner, each ordering an iced Americano. "Chun Chang, do you desire to push your limits?" Gu Feiyang suddenly posed a seemingly out-of-the-blue question. Chun Chang raised an eyebrow, taken aback. No master chef would shy away from self-improvement. "That's true. The reason I participate in culinary competitions is to enhance myself. After all." "Excellent." Gu Feiyang nodded in satisfaction, smiling. "I'm offering you this opportunity. Will you accept?" "What?" Chun Chang's confusion deepened. What was this fellow scheming? A cup overflowing with water, a heart brimming with pride. Gu Feiyang spoke calmly and deliberately. "You participate in culinary competitions not to inflate your ego, but to spur yourself towards continuous improvement. Your innate talent is remarkable, and achieving your current culinary prowess is no small feat, however. I can elevate you to even greater heights. Do you aspire to become a culinary master?" "Culinary master?" Chun Chang's gaze softened, his eyes brimming with longing. "Of course I want that. In that case, come and assist me at my restaurant." "What?" Chun Chang thought he had misheard. After all, he was a chef at a five-star hotel, yet he was being asked to help out at a small eatery? Was this some sort of jest? "I am not joking," Gu Feiyang replied earnestly. "Although my establishment is a modest restaurant at present, with my culinary skills, rapid growth is merely a matter of time. By working with me, not only will I help you advance your culinary abilities swiftly, but I will also ensure you're fairly compensated, offering you a share in the profits as an investment." He was not boasting, it was the truth. The Yang restaurant had gained a modest reputation, and Gu Feiyang was reaping both fame and fortune. Transforming the small restaurant into a grand hotel was only a matter of time. Furthermore, with Gu Feiyang's exceptional culinary expertise, success was almost assured. Conversely, Chun Chang found himself at a crossroads. Approaching middle age, his career had hit a plateau. After over a decade at a five-star hotel, his opportunities for advancement were limited, and his culinary skills had stagnated. Contemplating these thoughts, Chun Chang hesitated. Noticing his indecision, Gu Feiyang seized the moment. "I will mentor you personally, without charging you a tuition fee, and I guarantee that within a year, your culinary skills will reach the level of a master." Upon hearing this, Chun Chang gritted his teeth and resolutely nodded. "All right, I accept your offer. No risk, no gain. If I wish to progress further, I must step out of my comfort zone." Gu Feiyang had perhaps presented him with an extraordinary opportunity. Seeing Chun Chang's agreement, Gu Feiyang exhaled in relief. "Excellent. What a refreshing decision." The two men shook hands firmly, smiles blossoming on their faces. They recognized and appreciated one another's aspirations. Upon returning home, Gu Feiyang gazed at the Song Dynasty plum vase he had purchased earlier that day, contemplating its potential. If he were to liquidate it, he would need to take it to an auction house. Tomorrow, after his commitments, he would first have it appraised, then check for any upcoming auction events. At that moment, Su Zhiyue wakened. "Darling, you're back?" She sleepily ventured from their room. Gu Feiyang pulled his thoughts back, smiling. "Sweetheart, you're awake. What would you like to eat tonight? I will prepare it for you." Leaning against him, Su Zhiyue playfully said, "I don't know what's come over me lately. I keep craving something sweet and sour. So, I want to eat sauerkraut fish." Gu Feiyang affectionately ruffled her hair. "All right, I will make it for you. You and our little one just wait for your meal. I'll go buy the finest fish right now to prepare sauerkraut fish for my two treasures." With that, he gently kissed Su Zhiyue on the cheek. She playfully punched his chest. "You naughty man, your parents are here." Gu Feiyang leaned in close to her ear and whispered, "I can only be naughty with you." Su Zhiyue blushed and quickly pushed Gu Feiyang away, exclaiming, "Rogue, hurry and cook your meal." With that, She turned on her heels, her cheeks still flushed, and shut the door behind her. Watching her flee in embarrassment, Gu Feiyang couldn't help but chuckle. Meanwhile, Gu Jiangwo and his wife, observing the affectionate interaction between their son and daughter-in-law, exchanged knowing smiles and continued watching television. The next morning, Gu Feiyang returned to the restaurant with his parents and wife, only to discover someone waiting at the entrance. Upon approaching, he recognized the individual as Chun Chong. Chun Chong, what brings you here so early? Gu Feiyang inquired. Chun Chong replied, to learn something, one must be willing to put in the effort. I understand that well. His words elevated Gu Feiyang's perception of him even further. In this restless society, not everyone shares Chun Chang's mindset. Nowadays, many seek to take the easy route and avoid exertion. Few are willing to strive for their aspirations, as Chun Chong does. Reflecting on this, Gu Feiyang felt reassured that he had indeed not misjudged the man. Chapter 36. The five-star chef joins Gu Feiyang smiled and said, all right, allow me to introduce you. This is my wife, and these are my parents, Mom and Dad. This is my new partner, the five-star chef, Chun Chong. At this revelation, Gu Jiangwo and his wife were taken aback. Their son had managed to bring a five-star chef to be a partner in their humble eatery. In an instant, their perception of their son elevated significantly. They promptly approached Chun Chong and shook his hand, saying, hello, Mr. Chun. We look forward to your guidance. Su Zhiyue also stepped forward to greet him. Hello. Chun Chong replied, please, no need for formality. I am here to learn culinary skills. What? A five-star chef claimed he was there to learn? All eyes turned to Gu Feiyang. Laughing, he said, Chef Chun thinks my fried rice is exceptional, so he wishes to learn from me. Don't misunderstand. He exchanged a knowing glance with Chun Chong, who nodded in understanding and smiled. Little Gu is absolutely right. That is indeed the case. Truly, he had been genuinely impressed by Gu Feiyang's culinary abilities. Seeing Chun Chang's demeanor, the family finally grasped the situation. Let's open the restaurant. The delivery person will be here soon. Gu Feiyang exclaimed as he retrieved the keys and hurriedly opened the door. Before the delivery arrived, he took the time to teach the others how to use the newly installed order-taking machine. Once they were instructed, Gu Feiyang and Chun Chong entered the kitchen together. Brother Chun, you may not have tasted my dumplings yet, but I assure you they are the best in the city. Chun Chong chuckled, you say so much. But it seems you want to teach me how to knead dough. That's the first thing I learned as an apprentice. As he spoke, Chun Chong immediately began pouring flour, eager to demonstrate his skills. Wait, Gu Feiyang interjected, placing a hand to stop him. Today, I will teach you a new method for kneading dough that will create thinner, more resilient dumpling skins. Listening to Gu Feiyang's words, Chun Chong couldn't help but feel a spark of curiosity. A new method for kneading dough? Chun Chong was puzzled and urged him to elaborate. Gu Feiyang smiled knowingly. He anticipated Chun Chang's interest. As a partner, it was essential to understand and learn the intricacies of the establishment, from dough preparation to filling, and he assured Chun Chong that he would impart his knowledge without reservation. Hearing this, Chun Chong, who had been a chef for over 20 years, felt a surge of emotion. His own culinary journey had begun as an apprentice, and he knew that no master would ever teach without holding back. Thus, Gu Feiyang's words resonated deeply with him. All right, Chun Chong replied softly. I will return to the hotel this afternoon to finalize the handover. Gu Feiyang responded cheerfully. So soon. I must quickly prepare the contract. We can sign it tomorrow. Chun Chang's commitment was evident, and Gu Feiyang was determined to show sincerity. Now, let me teach you how to knead the dough, and later, I will show you how to make dumpling wrappers. These are my unique secrets. You won't find them elsewhere. Chun Chang's eyes widened with surprise. Then I must learn diligently. Gu Feiyang laughed heartily, of course. After breakfast, we can also discuss new dishes or any issues you encounter. We can exchange insights. Good. Chun Chong nodded in agreement. In the kitchen, one was teaching while the other was learning, occasionally engaging in discussions. Three individuals stood at the kitchen entrance, peering inside. It seemed that Chun Chong would soon become the head chef at Feiyang restaurant. With an extra hand, Gu Feiyang would not have to bear the burden alone, especially with a five-star chef contributing to the restaurant's culinary standards. This would enable the establishment to scale even further. At that moment, the delivery of ingredients arrived. Aside from Su Zhiyue, everyone else began to bustle about. Around 5:30 a.m., a steady stream of patrons arrived at the entrance, but they did not raise a ruckus. Rather, they whispered among themselves. Typically, restaurants open at 6, but given Feiyang restaurant's popularity, Feiyang had prepared in advance, already steaming several large baskets of dumplings by 5:30. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Feiyang promptly opened the door and addressed the customers. Ladies and gentlemen, we have begun serving the dumplings. Please come over, place your orders. We will pack them or serve them for dining in, according to your preferences. The crowd outside consisted of eager fans eager to check in. Boss, I need 2 portions of the scallion oil noodles today. One exclaimed. 2 portions? I can easily consume 3 myself. Another chimed in. Boss, I want to take away 200 dumplings. I'm treating the entire company to breakfast today. As the crowd surged, Feiyang grew concerned for Su Zhiyue's safety at the front and quickly sent her back to the kitchen to continue making dumplings. Meanwhile, he took on a role of cashier, processing orders while happily posing for photos with the enthusiastic fans. Feiyang and his family engaged in delightful conversation with Cheng as they shared the commonality of parenthood. The number of customers placing orders steadily increased. Feiyang glanced at the back-end system and noted that over 500 dumplings and 66 bowls of scallion oil noodles had already been sold. Remarkably, they had yet to serve the customer who had boasted about purchasing 200 dumplings. The line continued to grow longer, with more patrons arriving. Around 8 o'clock, Chunyang arrived with his live streaming equipment, accompanied by many of his fans who greeted him enthusiastically. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Culinary live streaming room. Chunyang will take you on a gastronomic journey through the delights of MOJ's cuisine. As Chunyang commenced the broadcast, a plethora of viewers flocked into the channel, many of whom were present at the venue. After finishing the live segment outside the kitchen and consulting with Feiyang, Chunyang boldly ventured into the kitchen with his streaming device. Typically, restaurants do not permit outsiders into the kitchen, as it is a sacred space. Capturing anything inappropriate could jeopardize the establishment's reputation. However, Feiyang felt no apprehension, confident in the cleanliness and hygiene of his kitchen, thus welcoming Chunyang's entry. The viewers in the live stream were electrified upon seeing Chunyang enter the kitchen. Now, let us take you on the inaugural live tour of the back kitchen of Feiyang restaurant. Welcome everyone to supervise. As the camera panned, the excitement of the fans surged. Wow, a kitchen. Is this allowed? Indeed, the owner of Feiyang restaurant is truly generous, treating us like family by allowing us to see the kitchen. As the camera transitioned, Chunyang stepped into the kitchen, observing Chunyang preparing scallion oil noodles, while Li Tsuaping and Su Zhiyue were diligently wrapping dumplings, and Gu Jiangwo was busy packaging them. Everyone was bustling with activity. Suddenly, the live stream exploded with comments. Wow, the boss's wife is stunning. She seems even more beautiful than yesterday. Wait a moment, who is that cooking the noodles? They look so familiar. I really recognize them. Host, hurry over and let me see who that is. Noticing the viewer's eager requests, Chunyang responded, All right, I will reveal the identity of this esteemed individual. Upon his arrival, he was taken aback by the sight of Chef Chunyang, a 5-star chef, reduced to assisting in a small restaurant. Such a talent seemed underutilized. Yet, considering that this establishment was no ordinary eatery and that the owner was a culinary genius, it began to appear quite reasonable. Approaching Chunyang, pointed his phone towards the scallion oil noodles and inquired, Hello, Chef Chun. I am Chunyang, permitted by the owner to live stream here. Would you be willing to show your face? For chefs of such caliber, obtaining consent for on-camera appearances is essential. Chunyang glanced at the phone and smiled, nodding in agreement. Certainly. After preparing the fragrant scallion noodles, Chunyang smiled at the camera, introducing himself. I am Chunyang, and this is Chunyang. We share the same surname, Chun. As the saying goes, those with the same surname are like family, and Chunyang felt a deeper sense of kinship towards Chunyang. As a culinary host, Chunyang was well aware of Chunyang's illustrious reputation as a chef. Seeing him so amiable, he could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, Indeed, since we share the surname Chun, I look forward to your guidance, Chef Chun. The fans quickly recognized Chunyang. Oh my goodness, Isn't that Qin Chong? The five-star chef who competed alongside Boss Gu during the culinary contest. It truly is him. But why is he working in this little restaurant instead of five-star hotel? Wow, they even have a five-star chef making scallion noodles here. The flavor must be exquisite. Exquisite? Let's not forget, our Boss Gu triumphed over Chef Chun with just a bowl of fried rice. I believe Chef Chun must have been captivated by Boss Gu's culinary skills, which is why he has willingly come here to prepare scallion noodles. Instantly, the barrage of comments in the live stream surged. The popularity of the broadcast soared as well. Noticing the orders in the back were nearly complete, Gu Feiyang greeted everyone before stepping into the kitchen. Feiyang, he called out. The camera quickly shifted from the scallion noodles to Gu Feiyang's visage. Upon seeing his handsome face on screen, the female viewers in the live stream couldn't help but squeal, flooding the chat with excitement. Feiyang chuckled. Ladies in the live stream, do try not to go overboard. My sister-in-law is present. Gu Feiyang, unfazed, turned the camera away and said with a smile, "Thank you all for your affection, but I am a married man and should not be so conspicuous." He then shot a flirtatious glance at Su Zhiyue, adding, "Right, my dear?" These words only sent the viewers into further frenzy. Oh my gosh, is this a public display of affection? I haven't even had breakfast yet. I might as well indulge in this dog food. I am truly envious. Not only is he handsome, but he's also devoted. My admiration for you has only grown. However, Gu Feiyang had already redirected the camera back to Qin Chong, introducing him to everyone. Hello, everyone. This is our newly appointed partner at Yang Restaurant, Qin Chong. With his addition, I believe our restaurant will flourish even more. Thank you all for your support. As a partner, it was only fitting to give a formal introduction. Otherwise, people might think Qin Chong was merely there to work for him. Indeed, the livestream audience went wild with comments. Oh my goodness, two culinary giants have partnered to open a restaurant. We simply must try it. Absolutely. I've never tasted scallion noodles made by a five-star chef. I'm getting up now to queue. Let us see who gets there faster. Queue? Their S already a line nearly 100 meters long. I wonder if those coming later will even get a chance to eat. Qin Chang's presence brought a wave of new patrons to Yang Restaurant, as many flocked there, drawn by the allure of the former five-star chef. Whether in the live broadcast room or among the patrons visiting the establishment, the number of people is steadily increasing. By around 9 o'clock, Su Zhiyue's close friend, Chen Meixian, arrived at the shop. However, the crowd was so dense that Chen Meixian found it impossible to squeeze through the entrance. Ultimately, she had to call Su Zhiyue, requesting Gu Feiyang to come out and create a path for her to enter. As Chen Yang's camera followed Gu Feiyang out the door, Chen Yang also stepped outside with his phone in hand. The boss's friend has arrived. Let's go and take a look. Chen Yang was live streaming to document the happenings within the shop. Thus, he promptly recorded any developments with his device. Upon exiting, Gu Feiyang spotted the fashionable Chen Meixian, her long black hair cascading down her back, waiting at the entrance while on the phone. As soon as she saw Gu Feiyang emerge, she exclaimed, "Gu Feiyang, you're quite the character. Opening a breakfast shop that has become so popular I can hardly get in." Despite her complaints, her tone was laced with astonishment. She never anticipated that a mere breakfast shop could attract such a crowd, with people spilling out the door and extending several hundred meters down the street. Hee. These folks are here to sample the dumplings and scallion noodles crafted by your humble culinary champion. Once they grow weary of it, the frenzy will naturally subside, she remarked. Without further ado, please let me in through the back door. I am eager for breakfast. To be honest, Chen Meixian had come to taste the fare after watching Gu Feiyang's video the previous night. All right, Gu Feiyang responded with a cheerful tone. Being a good friend of Su Zhiyue, she certainly deserved to be prioritized. At that moment, Chen Yang managed to squeeze out, holding his phone up to stream live, capturing the interaction between Gu Feiyang and Chen Meixian. As the viewers in the live stream caught sight of Chen Meixian, the chat exploded with excitement. The boss's friend. How stunning she is. Goodness. How come all the women around our boss Gu are so beautiful? I have a friend who wants to know, does the boss's friend have a boyfriend? Indeed, beautiful people tend to surround themselves with others of equal merit. I am so envious. I must go over there immediately. Even if I don't eat dumplings, I want to see the beauty. The live stream chat was inundated with messages. Feiyang, quick with his wit, chimed in. How can you all speak so? Am I not handsome? Initially, you followed me because of my looks. She's a beauty streamer, sob sob. It must be said that Chunyang's quirky live streams have attracted a considerable following, surpassing even those idol-like beauty streamers in terms of appeal. Consequently, since the start of today's live stream, he had already gained over 10,000 new followers. Observing the rising numbers, Chunyang couldn't help but smile broadly. Chapter 38. The piggy bank's second upgrade. Without further ado, Chunyang quickly grabbed his phone and followed suit. His sister-in-law may not wish to appear on camera, but surely her friend would be willing? However, he needed to first confirm her willingness to be filmed. Gu Feiyang led Chun Meixian into the kitchen and set up a small table for her at the entrance. Dear aunt, given our circumstances, I must endure, Gu Feiyang chuckled. Upon hearing this, Chun Meixian felt an immediate urge to strike him. How dare he refer to her as aunt? It infuriated her. Yet, with so many people present and under the scrutiny of the live stream, she had no choice but to swallow her indignation. I would like some scallion oil noodles and dumplings, Chun Meixian replied tersely. Certainly, Gu Feiyang responded. My wife's close friend deserves the finest treatment. After all, a friend is akin to family, and Chun Meixian has always been kind to Su Zhiyue. As long as I treat my wife well, I shall consider her friends as mine. He then addressed the patrons in the establishment, saying, Ladies and gentlemen, this is my wife's dear friend, so please prioritize her service. No misunderstandings, please. Laughter erupted among the attendees. Understood, boss. The boss's survival instinct is quite strong. In a live stream, viewers followed the camera's focus, arriving at Chun Meixian. Hello, beautiful. I'm Chunyang, the one responsible for the live broadcasts at Yang Restaurant. Would you be willing to appear on camera? Chun Meixian recognized Chunyang from outside, but hesitated to greet him due to the crowd. Now that he was asking her to appear on camera, she felt a rush of excitement. Hello, Chen makes one. I don't mind being on camera. I know you. You're a food blogger. I often come across your content, and I follow you. Hearing that the beautiful lady was a fan, Chunyang's enthusiasm soared. He immediately directed the camera toward himself, and Chun Meixian, grinning proudly as he declared, Look, this beauty claims to be my fan. Both the audience present and those in the live stream erupted in a chorus of playful jeers. So what is she a fan? She just enjoys food, not your looks. Keep dreaming. Chun the great beauty. I'm here. Chunyang was pleasantly surprised by the unexpectedly positive response to the live stream. Observing the barrage of comments, he remarked to Chun Meixian, Thank you for appearing on camera, Chun the great beauty. It seems everyone prefers watching beautiful ladies over my handsome face. All right then, let us have our Chun the great beauty host a food broadcast today. What do you think? Chun Meixian chuckled at Chunyang's words. No problem. However, Chunyang suddenly reconsidered. Wait, we can't let the beautiful lady distract the handsome viewers in our live stream. We still have our lovely female fans to satisfy. With that, he adjusted the camera and said, Let me make a valiant effort to cater to our female fans. Instantly, the live stream was flooded with comments like no need for that. Yet, Chunyang was undeterred. He would not miss the chance to share the screen with such a stunning beauty. At that moment, Gu Feiyang and Su Zhiyue emerged, each carrying a bowl of noodles and dumplings. Gu Feiyang said, Chunyang, I heard your exuberant voice from the kitchen. Here, your bowl of noodles. You've earned it. Chunyang chuckled and accepted the noodles, saying, Thank you for your generosity, boss. He then flashed a satisfied smile at the camera, adding, See, the boss truly cares for his employees. Having said that, he began to devour the noodles with great enthusiasm. Su Zhiyue, observing his exuberance, couldn't help but chuckle. Chun Meixian promptly took the noodles and dumplings from her hands, exclaiming, Be careful. Next time, I'll fetch them from the kitchen myself. However, Su Zhiyue replied, Oh, it's perfectly fine. You must taste it. I assure you it's delicious. After all, not everyone is permitted in the kitchen. Just moments ago, Chunyang was allowed in because he was donned in a proper work uniform and wearing a mask. Otherwise, if others saw, they might think the kitchen was open for anyone to enter. Chun Meixian laughed. All right, I understand. Have you eaten? Let us eat together. Su Zhiyue took a seat but did not partake in the food, saying, I've already eaten. You should hurry and try it. You were messaging me about it last night, eager to have some. So dig in. The sight of the two beautiful women sitting together naturally caused an uproar among those present and in the live stream. People in attendance began to whip out their phones to capture photos of the duo, while the chat in the live stream was flooded with affectionate emojis. Feiyang, with grease smeared across his mouth, interjected, "Hey everyone, tone it down a bit. Our boss Gu's formidable blade is about to descend upon us." Unbeknownst to them, a luxury SUV had parked in front of the Feiyang restaurant. The people in line began to murmur among themselves, "What kind of car is that? It looks incredibly extravagant. No way, you don't recognize this car? Surely you know the emblem. It's a Mercedes-Benz G63. Goodness, a G63 worth over $5 million. I've only seen one at a car show." Although there are many wealthy individuals in the Magic City, it is not often that one encounters such opulence in a common locale. Thus, the queue erupted with people snapping photos and recording videos. Inside the vehicle, the driver glanced at the rearview mirror and softly inquired, "Boss, shall we exit now?" At that moment, a deep and resonant voice emanated from the back seat. "Not yet. Let us wait until the crowd thins." The rearview mirror only revealed the man's mouth, obscuring his visage. However, from his voice, it was evident that he was a middle-aged man. By 10:30 in the morning, Feiyang announced that all the dumplings and scallion noodles had sold out. The crowd gradually dispersed. Those who needed to work returned to their duties, while others headed home, leaving behind only those who had come to check in. Noticing the dwindling crowd, Feiyang glanced at the restaurant's earnings. To his astonishment, today's revenue had doubled compared to yesterday. In just a few hours, the profit neared 20,000. Suddenly, Feiyang recalled that he hadn't checked the system's storage tank in several days. Upon opening it, he was astounded to find the balance had exceeded 1 million. What could this mean? Based on previous patterns, it shouldn't have reached 1 million until the end of the month. Yet, it had only been about a week. Could it be that the restaurant's income and popularity had surged, thus increasing the rate of the storage tank's collection? With excitement, Feiyang delved deeper into the details. Indeed, the collection rate had escalated from 4 yuan per second to 1 yuan per second. In other words, daily earnings now amounted to 86,400. That translates to over 200,000 in a month. It appears that the business at the storefront is thriving. And the greatest gain is not merely the profits from the shop, but rather the system that serves as a savings bank. After some contemplation, Feiyang decided to withdraw all his funds. Within 2 seconds, he received a notification of the deposit. At last, I can consider myself a millionaire. Feiyang thought to himself, feeling exuberant as his mind raced with possibilities. It seems I must exert more effort to establish a branch. Chapter 39. The astronomical price of 300 million. Darling, what are you grinning about? Upon witnessing her husband smiling foolishly at the ordering machine, Su Zhiyue approached him with curiosity. Feiyang pointed at the revenue figures and, embracing Su Zhiyue, exclaimed, "My dear, observe our revenue for today. The net profit has doubled." Su Zhiyue glanced at the figures, astonished. Goodness, how can such a small restaurant achieve such a high turnover? Chen Chang approached with a smile, adding, "It is indeed remarkable. This is equivalent to the revenue of a typical small restaurant over half a month." "Huh." Feiyang patted Chen Chang on the shoulder, chuckling. "You worked hard today as well. Knowing my toil, shouldn't you be expecting a reward?" Chen Chang, unreserved, eagerly inquired. Feiyang paused, then laughed. "You're quite something. After a busy morning, you still wish to learn culinary skills from me? However, as I have promised, I shall not go back on my word." Their exchange was transmitted through the live stream, reaching every viewer's ears. Chen Yang, always full of clever ideas, immediately chimed in. "Does this mean we are in for a treat today? Chef Gu will teach Chef Chen how to cook. Surely, it will culminate in a feast for our palates." "Absolutely." Feiyang laughed heartily. "Let us enjoy dishes prepared by Chef Chen at noon." Chen Yang's eyes sparkled, and Chen Meixian, equally excited, declared suddenly, "These dumplings and scallion noodles seem less appealing." Feiyang, perplexed, responded, "Dear niece, are you wavering in your loyalty? If you call me dear niece one more time, I shall let you experience the consequences of being a fence-sitter." Meanwhile, Chen Meixian playfully winked at Su Zhiyue, vying for attention. Su Zhiyue found the antics amusing yet bewildering. These two are acting like children. Gu Feiyang pleaded, all right, you are not a dear niece. Can I refer to you as a dear sister instead? This statement instantly ignited a flurry of comments in the live stream. What on earth is a dear sister? A linguistic genius at work. Ha ha ha. Am I the only one who noticed the stunning beauty's face twist in confusion? Yet, she looks delightful even when angry. I do not envy Boss Gu for his beautiful companion. I only envy them for the chance to savor dishes crafted by Chef Chen and Chef Gu. What is all the envy about? It's not like we don't know where Yuanyang restaurant is. We can go there anytime. In an instant, the comment section veered off topic as viewers began coordinating plans to visit Yuanyang restaurant, inquiring if Chen Yang could facilitate reservations. Chen Yang laughed until his stomach hurt. Gu. Do you know what the netizens are asking? They want a crowdfund for you to host a banquet. Something akin to a Manchu Han imperial feast. Gu Feiyang chuckled, leaning in to read the comments. All right, enough jesting. Should the opportunity arise, I will consider upgrading the establishment. Just remember to keep following my updates. The essence of this passage conveys that the customization of a Manchu Han imperial feast is not entirely impossible in the future. In an instant, the online community's enthusiasm surged. Meanwhile, Gu Feiyang was preparing to teach Chun Chong how to cook, while Chun Yang and Chun Meixian engaged in playful banter within the live stream. And Su Zhiyue watched with great delight. Li Tsuiping and Gu Zhangwo busied themselves tidying up the establishment, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Outside, two impeccably dressed middle-aged men entered. The leading figure, possessing a square face and appearing to be around 60 years old, wore a friendly smile that did little to conceal his commanding presence. Behind him stood a serious-looking man with glasses, who immediately inquired, "Is Mr. Gu Feiyang present?" The jovial crowd inside turned their attention toward the entrance. Gu Feiyang raised an eyebrow, set down his belongings, and stepped forward, saying, "I am he. What brings you here? If you seek a meal, I must regretfully inform you that we are closed for the day." All of this was captured on camera. "Not at all," the bespectacled man replied, taking a step closer to Gu Feiyang. "Hello, Mr. Gu. We are here for a different matter. This is my employer, Mr. Li Jian, a distinguished collector." "A collector?" Gu Feiyang paused, then recalled the antique Song Dynasty June Kiln plum vase he had procured from the antique street yesterday. Was Li Jian interested in this? Nodding, Gu Feiyang courteously invited them to take a seat, calling out, "Mother, please pour us 2 cups of tea." "Certainly." Li Tsuiping turned and prepared the tea. Once seated, Li Jian got straight to the point. "Mr. Gu, I one tea bead around the bush. I wish to purchase the Song Dynasty June Kiln plum vase in your possession." Upon hearing this, Gu Feiyang realized his suspicions were correct. Simultaneously, the live stream erupted with comments. "Wow, was that really Boss Gu in the Antique Street video? Is this the focal point? That plum vase is truly valuable. Bought for 1,000, could sell for 1 billion? Regardless of whether it could fetch 1 billion. The fact that a collector has come personally to make a purchase is already impressive." Unbeknownst to Gu Feiyang, he pondered for a moment and replied, "The plum vase is not here. I have it stored in a bank safe deposit box. Such a valuable treasure is exceedingly unsafe whether kept in a shop or at home." Although Gu Feiyang was currently prospering, 1 or 2 billion remained an astronomical sum for him. Storing it in a safe was the most prudent course of action. "I understand," Li Jian responded earnestly. "What I mean is, should you be willing to sell it, I can facilitate an immediate transaction. If you wish to sell, you might be considering the auction route, which entails deposits and handling fees. However, selling to me would exempt you from these procedures." Upon hearing this, Gu Feiyang nodded. "You make a valid point. I indeed have such intentions. Is this the appraiser you brought along?" He glanced at the bespectacled man. "I can accompany you to the bank for an appraisal, but first, we need to agree on a price. I am prepared to offer a price that exceeds the previous one for the Song Dynasty June Kiln porcelain vase by 10%, a firm bid of 300 million. How's that sound?" Li Jian was remarkably forthright, leaving Gu Feiyang momentarily stunned. 300 million? 300 million. In the past, he would not have dared to entertain such thoughts even in his dreams. The urgency in Li Jin's offer stemmed from the rarity of Song Dynasty June kiln porcelain vases, with well-preserved examples being even scarcer. The vase in Gu Feiyang's possession is nearly the only one of its kind in pristine condition within the country. Of course, this is contingent upon the vase's authenticity. The other attendees and the audience in the live stream were utterly astonished by the staggering price of 300 million. Su Zhiyue murmured, 300 million? Chen Meixian was equally astounded, tugging at Su Zhiyue's sleeve. Yeah, your husband is truly remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. Chapter 40. Those who cherish their wives are never unlucky. Hearing Chen Meixian's praise for her husband made Su Zhiyue's cheeks flush with excitement. Her face a picture of curiosity and anticipation as she focused on the negotiations. Gu Feiyang smiled, recognizing Mr. Li's generosity. It was evident he was determined to acquire this treasured item. Li Jian laughed heartily. I hope Mr. Gu can grant me this favor, allowing me to obtain this prized possession. Certainly, Gu Feiyang nodded in agreement. After all, this was 300 million. Who could refuse such an offer? For a billionaire, 300 million was merely a trifling target, while for ordinary individuals like them, it represented an astronomical sum. Seeing Gu Feiyang's acceptance, Li Jian finally exhaled in relief. Fortunately, he had arrived earlier. If this exquisite piece were to go to auction, 300 million might not guarantee success, especially in a city teeming with the affluent. Contemplating, Li Jian inquired, do you have time now? Could we proceed to the appraisal office to finalize the transaction? Eager to avoid any delays, he was quite impatient. Gu Feiyang pondered for a moment. He had already promised to impart culinary skills to Chun Chang and agreed to dine with his wife at the restaurant. This afternoon, let us meet at the appraisal office. Though anxious, Li Jian respected Gu Feiyang's schedule and refrained from pressing further. After Li Jian and his companions departed, Su Zhiyue and Chen Meixian approached. Chen Meixian, brimming with excitement, asked Gu Feiyang, did we just hear that he intends to spend 300 million on the vase you possess? Is that true? She posed a question that countless viewers were eager to know. Su Zhiyue widened her beautiful eyes. Husband, surely I am not dreaming? Gu Feiyang chuckled, wrapping an arm around Su Zhiyue's delicate waist and playfully pinching her cheek. Of course it's true. You still doubt your husband? Su Zhiyue's face turned crimson. I must believe it. Laughing, Gu Feiyang inquired. So, do you think your husband is impressive? Impressive. Su Zhiyue stood on tiptoe, disregarding the camera, and planted a kiss on Gu Feiyang's lips, exclaiming, my husband is the most extraordinary man in the world. Chun Yang, oblivious to the moment, promptly shifted the camera and cheekily remarked, dear viewers, this is not for your eyes. You are unworthy to witness this. Ha ha. The live stream was instantly flooded with a torrent of curses. Dear host, I advise you not to be ungrateful. Quickly turn the camera back. What could possibly be beyond the gaze of a devoted fan like me? Do you not consider me one of your own? The divine romance between the boss and the proprietress. Truly. Chen Yang grinned at the camera, teasingly stating, I won't show you. Are you yearning for it? You cannot see it. Only I can. This time, the viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter and playful banter. Meanwhile, Chen Meixian, witnessing the couple's blatant display of affection, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Could you perhaps be more mindful of the occasion? Is this truly a place for such public displays of affection? Spare a thought for us single folks, will you? This remark, made in jest, resonated well with the audience, particularly the viewers in the live chat. Wow, the beauty is still single. Yang, go for it. If you ever get to show affection with such a stunning beauty, I'll send you a few rockets. Is there a talented writer among us? A food streamer and his little fan. Here, essay pen for you. Please write passionately. Seeing this, Chen Yang felt a bit helpless. He glanced at Chen Meixian, thinking how could someone as beautiful as her ever be interested in him? Although his family was well off, Chen Meixian radiated the innocence and purity of a wealthy heiress. Such a beauty deserved nothing but adoration. On the other side, Su Zhiyue winked at Chen Meixian, their bond of friendship allowing for unspoken understanding. And suddenly, Chen Meixian realized Gu Feiyang had just sold 3 billion. He had also promised to assist her with that matter. This meant she wouldn't have to heed her father's wishes regarding an arranged marriage. With a weight lifted from her heart, Chun Meixian felt her eyes misty as she turned to Gu Feiyang earnestly. Thank you. Her gratitude was palpable. Su Zhiyue, noticing her friend's emotional state, quickly reassured her. Why so formal? You are my dearest friend. It is only right that my husband helps you when he is able. Right, darling? She winked at Gu Feiyang, urging him to speak up. Receiving the hint, Gu Feiyang smiled. Indeed, you are my wife's best friend. And I wouldn't call this a favor. It is beneficial for me as well. Beneficial? Chun Meixian was momentarily taken aback. Yet, she was no fool. Having studied economics in college, she quickly grasped Gu Feiyang's underlying intent. He intended to invest in her family's company or support the project currently undertaken by the Qin Group. This arrangement was quite favorable. As long as the company faced no financial issues, she would be free from the burdens of an arranged marriage. Furthermore, Gu Feiyang could expand his business empire, which was nothing short of splendid. With this thought, Chun Meixian looked at Gu Feiyang with admiration and then patted Su Zhiyue's delicate hand. You truly have an eye for character. I was mistaken before, thinking Gu Feiyang was not worthy of you. It appears you possess a better judgment than I. You deserve the happiness you now enjoy. One cannot deny the pang of envy within Chun Meixian. What woman wouldn't yearn for a husband as capable as that? Especially one so devoted to his wife? Indeed, Su Zhiyue has always taken pride in Gu Feiyang and holds him in high regard. I have told you, my husband is the finest man in the world. Gu Feiyang chuckled, pulling her closer with his arm around her waist and planting a gentle kiss on her lips. And my wife is undoubtedly the best wife in the world. The patrons in the shop and the viewers in the live stream fell silent for a moment, only to erupt in a chorus of lamentation. The single dogs are doomed. The single dogs are doomed. Chun Yang exclaimed, lamenting the state of their lives. Chun Meixian wore a sorrowful expression. Yeah, we're the best of friends, and yet you pierce my heart like this. I don't care. You must introduce me to a boyfriend quickly, or I will not let this go. The live stream chat was abuzz. Oh my. The boss and the boss's wife are just too sweet. It seems that before, Boss Gu didn't have much money, and it was the boss's wife who stood by him through the hardest times. A man who loves his wife surely has good fortune. In an instant, the excitement in the live stream soared again. Chun Yang's channel unexpectedly climbed into the top 10 rankings, with gifts pouring in extravagantly. All right, enough of the banter. Gu Feiyang, noticing the commotion, smiled and said, Chun Chong and I will continue preparing lunch. Could you all help tidy up the shop? Everyone nodded and busied themselves. Chapter 41. A heart-to-heart with parents, Li Suiping and Gu Jiangwo had been occupied in the kitchen, not partaking in the merriment. However, they were aware that Gu Feiyang had earned 300 million. For them, this was indeed exhilarating, not for the sake of wealth, but because their son had achieved great success. The couple found themselves in tears in the kitchen, filled with myriad emotions. Initially, when they learned that their son was dating a young lady from the city, they had worried for quite some time. How could a child from the countryside be worthy of a daughter from a prominent urban family? Yet, their son had proven himself, not only maintaining a stable relationship with Su Zhiyue, but also ascending to remarkable heights. However, they also felt a pang of loss. Their son had grown up, no longer needing them, and as Gu Feiyang continued to soar, they felt increasingly powerless as parents. Perhaps it was the bond between mother and son that allowed Gu Feiyang to sense his parents' emotions. He entered the kitchen and said, Mom, Dad, you've worked hard. Why not take a break? Chin Chong and I can handle the kitchen. No, we are not tired, they replied. Compared to the days of toiling from dawn to dusk to provide for Gu Feiyang's education, their current life felt like paradise. Though busy, it was fulfilling, free from financial worries. Do you remember when you took me to fly kites when I was little? Gu Feiyang asked. Huh? Li Suiping and Gu Jiangwo exchanged puzzled looks. Why bring that up all of a sudden? No matter how high a kite flies, it must have someone holding the string. If the string breaks or the person holding it lets go, the kite will lose its direction, become lost, and be unable to return. Gu Feiyang spoke earnestly. I am that kite, and you are the ones holding the string. No matter how far I fly or how high I soar in the future, without you, I would lose my way. Gu Jiangwo and Li Suiping felt a sudden tremor in their hearts, and their eyes instantly became moist. As the son stood between his parents, each embracing Gu Feiyang, They choked back tears, expressing, "You have achieved so much. Your father and I are truly happy and immensely proud of you." Gu Jiangwo patted Gu Feiyang's shoulder, reassuring him, "Although we may not be able to assist you in many ways, we are always here, and whenever you look back, you will find us." Indeed, Gu Feiyang nodded earnestly, feeling a warmth enveloping his heart. Unbeknownst to them, Su Zhiyue had entered and overheard their conversation. She approached and wrapped her arms around Li Tsuaping, saying, "Mom and Dad, claiming you cannot help us is simply not true. The baby will certainly need the love and affection of their grandparents." "Absolutely." Li Tsuaping beamed at the thought of Su Zhiyue's unborn child. "By the way, isn't there a trend for new-age parenting nowadays? We should learn more while the baby is still in the womb, lest we resort to outdated methods once the child arrives." Gu Feiyang chuckled. "That sounds great, but you both should hurry, considering how busy the shop is." Agreed. The four exchanged smiles, and the previous sadness dissipated entirely. The sense of loss that had once lingered in Li Tsuaping and Gu Jiangwo vanished, replaced by a profound feeling of being needed. Gu Feiyang directed Chen Chang to prepare lunch, as it was already 12:30. Chen Yang had concluded his live stream and sat chatting with Chen Meixian. During the meal, they devoured their food with great enthusiasm. Each person left the table thoroughly satisfied. Chen Yang, in a boastful manner, posted a 9-panel image online, captioned with a cheeky remark about the sumptuous lunch prepared by Chef Gu and Chef Chen, imploring others not to envy him. After the meal, Chen Chang hurried back to the kitchen. While teaching him to cook, Gu Feiyang had emphasized many intricate details that Chen Chang needed to reinforce in his memory. Once Chen Meixian confirmed Gu Feiyang's investment, she rushed home to discuss it with her father. Meanwhile, Chen Yang had been waking up early to live stream at the shop, only to succumb to drowsiness in the afternoon and retreat home for a nap. Su Zhiyue let out a large yawn, prompting Gu Feiyang to express concern. "Mom, dear wife, shall I escort you both home for some rest? I'm gonna step out for a while." He intended to retrieve the vase from the bank and head to the appraisal office to finalize the transaction. Once the funds were received, he planned to transfer them to Chen Meixian, alleviating Su Zhiyue's worries about her friend. All right. Su Zhiyue was indeed fatigued, leaning against Gu Feiyang, her delicate face languid. "Darling, how long will you be out this afternoon? I want to hold you while I sleep. I'll be back shortly." Gu Feiyang teased as he pinched her earlobe. "What's this? Can't bear to be apart from your husband for even a moment?" "Indeed," Su Zhiyue replied, her cheeks flushing with shyness. Yet she did not deny her growing attachment to Gu Feiyang. Upon returning home, Gu Feiyang prepared a large cup of prenatal milk powder for Su Zhiyue. She hesitated, pouting as she exclaimed, "Darling, although prenatal milk powder is quite delicious, I just finished eating. Consuming such a large cup now will surely make me balloon." Gu Feiyang, however, disagreed. "How could that be? With 3 little ones drawing so much nourishment, I am more concerned about you not getting enough nutrition." Su Zhiyue was at a loss for words. The baby is not even 2 months old. No matter how much nutrition is absorbed, it cannot be this much. "My dear," Gu Feiyang replied, "have you not noticed that after consuming this prenatal formula, your previous morning sickness has vanished, and your health has significantly improved?" Stunned by Gu Feiyang's words, Su Zhiyue pondered. "Indeed, I feel better, and my appetite has improved considerably. Think about it. If you do not drink this formula, you will struggle to eat. And without nourishment, the baby cannot thrive. For the sake of our child, my love, you must drink it." With that, Gu Feiyang pressed the cup into Su Zhiyue's hands. Although she felt somewhat manipulated, she found his reasoning compelling and reluctantly finished the entire cup of formula. Gu Feiyang exhaled in relief. He had initially thought the items provided by the system were trivial, merely assorted knickknacks, but it seemed that, despite their small size, they were rather useful. After lulling Su Zhiyue to sleep, Gu Feiyang sent a message to Li Jian. He then drove his Maserati Quattroporte to the bank, withdrew the plum vase, and proceeded to the appraisal office. At the entrance of the appraisal office, Li Jian had been waiting eagerly, accompanied by a middle-aged man who had joined him that morning on their trip to the store. "I know the president here. He will assist with the appraisal," Li Jian stated as he saw Gu Feiyang, leading him directly inside. Very well. It was only then that Gu Feiyang realized the middle-aged man was also a member of the appraisal office. In the president's office on the second floor, there was a knock at the door. "Come in," responded an authoritative voice from within. Upon entering, Gu Feiyang was greeted by an elderly gentleman with graying hair and a vigorous demeanor. This was Yi Onghua, the president of the appraisal office. Li Jian introduced. "Old Yi, this is the Mr. Gu I mentioned to you." "Hello, young Master Gu," Yi Onghua said with a warm smile, though his commanding presence was unmistakable. "Please take a seat. You are in for a treat. I just acquired some new tea." Li Jian chuckled heartily. "You haven't changed a bit. You still love your tea, and you still have a passion for collecting antiques." Ye Onghua retorted playfully. Seeing their camaraderie, Gu Feiyang recognized the strong bond between them. "Ha!" Li Jian laughed as he settled into a chair. Gu Feiyang followed suit, gently placing the wrapped plum vase on the table. Yi Onghua glanced at the vase and then at Gu Feiyang, exclaiming, "You are the young man who purchased the Song Dynasty June Kiln plum vase for 1,000 yuan? Truly impressive." "You flatter me." "Yi Lao," Gu Feiyang replied with humility. "You are the true luminary. I often see you on treasure appraisal programs." Chapter 42. 300 million in hand. Yi Onghua was taken aback. "I never would have guessed that someone of your youth would enjoy watching appraisal programs." Gu Feiyang smiled. How could one appreciate treasures without watching those shows? He feigned ignorance, his words intentionally vague. In truth, Gu Feiyang did enjoy watching appraisal programs, particularly during the first year after entering society, as they served as a form of stress relief. It is merely that his expertise in appraising treasures is unrelated to the program. Surely, you wouldn't suggest that his ability to identify this exquisite plum blossom porcelain vase from the Song Dynasty stemmed from watching my treasure appraisal show? If that were the case, this young man would undoubtedly be a prodigy in this domain. Gu Feiyang chuckled, modestly concealing his merits and fame. Yi Onghua was suddenly taken aback. Could it truly be so? Li Jian, contemplating, responded with a smile. "Regardless of how it was appraised, old Yi, please assist me in verifying whether this treasure is authentic." "Certainly." Yi Onghua, not one to delve deeply into matters, promptly commenced the appraisal. As the president of the Appraisal Institute, his skills were among the finest in the nation. Within mere minutes, he reached a conclusion. It is indeed genuine. Yi Onghua carefully placed the plum blossom vase back into its brocade box, remarking, "You, my friend, are quite fortunate to have unearthed such a genuine artifact in a place as chaotic as the antique street." Gu Feiyang smiled slightly. "Yes, I too believe myself fortunate, not only for acquiring a genuine piece, but also for Mr. Li's willingness to pay 300 million. "What?" Yi Onghua was taken aback. He was aware that Li Jian was an almost fanatical collector, yet he never anticipated that he would offer such a staggering price for a Song Dynasty June Kiln plum blossom vase. However, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. After all, Song Dynasty June Kiln porcelain is indeed rare, especially in such pristine condition. 300 million is a bargain for Li Jian. Yi Onghua nodded. 300 million sounds about right. Upon hearing this, Li Jian burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha, since it is genuine, let us proceed with the transaction." "Excellent." Gu Feiyang sent over his bank card, adding, "As for the tax portion, I will handle the declaration myself," initially intending to handle the taxes directly. Li Jian nodded with a smile. "All right, since Mr. Gu is knowledgeable about these matters, I am reassured." Personal antique transactions also require legal tax declarations. Gu Feiyang's antique dealings had stirred quite a commotion. Neglecting this aspect could lead to trouble with the tax authorities. At last, the transaction of 300 million was completed. The pot of tea that Yi Onghua had brewed for the two was finished as well. Gu Feiyang rose, saying, "Gentlemen, I must take my leave. How about we share a meal together?" Li Jian, in high spirits and eager to forge a deeper connection with Gu Feiyang, extended an invitation. Gu Feiyang shook his head. "Old Yi, old Li, my apologies. My wife is waiting for me at home for dinner. I shall treat you both next time." Very well." Li Jian and Yi Onghua did not press the matter further. Gu Feiyang bid farewell to the two and departed from the Appraisal Institute, driving his Maserati Quattraport back home. Gazing at the funds in his account, Gu Feiyang's heart brimmed with joy. 300 million. Even though he was now far from his former self, earning a minimum of 100,000 daily, It would still take him over 2,000 days to amass such a substantial sum. Feiyang took a deep breath as he parked his car beneath the apartment building. This was indeed a momentous occasion worth celebrating. "Honey, Mom and Dad, I'm back." Feiyang's voice rose in pitch, his tone light and cheerful, as he opened the door to find his three dearest waiting for him on the sofa. "Xiaoyang, you've returned. Darling, you're back." Three individuals simultaneously rose to their feet, rushing over with palpable excitement. "What do you think? Is it genuine?" "Of course." Feiyang proudly produced his phone, displaying the balance of his bank account for the others to see. "Look at that string of zeros." The trio's eyes widened in astonishment. "It's true. It's really true. Our son has earned 300 million. Her husband has earned 300 million. Witnessing the joy radiating from his parents and wife, Feiyang felt an even greater surge of elation. With a grand gesture, he proclaimed, "Let us go out and celebrate." "Absolutely." Su Zhiyue's face flushed with excitement as she exclaimed, "I want to go to the Langman restaurant. I've been eager to try it for ages." "Certainly," he replied. The Langman restaurant is renowned in the metropolis, boasting a 6-star rating and a membership-only policy. Su Zhiyue held a membership there, but due to Feiyang's previous financial constraints, they had never visited. Li Tsuaping and Gu Jiangwo exchanged glances and chuckled. "Son, we shall not intrude upon your romantic escapades. Just send us a few hundred, and we'll dine elsewhere." Feiyang was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head. "How can that be? Our family has never dined out together. What is wrong with that? We eat at home every day." Li Tsuaping feigned impatience, waving her hand dismissively. "We have no common interest with you young folks and prefer not to dine with you." Taken aback, Feiyang was both amused and bewildered. He understood that his mother was jesting, yet he pondered for a moment before responding, "Very well. I shall take my wife out on a date, and you and Dad can enjoy your own outing, haha. But a few hundred won't suffice, Dad. You should take Mom to a romantic restaurant with a lovely atmosphere." With that, he pulled out his phone and transferred 100,000 to each of his parents. It wasn't out of stinginess. He simply understood their nature. Too much would make them anxious, while too little would make him seem miserly. Having just earned 300 million, sending them 100,000 would encourage them to spend without discomfort. "Wow, 100,000. Gu Jiangwo chuckled with delight, never expecting his son to transfer such an amount. He immediately captured a screenshot and proudly shared it on social media. Feiyang could only shake his head in amusement. After a lifetime of hard work, his father couldn't resist the urge to boast. However, Feiyang did not intervene. As long as his father was happy, that was what mattered. Besides, their family had no particularly troublesome relatives. Those with whom they shared a bond had always supported them in the past. Even if they learned of his newfound wealth, it would not be an issue. As anticipated, his uncle and aunt swiftly sent their congratulations, expressing their delight and blessings for the Gu family without a hint of jealousy or mention of borrowing money. Feiyang felt a warmth in his heart, resolving to invite them to the metropolis for a celebration when they moved into their villa. At the Langman Western Restaurant, famed as a couple's retreat in the metropolis, Su Zhiyue perused the menu. "Darling, what would you like to eat? How about steak?" "I could go for anything," Feiyang replied, his mind wandering as he took out his phone to look up the Chun Group, owned by Chun Meixian. Chapter 43. Family comes first. The Chun Group, a third-tier conglomerate, stands tall in the bustling metropolis, boasting remarkable financial resources. However, in recent years, Chun Meixian's father has harbored grand ambitions, striving to transcend the limitations of a third-tier company and ascend into the ranks of the second tier. Consequently, the Chun Group has faced financial strains, even contemplating a strategic marriage for Chun Meixian. "Dear, how well do you know Chun Meixian's father?" Feiyang, having resolved to assist Chun Meixian, understood that a substantial sum of 100 million was imperative. Since the funds were to be dispensed, it would be illogical for it to be in vain. Meixian's father? Su Zhiyue, who had just placed their order, was surprised by Feiyang's inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "He is a man who places immense value on profit. He will pursue any endeavor that promises gain. However, he also adheres to his own principles and boundaries, particularly avoiding the gray market. The current economic climate has not been favorable, and coupled with his ambitions, he is reluctant to compromise his principles. This dilemma has led the Chun group into a temporary risk of financial instability, prompting thoughts of a marriage alliance for Meixian. Gu Feiyang was taken aback by her words. It seemed that while Chun Meishuan's father prioritized profit, he was not entirely driven by greed. "Dear, please convey to Chun Meixian that we should arrange a meeting with her father," he suggested, stowing away his phone and collecting his thoughts. "Let's resolve this matter swiftly, so you need not constantly worry about her." Absolutely. Su Zhiyue recognized that Gu Feiyang's willingness to aid Chun Meixian stemmed from his affection for her, filling her heart with sweetness. How wonderful it was to have such a supportive husband. At that moment, the restaurant staff approached with their dishes. Su Zhiyue, well acquainted with Gu Feiyang's preferences, had ordered all his favorites. "Dear," Gu Feiyang felt a warmth in his heart and smiled indulgently. "Why did you order only what I like? What about yourself? You've been working so hard lately. This is a reward for you." Su Zhiyue replied with a smile. "Besides, I enjoy what you like as well. My love, do not feel overly burdened. Let us simply cherish our days together." Indeed, Gu Feiyang nodded, though his thoughts diverged. He was not born into wealth, so he resolved to become a self-made success, ensuring that his wife, parents, and children could live their lives in peace, free from worries, was the essence of his current endeavors, albeit intertwined with his own aspirations. All right, let us set aside such thoughts and focus on our delightful date. Gu Feiyang affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Allow me to cut your steak." Yes, Su Zhiyue's heart brimmed with joy, and her bashful smile captivated those around them. Their meal was a sweet and harmonious affair. Meanwhile, Gu Jiangwo and Li Tsuaping were also enjoying their date at another Chinese restaurant. Unaccustomed to Western cuisine, they relished the hot pot, leaving them content and cheerful. Upon their return, Gu Feiyang picked them up. As night deepened and fog thickened, the following morning at 3 o'clock, Gu Feiyang rose as per his routine, returning to the shop with his parents. To his astonishment, Chun Chong had arrived early, standing at the entrance, waiting. "Why are you here so early?" Rising early, with a sense of leisure, I decided to arrive ahead of schedule. Chun Chong chuckled. "After returning home yesterday, I pondered quite a bit over what you mentioned, and I came up with a new dish. Would you be able to provide some guidance at noon?" "Certainly," Gu Feiyang responded readily, recognizing that Chun Chang's culinary skills would be beneficial to the establishment. "By the way, have you resigned from the hotel?" Gu Feiyang inquired as he opened the door. "Did they not try to persuade you to stay?" "Of course, they did," Chun Chong clarified, "but I insisted on my resignation. The boss, however, requested that I remain for another month. I thought that coming here in the morning and returning to help at the hotel for dinner wouldn't conflict. So I agreed." Gu Feiyang was taken aback. This individual was indeed dedicated, demonstrating a genuine passion for the craft. He admired such fervor, pursuing one's passion with unwavering commitment. With a faint smile, he replied, "That works, but our shop is still in a trial phase. I plan to choose an auspicious day for the grand opening. Before that, I will have you sign a shareholding contract. Feel free to share any other thoughts you may have." Chun Chong nodded in agreement, and soon they were bustling with activity. Around 5 o'clock, Chun Yang arrived at the shop, skillfully setting up the live streaming equipment. Yawning, he remarked, "How do you manage to wake up so early every day without feeling drowsy?" He was on the verge of tears from fatigue. "For the money." Gu Feiyang provided a rather mundane, yet oddly convincing answer. Chun Yang nodded. "Now that you mention it, I don't feel tired anymore." At that moment, a long queue had formed outside, with patrons eagerly waiting. The once tranquil alley in the early morning was now abuzz with activity. Wang Xiang from a neighboring milk tea shop had also been proactive, arriving early these past few days. Riding on Gu Feiyang's shop's burgeoning popularity, his sales had remarkably doubled this month. Watching the line grow longer, Li Tsuaping couldn't help but beam with joy. She entered the kitchen and said to the busy Gu Feiyang, "Son, it's just past 5, but there are already many people outside, many of whom have driven in from other cities." Gu Feiyang nodded. "That's due to effective online promotion. The buzz surrounding our shop is truly remarkable." Li Tsuaping was equally delighted. "That's wonderful. We won't have to worry about customers in the future. It will only get busier." "Indeed, but we need to hire a few more staff members," Gu Feiyang noted. "Once Iya has the baby, you won't have time to help, and my focus will shift to family." After all, I want to be there for my wife and child, cherishing those precious moments together. At that point, Li Suaping agreed. You're right. Making money can happen at any time, but family is forever paramount. Soon, I will be going back to care for 3 little grandchildren. Just thinking about it brings me joy. Mom, you keep busy in the kitchen. I'll go attend to the fans. Gu Feiyang said as he stepped out of the kitchen and approached the cash register. Addressing the diners with a spirited tone, he exclaimed, Ladies and gentlemen, the dumplings are currently being prepared. They will be ready for steaming in approximately 10 minutes, and after 15 minutes in the steamer, they will be served. Please come over to place your orders. Thus, a bustling day commenced anew. Although it was still early, the popularity of Chunyang's live stream was undeniably robust. Another day of salivating at the camera. Those not in the bustling metropolis shed tears of longing. However, I am quite curious. Did that porcelain vase truly sell yesterday? Was it really for 300 million? Chapter 44. Negotiating shares. The barrage of comments in the live stream was lively, and the patrons in the establishment were equally enthusiastic. The ordering machines worked incessantly, churning out ticket after ticket. Both the kitchen and the front of the house were abuzz with activity. Bosku, the viewers are quite curious. Did you genuinely sell the 300 million plum blossom vase? Chunyang directed the camera towards Gu Feiyang, posing the question on everyone's mind. Gu Feiyang, caught between laughter and exasperation, replied, Why must you cling to that? The vase was indeed sold. As for the price, what do you think? His response, both assured yet ambiguous, further solidified the beliefs of those convinced that Gu Feiyang had indeed made 300 million, while simultaneously providing fodder for skeptics to challenge the veracity of his claim. Little did they know, this was precisely the outcome Gu Feiyang desired. Rapid growth often incites envy, and ambiguity can circumvent a plethora of unnecessary troubles. They toiled until just past 10 in the morning, barely finishing their tasks. Despite having prepared 1/3 more ingredients than the previous day, they still sold out. In other words, their revenue exceeded that of yesterday by a similar margin. Of course, the most arduous labor fell upon the parents in the kitchen, who spent hours crafting dumplings. Their hands tirelessly working, this took a toll on their lumbar and cervical health. Reflecting on this, Gu Feiyang turned to Chunyang and inquired, Chunyang, could you assist me in posting a job advertisement? I need to hire a few staff members. Of course, Chunyang readily agreed without hesitation. Before long, a recruitment advertisement for Yeyang Restaurant was published online. To Gu Feiyang's surprise, a multitude of fans expressed interest in applying, prompting him to swiftly clarify that fans should refrain from flooding the establishment. The restaurant's operations were nearly complete, with only Chun Chong still in the kitchen, diligently perfecting a new dish he had devised the previous night. His expression was earnest, and his movements were meticulous. Gu Feiyang watched in astonishment, realizing that this individual possessed considerable culinary talent, particularly in innovation. It was perplexing that he had never triumphed in a culinary competition. The only plausible explanation was that he simply did not desire the title of champion. With these thoughts, Gu Feiyang felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. With proper nurturing, it seemed plausible that the culinary aspects of the business could be entrusted to Chun Chong, allowing Gu Feiyang to focus on other ventures. Chunyang held up his phone, waiting alongside the fans in the live stream to savor the new dish created by the 5-star chef. Dear fans, it's once again that time for your envy and admiration. Chunyang Jiekili remarqued. Oh dear, eating dishes prepared by culinary masters and 5-star chefs daily has made me gain a few pounds. Indeed, the ancient adage holds true, one cannot thrive in solitude. With the camaraderie of those in the live stream, I have indeed put on quite a bit of weight. Chunyang's few remarks instantly filled him with animosity. The viewers in the live stream were mercilessly taunting him. You single dog, you've eaten so much you've turned into a ball, making it even harder to find a girlfriend. Host, I have a girlfriend, you do not. You really have to pressure me into taking a knife while I'm eating, don't you? Chunyang paid little heed to the barrage of comments from fans, but he seethed at those who mentioned their struggles in finding a partner. Thus, Chunyang engaged in a verbal duel, standing alone against thousands of online spectators. This continued until noon. Gu Feiyang did not stay to eat, but instead ventured to the market to purchase some vegetables to bring home. Recently, Su Zhiyue had been growing increasingly fatigued, and he felt a twinge of concern for her nutritional needs. Upon returning home, he found Su Zhiyue emerging from her room, a cup in hand. "Honey, you're back," Su Zhiyue exclaimed in surprise at the vegetables Feiyang was carrying. "What brings you home to cook today? I noticed you've seemed quite tired lately. So, I thought I'd prepare some chicken soup and cook a few of your favorite dishes," Feiyang replied, leaning down to plant a kiss on Su Zhiyue's lips with a smile. "Just wait a moment. It will be ready shortly." "Okay." Su Zhiyue wrapped her arms around Feiyang's neck, standing on her toes to return the kiss. "You're the best, darling." Satisfied, Feiyang entered the kitchen to prepare the meal. Just then, Chen Meixian's call came through. "Feiyang, don't forget our appointment today." Hearing Chen Meixian's words, Feiyang, while adding red dates to the soup pot, responded, "Understood, I will be at Chen Group promptly at 3. "Great." Chen Meixian hung up. Soon, Feiyang finished the meal, though the soup still required some time to simmer. "Dear, let us eat first. I've set the soup to be ready by 4 this afternoon. Please don't forget." Feiyang attentively instructed, "I need to head to Chen Group this afternoon, so make sure to rest at home and take care of yourself, all right?" "I know." Su Zhiyue pouted. "I'm not a child. I can take care of myself and the baby." She gently touched her belly, feeling her maternal instincts grow ever stronger. The anticipation for the baby's arrival intensified day by day. Perhaps this is the essence of womanhood. After their meal, Feiyang prepared a glass of milk powder for her. Once she finished it, he held her close, allowing them to rest for a while. When the clock struck 2 in the afternoon, Feiyang hurriedly got up and drove his Maserati towards Chen Group. The Chen Group building was not situated in the bustling city center, as that area is incredibly valuable, unless one is a local enterprise. Acquiring an entire office building in that location proves exceedingly difficult. Indeed, the Chen Group had relocated from Su City. This explains why Chen Meixian is Su Zhiyue's close friend. They grew up together, and their families have long-standing ties. However, Chen Meixian's father, Chen Zhiyue, had been tirelessly striving for over a decade, neglecting both his daughter and the relationship with the Su family, resulting in their current lack of interaction. Last night, through the mediation of Chen Meixian, Feiyang engaged in a video conference with Chen Zhiyue. During this meeting, it was confirmed that he would purchase original shares of the Chen Group for a sum of 150 million in cash. A shareholder meeting was convened today to ratify this decision, as the Chen Group is publicly traded and operates under a shareholding system. Feiyang's desire to invest required the consent of other shareholders. In truth, many were not particularly enthusiastic. Some even suggested that Chen Zhiyue negotiate with Feiyang, allowing him to participate only in financially struggling projects without directly acquiring shares. However, Feiyang was not naive enough to accept such terms. It seemed rather presumptuous to expect him to part with his capital while withholding benefits. "Hello, Mr. Gu." Upon Feiyang's arrival at the Chen Group, he was greeted by Chen Zhiyue and Chen Meixian, which underscored Chen Zhiyue's regard for Feiyang. Chen Meixian remarked, "Feiyang, my father was concerned about me coming to meet you alone and insisted on coming himself." "Good day, Mr. Chen." Feiyang nodded and extended his hand for a handshake with Chen Zhiyue, maintaining a demeanor that was neither subservient nor arrogant. This reaction took Chen Zhiyue by surprise. At such a young age, Feiyang exhibited remarkable composure. In contrast, had it been anyone else who had suddenly acquired a fortune of 300 million and was now sought after by the Chen Group, they might have been quite boastful. Yet, Feiyang remained unpretentious. In that moment, the astute Chen Zhiyue realized that Feiyang distinctly separated personal matters from business. His investment in the company and dealings with Chen Zhiyue were devoid of any emotional ties to his wife's close friend, Chen Meixian. Business discussions were to be conducted with professionalism, mutual respect, and a focus on shared benefits. With this understanding, Chen Zhiyue felt a sense of relief. He had feared that Feiyang might impose certain demands due to his connection with Chen Meixian, but it appeared otherwise. "Mr. Gu, the shareholders have arrived and are waiting in the conference room. Shall we proceed?" "Certainly." Chen Zhiyue led Feiyang to the company's conference room, while Chen Meixian returned to the president's office to await the meeting's conclusion. as she was not involved in the company's operations. She was not entitled to participate in the shareholder meeting. Inside the conference room, all shareholders had gathered. Su Zhiyue pointed to an empty seat, indicating it was reserved for Mr. Gu, stating, "In future shareholder meetings, you will be seated here." In a shareholding company, hierarchy is strictly observed. Seating arrangements are determined by the quantity of shares held, with greater stakes conferring more influence. Su Zhiyue, possessing 51% of shares, was undeniably the primary shareholder and thus occupied the central position. Very well. Feiyang nodded and took his seat, where a share acquisition agreement had already been prepared before him. Let us commence the meeting. Su Zhiyue conducted the proceedings with utmost professionalism, adhering to the established protocols. The meeting continued until 6 in the evening, culminating with Feiyang's signature and the subsequent transfer of funds. As night fell and the city lights began to twinkle, Feiyang exited the conference room and dialed Su Zhiyue's number. "Hello, dear. Have you finished your tasks? When will you be home?" Su Zhiyue waited anxiously throughout the afternoon for any news from Feiyang. "Is something wrong?" she inquired with a hint of urgency. "Not at all," Feiyang replied with a smile. "The details we needed to discuss were quite extensive, but everything has been settled, and the contract was signed without a hitch. Darling, you should have your meal without waiting for me. It's quite late now." Knowing Su Zhiyue's character, if she did not make this phone call, she would likely wait for him to return home before eating. The city was vast, and it took an hour to travel from the Chun group back to their modest rental apartment. "All right, I'll wait for you at home. Please return as soon as you can," she responded. "Sure." After hanging up, Feiyang lifted his gaze and found Su Zhiyue watching him with a smile. "Mr. Gu, you're not only accomplished at a young age, but also so devoted to your wife. Such qualities are indeed rare. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Chun." Feiyang graciously accepted the compliment. Upon returning to the president's office, Chun Meixian immediately approached him, asking, "How did it go? Was everything smooth?" "Very smooth," Feiyang affirmed with a nod. Su Zhiyue glanced at Chun Meixian with a hint of disappointment. "I never expected you to secure investment for the company. In that case, I can no longer pressure you into an arranged marriage." "Father, what do you mean by that disappointed expression?" Chun Meixian retorted, somewhat displeased. Su Zhiyue jested. "That girl from the Su family is already married and expecting a child, having found herself a fine husband. Look at you. When will you engage in a serious relationship?" Chun Meixian was momentarily at a loss for words. Did she not want to date? If only there were more men like Feiyang. She would eagerly step into marriage at once. "All right, I shall no longer coerce you. This is our agreement." Chun Zhiyue waved his hand. "Mr. Gu has been immensely helpful to us. As his friend, you should treat him to dinner tonight. I have a meeting with someone from the city bureau to discuss the details of the project, so I'll want to be joining you." Chun Meixian acknowledged. "Okay, father." She then turned to Feiyang. "Shall we go have a meal together?" Feiyang furrowed his brow, instinctively wanting to decline. However, he soon remembered he had matters to discuss with Chun Meixian, so dining together was not out of the question. Thus, the two made their way to a restaurant adjacent to the Chun group. Feiyang thought to himself that once they finished discussing business, he would hasten home to accompany his wife. Consequently, he paid little attention to the quality of the restaurant as cuisine or Chun Meixian's remarks about the mediocre offerings. Chun Meixian found herself both amused and exasperated. "Feiyang, do you have no interest in anyone other than Ye?" "Of course not," Feiyang replied without looking up, confidently and affectionately declaring, "In my eyes and heart, there is only my wife. Naturally, my affections are solely for her." Chun Meixian felt a pang of envy. Such an exceptional man was already taken. Nonetheless, she was not without principles. He was her best friend's husband, and no matter how admirable, she should harbor no inappropriate thoughts. After placing their orders and awaiting their meal, Feiyang suddenly spoke up. "By the way, S birthday is coming up in a few days. I wish to prepare a surprise for her. Do you have any suggestions?" Chun Meixian was momentarily taken aback, her mind racing with ideas. "Surely, you did not agree to this meal merely for this matter, did you?" Chun Meixian questioned. "What other reason could there be?" Feiyang replied with a sense of entitlement. "If not for something pressing, wouldn't I prefer to be at home with my wife?" Chen Meixian found herself utterly defeated. After a few disgruntled bites of dessert, she pondered thoughtfully. Although Su Zhiyue's family is quite well off, Uncle Su and his wife are often preoccupied with work and during their rapid ascent in their careers. Zhiyue's childhood must have been rather solitary. She had never even visited places like amusement parks. Hearing this, Gu Feiyang was somewhat taken aback. Given the extent of the Su family's affection for Su Zhiyue, this seemed unlikely. However, upon reflection, it did not appear so surprising after all. The Su family rose from humble beginnings, and Su Zhiyue's formative years coincided with the rapid growth of the Su group. If they chose to spend time with their daughter, they would have been unable to provide her with a carefree life, thus prioritizing their careers. Their professional success soared, while Su Zhiyue's childhood inevitably bore some regrets. As others envied her carefree existence, she yearned for the companionship of her parents. Gu Feiyang stroked his chin, contemplating his own fortune. Despite a modest upbringing in the countryside, he had the unwavering presence of his parents, whose love was both gentle and forgiving, shaping his growth. Reflecting on these thoughts, Gu Feiyang suddenly conceived an idea. Chapter 46. Happy birthday, Chen Meixian. I truly appreciate your suggestion. Gu Feiyang expressed gratefully. Chen Meixian arched an eyebrow, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity. You wouldn't be considering taking Zhiyue to an amusement park, would you? Is that a problem? Gu Feiyang smiled and nodded. During my studies, my limited allowance prevented me from taking her out for enjoyment, and upon entering the workforce, my busy schedule offered no opportunity for outings. Now that I finally have the means and time, it is only fitting that I take her to experience things we had missed before. He reminisced about how, back in school, most of the gifts he prepared for Su Zhiyue were handcrafted by his own hands. Even when he began earning money, the most lavish gift he presented her was merely a branded lipstick. This time, he intended to prepare something extraordinary, evoking sweet memories for Su Zhiyue even in her later years. Upon hearing this, Chen Meixian was touched. You truly treat Zhiyue well. Of course, Gu Feiyang replied proudly. She is my wife. If I do not cherish her, who else should I? A pang of envy stirred within Chen Meixian, yet she sincerely felt joy for Su Zhiyue. After a moment's thought, she reminded him, however, since Zhiyue is pregnant, visiting the amusement park is fine, but she must avoid any intense rides. I'm well aware, Gu Feiyang assured her, having thoroughly acquainted himself with the guidelines for expectant mothers. Moreover, an amusement park, particularly a children's one, can be arranged to be more romantic. You must keep this a secret. Do not let Zhiyue find out, he instructed as they settled the bill. Chen Meixian nearly rolled her eyes, but nodded resignedly. I understand. Here I am, dining with you, yet I feel as though I've had my fill of dog food tonight. Huh. Gu Feiyang paid no heed to Chen Meixian's complaints as he drove away, leaving her to ponder the vibrant taillights of the Maserati. Is this what love looks like? By the time she returned to the rented apartment, it was already past 9. Su Zhiyue was still awake, waiting in the living room for Gu Feiyang. While Li Cuiping and Gu Jiangwo, her parents, had already succumbed to slumber. Upon witnessing his parents sleeping on the floor, Gu Feiyang felt a pang of guilt. He had been so preoccupied with the affairs of the shop that he had overlooked their discomfort. My dear, we must prioritize the move to the villa. Upon returning to their room with Su Zhiyue in his arms, he whispered, please contact your parents and arrange a time for them. I will have someone select an auspicious date for our relocation. Of course, Su Zhiyue replied without hesitation, her heart aching for her parents who had been sleeping on the floor, which was detrimental to their health. From a traditional Chinese medicine perspective, sleeping on the ground can lead to an accumulation of coldness in the body. If this persists, it may invite coldness into the joints, making it difficult to restore warmth later on. Soon, Gu Feiyang successfully arranged 2 auspicious dates, one for the shop's grand opening on the 18th of this month, and another for their move, precisely 5 days later, which coincided with Su Zhiyue's birthday. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was the day of Su Zhiyue's birthday. In an effort to surprise her, Gu Feiyang had deliberately refrained from mentioning anything related to her birthday in the days leading up to it. Although Su Zhiyue had pondered this in her heart, seeing Gu Feiyang so busy made her feel sympathetic towards him. Thus, despite his silence on the matter, she did not feel particularly upset nor did she doubt his affection for her. This was the confidence instilled in her by Gu Feiyang's long-standing affection. My love, Gu Feiyang announced on Su Zhiyue's birthday. For once, I shall not go to the shop today. Let's go on a date. Really? Su Zhiyue was taken aback to find him still beside her upon waking. Hearing his words filled her with astonishment. After her initial surprise, she felt a wave of sweetness wash over her. Her husband had not forgotten her birthday. I thought you had forgotten, she confessed, feeling an inexplicable sense of grievance despite having previously assumed he would overlook it. How could I forget? Gu Feiyang chuckled. You are my dearest wife, my most cherished treasure. I wouldn't dare forget your birthday. Indeed, Su Zhiyue nodded vigorously, her face aglow with anticipation. So, where are we going for our date? First, we shall dine. Food is paramount, and on any occasion, a meal takes precedence. We will rise now, pick up your parent from the shop, enjoy a lunch together, and then we shall have our own little world. Gu Feiyang declared proudly. I have prepared a few surprises for you that you are sure to adore. Really? Su Zhiyue's excitement grew, her heart fluttering with delight. By the time they left the house, it was already past 9. Upon returning to the shop, they found that most of the items had been sold. Boss lady, I heard today is your birthday. Happy birthday. Chunyang was a restless soul, and upon seeing the two return, he rushed over immediately. Thank you. Su Zhiyue smiled warmly. You've worked hard this morning. With Gu Feiyang absent, the shop was undoubtedly busier. Oh, not at all. There's no need to be so polite. Leveraging Gu Feiyang's popularity, the viewership in Chunyang's livestream had soared remarkably. Assisting in the shop also helped silence many netizens who accused him of riding on Gu Feiyang's coattails, something Chunyang wholeheartedly welcomed. Meanwhile, Chun Chong was still busy in the kitchen. Over the past few days, Gu Feiyang had imparted numerous lessons to him, all of which he absorbed diligently. After picking up Li Seiping and Gu Jiangwo, the family of 4 headed to their dining destination, a Chinese restaurant where they ordered several dishes. Before the food arrived, Li Seiping presented a red envelope, exclaiming, Yeah, happy birthday. Mom, this. Su Zhiyue hadn't anticipated her mother-in-law preparing a birthday gift for her, and she quickly accepted it with gratitude, saying, Thank you, Mom. There's no need for formality. I wish you good health and all the best. Li Seiping affectionately ruffled her hair, treating her like a beloved daughter. Gu Feiyang observed this scene with a heart full of contentment. After the meal, Li Seiping and Gu Jiangwo hurried home to avoid interrupting the couple's date. Where shall we go next? Su Zhiyue inquired with eager anticipation, as they hadn't enjoyed a date in quite a while. I've already planned it out, Gu Feiyang replied with a smile. You mentioned that you haven't visited a beauty salon in ages, so I booked an appointment for you to get all dolled up for our date. Really? Su Zhiyue exclaimed in delight, nodding vigorously. Husband, you are truly wonderful. No woman is indifferent to beauty, and none can resist its allure. At the beauty salon, Su Zhiyue spent the entire afternoon indulging in pampering. Due to her pregnancy, she opted for a simple hairstyle without makeup. She donned a flowing lavender gown, her hair elegantly styled high, and her delicate feet adorned with a pair of flat crystal shoes. She resembled a regal princess, radiating grace with her exquisite features and a hint of maternal softness that lent her an added warmth. Gu Feiyang was entranced. Chapter 47. Will you marry me in the next life as well? Wife, you look absolutely stunning. He approached her, gently taking her hand, his eyes filled with profound affection. Su Zhiyue beamed with pride. Nothing delighted her more than her husband's praise. Their fingers intertwined, she smiled sweetly. Husband, you look handsome today too. During their wait, Gu Feiyang changed into a crisp white suit, showcasing his broad shoulders, slim waist, and long legs. His proportions impeccable. He exuded a youthful exuberance. Yet his gaze conveyed a sense of maturity, harmonizing both qualities without contradiction. His masculine charm was undeniable. A perfect couple, a match made in heaven. The receptionist couldn't help but exclaim, Mr. Gu and Mrs. Gu are truly well suited for each other, a natural pair. Thank you, Su Zhiyue replied, a touch shy yet graciously. Isn't my husband handsome? Absolutely. And you are equally beautiful. The staff member smiled brightly, enviously admiring the couple's love and sweetness. Though the two shared little interaction upon entering the store, their gazes were imbued with a profound affection. Feiyang settled the bill and departed the beauty salon with Su Zhiyue. By this time, dusk had fallen. Darling, did you find it tedious waiting for me in the shop all afternoon? Not at all. Feiyang replied without a moment's hesitation. Beauty is always worth the wait. You are my beauty. I willingly wait for you. Su Zhiyue understood the sentiment behind Feiyang's words, her heart swelling with sweetness, akin to being bathed in honey. Her husband was truly wonderful. They both got into the car, and the flamboyant Maserati Quattroporte sped down the road, heading straight for the Langman restaurant. Welcome. A hostess greeted them at the entrance, rushing forward. May I ask if you have a reservation? Yes, Feiyang replied, providing his name and phone number. He had reserved a couple's private room. The Langman restaurant was a high-end establishment with exceptional service. As a VIP, Feiyang's requests were met with utmost care. Inside the private room, with Feiyang's requests and the staff's diligent efforts, the atmosphere was both warm and festive. Colorful balloons adorned the walls, birthday banners unfurled, and even the tablecloth was specially changed to pink. Upon entering and witnessing such a romantic setup, Su Zhiyue felt her heart warm. Thank you, darling. She tiptoed and planted a kiss on Feiyang's cheek, her beautiful eyes filled with emotion. On the table, incense was lit, exuding a soft jasmine fragrance, her favorite scent. Feiyang smiled. I know you adore incense. I sought this particular scent for quite a while. It's natural and harmless, suitable even for pregnant women. Su Zhiyue was touched even further, nestling her face into his embrace, murmuring, You are too good to me. I don't know how to thank you. Wife. Feiyang wrapped his arms around her waist. Why say anything? As my wife, it's only natural that I treat you well. Now, open the incense box. There's a surprise. Huh? Su Zhiyue was momentarily taken aback, but eagerly opened the incense box. Under the gentle candlelight lay a small jewelry box. Lifting the lid revealed a diamond ring, quietly resting inside, radiating dazzling brilliance. This, Su Zhiyue was utterly astonished. It was a diamond ring. Darling, why have you bought me another diamond ring? Didn't he already give me one during the proposal? She raised her delicate hand, the ring on her finger still glimmering. The one from the proposal was a spur-of-the-moment purchase, but this one is custom designed by me. Feiyang explained, originally. This was to be the engagement ring I designed during my university graduation year, but I lacked the means to create it back then. Now that I am able, even though I have given you an engagement ring, I still wish to convey my heartfelt intentions to you. With that, he picked up the ring and gently kissed Su Zhiyue's rosy lips. Wife, would you consider entrusting your next life to me? Next life. Though uncertain if there would indeed be another life, Su Zhiyue felt her heart race, her eyes welling up with tears of joy. She nodded vigorously, yes. In this lifetime, the next, and even the subsequent one, you shall forever be mine. With a gentle gesture, Feiyang adorned her other hand, declaring, Now both of your hands are ensnared by me, binding you to me for all eternity. Indeed, Su Zhiyue wrapped her arms around his neck, burying her face in his chest, their heartbeats intertwining to create a symphony brimming with affection. A sweet and ambiguous atmosphere enveloped the room. Just then, the melodious strains of the piano filled the air, playing a birthday tune. The restaurant manager, accompanied by two waitstaff, emerged from the adjoining room, pushing a cake before them. Feiyang tenderly embraced Su Zhiyue and exclaimed, Wife, happy birthday! Overwhelmed with emotion, Su Zhiyue burst into tears. Husband, how can you be so wonderful? Throughout her life, Su Zhiyue had never celebrated a proper birthday. Despite her family's wealth, her parents were often absorbed in their business, leaving her to spend many of her birthdays alone. It was only after being with Feiyang that her birthdays began to acquire a sense of ritual. Husband, I love you. Unable to contain herself any longer, she rose on her toes, pressing her crimson lips against his. Their passionate kiss ignited the air around them. The manager and waitstaff, understanding the moment, discreetly excused themselves. Yet, it was not long before Feiyang released Su Zhiyue, exclaiming, Wife, this cannot continue. I fear I shall be overwhelmed. Su Zhiyue stifled a giggle, covering her mouth. Well then, perhaps you should take a cold shower? Gu Feiyang looked at her innocently. Wife. All right, I'm done teasing you. Shall we eat? Seeing Gu Feiyang's flushed face, Su Zhiyue felt a pang of sympathy and decided to relent. After taking a deep breath to compose himself, Gu Feiyang took her hand and they settled down. Wife, allow me the honor of preparing a Western meal for you today, so you may savor my culinary skills. Gu Feiyang announced with enthusiasm. Su Zhiyue's eyes sparkled with delight. Husband, you can actually cook Western cuisine? I thought you only knew how to make Chinese dishes. She gazed at him in surprise, continuing, Did you learn this just for me? Gu Feiyang smiled with pride. Of course. Whatever you desire to eat, I shall learn to prepare. You shall be the first to taste my Western cuisine. Su Zhiyue playfully remarked. What if it turns out to be terrible? Impossible. Your husband holds the title of culinary god. How could anything I make be unpalatable? Su Zhiyue giggled sweetly, resting her chin on her hand. Well, I must try it then. Gu Feiyang removed his jacket and rolled up his sleeves. Let us begin. Chapter 48. The happiness witnessed by the Ferris wheel upon hearing Gu Feiyang's signal. The manager promptly wheeled in the mobile dining cart. Gu Feiyang skillfully prepared 2 servings of steak, a salad, and a pasta dish. To save time, he ordered the rest from the restaurant. His surprise was set to unfold as the sun dipped below the horizon, with the city lights illuminating the evening sky. Though daylight lingered, darkness would soon envelop them around 7 o'clock. Wife, come taste this. Gu Feiyang thoughtfully sliced the steak into pieces and presented it to Su Zhiyue. As she took a bite, a look of delight washed over her face. Wow. My dear husband, you have prepared this steak to perfection. I have never tasted such exquisite tenderness and robust flavor. The texture is both chewy and succulent, with a delightful crunch. Having grown up in affluence and frequented high-end restaurants, I can confidently say that this is the finest steak I have ever savored in my life. The manager at the side raised his eyebrows slightly. This patron is a chef? Upon closer inspection, it was astonishing. Is this not Gu Feiyang, the champion of the culinary competition, whose small restaurant has recently become a sensation online? He is often referred to as Chef Gu on the internet, as the manager of a prestigious restaurant. He is well aware of such rumors, but he had always assumed they were exaggerated. To his surprise, they were indeed true. Although his own culinary skills may not be impressive, it does not mean he lacks the ability to discern quality. The seamless technique with which Gu Feiyang cooked the steak, along with his impeccable control over the heat, was nothing short of perfection. Su Zhiyue's appetite was insatiable. She not only finished the entire steak, but also devoured the pasta and salad. After letting out a satisfied burp, she exclaimed, Husband, if you keep feeding me like this, I will surely become a plump little thing. Gu Feiyang chuckled, don't you know? A little baby fat is endearing. It makes you all the more adorable. You are far too slender. This statement was not mere flattery. Su Zhiyue was indeed quite thin, standing close to 1.7 meters tall and weighing around 90 pounds. It is worth noting that she is currently pregnant. With her eyes twinkling, Su Zhiyue playfully asked, May I have a glass of orange juice? Of course, Gu Feiyang replied, instructing the manager to bring a glass of orange juice and order a dessert. Once Su Zhiyue had finished her juice and dessert, they both stood to leave. Husband, you are truly wonderful, she said, linking her arm through Gu Feiyang's as they exited the restaurant, her eyelids fluttering as if in a battle against sleep. Feeling tired? Gu Feiyang chuckled at her drowsy demeanor. Wake up, for I have more places to take you. Where to? Su Zhiyue, struggling to stay awake, was unaware of why she felt so fatigued after a meal. You will find out when we arrive. Gu Feiyang teased, withholding the truth. Oh, Gu Feiyang, are you keeping secrets from me now? She pouted playfully. Haha, it's a surprise for you. Since it is a surprise, how could I reveal it in advance? Upon hearing Gu Feiyang's words, Su Zhiyue shook off her drowsiness. Her curiosity piqued. The amusement park was situated on the outskirts of the city, approximately a 30-minute drive away. They arrived just around 7 o'clock, as the sun had set and the city lights began to twinkle. One of the most romantic times of the day. At 7, the sun sank behind the mountains, the night cloaked the earth, and stars began to adorn the sky. Husband, where exactly are we going? Su Zhiyue. Watching the scenery change from bustling to serene, escaping the throngs of people. We have arrived. Gu Feiyang stepped out of the car, walked to the passenger side, opened the door, unfastened her seatbelt, and assisted her out of the vehicle. Take a look at where we are. An amusement park? Su Zhiyue exclaimed in pure delight. It was indeed an amusement park. She still remembers, during her childhood school days, hearing her classmates speak of visiting amusement parks during holidays. Yet, she could only envy them from afar. As her parents were perpetually busy, it was a rare occurrence for her to spend 3 days at home in a week, let alone have the opportunity to play. This became a lingering regret in her heart. However, she had never mentioned it to Gu Feiyang. How'd he know? Seemingly having anticipated Su Zhiyue's unvoiced questions, Gu Feiyang explained, I inquired with Chun Mei Xian. She informed me. You specifically asked her to surprise me? Indeed. Gu Feiyang smiled, taking her delicate hand, leading her into the amusement park. You cannot partake in thrilling rides right now, so we shall visit the children's area. Once you have given birth, I will take you to enjoy other attractions. For now, let us familiarize ourselves with this place, so we can bring our baby here in the future. Sounds wonderful. Su Zhiyue's cheeks flushed with excitement. Perhaps due to the mealtime, the amusement park was not crowded. Upon entering, a staff member approached them. Are you Mr. and Mrs. Gu? Yes, Gu Feiyang replied with a smile. Have the preparations I contacted you about been completed? Rest assured, everything is ready. The staff member, with utmost respect, gestured for them to follow. Curiosity and anticipation surged within Su Zhiyue. Darling, what have you arranged? It's a secret, Gu Feiyang whispered in her ear from behind. Wife, please close your eyes. What are you up to? Despite her confusion, Su Zhiyue obeyed, shutting her eyes. What are you planning? I will tell you when it's time to open them. Gu Feiyang gently guided her forward. After walking a few hundred meters, they finally came to a stop. You may open your eyes now. Su Zhiyue slowly opened her eyes to behold a dazzling Ferris wheel adorned with neon lights, slowly rotating before her. On the Ferris wheel, illuminated letters spelled out, Wife, happy birthday. Forever loving you, your husband. Husband this? Su Zhiyue exclaimed with sheer joy. How could you arrange this with the staff? Haha, it just takes money, Gu Feiyang chuckled. Are you happy? Do you like it? Absolutely, I love it. Su Zhiyue radiantly. Can we ride it? Of course. The staff ushered them onto the Ferris wheel. As it began to ascend gently, the people below appeared smaller, and they rose into the sky. The moonlight intertwined with the lights, creating a picturesque scene. They stood within this living painting, souls intertwined. In the embrace of the Ferris wheel, they shared a deep kiss, as the neon lights witnessed their happiness. Chapter 49. Experiencing amusement rides after descending from the Ferris wheel. Gu Feiyang held Su Zhiyue's hand. Let us explore more attractions. Feeling the warmth of his hand, Su Zhiyue's heart swelled with warmth. She truly felt blissful. As they entered the amusement area, Gu Feiyang remarked, Now that you are pregnant, it would be unwise to engage in any risky activities. Let us partake in simpler, safer attractions. Though it was a children's playground, there were indeed several thrilling rides. These attractions were off-limits to expectant mothers, and although Su Zhiyue had yet to show much, Gu Feiyang was resolute in his decision to keep her away from them. All right, Su Zhiyue acquiesced, for she was not one to act capriciously. She understood that all precautions were for the well-being of their unborn child. Besides, visiting an amusement park did not necessitate seeking out adrenaline-pumping experiences. Simply soaking in the atmosphere was delightful in its own right. I wish to ride that. She pointed excitedly at the carousel, her face alight with anticipation. I want to play alongside those little children. At the carousel, a throng of children awaited their turn. Can adults join? Gu Feiyang inquired of the ticket seller. Yes, but only one at a time. They cannot share a seat, came the response. The carousel had designated seating for adults, allowing them to accompany their children. Very well. Gu Feiyang produced a full-price ticket card, swiped it, and ushered Su Zhiyue inside, while he remained outside to wait. Surrounded by children, Su Zhiyue radiated happiness. One day, when their baby arrived, they would come here together to create cherished memories of childhood. As the nursery rhyme played, Su Zhiyue, filled with childlike joy, struck various poses for Gu Feiyang to capture. His happiness was intertwined with hers. As long as she was content, so was he. They joyfully rode the carousel several times before Su Zhiyue, brimming with enthusiasm. declared her desire to ride the miniature train. After more than 2 hours of play, Su Zhiyue was finally weary, prompting their cessation. Darling, I am quite tired today. Let's return home. If you wish to play more, we can come back another day. The journey back to the suburbs would take over an hour, and Gu Feiyang needed to rise early for work at the shop the following morning. Upon realizing this, Su Zhiyue nodded eagerly yes. Let's hurry home, lest we return too late and you have no time for rest. As they entered the car, Su Zhiyue glanced back at the amusement park with a hint of reluctance. It was her first visit, and naturally, she felt a bit wild with excitement. Gu Feiyang affectionately tousled her hair, saying, "Do not worry, my dear. I promise to bring you here often in the future." Su Zhiyue beamed, no longer fixating on the park scenery. She realized that what truly brought her joy was the presence of Gu Feiyang. As long as he was by her side, any place could feel like a playground. His presence marked the happiest moments of her life. As they sped away from the amusement park, Gu Feiyang suddenly halted the vehicle. "What is the matter, dear?" Su Zhiyue, on the verge of slumber, inquired curiously upon seeing him exit the car. "Please wait a moment. I will be right back," he replied, unbuckling his seat belt and swiftly crossing the road to enter a quaint little shop. At the entrance, a vibrant array of flowers adorned the display. Su Zhiyue's heart swelled with sweetness as realization dawned upon her. Inside the shop, Gu Feiyang asked the shopkeeper, "Do you have any bellflower?" "Indeed." The shopkeeper pointed to a bouquet amidst the floral arrangement. I will take a bunch, please." "Certainly." Having made the payment and cradling a bouquet of bellflowers, Gu Feiyang returned to the car. The bellflower signifies eternal love, a promise Gu Feiyang made to Su Zhiyue for a lifetime. Holding the fresh flowers handed to her by Gu Feiyang, Su Zhiyue felt elated throughout the journey. Inside the vehicle, the music flowed gently, and the warmth of affection enveloped them. At 9:30 in the evening, the couple finally arrived home. As they opened the door, both Gu Feiyang and Su Zhiyue were taken aback. "Mom and Dad?" Su Zhiyue exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. "What are you doing here?" Once they had changed their shoes and entered, Qinlan and Su Jingtian greeted them with bright smiles. "Welcome back. Did you have fun?" "Absolutely," Su Zhiyue exclaimed, rushing towards Qinlan, who affectionately ruffled her hair. "Even though I'm about to be a mother, I can still be your little girl." Su Zhiyue blufferity. "It is my right to be pampered by my mother." All right, it is your right." Qinlan Zhuke He Su Zhangtian reflected, Yeah, in the past. We often neglected you due to our busy work schedules. Now that the company is on track, you've grown up and found someone who adores you even more. As he spoke, he cast a proud glance at Gu Feiyang, sincerely adding, "I heard from your in-laws that you took Yaya to the amusement park?" "Indeed," Gu Feiyang replied. "Setlim bisaid su fentian. Yaya has always wanted to go, so I thought I'd take her for a bit of fun. Rest assured, we avoided any thrilling or dangerous rides. We merely soaked in the atmosphere." Hearing this, Su Zhangtian patted his shoulder, conveying unspoken appreciation. This son-in-law was truly considerate. At that moment, a knock at the door interrupted them. "I'll get it," Li Tsuaping said, standing up to answer. She soon returned, carrying a cake. "Another cake?" Su Zhiyue's eyes widened in astonishment. "Of course." Li Tsuaping and Qinlan exchanged knowing smiles. "Although you celebrated with Xiaoyang today as your parents, we couldn't let you miss out." Qinlan added, "We only remembered to order a cake after we arrived, but your in-laws had already arranged for one." Su Zhiyue was deeply touched by their thoughtfulness. She felt like the happiest woman in the world, with a loving husband, doting parents, and her in-laws treating her as their own daughter. Her heart was full. "Come, make a wish and cut the cake." "Yes." Su Zhiyue pulled Feiyang closer. "Darling, join me." "All right," Gu Feiyang replied, lighting the birthday candles. Li Tsuaping turned off the lights. The gentle melody of the birthday song echoed, enveloping them in a blissful atmosphere. In the warmth of love, Su Zhiyue made her wish. "May those I love, and who love me, remain safe and healthy." The couple blew out the candles together. "Let us cut the cake." After Su Zhiyue made the first slice, she handed it to Gu Feiyang to serve. Soon, the family enjoyed the cake while chatting merrily, creating a harmonious ambience. "My dear, this is your birthday gift." After their conversation, as Qianlong and Su Zhiyue prepared to rest at the hotel. Qianlong walked into Su Zhiyue's room and presented her with a gift. Su Zhiyue took the gift box and opened it, unable to suppress her astonishment. "Isn't this from Grandma?" "Indeed." Qianlong grasped her jade-like hand. "This bracelet was originally meant for my daughter-in-law, but since your mother only has you as her sole daughter, and now that you are married with a baby on the way in a few months, your father and I have decided to pass it on to you." Chapter 50. It matters not where you reside. Su Zhiyue was deeply moved. She understood her parents' intentions. She gently embraced Qianlong, her voice soft. "Mom, you and Dad have never owed me anything." Yet Qianlong hesitated, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. The more understanding her daughter became, the more sorrowful she felt. Feiyang had been attentively observing the situation, and upon noticing Su Zhiyue's emotional turmoil, he quickly approached. "Mom," he said softly, "we all know how much you love Yeye, and it is precisely out of love that you both work so diligently to provide her with an effortless life. There are many ways to express love. Companionship is one, and striving tirelessly for her well-being is another. Regardless of the choice made, it signifies your profound love for Yeye." At this point, Feiyang shifted his tone, continuing, "However, if you were to attend to every matter, ensuring Yeye grows up without a single regret, where would I find the opportunity to express my affections?" He chuckled. "In fact, I ought to thank you for this. Shall I send a generous red envelope as a token of appreciation?" With a burst of laughter at Feiyang's words, both Su Zhiyue and Qianlong shared a moment of levity. Their complex emotions faded away, replaced by a sense of relief. Indeed, as long as it does not pertain to life and death, a regret need not be viewed as a negative aspect. In life, there are countless aspirations, and if one unfulfilled desire becomes a regret, it would turn into an insurmountable obstacle. Would that not render each day rather dismal? It is far more beneficial to transform regrets into expectations, fostering hope for the future. While reminiscing about the past is worthwhile, one should not dwell solely on it. The focus should remain ahead. Seeing the two find solace, Feiyang sighed with relief and smiled. "Well, you are bound by blood, with an unbreakable connection. There will be ample opportunities to fulfill the dreams you once cherished together." "Indeed," Qianlong smiled, releasing Su Zhiyue before patting Feiyang's shoulder. "Xiao Yang, I truly feel at ease leaving Yeye in your care. Remember, as parents, we can only accompany you for a portion of the journey, but you two are destined to support each other for a lifetime." "Understood." Feiyang and Su Zhiyue exchanged knowing smiles and nodded in agreement. As Qianlong turned to leave, she glanced back and added, "Oh, and don't forget the red envelope." Feiyang chuckled in exasperation. "This mother-in-law. All right then. Are you dismantling the bridge after crossing it?" "Thank you, my husband." After Qianlong departed, Su Zhiyue embraced Feiyang, burying her head in his chest, her voice muffled. "If it weren't for you, I would not know how to comfort my mom." "No need." Feiyang's voice trailed off, recalling the incomplete intimacy they had shared earlier that day. Before he could politely respond, he shifted the conversation. "How do you intend to express your gratitude to me, then?" A mischievous thought regarding marital matters flickered in his mind. "It cannot be a home run. The half-base should be fine, right? It's been over a month." Su Zhiyue's cheeks flushed crimson as she grasped Feiyang's subtle hint. Feiyang lowered his head, gently pecking at her crimson lips, seductively murmuring, "Look, my dear husband has even lost a substantial red envelope." "You." Su Zhiyue, overwhelmed with shyness, attempted to push Feiyang away. Yet, he firmly grasped her slender waist, leaving her with nowhere to retreat, as she felt the heat radiating from him. A minute later, Su Zhiyue's cheeks resembled prickly fried shrimp, blushing deeply. Her voice barely a whisper, "All right." Not only was Feiyang longing for intimacy, but she too felt the pangs of his restraint. Seeing her face awash with crimson, Feiyang's blood surged with fervor. He eagerly locked the door, enveloping the room in an atmosphere of passion and affection. That night, a content Feiyang generously sent a substantial red envelope to his mother-in-law, Qianlong, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Though he had eaten only a modest meal, Gu Feiyang was punctual in rising at 3 in the morning. Today marked the day of moving. He had booked tickets for his aunt and uncle from the countryside, while Gu Jiangwo and Li Tsuaping would go to pick them up, leaving only Gu Feiyang at the shop. Inside the shop, aside from Chun Chong and Gu Feiyang, there was also Chun Yang, who came to live stream while helping out. Chun Yang, did you see the message I sent last night? Gu Feiyang inquired upon seeing him. Chun Yang, as he opened the live stream, replied, "Yes, I even made a sign to put up at the entrance." "Good. Thank you for your hard work." Gu Feiyang nodded in satisfaction. Soon, Chun Yang placed a prominently displayed sign reading the owner has happy news, open only until 9 this morning at the entrance. The bright red notice caught the attention of the guests lining up, sparking discussions among them. The owner has happy news? What great event has Boss Gu celebrated? One patron speculated. With the shop making so much money lately, I bet he is buying a house. Heh? Chen Yang whispered mischievously. Let me let you in on a secret. Our boss Gu is moving today. At this point, he suddenly looked at Gu Feiyang and asked, by the way, where are you moving to? Once this question was posed, the live stream chat erupted with chatter. So, soon he has bought a house in the Magic City? He must be making a fortune. Now I feel inspired to sell dumplings too. Can anyone tell me if I can strike it rich? Hey, drink a few more tonight, and you might dream of anything. The lively discussions from the viewers were abruptly silenced by Gu Feiyang's next statement. I've moved to Xinghu community. I bought it a month ago, but today is just the moving day. Gu Feiyang's response was casual, devoid of any pretense. However, this revelation left the chat in stunned silence for 3 seconds before an avalanche of comments flooded in. No way. Did I hear that right? Is it the Xinghu community I know? What the heck? He bought a month ago. Wasn't the shop not even open then? Excuse me. It seems my dreams of getting rich selling dumplings are dashed. Now that is a true mogul, quietly accumulating wealth. Not just the netizens. Even Qin Yang was taken aback. Xinghu community. Ah, but this is the wealthiest district of the magical city, a place where riches have accumulated into a golden locale. The Xinghu community is situated by the sea, in close proximity to the city center, and it radiates outward in concentric circles of commercial zones. There are many serene neighborhoods, yet they lack true value. What genuinely holds worth is the tranquility amidst the hustle and bustle. Establishing a peaceful enclave in a thriving area inherently carries immense worth. Qinyang couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Brother Gu, you are truly understated. Huh? Gu Feiyang raised an eyebrow, quickly realizing the compliment, and chuckled lightly. Where one lives is inconsequential. It's all the same. His words, though sincere, struck a blow to the listener's spirit. Qinyang clutched his heart, feigning distress. Brother Gu, please refrain. You make me feel like a complete underachiever. Ha ha. Yang Gu, feeling a bit disheartened? Brother Gu has a villa, a wife, children, and a wealth of talent. In comparison, who isn't a bit of slacker? Hey, why are you insulting me? Amidst the playful banter in the comments, genuine feelings were expressed as well. Envy, jealousy, hatred. I shall draw a circle to curse you. I too desire a beautiful wife, a grand villa, and a monthly income of 100,000. I want to shut down a live stream and continue my slumber. In dreams, I have it all. Chapter 51. Truly grown up, the comments were flying by, yet Gu Feiyang remained oblivious. Observing Chun Yang's antics, he merely chuckled. Stop jesting. After we close the shop, let us share a drink. All right. Chun Yang's eyes sparkled with mischief as he grinned. Brother Gu, may I live stream or take photos? Not a chance. Gu Feiyang replied without hesitation. You can stream in the shop because it's a public space, but at home, it's my privacy and could disturb my family. Qin Yang understood Gu Feiyang's desire to protect his family and did not press further. The audience in the live stream also supported Gu Feiyang's protective stance. At 9 o'clock, they closed the shop punctually. Gu Feiyang took Qin Chang and Qin Yang back to their rental apartment. Mom and Dad, Gu Feiyang called as he opened the door, to which Su Zhiyue replied. Mom and Dad want to pick up Uncle. Uncle refers to Gu Feiyang's maternal uncle, Li Qinghua. Let them head directly to the villa. We shall join them. Gu Feiyang instructed Su Zhiyue to call Li Tsuaping and then led everyone toward the villa. The Su family had spent the previous night at a hotel, so they could head directly from there to the villa. at the Xinghu community within the Grand Villa. Wow! Qinyang gasped in disbelief. Brother Gu, this is no mere villa. This is an actual mansion. Even Chun Chong, who is typically obsessed with culinary skills, couldn't help but exclaim, I never imagined you were this wealthy. Cough, cough. Gu Feiyang cleared his throat, feeling a bit embarrassed. All right, enough flattery. Let us have some tea. To facilitate hosting guests, Gu Feiyang had thoughtfully purchased a tea table. The group gathered around the table, sipping tea and engaging in light conversation. Before long, relatives began to arrive one after another. Aunt 7, Aunt 8, and various familiar family from the village. Upon entering, Aunt Li Fong was taken aback, exclaiming, Xiao Yang, have you struck it rich in the lottery? However, Uncle Li Qinghua's expression was one of complexity as he inquired, Xiao Yang, have you engaged in any unlawful activities? This sudden wealth could raise suspicions. Yet, noticing the presence of others, he chose to withhold further comments to spare Gu Feiyang any trouble. Gu Feiyang, understanding his uncle's concerns, couldn't help but chuckle. Uncle, where are your thoughts wandering? Rest assured, my earnings are all legitimate, and I strictly adhere to your teachings, obeying the law and engaging in no wrongdoing. He respectfully poured a cup of tea for his uncle, saying, Come, have a seat. Li Tsuaping and Gu Jiangwo busily attended to the other guests. Xiao Yang, Zhongratolatians, you are the most accomplished child in our village. Does this mean we can visit you more often? One relative remarked. What are you thinking? We have no reason to venture to the bustling metropolis. City living is expensive, and Xiao Yang is busy. Let us not become a burden. Another chimed in. Oh, I was just joking, came a reply. Hearing their sincere and caring conversation warmed Gu Feiyang's heart. These elders had watched him grow, many of whom had spent their lives in the countryside, this being their first trip to the city. Yet, their humble origins had not diminished their kind nature. Rather, they remained genuine and straightforward, influenced by them since childhood. Gu Feiyang had learned to cultivate profound gratitude and love. Su Zhiyue, hearing the commotion, also stepped out to greet the relatives. During her last visit to the village, she had quickly endeared herself to everyone, engaging in lively conversation with them. Gu Feiyang approached a man who appeared to be in his 60s and inquired with concern. Third uncle, how is your health lately? This man, Gu Wei, was Gu Feiyang's third uncle. Although he seemed 60, he was actually younger than Gu Jiangwo by a few years. The toll of illness had aged him considerably. Gu Wei chuckled. What would be wrong with me? I'm perfectly fine. Just then, Li Tsuaping brought over a cup of tea and shot Gu Wei a disapproving glance. Isn't your leg a problem whenever it rains? Those are just old ailments. Why mention them in front of the child? Gu Wei replied, accepting the tea and waving off Gu Feiyang's concern. Really, I'm fine. Don't listen to your mother. Third uncle. Gu Feiyang felt a mix of sadness and warmth. On the day he was born, his father, Gu Jiangwo, had left early to sell vegetables in town to support the family. Unfortunately, before her due date, Li Tsuaping's water broke unexpectedly, necessitating immediate transport to the hospital. Gu Wei promptly fetched a cart and, disregarding the muddy and puddled village road after the rain, single-handedly rushed Li Tsuaping to the town hospital. Gu Feiyang was born safely, and Li Tsuaping emerged unscathed. However, in the dim light of dawn, Gu Wei stumbled several times into puddles, his knees scraping against the ground. And by the time they reached the hospital, he was bloodied and muddy, succumbing to an infection that took over a month to heal. Even after recovery, every rainy day brought him excruciating pain in his legs, a lingering affliction that had persisted for over 20 years, unrelieved despite various treatments. Witnessing their brother's suffering, Li Tsuaping and Gu Jiangwo always reminded Gu Feiyang to remember to honor his third uncle in the future. Gu Feiyang indeed had not forgotten. Upon learning that Gu Wei would also be coming to the bustling metropolis, he promptly scheduled an appointment with the city's most esteemed orthopedic specialist, intending to accompany Gu Wei for a thorough examination and treatment. Hearing Gu Feiyang call out to him, yet remaining silent, Gu Wei quickly reassured, Uncle, I'm truly fine. You shouldn't just heed what your mother says. This matter does not concern you. Just focus on living your own life. Stealing a glance at Su Zhiyue, he quietly added, You are quite fortunate, marrying such an amiable wife. Make sure to cherish her and Avoid falling into the trap of wealth corrupting one's character. Understand? Understood. Uncle. Gu Feiyang chuckled helplessly and continued. I've booked the doctor for you. We'll go see him tomorrow. No. Gu Feiyang did not allow Gu Wei the chance to refuse. Speaking rapidly, I've already paid for the appointment. If you don't go, my money will be wasted. Hearing this, Gu Wei stared in disbelief. What is wrong with you? You didn't even consult me before making such a decision. Have you grown wings now? Hee hee. Gu Feiyang laughed cheerfully. Uncle, you're just a paper tiger. Indeed, after giving Gu Feiyang a glare, Gu Wei couldn't help but burst into laughter, his joy evident. Our little Yang has truly grown up. Chapter 52. Moving house. Seeing that Uncle Gu Wei had agreed to go to the hospital tomorrow, Gu Feiyang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Monetary debts are easily settled, but the debts of gratitude are far more complex and immeasurable. At that moment, Su Zhiyue and Qin Lan also arrived. This is our in-law, Li Tsuaping introduced. Then turned to Su Zhiyue and Qin Lan, asking, have you had breakfast? I had Xiaoyang bring back some dumplings from the shop. Would you like to try them? Sure. Qin Lan, curious as ever, had long heard of how Gu Feiyang had successfully managed his breakfast shop and was eager to sample the scallion oil noodles and dumplings. As the dumplings entered her mouth, their rich flavor enveloped her throat. Qin Lan widened her eyes in disbelief, giving a thumbs up. No wonder your business is so thriving. This flavor is indeed delightful. Though merely simple dumplings, they were enough to whet one's appetite. After finishing a box of dumplings, Qin Lan and Su Zhiyue joined the conversations, secretly marveling at how eloquent Gu Feiyang's relatives were, with remarkable social skills. Gu Feiyang sat beside Su Zhiyue, embracing her, and smiled as he observed the harmonious interaction between the two families. Darling, are you tired? Feeling sleepy? Su Zhiyue had risen early that morning. Although she had taken a short nap, traces of fatigue still lingered in her eyes. Not tired, just a bit groggy, she yawned, her eyes glistening. Gu Feiyang felt a pang of concern and gently suggested, why not lean on me for a while? No need. Su Zhiyue shook her head. It's rare for everyone to gather like this. I want to chat with them. All right, then talk with them for a bit. Gu Feiyang said no more and instead moved to the other side. Topics of conversation among men and women often diverge. When the women's discussions became inaccessible to the men, they naturally shifted their focus, gathering together to enjoy tea. As Gu Feiyang approached, Gu Jiangwo was somewhat taken aback. Why aren't you with Ye, conversing with him? Gu Feiyang playfully responded, Ye can keep them company while I accompany you all. It's a division of labor. Indeed, one cannot show favoritism, he added with a hearty laugh. Come, join us for tea and a chat. Su Zhiyue patted the seat beside him, indicating for Gu Feiyang to take a seat. The topics of conversation on either side were entirely different, yet this did not detract from the warm and cheerful atmosphere. By 11 o'clock, the group finally set off for the hotel that Gu Feiyang had reserved well in advance, the same five-star establishment where Chun Chong was still working. The manager, having been entrusted by Chun Chong, warmly welcomed Gu Feiyang and his companions, personally guiding them to their reserved private room. Welcome, Mr. Gu. We have prepared a private room for you. Please follow me. The large room was spacious enough for 3 tables. For this gathering, Gu Feiyang had only invited relatives from his hometown and a few friends of Qinyang, making 3 tables sufficient. At that moment, a beautiful woman hurriedly entered through the door. Yeah, Gu Feiyang, I hope I'm not late. It was Chun Mei Xian, who rushed in with her luggage, breathless. I came straight here after landing. Thankfully, I made it just in time. Didn't I tell you there was no rush? Su Zhiyue expressed concern. It turned out that after Gu Feiyang invested in the Chun Group, her father had sent her abroad to negotiate a business deal. In order to return today, she had boarded a flight immediately after finishing her work the previous night, enduring a 13-hour journey to finally arrive in the bustling metropolis. Upon landing, she hurried to the hotel. All right, enough talking. Let us head inside. Chun Mei Xian, understanding Su Zhiyue's concern for her, quickly added, have the elders gone in? We shouldn't keep them waiting. Chun Mei Xian was aware that this gathering was limited to Su's parents and relatives from the Gu family, as no one else from the Su family had been invited. This was not due to Gu Feiyang's reluctance, but rather because Qin Lan had intervened. Xiao Yang, I know you wish to be fair by inviting your relatives while also including Yeya's family. However, you must remember that not everyone prioritizes familial bonds. Before you truly establish yourself, it is essential to exercise discretion. Otherwise, you may invite unnecessary complications. Gu Feiyang grasped the underlying message in Qin Lan's words. Indeed, while he now possessed a car and a house, to the relatives from the Su family, he was merely a small restaurant owner, worlds apart from their upper-class status. Revealing that he owned a villa in the finest community of the metropolis would likely raise suspicions. If you were in their shoes, how would you react? It would be prudent to remain cautious, for human nature is difficult to predict. Respecting his mother-in-law Qin Lan's wisdom, Gu Feiyang refrained from inviting anyone from the Su family. Yet he silently vowed that before his child was born, he must align his possessions with his status, irrevocably transforming the Su family's perception of him. Let Su Zhiyue truly lift her head before the Su family, proudly proclaiming that her husband is remarkable as well. A group of people entered the elevator, heading straight for the private room. The room was spacious, adorned festively, and the atmosphere was warm and inviting. However, Li Fang and her relatives, having never dined in such an upscale venue, felt somewhat out of place. Fortunately, Su Zhiyue and Qin Lan, being adept in social situations, quickly eased their discomfort with a few lighthearted exchanges, allowing them to relax. As the meal progressed, everyone enjoyed themselves thoroughly. For Chen Meixian, this was her first experience witnessing such a harmonious family gathering. In her memories, family reunions often involved elders maintaining a certain formality, rarely mingling with the younger generation. Yet, the Gu family relatives not only engaged in lively conversations with Gu Feiyang, but also welcomed Su Zhiyue into their fold seamlessly. Amidst the laughter, there was genuine care and heartfelt blessings exchanged. Suddenly, Chen Meixian recalled Su Zhiyue's earlier words. I am truly happy in the Gu family. They treat me well and genuinely care for me. This was not mere pleasantry. It was a profound sense of belonging. Gu Feiyang waved at Chen Meixian and said, What are you dawdling for? If you don't eat soon, the dishes will get cold. Oh, Chen Meixian replied with a smile, I understand. At that moment, a plump woman turned to Chen Meixian and asked, Are you a good friend of Yeya? I see you have luggage. Did you come from another city? Chen Meixian nodded in response. No, I live in Modu, but I was on a business trip a few days ago and just returned today. I rushed over right after getting off the plane. I see. So you haven't had breakfast? The woman's concern caught Chen Meixian off guard, and she replied, Well, I had breakfast on the plane. Before she could finish, her bowl was filled with several pieces of meat. You should eat more. You look so thin. Why are both you and Yeya so slender? Chen Meixian felt her eyes welling up with tears, responding, Thank you, Annie. Growing up in a well-off family, she had never been perceived as someone who might go hungry. A simple expression of concern warmed her heart immensely. Su Zhiyue chimed in. She is Feiyang's aunt. Annie Li Fang smiled warmly, saying, You can call me Annie too. Come, enough talk. Eat more. She then turned to Su Zhiyue, adding, And you, now that you're not alone, you need to nourish yourself and the baby. You're too thin. Another relative reproached Gu Feiyang, saying, Look at how you care for your wife. Yeya is nearly 2 months along, and she hasn't gained any weight. No, Feiyang treats me very well. Su Zhiyue quickly clarified, It's just that I eat less. I'll eat more from now on. To prove her point, she took a few bites of meat. Seeing this, Gu Feiyang laughed. Did you hear that? I'm the one who gets blamed every time. I'm more wrong than Do-e. Laughter echoed in the private room, creating a joyous and warm atmosphere. Chen Meixian found herself immersed in this familial ambience, secretly wishing, If only I could find such a family in the future. However, how many families possess such lovely relatives? It is no wonder that Gu Feiyang possesses such an optimistic and cheerful disposition, displaying a remarkable resilience in the face of adversity. A nurturing family truly holds immense significance. After dining, they returned to the villa. Hey, Xiaoyang, aren't we having dinner at home tonight? Li Tsuaping called out to Gu Feiyang as he prepared to take a nap with Su Zhiyue. Your father and I are taking everyone out for some fun, and we'll dine out this evening. Remember to take good care of Yeya. All right, Gu Feiyang nodded in agreement. According to the customs of their hometown, banquets are typically hosted at noon, with the evening often reserved for dispersing. since they had specifically invited everyone to the bustling metropolis. It was only fitting to ensure they had a splendid time. Feiyang directly transferred 200,000 yuan to his mother, Li Ziyue, to treat everyone generously before heading to take a nap with Su Zhiyue. The following day, after finishing his tasks early at the shop, Feiyang returned to the villa to accompany his third uncle, Gu Wei, to the People's Hospital in the metropolis. He had an appointment with the city's most esteemed orthopedic surgeon. Originally, all slots for the day were filled, but he managed to secure a spot through some special channels. After undergoing a comprehensive examination, the costs accumulated to several thousand yuan, causing Gu Wei to wince at the expense. Visiting the hospital truly felt like throwing away money. Gu Wei pondered for a moment and said, "Xiaoyang, earning money is no easy feat. Allow me to cover this medical expense. Later, take me to the bank so I can withdraw some funds." Rural folks still prefer to use passbooks, saving in fixed deposits to earn a bit of interest. At this moment, however, he was unconcerned with that paltry interest. He simply wished to repay Gu Feiyang. To his surprise, Gu Feiyang shook his head resolutely, saying, "Third uncle, this illness is for my sake. How could I possibly let you pay? In the past, when our family struggled financially, we could only watch you suffer helplessly. Now that I have the means, this sum is negligible to me. Be it thousands or tens of thousands, if it can restore your health, I would gladly spend hundreds of thousands or even millions." His words were unwavering, causing Gu Wei's eyes to mist over. In his heart, he did not wish for Gu Feiyang to feel burdened by the past. What Gu Feiyang perceived as an insurmountable debt of gratitude was merely Gu Wei's way of assisting his family. The affliction that lingered was simply a stroke of misfortune. Chapter 54. Gratefulness and Repayment. Xiaoyang, Gu Wei sighed. "In light of this, I must extend my heartfelt thanks to you." "That is more like it," Gu Feiyang replied, holding the examination report as he led Gu Wei into the consultation room. "Dr. Wang, here is the report." "Excellent." Renowned physician Wang Xianlin scrutinized the report for a moment, furrowing his brow tightly. The situation was not particularly severe, but it had been prolonged, necessitating surgery. "What?" Gu Wei exclaimed, his eyes widening in alarm. "Can it just be treated with medication?" "The efficacy of medication is minimal, and the duration is far too lengthy," Dr. Wang responded. "Alternatively, you could be hospitalized for observation. Will surgery cure it?" "Indeed. Then let us proceed with the surgery." Gu Feiyang did not hesitate, advising third uncle. "Long-term medication will incur costs that may well exceed the price of surgery. It is better to resolve the issue at its source in one go." Upon hearing this, Gu Wei hesitated. He indeed harbored concerns regarding financial matters, having been accustomed to a lifetime of hardship. He always believed that as long as he refrained from spending, he could endure a little longer. Dr. Wang seemed to perceive his apprehensions and smiled. "You have purchased rural health insurance, haven't you?" "Huh? Yes, I bought it," he replied. This was something that needed to be renewed annually. Initially, he was reluctant to make the purchase and had even been scolded by his sister-in-law, Li Ziyue. Subsequently, every year, when Gu Jiangwo and Li Ziyue renewed their own insurance, they would conveniently include him as well. It did not cost much, and the insurance would cover a portion of expenses. "Really?" Gu Wei breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good." Thus, the surgery was confirmed to take place 3 days later. Prior to the operation, he needed to be hospitalized for observation. Gu Wei was admitted that very day, though unbeknownst to him. Gu Feiyang had deposited 100,000 yuan for the expenses. While the insurance indeed provided reimbursement, he sought a renowned physician for Gu Wei's surgery, and the additional costs incurred would not be covered by the insurance. "Dr. Wang, thank you for your assistance." Gu Feiyang expressed his gratitude upon returning to the doctor's office. "Otherwise, my uncle would have certainly been reluctant to agree to the surgery." "It's no trouble at all." After completing the necessary paperwork, Gu Feiyang returned to the hospital room where Li Ziyue and Gu Jiangwo had just arrived with daily necessities and a change of clothes for Gu Wei. "Just focus on your hospitalization and treatment. There's no need for you to worry about anything else," Li Ziyue admonished while organizing the items. "Remember to listen to the doctor, and don't be as stubborn as a mule." "I understand." Gu Wei nodded, seemingly a bit exasperated, Why don't you ever change your nagging habit? Young people nowadays certainly don't appreciate such incessant chatter. Oh, so you're keeping up with the trends of the youth. Li Tzuaping rolled her eyes. Rest assured, my little Yang and Yia do not require my nagging. They are quite obedient. After ensuring everything was in order, Gu Feiyang and his parents returned home, as relatives were still gathered there. Upon arriving home, Qinlan waved him over. Yia is looking for you. She just asked me to tell you to go see her as soon as you return. All right, Gu Feiyang replied, puzzled. Why didn't she send me a message? You can ask her. Qinlan chuckled. We have a flight at 5 o'clock and have arranged to meet your parents for afternoon tea. Sound good. I'll come down with Yia shortly. To his surprise, Qinlan waved her hand. No need. Didn't you wake up early? Go take a nap instead. Yia has been tired these past few days. I can see the dark circles under her eyes. You both should rest well. After considering her words, Gu Feiyang decided not to insist. All right, next time you come, I'll spend more time with Yia. After exchanging a few words with his family and relatives, Gu Feiyang turned to ascend the stairs. Upon opening the door, he found Su Zhiyue lying on the bed, her delicate brows subtly furrowed with concern. Darling, you're back, she exclaimed with delight at his entrance. How is uncle? Worrying about him makes it hard for you to sleep? Gu Feiyang felt warmth in his heart. Yes, and there are other reasons. Su Zhiyue sighed. Without you here and in this new environment, I find it difficult to adjust. Haha, very well, my dear. This afternoon, I shall stay with you for a proper nap. Gu Feiyang had a rough idea of her discomfort and wrapped his arms around her waist. Uncle has scheduled the surgery for 3 days from now, and I will be staying in the hospital during these days. Is it that serious? Su Zhiyue's complexion appeared somewhat pale. Is everything all right? She wondered. No, don't worry, Gu Feiyang reassured her. My father will start taking care of Uncle San at the hospital tonight, and my mother will be entertaining my aunt and her family these days. I'll be busy with matters at the shop, so you must take good care of yourself. Su Zhiyue nodded vigorously. Rest assured, if anything happens, I will call you immediately. That's good. After ensuring everything was settled, a mischievous thought crept into Gu Feiyang's mind as he leaned closer. Darling, I don't think you're just getting used to the bed. I believe you're missing me. The warm and gentle breath encircled her ear, causing Su Zhiyue to momentarily lose her composure. Regaining her senses, her cheeks flushed crimson as she pushed Gu Feiyang away. Husband, don't be like this. I'm really just adjusting to the bed. Seeing her face aflame, Gu Feiyang felt a stir of excitement. Yet, noticing the faint hint of fatigue in her eyes, he felt a pang of concern. All right, I won't tease you anymore. I'll take a shower and then we can rest together. Su Zhiyue lay on the bed, waiting. Gu Feiyang soon emerged from the shower, climbed onto the bed, and, lost in thought, teased her again. Wife, if you truly are adjusting to the bed, should I have someone bring the bed from the rental apartment? Su Zhiyue's cheeks flushed once more. No, I miss you. Okay, just stop teasing me. Her final words were a blend of softness and mild reproach. Gu Feiyang felt satisfied, wishing she had simply admitted she missed her husband earlier. Fresh from a shower, Gu Feiyang exuded warmth. Inhaling the familiar scent of a shower gel, Su Zhiyue felt reassured. Gu Feiyang's voice came from above her. So, is it still the familiar scent? Lying in his embrace, Su Zhiyue playfully punched Gu Feiyang's shoulder. You're so annoying. Gu Feiyang's voice turned low and alluring. Darling, if you call me like that, I might not be able to help myself. Startled, Su Zhiyue quickly withdrew her hand, attempting to escape his embrace. Gu Feiyang, don't get carried away. Gu Feiyang chuckled softly, pulling her back in his arms. I'm just joking. Now sleep. With that, he fell silent. Su Zhiyue turned away from him, drifting off to sleep. Once she sensed that he had truly quieted down, she finally closed her eyes. She slept soundly until 7 in the evening. The Su family had already left, and the relatives had returned from their outings. The house was filled with the aroma of warm dishes, waiting for the two to rise and eat. Yeah, Xiaoyang, are you awake? Upon seeing them come downstairs, Li Tzuaping called out, perfect timing, dinner is ready. The villa was spacious, with many guest rooms, so the Gu family did not need to stay at a hotel. The family gathered around the table, creating a lively atmosphere. Yeah, come try this. It's your uncle's specialty. Aunt Li Fong served Su Zhiyue a piece of braised pork. Thank you, Aunt. Su Zhiyue triplets. Braised pork is a staple dish for celebrations in Guangdong. As a southerner, Feiyang's uncle had mastered this culinary art. Su Zhiyue took a bite, savoring its melt-in-the-mouth texture and rich flavor. So delicious. She had never tasted this before, and, for the first time, she discovered how delectable fatty meat could be. Tender without being greasy, fragrant and rich, devoid of any cloying texture. Darling, you had no idea, did you? Feiyang explained. In our village, whenever there is a wedding banquet, my uncle is always invited to be the chef. Despite his boisterous demeanor, his culinary skills are unmatched, especially this dish. Braised pork with preserved vegetables. I've been enjoying it since childhood and never tire of it. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiyue shot him a disapproving glance. If you know such a delicacy exists, why haven't you made it for me to try? Feiyang was momentarily taken aback. To be honest, he had never considered preparing this dish. After all, he had always held the ingrained belief that it was only served at wedding celebrations. No family would dare to make it on a regular day. Of course, these were merely excuses. Feiyang would never use them to evade Su Zhiyue. I'm sorry. My dear, I was wrong. Feiyang quickly admitted his fault, then chuckled. You can't be serious, can you? Understanding Su Zhiyue, he leaned closer and whispered, Are you upset that I didn't make this dish for you? Or that I didn't share it with you? Su Zhiyue auxiliis nortez. Taking another bite of the braised pork, and with a voice as delicate as a whisper, she replied, Husband, do you know why I always enjoy chatting with your family? Feiyang was slightly flummoxed by the sudden change of topic. Because I can learn about your past through them. As she spoke, Su Zhiyue's cheeks flushed. If she clearly conveyed her affection, though I couldn't partake in your past, it doesn't hinder my desire to understand it. I wish to know your history, accompany you in the present, and walk alongside you into the future. Feiyang felt his heart soften profoundly. How could one's love be so pure? Untainted by anything else? He gazed into Su Zhiyue's clear eyes, seemingly untouched by the world's turbulence, her expression of love unchanged. His thoughts drifted back to their sophomore year. Su Zhiyue stood beneath his dormitory, both bold and bashful, directly and courageously declaring, Feiyang, I like you. Will you be my boyfriend? The evening sun was gentle, yet it could not overshadow the fervent affection of the young girl. For years had passed, yet Su Zhiyue remained unchanged. That love still burned fiercely, igniting his heart like a flame. All right, Feiyang solemnly vowed, I will accompany you now and walk into the future with you. Why not understand her past? Because he already did. Su Zhiyue had always enjoyed reminiscing about her earlier days in front of him. It was her way of sharing everything, including her memories. Yes. Su Zhiyue beamed, glancing at the elders at the table who were engrossed in conversation. Boldly, she leaned over and quickly planted a kiss on Feiyang's cheek. Unbeknownst to her, just as she finished, Aunt Li Fong chimed in playfully, You too should be mindful. There are so many people around. Her teasing caused Su Zhiyue's cheeks to flush instantly, as red as a perfectly salt-edged shrimp. Seeing his wife blush so adorably, Feiyang chuckled. Annie, please refrain from teasing. My wife is quite bashful and might not eat later. Oh, very well. I shall hold my tongue. Aunt Li Fong laughed heartily, unable to resist adding, But yeah, we have all been through this. There's truly no need to feel shy. Instantly, the air was filled with warm laughter. Su Zhiyue's earlobes turned a deep crimson, and Feiyang's amusement grew. After all, there was nothing shameful about enjoying such things. Before he could finish his thought, Su Zhiyue gave him a sharp kick onto the table. With a glare of indignation, she warned him, If you continue to mock me, I shall refuse to kiss you in the future. Apologize, truly do. Feiyang quickly capitulated, repeatedly admitting his fault. I cannot endure a single day without your affection, let alone the prospect of never kissing you again. That simply cannot be allowed. He appeared genuinely worried that Su Zhiyue might ignore him henceforth. Her laughter escaped, dispelling her shyness. All right, enough of your banter. I want that dish. Of course. Feiyang promptly served her. Observing their affectionate rapport, the others at the table shared in their joy. Ah, young love. Such harmony ensures a blissful life together. After the meal, Li Ziping and Gu Jiangwo, ever restless, rallied everyone for a stroll. The Xinghu villa, perched by the sea, was backed by a stretch of sandy beach. The night breeze carried a slight chill, refreshing yet cool as it swept by. On the villa's rooftop terrace, the glass windows were still unfinished, and as they sat overlooking the sea, the wind caressed them perfectly. "Darling, I feel a bit cold." Su Zhiyue nestled into Gu Feiyang's embrace, playfully requesting, "Hold me tightly." "Certainly. Let me keep you warm." Gu Feiyang enveloped her in his arms, their warmth intertwining. "My love, tomorrow is your prenatal checkup, correct?" "Yes, Su Zhiyue. If you're busy, Mother and I can manage." "That is out of the question. I must accompany you," Gu Feiyang insisted, shaking his head. "As the father of our child, how could I not be involved? But your work at the store. Nothing is more important than you and our baby," he replied resolutely. Pregnancy is a challenging journey, and he could not take his wife's understanding for granted. The next dawn, Gu Feiyang descended the stairs and was surprised to find both Li Tsuiping and Li Fang already awake. "Mother, Annie, why are you up so early?" He had previously arranged with his parents that during the relative stay, they only needed to ensure the guests were comfortable while he managed the store. Last night, Gu Jiangwo had stayed at the hospital to care for Gu Wei. "I wanted to see the store you run." "What? Am I not welcome, Annie?" Li Fang Biamat. "That will not do. Even if you don't wish for me to come, I must." "What are you saying? How could you not be welcome?" Gu Feiyang was both amused and exasperated. "Why don't you rest a while longer? Come by around 8 or 9. I'll have food prepared for you." "That won't do. If we are visiting, how can we let you toil alone?" Aunt Li Fang urged him out the door. "Come now, we are family. No need for formalities. Let's go." Gu Feiyang felt a mix of helplessness and warmth in his heart. He had anticipated this. The pretense of visiting the shop was merely a facade. The genuine intent was to lend a hand. With a bittersweet smile, Gu Feiyang shook his head. "Annie, you are here on vacation, and we promise to ensure your enjoyment. We come here to eat your food, use your resources, and spend your money. Yet we must watch you toil away all alone. How can we truly relax?" Li Fang waved her hand dismissively. "Enough of that. Family is family, and we need not stand on ceremony. Besides, how do you know I'm not here to learn a few culinary tricks? Perhaps I'll return home and open a small eatery myself." Though her words were meant to comfort Gu Feiyang, they bore an unintended weight. Indeed, in recent years, the town had rapidly developed under government support, attracting numerous factories. Establishing a breakfast shop near these factories would certainly be a commendable venture. Despite his uncle's experience in construction, the toll of age had begun to wear on him, rendering the work increasingly strenuous and perilous. Opening a breakfast shop to find stability seemed like a prudent idea. With these thoughts in mind, Gu Feiyang resolved to discuss this matter with his uncle at the earliest opportunity. Upon returning to the shop, he found Chun Chang already present. Since receiving Gu Feiyang's culinary guidance, Chun Chang's cooking skills had improved dramatically, and he had become increasingly invested in the business. "Auntie, you only need to assist with making dumplings," Gu Feiyang suggested. Although Li Fang volunteered her help, he could not burden her with too much responsibility. He assigned her the lightest of tasks. However, Li Fang ignored his concerns, emulating Li Tsuiping's industriousness and quickly adapting to the pace. Once the work commenced in earnest, Gu Feiyang was unable to focus on anything else. The morning flew by in a whirlwind of activity. For some unknown reason, Qinyang did not appear for the live stream today. "Has Qinyang been in touch with you?" Gu Feiyang inquired of Qinyang. "Why hasn't he shown up?" "No, he hasn't." Qinyang replied, shaking his head. A flicker of worry stirred within Gu Feiyang. After selling the last bowl of scallion noodles, he retrieved his phone and dialed Qinyang's number. After a few rings, the call was answered. "Hello, Brother Gu." "Qinyang, what is wrong with you?" Hearing Chun Yang's feeble voice, Gu Feiyang's concern deepened. "Are you unwell?" "No, just a slight cold." Chun Yang's throat felt like it was on fire, yet he did not exhibit much distress. "I'll rest for a couple of days and then return to the shop." Suppressing his anxiety, Gu Feiyang replied, "Take care of yourself. Have you taken any medicine? Seen a doctor?" "Yes, I've taken some medicine." Chun Yang's voice was notably weak. "Brother Gu, let me get some more rest. I'll reach out later." "All right." After hanging up, Gu Feiyang's thoughts remained preoccupied with Chun Yang's condition. Many who strive alone often bear their ailments in silence. Nevertheless, once the shop closed, he had another pressing matter to attend to. After finishing business for the day, Gu Feiyang, along with Li Zuaping and Li Feng, returned to Xinghu community. Su Zhiyue was already awake, having dutifully prepared herself a cup of milk powder. Due to her prenatal checkup requiring an ultrasound soon, she had consumed copious amounts of water, leaving her feeling quite bloated. "Dear, let us go," Gu Feiyang called, taking Su Zhiyue's maternity checkup record, and together they headed to the maternal and child health hospital. The hospital had been bustling in recent years, perpetually alive with activity. Gu Feiyang paid the fee and queued patiently. Finally, it was Su Zhiyue's turn for her prenatal checkup. However, the doctor merely handed her a stack of examination orders. She was instructed to pay, complete the tests, and return with the reports. The tests included ultrasound, fundal height and abdominal circumference measurements, Down syndrome screening, and blood tests, all of which required waiting in line. By the time all the examinations were completed, it was nearly noon. They returned to the doctor's office just as it was about to close, presenting the report to the physician. "Phew!" Su Zhiyue, exhausted, leaned against Gu Feiyang. "Thank you for running around." During their last visit, since her pregnancy was still in its early stages, the tests had been minimal. She never anticipated that the actual prenatal examinations would be so cumbersome. Moreover, the number of tests was quite substantial. No wonder it is said that childbirth is fraught with challenges. The real difficulty lies not in conceiving, but in the subsequent array of expenses. Had he still been that office worker, today's checkup would have cost him 10 days' salary. Fortunately, they considered themselves lucky. Gu Feiyang gently patted her head, saying, "I'm not the one who is tired. You are." Being first-time parents, they were inexperienced and still navigating many aspects of this journey. Both the fetus and mother were stable, and the doctor reminded them to regularly take folic acid and maintain proper nutrition. After reviewing the reports, the doctor noted important reminders in their record book: monthly checkups during early and mid-pregnancy, and weekly visits in the late stages. "Remember the schedule. Do not forget," he advised. "All right, thank you, doctor," they replied before leaving the hospital. "Dear, I will take you home first," Gu Feiyang said, holding Su Zhiyue's delicate hand as they walked towards the parking lot. "I have to step out for a bit." "Where are you going?" Su Zhiyue inquired, puzzled. "I'm going to check on Qinyang. He is unwell and hasn't come to the shop today," Gu Feiyang explained. "I heard that his family is not in the city, and he is alone at home. I'm worried about him." "I'll go with you," Su Zhiyue started. But Gu Feiyang quickly shook his head. "No, Qinyang mentioned he has a cold. What if you catch it? You should go home first. I'll visit him and return shortly." After contemplating her condition, Su Zhiyue realized it would indeed be inappropriate for her to accompany him and nodded in agreement. "All right, but remember to buy some fruits or something." "I know," Gu Feiyang smiled. After dropping Su Zhiyue off at Xinghu community, he drove towards Chunyang's neighborhood. On the way, concerned that Qinyang might not have eaten breakfast or lunch due to his illness, he purchased some millet and pumpkin, along with vegetables, intending to prepare a simple meal for him. He also bought some fruits. Knocking on Chunyang's door, he was greeted with surprise. "Gu," Qinyang exclaimed, his voice slightly hoarse. "What brings you here?" "Just checking on you," Gu Feiyang replied, stepping inside with his bags. "You haven't had lunch yet, have you? I bought pumpkin and millet to make you some pumpkin porridge." "Thank you, Gu." Qinyang scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I didn't have much of an appetite, so I didn't eat." He never expected Gu Feiyang would come to visit him. Since arriving in the city to pursue his career, he had always endured his illnesses alone. Chapter 57. Just enough after preparing a warm pumpkin porridge for Qinyang. Gu Feiyang also made 2 light dishes. There is still porridge in the pot. Heat it up for dinner later, he instructed while removing his apron. "I must head home now. You'll manage on your own. Want you?" "Of course," Qinyang replied, a hint of emotion welling up in his throat. He settled down and savored the moderately sweet pumpkin porridge, its soft and glutinous texture bringing warmth to his heart. "Brother Gu," he hesitated for a moment before asking, "Did you come all this way just to make porridge for me?" "Yes," Gu Feiyang began to respond, but his phone rang abruptly. "Hello, dear, what is wrong?" he answered. "How is Qinyang doing?" Su Zhiyue's concerned voice came through the line. Gu Feiyang chuckled softly and switched to speaker mode. "Your sister-in-law is asking about your condition." "Huh?" Qinyang was taken aback, touched by Su Zhiyue's concern. "Sister-in-law, I'm fine. Brother Gu made me porridge. After I eat and rest, I'll be good as new. That's a relief, Su Zhiyue replied with care. During these special times, a cold can be serious. Take extra caution. Understood. After a few more words of concern, Su Zhiyue ended the call. Gu Feiyang felt a twinge of jealousy. She didn't even ask about me, only cared for you. Qinyang found it both amusing and bewildering that Gu Feiyang could be jealous over this. All right, I must head home now. Gu Feiyang pondered for a moment, then gave in to his impulse, taking out his phone to send Su Zhiyue a message. Turning back to Qinyang, he said, make sure to rest well these next few days. The store opens in 4 days, and we expect a large crowd. Don't miss it. I understand, Brother Gu. Qinyang, sensing Gu Feiyang's jealousy, feigned innocente. Ugh. Qinyang snapped a few photos and posted them on social media. I fell ill today, and I'm grateful to Brother Gu for personally coming over to prepare porridge and dishes for me. I was quite happy, but then sister-in-law called to check on me, which sent someone into a jealous frenzy. What do I do with all this dog food? Waiting for help, quite urgent. Soon. The post garnered a flurry of comments and likes. Ha ha ha. Brother Gu must be thinking, what merit does this kid have to earn my wife's concern? Young Gu, remember to keep your tail tucked in. Some wife-obsessed fellows are not to be trifled with. Am I the only one envious that young Gu fell ill and had Chef Gu personally come to make him porridge? Envy all you want. Qinyang tossed his phone aside, continuing to enjoy his porridge and dishes, feeling comforted by the care he received. Meanwhile, Su Zhiyue received Gu Feiyang's message and couldn't help but chuckle, replying, it's my fault. May I ask, my dear husband, when will you return home? I miss you. Gu Feiyang, almost home, couldn't help but smile at her words. Your most beloved husband is on his way. All right, my most beloved husband. Are you back yet? Almost there. Upon arriving at home, Gu Feiyang parked the car and did not rush upstairs. Instead, he took out a bottle of alcohol spray and thoroughly disinfected himself from head to toe. After sending another message, I took a shower downstairs upon arriving home and then ascended to find you. Please wait for me upstairs. In today's society, one must exercise caution. After showering, Gu Feiyang hurried upstairs. Su Zhiyue was lying on the bed, gazing at the photos taken that morning. Upon seeing him enter, she smiled and said, darling, in just a few months, our baby will be born. Do you think, with your jealousy, you'll end up feeling envious of the baby? Gu Feiyang had never considered this question, momentarily taken aback. He soon chuckled. If those 3 little rascals dare to monopolize you for the entire day, I will hand them over to my parents. They would be more than happy to help. After saying this, he added with a playful tone, my wife can only belong to me. Su Zhiyue couldn't help but giggle, her heart brimming with sweetness. All right, I am yours, and you are mine. She leaned closer, planting kisses on Gu Feiyang's cheeks and lips, but added, however, when the baby arrives, you must not let them stray too far from their mother. As a father, you must lend a hand. I know, Gu Feiyang thought cheerfully. The system warehouse is filled with an array of toys and supplies that will keep these 3 little ones entertained for quite a while. Indeed, during this period, the rewards for signing in had all been related to the baby, various toys, nutritional products, postpartum recovery supplements, and baby formula. It must be noted that while these items seemed trivial, they were easily affordable for Gu Feiyang. Nevertheless, following the incident with the baby formula, he firmly believed that the items provided by the system were markedly superior to those purchased outside. At the very least, their efficacy was substantial. With this thought, Gu Feiyang felt even more elated, embracing Su Zhiyue and showering her with kisses, unwilling to let go. Eventually, Su Zhiyue, her face flushed and lips swollen, protested, darling, don't take advantage of me. Is this taking advantage? Then what I plan to do next? Gu Feiyang pressed her down, gazing at her with a mischievous smile. What I desire goes beyond this. Would you care to give it a try? What? Su Zhiyue quickly shook her head. No, absolutely not. I discreetly consulted the doctor this morning, and he said as long as it isn't too vigorous, it's permissible. Gu Feiyang chuckled. I won't go all the way. Just a little nudge. Su Zhiyue was utterly perplexed. Naturally, the inherent physical disparity between men and women, coupled with the hormonal surges during pregnancy, left Su Zhiyue with no resistance, and she could only passively endure an indescribable experience. The sound of waves echoed within the room, deep affection surging continuously. Eventually, she fell into a deep slumber in Gu Feiyang's embrace. The two of them slept until dusk. Gu Feiyang, having missed lunch, awoke from hunger and quickly got up. Feeling the movement beside her, Su Zhiyue slowly opened her eyes, her gaze shining brightly. "Darling, I'm so hungry. You didn't eat lunch either?" Gu Feiyang was about to feel guilty when Su Zhiyue replied, "I did eat. I had 2 large bowls of rice, but now I'm hungry again." "Then allow me to make you something to eat." Gu Feiyang chuckled, realizing that being able to eat was a blessing and beneficial for the baby's nutrition. As he descended the stairs, he found darkness engulfing the house. No one was home. Gu Feiyang retrieved his phone, only to discover that both Gu Jiangwo and Li Cuiping had sent him several messages. Chapter 58. Both spouses are jealous. "Son, we are dining out tonight. Remember to prepare a meal for Yeye." Accompanying the message was a picture taken during their outing, showcasing Gu Jiangwo, Li Cuiping, and Li Fang, all beaming with joy. Suddenly, Gu Feiyang recalled that Gu Jiangwo had been at the hospital caring for his uncle Gu Wei. He dialed the phone and inquired, "Mom, why isn't Dad at the hospital?" Li Cuiping explained, "Your uncle said your dad has been on duty for 2 days. Today he swapped with him. They just switched in the evening, and after dinner, your dad will return home to rest and go back tomorrow to relieve your uncle." Understanding this, Gu Feiyang replied, "Oh, I see. Well, enjoy yourselves. I'll go prepare dinner for Yeye." "All right." After hanging up, Gu Feiyang carried a glass of water back upstairs. "Darling, have a glass of water first. Mom and Dad are out today, so they want to be back for dinner. I'll call you when the food is ready." "MMM." Su Zhiyue replied lazily, her voice laced with a playful allure, stirring a flutter in Gu Feiyang's heart. However, he refrained from any further advances, adhering to the doctor's advice to maintain moderation. He had always been a good husband, dutifully following medical counsel. Time flowed and the stars shifted. This day marked the occasion of Uncle Gu Wei's surgery. It was not a major operation. He would merely be observed for a day post-surgery before being discharged to recuperate at home. Gu Feiyang initially considered hiring a caretaker, given the spacious home and Gu Wei's need for assistance. However, he was met with stern reprimands from Li Cuiping and Li Fang. "Now that you're earning money, you think only of squandering it, don't you? Hiring a caretaker cannot compare to having family care for you. We have plenty of people here." Gu Feiyang could only repeatedly apologize, assuring them he would not waste money, which spared him from further scolding. Su Zhiyue, listening nearby, felt somewhat astonished. The transition from poverty to affluence is often easy, yet maintaining one's integrity when possessing wealth is considerably more challenging. Even Li Cuiping, as well as Li Fang and her uncle, shared this mindset. From a young age, she had observed that a family must avoid poverty to maintain stability. Even if not wealthy, a family should achieve a modest standard of living. Otherwise, daily struggles would crush it, extinguishing even the most beautiful love. Thus, her parents tirelessly labored, striving to provide her with a carefree environment. It was only now that Su Zhiyue realized Gu Feiyang, despite his wealth, remained unchanged. He neither squandered nor flaunted his riches. This was a testament to his upbringing. Elders who did not subscribe to the notion that wealth equates to superiority naturally raised children who did not measure everything by monetary value. The surgery lasted 2 hours and was quite successful. The following day, Gu Wei returned to the villa to recuperate. Gu Feiyang immersed himself wholeheartedly in his work, as the store was set to open in just a few days. He had much to prepare in this short span of time. Chen Chong. On that busy morning, Gu Feiyang called out to Chen Chong, reminding him that the grand opening was just 2 days away. After lunch, they planned to visit the law firm to finalize the partnership contract. "All right," Chen Chong replied, his hands continuing their meticulous work. He had recently developed a new dish and was eager for Gu Feiyang to sample it. Chen Yang had already regained his health and returned to the restaurant to resume his live streaming. At that moment, Gu Feiyang's voice resonated clearly in the live broadcast. No wonder Chef Chun has joined the restaurant. It seems he is participating through a profit-sharing model. Come on, how much can a small restaurant possibly earn? Do you really think it's just a small eatery? I suspect this is merely the beginning. Chef Gu will surely open branches or even a chain. Can I make a wish for a location in my city? The chat was filled with playful banter and speculation. However, Qin Chang's mind was entirely focused on his culinary creations. Glancing over, Gu Feiyang asked, "Do you need a bit more time? I'll go pick up my wife." Qin Chang replied without looking up. "Ah, Chef Chun is truly devoted to his art." Qin Yang couldn't help but exclaim, responding to the viewers. "Don't fret over trivial matters. Chef Chun is here to assist because Chef Gu promised to help him refine his skills, not for financial gain. Such noble intentions are beyond our understanding. Unlike me, I'm here solely for the money." Heh, clinging to Brother Gu's coattails. "How long do you think it will take for me to buy a house in a magical city? Next lifetime? Brothers, stop sending gifts. This rascal plans to use our gift money to buy a house in a magical city. You traitor, you've betrayed the people." Hearing the viewers teasing, Qin Yang couldn't suppress his laughter. Yet, despite the jests, the viewers continued to send gifts. Time flew by amid Qin Yang's humor until Gu Feiyang returned with Su Zhiyue. Upon seeing her, Qin Yang immediately exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, it's been a while. How is your health?" Su Zhiyue appeared somewhat surprised to see him. "Iem me fine. Qin Yang quickly reassured her. "If I weren't, I wouldn't dare show my face here. Brother Gu would give me a beating." Puffed. Su Zhiyue chuckled. "Don't slander my husband. He is such a good person. How could he possibly hit anyone?" With that, she laughed again at most. "Did he just kick you out and forbid you from coming back?" Qin Yang was momentarily at a loss for words, feigning a sigh. This wave of dog food is rather overwhelming. Ha ha. Yanggu's health bar is empty. The fate of a lifelong single dog. Why did you provoke them? Why not anyone else but Brother Gu and sister-in-law? I heard last time Chef Gu got jealous. Sister-in-law's words make me wonder if she's worried about her husband getting jealous again. The truth revealed. I've learned something today. Sister-in-law is truly the foremost defender of her husband. Hearing Su Zhiyue's words, Gu Feiyang felt a tinge of jealousy that quickly transformed into a sweet warmth. The couple continued to express their affection, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. In the kitchen, Chun Chang was immersed in his own world, the rich aroma of the dishes wafting through the air. Chun Yang twitched his nose and exclaimed, "Who would have thought that just as I recovered from my illness, I would be graced with such culinary delights? Chef Chen's new dishes are truly remarkable. It's a pity you cannot partake." His playful remarks naturally earned him a round of light-hearted scolding. However, Qin Yang paid no heed and continued, "All right, it's almost time for dinner. So let's conclude today's live stream here. See you tomorrow." With that, he disregarded the audience's lamentations, eager to catch a glimpse of Chun Chang's new culinary creations, and abruptly ended the stream. Upon seeing him turn off the live broadcast, Su Zhiyue curiously inquired, "Do you have many viewers for your live streams now?" "Of course." Qin Yang nodded, then shifted the subject, "But it's mainly because of Brother Gu. Many viewers come for him." Su Zhiyue pondered this information. Qin Yang felt a sudden unease, his scalp tingling. Could it be that this couple was both possessive? However, Su Zhiyue refrained from further probing and approached Gu Feiyang, asking, "Dear, what are your thoughts on the streaming industry? Do you wish to pursue it?" Gu Feiyang paused his task, lifted his gaze to meet hers, and contemplated for a moment. "I would prefer that you not become a streamer." "Why?" Su Zhiyue was taken aback by her husband, who had always been supportive of her, voicing opposition. "My dear, I can provide for you and our family. Why would you need to become a streamer? This industry is fraught with challenges, especially for those who are exceptionally beautiful, as they often endure a greater share of malice." "I understand," Su Zhiyue replied, somewhat disheartened, "but I desire to engage in something meaningful." Undeniably, a sense of unease began to creep into her heart. Gu Feiyang's career was flourishing while she felt stagnant. Would the gap between them only widen in the future? What if someone more outstanding were to appear? Su Zhiyue dared not pursue the thought further. Sensing her disquiet, Gu Feiyang smiled reassuringly. "I am not saying you cannot work. I simply wish for you to avoid becoming a public figure." He continued, "You studied design in college, which you enjoyed, right? You could pursue a career in that field." Su Zhiyue did not anticipate Gu Feiyang's response and hesitated. "But since I submitted my graduation project, I haven't delved further into that area. Am I still capable?" "You are," Gu Feiyang encouraged as he ruffled her hair, you can choose to pursue further studies or enter design competitions. There is ample opportunity in that field, and you'll find your path in due time. All right. Su Zhiyue nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with determination. Unable to resist, Gu Feiyang kissed her gently. Be confident. Believe that you are extraordinary. Just then, Chen Chang called out, dinner is ready. He brought forth several dishes, and Gu Feiyang glanced at them in surprise. How did you come to study this? Didn't you already master it? Indeed, Chen Chang replied, presenting a dish of lobster prepared in 4 distinct styles, each offering a unique flavor. After your guidance, I recognized my shortcomings and decided to try again. Gu Feiyang furrowed his brows, having never tasted the lobster prepared by Chen Chang in the 4 distinctive styles. This dish, quite lavish and sophisticated, is generally crafted to cater to the diverse palates of guests at banquets. However, few are aware that it was originally conceived by imperial chefs for the royal family. The essence of this dish lies in its ability to showcase unique flavors individually while also allowing them to harmoniously blend together. In simpler terms, each component retains its delightful essence, yet when enjoyed collectively, the flavors intertwine, amplifying the overall taste experience. Regrettably, it appears that very few chefs today can achieve such a feat. Reflecting on this, Gu Feiyang took a seat, his expression earnest as he began to savor the dish. Chen Chang had prepared this culinary masterpiece specifically for him to appreciate, and it was only fitting to honor the effort he had invested. The first, second, third, and fourth servings each burst with rich, fragrant juices that tantalized his taste buds. Remarkably, with every additional bite, the aromas did not clash but rather layered upon one another, creating an exquisite sensory experience that was both extraordinary and delightful. Gu Feiyang couldn't help but express his admiration, stating, Chen Chang, your culinary skills are truly underappreciated in my presence. Upon hearing this compliment, Chen Chang felt his tension dissipate, allowing a smile to blossom on his face. Without your guidance, I would not have made such progress, he replied. At that moment, Chen Yang, holding chopsticks and eagerly awaiting his turn, chimed in. Could you two save the mutual flattery for later? I'm about to drool over here. Go ahead and eat. Gu Feiyang laughed, raising an eyebrow. Are you here to make money or to indulge in a feast that will turn you into a hefty figure? Glancing down at his increasingly rounded physique, Chen Yang adopted a self-deprecating demeanor, lamenting that without the exquisite cuisine, what good was a good figure? Laughter erupted in the restaurant, filling the air with joy. As everyone settled down to dine, the lobster prepared in 4 styles received resounding praise from the others, particularly from Li Fang, who savored each bite with evident satisfaction. After the meal, she patted her round belly and remarked, Xiaoyang, how about I stay on and work for you? I don't even want to go home. Gu Feiyang chuckled helplessly. What are you saying? You can stay, but there's no need for you to work for me. Li Fang's eyes sparkled with mischief as she continued. By the way, Xiaoyang, since this chef claims you guided him in his culinary skills, doesn't that mean your cooking must be even more impressive? Taken aback for a moment, Gu Feiyang suddenly realized that he had never cooked for his uncle and aunt, a pang of guilt washing over him. Since my third uncle just got out of the hospital, I'll prepare a grand dinner for you all tonight, he declared decisively. However, Li Fang shook her head. Let us wait a few days. There's no rush. We should wait until your uncle can eat again. Taken aback by her response, Gu Feiyang nodded. All right. We will wait until everyone can enjoy it together. After the meal, Li Fang and Li Cuiping returned home, while Su Zhiyue accompanied Gu Feiyang and Chen Chang to the law firm. Gu Feiyang had contacted the lawyer in advance, preparing an equity agreement to grant Chen Chang a 15% stake in the Yang restaurant. Once both parties signed, the agreement would take immediate effect. The lawyer conducted the proceedings with utmost professionalism. Good. Gu Feiyang and Chen Chang swiftly affixed their signatures, bringing all matters to a close. They merely awaited the official opening of the establishment in a few days, at which point everything would proceed smoothly. That evening, a piece of news refreshed the social media platforms. The recently popular internet celebrity restaurant, the Yang restaurant, was set to officially open in 3 days. It was at this moment that netizens realized Yang restaurant had been in a trial operation all along. This stirred considerable discussion online. Meanwhile, the parties involved were at home, with Gu Feiyang gently massaging his wife's legs. "Dear, is this pressure comfortable?" he inquired cautiously. Su Zhiyue, with her eyes blissfully closed, nodded in agreement, yes. It's much better now. Earlier that day, she had inexplicably experienced several cramps in her calves. The long, slender limbs were tenderly kneaded under Gu Feiyang's hands, her skin gradually flushing. He found himself somewhat distracted. "My dear, aside from the opening day, you should rest well at home and take care of yourself," he advised. Su Zhiyue had no objections, reflecting, "I considered this too. I believe you are right. I cannot let my 4 years of study go to waste. I must resume my pursuits." It was not that she was overly ambitious, but rather that she felt compelled to keep pace with Gu Feiyang's rising trajectory. After all, his growing success meant he would inevitably encounter more remarkable individuals. Chapter 60. The Grand Opening. 3 days later, Yang Restaurant officially opened its doors. Initially scheduled for a few days prior, the opening had been postponed due to Gu Wei's birthday. On the day of the grand opening, the shop was festooned with decorations. Bustling with excitement, a red cloth concealed the sign, and flower baskets adorned the alley, radiating festivity. "Son, I don't care. You must perform the spring picking." Gu Feiyang had intended to keep things simple, but his father, Gu Jiangwo, was stubbornly insistent on adhering to their hometown tradition of spring picking. This custom involved displaying a red envelope and a bunch of green vegetables at the entrance, which would be ceremonially plucked by the local line dance troupe, symbolizing prosperity and good fortune. Understanding his father's good intentions, Gu Feiyang acquiesced. Early in the morning, nearly the entire Gu family was mobilized, with relatives who had not yet departed also joining in. The atmosphere was lively and cheerful. Qinyang had arrived early as well, setting up equipment for a live broadcast for their online supporters. Soon, all the necessary materials were in place. A large red banner proclaiming grand opening was affixed beside the door, announcing a store-wide 20% discount. When Gu Feiyang stepped out of the shop, he was taken aback to find a long queue of customers already forming. He felt a surge of gratitude and called out, "Please bear with us. We must wait for the auspicious hour to officially commence sales." One of the customers chuckled. "Boss Gu, we know. In fact, we came specifically to show our support for your opening. Thank you all." "Thank you." Gu Feiyang replied with a warm smile. As the sun rose, the clock struck 8. The auspicious moment had arrived. The drum and lion dance teams were in attendance, filling the narrow alley with a cacophony of sound. "The time has come. Quickly unveil the sign." Gu Jianguo beamed with such exuberance that it seemed his mouth might stretch to the back of his head, urging Gu Feiyang to unveil the red cloth draped over the sign. "All right." Gu Feiyang took Su Zhiyue's delicate hand and stepped forward. "Come, my dear. Let's inaugurate our first store." Su Zhiyue's cheeks flushed with joy, her smile radiant. The two clasped hands, each grasping a corner of the red cloth, and with a vigorous tug, they pulled it down. Amid the resounding booms of firecrackers, countless colorful ribbons cascaded down from the cloth. The ribbons danced gracefully to the ground, framing the couple standing at the entrance. Inside Qinyang's live-streaming room, the comments erupted. "Wow, this isn't a grand opening. It's a wedding celebration, isn't it? The boss and the boss lady are a perfect match. No one can stop me from shipping this couple. It's too sweet. Look at the way the boss gazes at the boss lady. His eyes are brimming with tenderness. Let's not say anything else. Wishing the couple a century of marital bliss, and may they soon be blessed with children." The sound of gongs and drums resonated loudly, causing passers-by to halt and gaze in awe. To be honest, such a lively and exuberant opening ceremony for a small shop was a rare spectacle. Just a line of floral arrangements was impressive enough. At that moment, outside the alley, at the end of a long queue, a Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a gradual stop. Who could this influential figure be? Onlookers were taken aback. The driver exited the vehicle and opened the back door. Two individuals stepped out slowly, and upon seeing their appearance, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Even Gu Feiyang was left dumbfounded. Lu Jinting and Li Zhengzong? Indeed, these two were none other than Lu Jinting, the founder and head of a top conglomerate in the metropolis, and Li Zhengzong, a renowned food connoisseur in the culinary world. "Mr. Lu, Master Li." Gu Feiyang hurriedly approached, maintaining a respectful yet composed demeanor. "I apologize for not being aware of your visit." "Haha, I came to join the festivities after hearing this fellow mention your store's grand opening. Lu Shenting laughed heartily. By the way, I remember you promised to visit my home last time, yet you were too busy to come. This revelation shocked everyone even further. What? How does Gu Feiyang know such a legendary figure? It is known that the Liu family's enterprises span various industries. Merely stomping one's foot in the metropolis could stir economic waves. Gu Feiyang chuckled. Mr. Liu, you jest. I wouldn't dare intrude upon your time. After the opening, I shall certainly pay you a visit. Good, good. Lu Jinting laughed heartily and waved his hand. The driver promptly presented a large, red brocade box. A small gift, wishing your business flourishes and may you and your wife enjoy a blissful life together. Gu Feiyang nodded with a smile. Thank you. Li Zhengzong stepped forward, also presenting a brocade box. Little Gu, you've done remarkably well. Would you say you've achieved both career and family success? Ha! Gu Feiyang was not modest at all. In terms of family, I am indeed blessed, but regarding my career, compared to both of you, I wouldn't dare claim success. Laughter echoed joyfully. Amidst the astonishment and bewilderment, the two esteemed individuals chose to lower themselves and took their seats at the small tables of the modest establishment. At that moment, another luxury vehicle slowly arrived, and two individuals emerged from it. To everyone's astonishment, it was the esteemed antique collector Li Ziyuan and the president of the appraisal center, Yi Onghua. The presence of these two distinguished figures caused quite a stir among the viewers in the live stream. I can understand how Gu Chushen knows Li Zhengzong and Lu Jinting, as Chef Gu participated in the culinary competition sponsored by the Liu family, and it was Li Zhengzong who recommended him. But why does he know Yi Onghua? He is a heavyweight figure. Li Ziyuan introduced him. Don't you remember? Chef Gu sold a plum blossom porcelain vase for 300 million, which was purchased by Li Ziyuan. The truth is revealed. I suddenly realized that Chef Gu has quite an extensive network, whether his connections were significant or not. Gu Feiyang was unaware. What he did know was that with these four influential figures in attendance, the name of Feiyang restaurant had skyrocketed in popularity. After welcoming Li Ziyuan and Yi Onghua into the establishment, the four dignitaries exchanged pleasantries before taking their seats. Gu Feiyang was surprised to discover that these four individuals were actually unfamiliar with one another. It turned out that both Lu Jinting and Yi Onghua were primarily focused on gastronomy and had little interest in antiques. Hence their lack of familiarity with the two prominent figures in the appraisal circle. Remarkably, the four had come to know each other through the owner of this small establishment, Gu Feiyang. With the day being exceedingly busy, Gu Feiyang wished he could split himself in two to attend to everyone, and it was best that they engaged in their own conversations. Next came the Kaiqing ceremony. This custom is not prevalent in every region, and many were witnessing it for the first time, leaving them quietly astonished. The lion dance team could perform in such a manner? The first to voice a question was Chunyang. Li Ziyuan explained, this is Kaiqing, which carries a beautiful meaning. In many southern regions, shops often prefer this during their grand openings, as it serves as a form of blessing. As an antique collector, he was well-versed in history and various cultural practices, and he had a modest understanding of contemporary customs across different locales. Li Zhengzong nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, typically when the lion dance is performed for Kaiqing, a ribbon-cutting ceremony is not arranged. Chapter 61. Love and Abundance. Through the explanations of the two, the audience in Chunyang's live stream also gained insight. I inexplicably feel as if two prominent figures are giving a lecture. Should I include in my job application that I am a disciple of masters Li Ziyuan and Li Zhengzong? Bravo upstairs. I hadn't thought of that until you mentioned it. I need to add that as I'm applying for jobs. Ha ha ha. At the entrance, as the lion dance team performed to the rhythm of drums and gongs, they skillfully maneuvered to retrieve the red envelopes and lettuce hanging above the doorframe. Simultaneously, the patrons joyfully shouted, wishing Feiyang restaurant a prosperous opening. The atmosphere of jubilation reached its zenith. At that moment, Gu Jiangwo and Li Qinghua wheeled out the mobile food cart, cheerfully announcing, today, everything in the restaurant is at a 20% discount. It's officially on sale. What followed was an exhilarating flurry of activity. Even Su Zhiyue, despite being pregnant, insisted on assisting with the order taking. However, Gu Feiyang had anticipated this scenario and had prepared an office chair in advance, allowing her to comfortably operate the ordering machine. One by one, the orders were printed, and the dishes were served in succession. The small establishment was bustling with a steady stream of patrons. Those watching the live stream couldn't help but express their admiration. On this day, the Feiyang restaurant had firmly established its reputation throughout the bustling metropolis. They worked tirelessly until noon, and only then did Gu Feiyang and his team manage to finish their tasks. He approached Su Zhiyue and asked, "Darling, are you tired?" "Not at all." Su Zhiyue replied with sparkling eyes, pointing at the order machine. "Look, dear, our revenue has increased again today. Indeed, it will continue to rise even more in the future." Gu Feiyang responded with a smile. "Just focus on being the charming proprietress." "Absolutely." Su Zhiyue nodded vigorously, and they exchanged a sweet smile, reveling in their happiness. They were, indeed, unabashedly flaunting their affection. Chunyang watched with a mixture of admiration and envy, exclaiming, boss lady, we are utterly exhausted. Must you continue to stab our hearts with your sugary displays? Can't you find a girlfriend for yourself? All you do is watch others in love." Gu Feiyang retorted without hesitation. Chunyang felt even more despondent. "Oh dear, young man, you still don't have a girlfriend?" Aunt Li Fong chimed in, delivering another blow. Frustrated yet constrained by respect for his elder, Chunyang could only smile and respond, "Yes, Auntie, I'm still single." "Oh my." Li Fong's eyes lit up. "What kind of girl do you like? I can have Yaya keep an eye out for you. She knows plenty of wonderful young ladies." At that moment, the comments in the live stream began to flood in. Yes, the boss lady's good friend would be perfect. Yang, go for it. Don't be shy. Let the boss lady introduce you to her friend." "Wait, Yang, why are your ears turning red? Can you really be shy?" Chunyang was momentarily at a loss for words. He did indeed feel a bit embarrassed. Gu Feiyang laughed, "Honestly, Chunyang, if you want my wife to make an introduction, just say the word. She will help you." Su Zhiyue chimed in, "Exactly. What do you think of Xian? Her only requirement is that you treat her well." Chunyang wished he could find a hole to hide in. He regretted his earlier teasing of this couple, who were clearly in a playful mood. He couldn't help but suspect that they had conspired against him due to past jealousy. To his surprise, he was correct in his assumption. Gu Feiyang thought to himself, "If this lad finds a girlfriend, my wife won't have to worry about him anymore." Aunt Li Fong spoke earnestly, "Young man, if you wish to marry, you really should find someone in the next couple of years. In 2 more years, when others choose a partner, they will have higher expectations. While you are still young, girls may not have many demands, as long as you treat them well. But in a few years, girls your age will have gained experience and will be more aware of what they desire. Their expectations for men will naturally increase. Owning a car, a house, and providing a dowry are all essential." Reflecting on this, Li Fong grew even fonder of Su Zhiyue. Her nephew had chosen a remarkable wife who provided no pressure to Gu Feiyang and steadfastly supported him even during his struggling years. Chunyang quickly nodded, "I understand. Auntie, when I meet someone I like, I will pursue her." Implied, there is no need for introduction. Li Fong, not wanting to press the matter further, chuckled, "Don't be anxious. Annie is merely a bit older and tends to ramble. Please don't take offense. It's all right. I understand that Annie means well." Chunyang sighed in relief. The live stream had not yet ended, and the viewers expressed their discontent. "Is this it? Can't you urge marriage properly? Like my mom does. Press harder." I suddenly realize how amiable Gu's family is. They have no semblance of elder authority. I wish I could let my mom see this. Sob. How can I discreetly arrange for her to witness this scene? In recent years, marriage rates have declined, with most young people neither dating nor marrying. Consequently, they suffer under the relentless pressure of marriage advocates. Initially, everyone relished in watching Chunyang being pursued for marriage, but unexpectedly, the aunt herself changed the subject and ceased her urging. What is this? Quite unconventional. Li Fong truly had no intention of continuing. Her own son was unmarried and had no romantic involvement, and she would not force him, let alone Chunyang. Su Zhiyue still wanted to give it a try, but was restrained by Gu Feiyang. "All right, dear, don't truly act as a matchmaker." "Why?" Su Zhiyue was puzzled. Xinyan was so wonderful, and Chunyang was also an optimistic young man. My judgment cannot be wrong. I know you have good taste, otherwise. How would you have found such a remarkable husband? Gu Feiyang teased, prompting Su Zhiyue to shoot him a playful glare. Narcissistic fellow. Huh, Gu Feiyang explained. The reason I don't want you to introduce them is that relationships are a matter between two individuals. Both may be excellent, yet they might not resonate well together. Currently, Qinyang is my friend, and Xianyan is your close friend. They will inevitably meet again. If they are truly fated or develop feelings, they will seize the opportunity themselves. Neither Qinyang nor Chun Meixian possesses a timid disposition. When they encounter someone they like, they would never squander the chance. Thus, Gu Feiyang harbored no concerns. Dear, he said, pulling Su Zhiyue into his embrace with a grin, instead of worrying about others. Why not pay some attention to your husband? I've been busy all morning. My hands and feet are utterly exhausted. Shall I give you a massage? Su Zhiyue was indeed distracted, leading Gu Feiyang to a nearby table to sit down, gently kneading his hands. Unbeknownst to them, their positioning was directly in front of the camera of Chun Yang's live stream. Instantly, the barrage of comments in the live stream exploded. Dog food. It's all dog food. Mom, I feel so full. This is too much. Not only can I not see Qinyang being pressured into marriage, but I'm also being stuffed with dog food. Why am I wasting time at work in this live stream? Sigh. When will I be as successful as Boss Gu? Chapter 62. Preparing for the wedding. Preparing for the headquarters, the discussions online went unnoticed by Gu Feiyang and Su Zhiyue. The two were engrossed in their affectionate interaction, much to the amusement of the elders. Even the four distinguished gentlemen engaged in conversation could not help but glance over frequently. Particularly, Lu Jinting could not resist teasing. Little Gu, you are indeed fortunate. Li Zhengzong chuckled in agreement. Indeed, with such a beautiful and virtuous wife, one cannot help but feel envious. Upon hearing their playful banter, Su Zhiyue's cheeks flushed crimson. Yet, she did not withdraw her hand, but continued to massage Gu Feiyang. Conversely, Gu Feiyang flashed a mischievous smile. I too believe I am fortunate. By the way, I heard you too just got your marriage certificate. When you plan to hold the wedding? Lu Jintian inquired curiously. Next year. Oh, what do you intend to celebrate grandly? That depends on where my wife prefers. Gu Feiyang grasped Su Zhiyue's delicate hand, lowering his voice, my dear. What kind of wedding do you desire? This left Su Zhiyue feeling quite shy, as she shot him a glare. Isn't it too early to discuss this? Not at all. If we begin preparations now, it will be just right by the time the baby arrives. Gu Feiyang spoke earnestly. Initially, I did not wish to ask you, wanting to secretly prepare a surprise. However, I realized that while a proposal can be a surprise, the wedding must reflect your preferences. Thus, it was imperative to consult his beloved wife. Where would you like to hold the wedding? What kind of wedding do you envision? Seeing Gu Feiyang's earnest demeanor, Su Zhiyue began to ponder. What kind of wedding did she desire? Truth be told, what girl does not dream of a fairy tale-like wedding? However, the preparations would be extensive, and with Gu Feiyang's burgeoning career, he would undoubtedly be exceedingly busy in the coming year. Su Zhiyue thoughtfully remarked, There's no rush. We can consider it after the baby is born. You know me well. Gu Feiyang understood her thoughts perfectly. Thus, he rephrased his question. Do you prefer grand? Enchanting wedding? Yes. Su Zhiyue's response was a mere whisper, yet her beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation. Gu Feiyang immediately grasped her sentiment. All right, my dear, just wait. I will take care of everything. As the two exchanged sweet nothings, the viewers in the live stream perceived yet another wave of affectionate displays. Particularly upon witnessing Gu Feiyang's satisfied smile, their speculations ran rampant. Aren't they discussing tonight's activities? Hey, Gu boss, please be mindful. The boss lady is still pregnant. The one upstairs is overthinking. Given Gu boss's doting nature, he would never cause harm to the boss lady. Isn't it possible to score without a home run? My brothers? Am I right? Chen Yang, observing the barrage of comments, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The indecency of it all, rather than being unsettling, strangely invigorated him. The vivid, inappropriate images flooded his mind, causing the 20-something-year-old virgin's cheeks to turn beet red. Damn, I really should find a girlfriend. Chen Yang mutteret softly, prompting a hearty laugh from the live stream audience. For lunch, Gu Feiyang personally took to the kitchen, preparing a lavish meal for everyone. The four prominent figures also stayed to dine. Once lunch concluded and they began to disperse, Lu Jintian specifically invited Gu Feiyang and his companions to visit the Lu residence. Gu Feiyang understood his intent and accepted with a smile. On the day of the store's grand opening, the live broadcast garnered significant attention, attracting numerous advertisers. By the third day post-opening, all items were sold out by 10 in the morning. "Hello, may I speak with Mr. Gu?" A young man dressed in a suit and tie entered the store, sporting a pair of black-framed glasses. Gu Feiyang looked up, puzzled, and inquired, May I ask who you are?" "Greetings, I am Mingsheng, the regional manager of Shaowang Tuan. Your store has become quite popular recently, and I was wondering if you would be interested in joining us for food delivery. In this era of rapid development in delivery services, many establishments rely on takeout for their survival. Shaowang Tuan is currently the most prominent delivery platform." Gu Feiyang was somewhat taken aback by their approach and pondered for a moment before replying, "I appreciate your offer, but I'm currently unable to meet the demand of my physical store and do not see the necessity to join a delivery platform at this time." Mingsheng shukud. Mr. Gu, in business, who would ever turn down additional revenue? With dumplings and scallion noodles, any chef can manage. You could simply hire a couple more staff members. There was undeniable truth in this statement. Every entrepreneur seeks profit. However, Gu Feiyang declined, stating, "I will consider it, but for now, I must respectfully decline. Thank you." Indeed, hiring a few chefs could significantly increase the output, potentially leading to thousands of daily orders and even doubling revenue. Yet, this would also risk compromising quality and altering flavors. Should patrons dine at his establishment and find the offerings inconsistent with their expectations, they would not return. Many trendy eateries have met their demise by pursuing quick profits in this manner. Gu Feiyang had no desire to follow suit. Reputation is the foundation upon which a business thrives. Mingsheng did not press further, leaving behind a business card. With the popularity and reputation of your store, the platform would provide robust promotion and prime advertising spots. I hope you will reconsider. Gu Feiyang smiled politely and closed the door after seeing him off. While some of his words were somewhat biased, one statement rang true. The volume of food being produced in the kitchen was a critical challenge. Relying solely on himself and Chun Chong, expansion was improbable. Gu Feiyang entered the kitchen to find Chun Chong and said, "What do you think about hiring a few apprentices?" "Apprentices?" Chun Chong furrowed his brows, surprised. "Why not hire chefs directly? Wouldn't it be better to have someone with a foundation? The items we sell are quite basic. Anyone with some cooking experience can manage. Apprentices can be trained with a little guidance, while established chefs come with their habits and pride, making them harder to teach. Unless they are like you, with profound culinary expertise, but such individuals are rare to find." After weighing the pros and cons, Chun Chong found merit in Gu Feiyang's reasoning. "If you believe apprentices are the way to go, I will defer to your judgment." Indeed, Gu Feiyang continued, "By the way, I plan to open a flagship store." "A flagship store?" Chun Chong was even more astonished. "This store has just officially opened, and you're already considering a flagship?" "Absolutely. This location is too small." Gu Feiyang chuckled. "From now on, this will be our old shop, while the main store should be located in the city center. Given the current popularity and reputation of our establishment, it will undoubtedly succeed. By then, you will be responsible for overseeing the main store, while I will remain here. With the main store drawing some of the traffic away, this place won't be too busy, allowing me to find time to care for my wife and children." Chapter 63. The auction. Upon hearing Gu Feiyang's plans, Chun Chong had no objections to the arrangements, but harbored another concern. "If I am at the main store and you are here, how will you guide my culinary skills?" Gu Feiyang was momentarily taken aback, unable to help but chuckle at Chun Chang's singular focus on culinary matters. "Rest assured, I will make regular visits to the main store. I will not forget the promises I made to you." "That's settled then." Chun Chong nodded in satisfaction, before adding, "By the way, I noticed your uncle possesses some culinary talent. I've been teaching him these past few days, and he learns quickly. Would you consider having him stay?" Knowing that Gu Feiyang cared deeply for his family, Chun Chong suggested this after observing Li Qinghua's rapid progress and newfound interest in cooking. Gu Feiyang smiled gently. "I will certainly teach him, but I believe it is best for my uncle and aunt to return to their hometown. My cousin works in the town back home, and with my uncle's parents also residing in the countryside, they cannot stay in the metropolis for long. These past few days, Aunt Li Fong had been preoccupied with thoughts of the elderly back home, often spending over an hour on the phone, offering various reminders, even to the point of exhausting the old folks. Gu Feiyang understood that Li Fong's concerns about the shop staffing were the reason for her desire to remain. Thus, Gu Feiyang not only issued a notice for recruiting apprentices, but also for hiring waitstaff. As Su Zhiyue's belly continued to grow, it was best for Li Ziyue to stay at home to provide care. As summer transitioned into autumn, the weather had begun to cool. Half a month had swiftly passed. Both apprentices and waitstaff had been recruited and were quickly learning the ropes. Currently, there were 2 apprentices and 2 waitstaff. Under Gu Feiyang's dedicated guidance, Li Qinghua's culinary skills were improving rapidly. Safe travels, uncle and aunt. Gu Feiyang said on the day he accompanied his uncle and aunt to the airport for their return to their hometown. Earlier, relatives who had come together had already begun to depart one by one. Xiaoyang, we are heading back. You must take good care of your third uncle. The doctor emphasized the importance of his rehabilitation during yesterday's follow-up. Li Fong advised meticulously, adding with concern, and what about Yia? She should be nearing 3 months now, and she needs another prenatal checkup soon. We cannot be negligent. All right, I understand. I will keep it all in mind. Gu Feiyang nodded. Su Zhiyue stepped forward, grasping Li Fong's hand. Aunt, please don't worry. Feiyang will take good care of us. We will visit you when we have the chance. Yes, yes, Li Fong said appreciatively, patting her delicate hand. The bittersweet feelings of parting lingered in the air, evoking a sense of melancholy. Nevertheless, despite the reluctance, the boarding announcement echoed through the terminal, prompting Li Fong and Li Qinghua to board their flight home amidst their heartfelt farewells. As they watched the plane soar across the azure sky, Gu Feiyang was suddenly reminded of a saying, except for the finality of death, all partings are for the sake of a better reunion. He embraced Su Zhiyue's slender waist, softly reassuring her, all right, let us return home for now. When you miss them, you can always give them a call. MHM, hand in hand, they departed from the airport and made their way back to the Xinghu villa. At that moment, Gu Zhangwo and Li Ziyue had also returned from their errands. Did you see your uncle off at the airport? Li Ziyue inquired with concern. Yes, they'll call us once they arrive, came the reply. Good. Suddenly, Li Ziyue asked with a hint of curiosity, what about your third uncle? Speaking of Gu Wei, Gu Feiyang couldn't help but chuckle. He's in the backyard. Yesterday, he transformed the garden into a vegetable patch, claiming he wants to grow his own food. Gu Wei, who had never married, often occupied himself with gardening back in his hometown during his free time. Gu Feiyang, recalling his uncle's boredom at home, decided to indulge him. What did the doctor say about your third uncle's re-examination yesterday? He still needs to exercise his Achilles tendon. The injury has persisted for too long. Even after surgery, a period of rehabilitation is necessary, Gu Feiyang explained. I've told him he must stay in the city until the baby is born and enjoy our wedding feast before he returns home. For any other reason, Gu Wei would certainly insist on going back to his hometown, but for this, he will obediently remain. Just then, Gu Feiyang's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Hello, he answered, and a sweet, formal female voice responded. Hello, I speak with Mr. Gu? This is Silver Moon Auction House. Silver Moon Auction House. Gu Feiyang thought it sounded familiar. Ah, yes. The system had previously gifted him a plot of land, and he was supposed to participate in the auction, with the system covering any bid he made. Speaking of the system, aside from its punctual daily check-ins, it seemed to be dormant most of the time. He hadn't seen the rewards for critical hits lately. He had expected a surge of happiness points on the day of opening his store, yet nothing had materialized. It's me, Gu Feiyang replied. The voice continued. In 3 days, our auction house will be hosting an event, and we would like to cordially invite you to attend. May I ask if you would prefer the invitation to be sent to Xinghu Community or Yiyang Restaurant? Taken aback, Gu Feiyang realized this auction was by invitation only. When will you send it? He inquired. We could depart immediately. Then please send it to Xinghu Community, he instructed. Understood. Please hold on. After hanging up, 15 minutes later, the security booth at Xinghu Community called to inquire, Mr. Gu, there is someone claiming to be the manager of Silver Moon Auction House who wishes to deliver something to you. Should we let him in? Let him come in, Gu Feiyang replied. Shortly after, a business vehicle came to a halt at the villa's entrance, leaning casually against the door after removing his hands from his pockets. Gu Feiyang greeted politely, "Hello, I am Gu Feiyang. Mr. Gu, here is your invitation. We look forward to your esteemed presence in 3 days." The manager of Silver Moon Auction House was a balding middle-aged man, whose polished appearance suggested he was a successful individual. Gu Feiyang nodded. "Thank you for making this trip." After the manager departed, Gu Feiyang eagerly returned to the villa and sought information regarding the auction. The system informed him that the parcel of commercial land gifted to him was situated in the very heart of the bustling metropolis. Though modest in size, comprising merely 2,000 square meters, it paled in comparison to the sprawling land holdings that often spanned hundreds of thousands or even millions of square meters. However, this land was to be auctioned as freehold rather than merely as a leasehold. In other words, securing the bid would allow for the issuance of a property deed. "My dear," Gu Feiyang exclaimed with fervor, "in just 3 days, we shall acquire this land and establish the flagship store of our Yang restaurant." Upon hearing this, Su Zhiyue widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief, gazing at Gu Feiyang incredulously. After a moment of silence, she reached out to touch his forehead and asked, "Darling, are you unwell? Have you lost your senses? This is land in the center of the metropolis." Gu Feiyang countered, "Even though it is only 2,000 square meters, it is valued in the billions." "I am not unwell. I am quite serious," he replied. "Prepare yourself to assist with the design. What style should our flagship store embody?" "Huh?" Su Zhiyue was taken aback. "You want me to design it?" "Indeed. You've been studying diligently for the past fortnight. Haven't you? Are you not considering pursuing further studies?" Gu Feiyang, well acquainted with his wife's aspirations, chuckled. "I noticed you have been perusing books on architecture and design. The opportunity for practical application is right before you. So seize it. This, Su Zhiyue hesitative. But I previously studied interior design and am not well versed in architectural design." Subconsciously, she found herself no longer doubting Gu Feiyang's financial capability to secure the land, but rather fretting that her design skills might not do justice to such a prime location. Gu Feiyang embraced her, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. "My love, I have faith in you. You can do it." He sensed that while the Yang restaurant was flourishing, his wife was increasingly anxious. As a man, he struggled to comprehend the source of her unease. Yet, as her husband, he vowed to unconditionally support her endeavors. She could pursue whatever she desired, as long as it did not harm her. "My dear, it has been nearly 3 months," he remarked, still engulfed in trepidation. Su Zhiyue was momentarily taken aback by his words. 3 months? What of it? "In 3 months, stability will be achieved," Gu Feiyang stated nonchalantly, causing Su cheeks to flash crimson. All her confusion and anxiety evaporated in an instant. A singular thought consumed her: to give this man a good thrashing. Seizing a pillow, she playfully thumped it against Gu Feiyang's head several times. "What on earth are you thinking about all day long?" Hee. Gu Feiyang did not evade her, well aware that Su Zhiyue would not truly harm him. "My dear, I am still young, full of vitality, and a perfectly normal man." Gu Feiyang whispered softly in Su Zhiyue's ear, "Is it not entirely natural to have certain thoughts when faced with a woman one adores?" Su Zhiyue's cheeks burned like a salt-edged shrimp, flushed with embarrassment. All her anger dissipated in a moment of embarrassment and indignation. Su Zhiyue buried her head in Gu Feiyang's embrace, gently rubbing against his neck and murmuring in a voice as soft as a whisper, "When the time comes for the checkup, we can certainly consult the doctor." "Very well," Gu Feiyang responded with a triumphant smile. In truth, he did not harbor any particular intentions. Rather, he understood well how to divert Su Zhiyue's attention, which is why he uttered those words. Su Zhiyue possessed the ability to excel, yet she often felt anxious upon realizing the tasks ahead of her. However, when it came time to actually undertake the work, she transformed into a figure of remarkable confidence and prudence, flawlessly accomplishing each endeavor. Now, with the knowledge that she was to design the flagship store, she felt inadequate. But once her focus shifted, she would inevitably calm down and contemplate how best to execute her design. Of course, she would think about it. After all, she was no paragon of virtue, nor was she unwell. That night, The couple embraced and drifted into slumber. In her dreams, Su Zhiyue found herself within the flagship store she had meticulously designed, watching the bustling flow of customers, and a wave of satisfaction washed over her. Upon waking, her resolve solidified. She could not betray her husband's trust, nor her own passion. She adored design. Once the fervor of her dreams was ignited, coupled with ample external support, it would become an unstoppable force. In the following 2 days, Su Zhiyue was utterly engrossed in her studies, leaving no room to attend to Feiyang. He secretly regretted having informed her so early. What was he to do if his wife, consumed by her studies, neglected him? He found himself anxiously awaiting her attention. On the 3rd day, as the auction commenced, Feiyang escorted Su Zhiyue to the venue. The Silver Moon Auction House, located in the suburbs, was an exquisite mansion. Its exterior exuded a modern aesthetic, yet upon entering, one could feel the rich ambience of the Republic of China era. The building was circular, with a grand display stage at its center, adorned by a magnificent crystal chandelier. The first floor accommodated ordinary guests, while the second floor housed exclusive VIP boxes, all surrounding the stage. As a special guest, Feiyang was guided to a box in the southeast corner of the second floor. "Darling, are we really going to bid on that piece of land?" Su Zhiyue asked nervously, gripping Feiyang's hand tightly. Although she was the daughter of the Su family, she had never attended an auction, as her parents had always shielded her from such concerns. Indeed, Feiyang affirmed with certainty. He inquired mentally, "System, are you certain that it can facilitate payment regardless of the bid amount?" "Yes, host. You may bid freely when the time comes for a transfer. The system will conduct the transaction under your account name to the auction house's account," the system replied. "That suffices," Feiyang mused, fully aware that although the system's presence was subtle, the rewards it provided were indeed valuable, except for the daily sign-in rewards. Reflecting on the morning's reward of 10 packs of diapers, Feiyang felt a surge of frustration. The auction soon commenced, with the first item up for bid being a jade pendant. The jade pendant, shaped like a gourd, radiated a lush green hue, with a translucent pearl adorning its tip. It was quite aesthetic. Feiyang gazed at it several times, recalling that Su Zhiyue seemed to have a fondness for jewelry, yet she had never mentioned it. Considering his financial circumstances since they had been together, "My dear, what do you think of this jade pendant?" he inquired. "It's beautiful," Su Zhiyue replied with a joyful expression, yet shook her head. "However, such adornments are predominantly for collection. Typically, no one wears them casually unless for significant events." Feiyang nodded in understanding. He possessed little knowledge about jewelry, nor did he comprehend its monetary value. Regardless of the price, he was determined to bid on it as a gift for his wife. He envisioned a future where his business would flourish, and Su Zhiyue would accompany him to various occasions. The auction commenced swiftly. To Feiyang's astonishment, the jade pendant exceeded his expectations, with a starting bid of 200,000, 250,000, 300,000, 500,000. The price escalated rapidly, reaching 2 million. He scrutinized the pendant, unable to grasp its worth, yet the fervent bids indicated its rarity. Precious items deserved to be bestowed upon his beloved wife. He raised his paddle slowly, declaring 2 million. Chapter 65. The auction part 2. Feiyang's savings alone amounted to over 2 million monthly, coupled with an additional 200 million in his bank account, accruing interest. The sum was substantial, thus a bid of 2 million was not exorbitant for him. However, the adjacent box immediately countered to 5 million. Without hesitation, Feiyang responded, 6 million, incrementing by 100,000. Su Zhiyue, feeling distressed, whispered urgently, "Darling, please don't bid anymore. I don't really like it." Feiyang recognized her pretense, smiling, "My dear, since selling that plum blossom vase, I haven't purchased you a gift." Su Zhiyue replied with frustration, "There's no need to buy something so extravagant. Besides, your help to Xian is the best gift. That's not assistance. That's an investment," Feiyang countered, shaking his head as he continued to raise his bid. Yet, it seemed the opposing bidder wasn't adamant about acquiring the pendant, and the final price settled at 3 million. Although she verbally expressed disinterest, Upon receiving the jade pendant, Su Zhiyue held it with tender affection. "Thank you, darling," she exclaimed, leaning in to plant a kiss on Gu Feiyang's cheek, her smile radiating warmth. "I'll wear it once we're married." "Very well," Gu Feiyang replied, embracing her and gently gliding his hand along her back. "Are you happy?" "Very. That's all that matters." Observing her radiant smile, Gu Feiyang felt a moment of introspection. Had he become too fixated on immediate gains? Although they were no longer in financial distress and could provide a comfortable life for their family, he found himself preoccupied with various endeavors, inadvertently reducing the time spent with his wife. In the past, during his workdays, every moment outside the office belonged to Su Zhiyue. Yet now, apart from his time at the store, he incessantly sought more tasks, seemingly forgetting his original intentions. Gu Feiyang lowered his head and planted a kiss on Su Zhiyue's lips, saying, "Once we secure this piece of land and open the main store, I will hire 2 managers to assist in its operation, allowing me to stay home and accompany you. By offering reasonable concessions, one can find a way to earn a profit while also enjoying time with family. What could be more delightful?" "Huh?" Su Zhiyue was somewhat taken aback. She was aware of Gu Feiyang's ambitions, but wouldn't he be the busiest after the main store opened? "Even the busiest schedule pales in comparison to your significance," he replied. Gu Feiyang calculated the time. It would take at least 3 to 4 months to properly establish the main store, and by then, you would be at least 7 months along. "I must be by your side. Carrying triplets is no trivial matter. There is no room for carelessness." Su Zhiyue felt a wave of sweetness envelop her, as if she were immersed in a jar of honey. They say wealth corrupts, yet her husband, while pursuing his career and financial success, still prioritized her above all else. His intentions were enough to warm her heart. "Husband, whatever you aspire to achieve, I will support you unconditionally. I will take good care of myself and our baby." Su Zhiyue grasped his large hand, her tone earnest. "I know you wish to expand the Yang restaurant, and not just that. You dream of establishing a company, even a conglomerate. Pursue your ambitions. I believe in your capabilities. You handle the external affairs while I manage the home, but just remember to return to me after your endeavors." Hearing her understanding words filled Gu Feiyang's heart with immeasurable warmth. With a wife like this, what more could he desire? Gu Feiyang nodded in agreement, though his heart already held the answer. Meanwhile, after several rounds of other auctions, it was finally time for the bidding of a 2,000 square meter plot in the city center. As soon as this piece of land was presented, it sparked a flurry of discussions. This land appears to have originally belonged to the Tang family. I wonder why it is up for auction now. Weren't there numerous inquiries to the Tang family about purchasing this land in the past? Yet they declined all offers. No matter the price? Then why are they selling now? Do they really need the money? That's a stretch. In this bustling metropolis, aside from the Liu family, the Tang family is among the wealthiest. As Gu Feiyang listened to these conversations, a sense of curiosity began to brew within him. It turned out this was a piece of land that had long been vacant, despite its prime location in the heart of the bustling metropolis. Yet, the Tang family seemed to have forgotten about it, with no development plans in sight. Another possibility was that its modest size of 2,000 square meters rendered it unworthy of the Tang family's attention. So, why the sudden decision to auction it off? At that moment, he overheard someone mention that the head of the Tang family had contacted the auction house just half a month prior. Half a month ago? But the system had rewarded him a month ago. At that time, the Tang family had not yet decided to auction it off. Could the system have predicted this in advance? He distinctly remembered that when he received the reward, the location of the land was noted, matching this very plot down to the last detail. What was going on? He curiously inquired within his mind. System, how did you know about this event half a month in advance? It was not a matter of knowing in advance. The response from the system left Gu Feiyang in a state of bewilderment for half a minute. Suddenly, a thought surged within him. It was not a matter of prior knowledge. Rather, it was a transformation that occurred later. Had the system altered certain events? Did the Tang family's decision to auction the land have anything to do with him? He probed further with his mind. The existence of the system is sanctioned by the rules of the universe. The tasks it issues will naturally be corrected by these rules. Upon hearing this, Gu Feiyang felt a chill run down his spine. In other words, once the system granted him something, everyone else would have to yield, and that too, unknowingly. A sense of awe grew within him. He had initially believed that the system would merely alter his life as trajectory. It turned out to be much more than that. Suddenly, a phrase echoed in his mind. Energy is conserved. When one party gains, another must inevitably lose. However, this principle did not entirely apply to the system, as the Tang family was equivalently exchanging the land for compensation. Moreover, it was a piece of land they did not value highly. Even if auctioned, no one would find it unreasonable. Conversely, it was he who seemed to exude irrationality, while those around him appeared oblivious, having never questioned it. Clearly, the system had a hand in this as well. "Darling, what are you thinking about?" Su Zhiyue inquired, puzzled as she noticed Gu Feiyang lost in thought, just as the land auction was about to commence. "Oh, right." Gu Feiyang snapped back to reality, casting aside distractions to focus on the auction of the land. He asked the system, "What do you estimate the value of this land to be?" "Approximately 600 million. With this rough estimate, Gu Feiyang began formulating his own plans. The starting bid was 100 million, with each increment set at 20 million. Initially, he refrained from calling out bids. Let the bullets fly for a while, he thought. Upon hearing the continuous shouts for bids, Su Zhiyue couldn't help but exclaim, "Darling, it has already reached 300 million. How are we supposed to bid now?" "Don't worry," Gu Feiyang replied, reluctantly telling a little fib. "During my last dinner at Mr. Lu's house, I mentioned that if I wished to acquire this land, he would be willing to lend me 10 billion privately. A private loan of 10 billion was nearly impossible, especially for a publicly listed company with immense liquidity needs. Yet, Su Zhiyue was unaware of these intricacies. She only knew that Lu Jinting was extraordinarily wealthy, so she believed him. "Mr. Lu is so kind. You must thank him properly next time you visit," she added, still concerned. "Since he enjoys gourmet food, you could send him some of your new recipes." "I understand," Gu Feiyang thought, somewhat amused, yet also feeling a twinge of guilt. Su Zhiyue trusted him so completely, yet he could not disclose the secret of the system to her. He could only strive to treat her even better to alleviate the guilt in his heart. As the auction prices soared, Gu Feiyang remained unhurried, engaging in flirtation with Su Zhiyue, his hands playfully caressing her. Flushed with embarrassment, Su Zhiyue's thoughts were wholly consumed by Gu Feiyang, completely neglecting the auction. This was precisely the effect he sought to achieve. He had been keenly observing the auction prices. Ultimately, the price soared to 500 million, leaving only two individuals in the bidding war. After gently kissing Su Zhiyue, he casually raised his paddle and declared 600 million, adding a staggering 100 million to the previous bid. The auction hall fell into a profound silence, all eyes turning to the private box on the second floor where Gu Feiyang was seated. Goodness, an additional 100 million? Whose young master is this? Such extravagant wealth. However, the maximum price for this piece of land was merely 600 or 700 million. It remained uncertain whether the other two contenders would continue to bid. The crowd glanced towards the boxes of the previously competitive bidders. The windows obstructed their view of the expressions within, yet the atmosphere was thick with tension and despair. Silence spoke volumes of their indignation and helplessness. One individual sneered, "Might I inquire which esteemed family this gentleman hails from?" "The Lin family yields to you. This land is yours." "Yield?" Gu Feiyang merely smiled lightly, dismissing the provocation with an air of nonchalance. "Thank you." Such a response was more stinging than any mockery. The opposing bidder fell silent in frustration. Another bidder chuckled, half amused. "It seems this gentleman is determined to win. I bid 650 million. Gu Feiyang responded with an increment of 10 million, raising it to 660 million. The opponent gritted his teeth and retorted, 700 million, 710 million. Gu Feiyang refrained from further increasing his bid, having already demonstrated his affluence with the initial 100 million jump. But wait, it was the system that was affluent, not him. Gu Feiyang silently pleaded, "System, please do not let me down. If the system fails to provide the funds, the game is over." The rival bidder, now somewhat agitated, declared 750 million, 760 million, 800 million, 810 million. Soon the opponent shouted, 1,200,000,000, 1,210,000,000. With each increase, Gu Feiyang exhibited no hesitation, responding immediately after his rival's bid. This method of bidding instilled considerable pressure on the opposing bidder. "I am Li Qingyi from the Li family. May I ask who you are?" Upon hearing this, the crowd understood that Li Qingyi had conceded. Indeed, 1,210,000,000 had already surpassed the overall value of the land by a significant margin. However, the land in the heart of the Magic City could not be solely evaluated by monetary worth. Gu Feiyang smiled slightly. Gu Feiyang. The name echoed throughout the auction house. Both Li Qingyi and the other guests were momentarily taken aback. No prominent family in Magic City bore the surname Gu. Those attending this auction were all members of the elite class, who were not particularly attuned to online matters. Gu Feiyang's renown, despite its growth, was confined to the realm of ordinary people. "You're not from here?" Li Qingyi's brow furrowed, his teeth clenched as he hissed. "Do you know the consequences of offending the Li family?" Gu Feiyang felt a sense of helplessness. Was this to be a display of power? Before he could respond, a hearty laughter erupted from the third floor. "Ha ha! Young Gu is my friend, Li Qingyi. Do you think he fears your family?" The voice was one that Gu Feiyang was all too familiar with. What a coincidence! Upon hearing it, Li Qingyi's expression changed drastically as he hastily offered his apologies. "I had no idea he was a friend of Director Liu. My sincerest apologies, Mr. Gu." Gu Feiyang, not one to take advantage of others, responded with a smile. "I accept your apology, but please refrain from such behavior next time, Mr. Li. After all, isn't an auction merely a matter of the highest bidder?" Lu Jinting chimed in with a grin. "Indeed, my young friend, Gu speaks the truth." The crowd was left in a state of shock. The head of the Liu family was personally backing Gu Feiyang. This gentleman's background was indeed remarkable. However, Lu Jinting's appearance only served to bolster Su Zhiyue's belief in Gu Feiyang's words. It seemed that Lu Jinting had indeed lent money to her husband. Otherwise, how could he possibly be here? What she did not know was that Lu Jinting was the owner of the Silver Moon auction house. Following this, the matters of fund transfer and ownership transfer were facilitated by the Silver Moon auction house, and within a mere day, all procedures were completed. Gu Feiyang officially became the owner of a plot of land in the heart of the bustling metropolis. Meanwhile, a storm erupted online. A news article titled, "The New Tycoon of the Metropolis Acquires a 2,000 square meter plot for an astounding 1.21 billion," quickly spread across the internet, featuring none other than Gu Feiyang's photograph. Those who recognized him were left in disbelief. "Wow, Chef Gu continues to surpass our expectations. 1.21 billion respect. Please allow me to bow. I once thought the Moonlight restaurant was Chef Gu's pinnacle, but who knew he would also venture into treasure appraisal? I thought the 300 million plum blossom vase was the peak, only to be surprised by this 1.21 billion plot." The online discussions were fervent. Meanwhile, the man of the hour, Gu Feiyang, was dining with his wife and Lu Jinting, the chairman of the Lu Group. Indeed, Lu Jinting had invited Gu Feiyang to dinner at the auction site to show his support. Li Qingyi turned pale at the scene. The name Gu Feiyang was beginning to circulate within high society. Upon learning that he hailed from a rural background and was merely a small restaurant owner, everyone fell silent. "You call him a small owner? What small owner can produce 1.21 billion? Surely this must be a joke." Su Zhiyue, feeling grateful for Lu Jinting's support, spent the entire evening reminding Gu Feiyang to toast a few more times. Amused yet helpless, Gu Feiyang inadvertently drank too much. Chapter 67. Not a penny spent. Gu Feiyang, in a drunken stupor, clung to Su Zhiyue, nuzzling against her neck. "Wife," he murmured repeatedly, demanding her response, and if she did not comply, he would cause a ruckus. Su Zhiyue, both amused and exasperated, patiently replied, "Darling, you're so adorable when you're drunk." Observing Gu Feiyang's inebriation, Lu Jinting chuckled and teased. "Shall I send a driver to take you both home?" "That would be much appreciated, Mr. Lu." Su Zhiyue attempted to support Gu Feiyang, but he grasped her delicate hand, saying cautiously, "Let us take it slow. There's no rush." Su Zhiyue was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehension dawned upon her, prompting an involuntary smile. Though intoxicated, he had not forgotten her pregnancy and was still mindful of her well-being. All right, let's take our time, she thought, her heart brimming with sweetness as she reciprocated his grasp, and together they departed the hotel hand in hand. Lu Jinting, observing their retreating figures, was lost in contemplation, a hint of melancholy shadowing his demeanor. Sir, the butler gently interjected, are you unwell? Not at all, merely reminiscing about my late wife, Lu Jinting replied, rising from his seat, the weight of sorrow rendering him somewhat aged. Had she still been with him, she would have undoubtedly adored this young lady, Su Zhiyue. In his youth, much like Feiyang, he would have moved heaven and earth to pamper his wife. Alas, fate was unkind, and the matriarch had passed away before reaching her 40th year. Since then, Lu Jinting had never remarried. The autumn breeze was cool as Feiyang emerged from the hotel, the effects of alcohol gradually dissipating, his senses sharpening. A twinge of regret washed over him. My dear wife, it seems I must once again rely on your care. What nonsense! Su Zhiyue playfully retorted, we are husband and wife. Speak like that again, and I shall be quite vexed. Inda. Feiyang grinned foolishly. As husband and wife, let us share a kiss. Although his breath reeked of alcohol, Su Zhiyue found him endearing, charmed by his drunken affection. On their way home, Feiyang and Su Zhiyue disregarded the driver's protests, lost in each other's company in the back seat. The atmosphere within the car suffused with love. Upon their return to the villa, Li Tsuiping, noticing Feiyang's inebriation, promptly set about preparing a hangover remedy. Yeah, I made some soup for him. Let him drink it. All right. Su Zhiyue carried the soup into the room, her voice soft and soothing. Darling, drink this before you sleep. Feiyang propped himself up, and Su Zhiyue lovingly fed him. At that moment, he had changed out of his soiled clothes, and as she observed his throat move with each sip of the restorative broth, memories of their earlier clothing change stirred within her, causing her ears to flush. Wife, what unwholesome thoughts are you entertaining? Feiyang teased after finishing the soup, feeling a bit more alert. Why merely think? We could also act, shall we? Be quiet. Su Zhiyue shot him a warning glare. You should sleep now. I'll take the bowl away. Having indulged a bit too much, Feiyang, who seldom drank, recalled that the last time he was drunk was during his visit to propose to the Su family. His head throbbed slightly. Just take it away and come back. I have a headache. Stay with me while I sleep. Pleased by his clinginess, Su Zhiyue nodded. Understood. I shall return shortly. Before long, she was back. Come here. Feiyang beckoned her to his side as soon as she returned. The moment she lay down, he enveloped her in an embrace, with her warm, gentle presence against him. Feiyang finally succumbed to sleep. At 3 a.m, the alarm rang punctually. Thanks to the efficacy of the hangover soup, Feiyang felt no headache, though a faint scent of alcohol lingered about him, for which he was grateful that his wife did not mind. He took a shower before descending the stairs. His parents were already awake. Have some porridge before heading to the store. You drank quite a bit last night. Your stomach must be feeling off. Li Tsuiping expressed her concern. Feiyang shook his head. No, just a bit tired. That's good, she replied. After the three of them finished breakfast, they heated some porridge for Su Zhiyue and sent her a message reminding her to eat once she woke up before returning to the store. Upon arriving, Feiyang and his parents found that Chun Chong and Qinyang had already been there for quite some time. So early? Feiyang queried with a hint of confusion. Chun Chong simply cast a complex glance at Feiyang without responding. Qinyang, unable to contain himself, asked, Brother Gu, is what the news says true? What news? After leaving the auction house last night, Feiyang had gone out to dinner with Lu Jinting, and upon returning home, he simply rested, completely unaware of the discussions online. You don't know? You've made it onto the financial news. Qinyang exclaimed excitedly. Look, he pulled out his phone and opened the post that had garnered thousands of comments, the striking headline immediately catching Feiyang's attention. He was taken aback. He never imagined that acquiring the piece of land yesterday would land him on the front page of financial news so quickly and with such fervor. It's true. Feiyang quickly regained his composure and smiled. I bought it for the flagship store. You can shift your live streams there when it opens. Wow. Qinyang, momentarily at a loss for words, could only exclaim in disbelief. 1,200,000,000. I don't even have the change. Yet, here is Brother Gu, extravagantly acquiring land in the heart of the magical city. All right, if you keep shouting, you'll disturb the neighbors, Gu Feiyang remarked, shaking his head in resignation. With all that energy, why not lend a hand instead? Given that it was rare for Chun Yang to arrive so early, Gu Feiyang felt it would be remiss not to put him to work. Sure thing. Chun Yang grinned. From today onward, whatever Brother Gu says goes. You are my big brother for now on. Gu Feiyang, uninterested in indulging this drama, walked into the kitchen. The apprentices and waitstaff started their shifts at 5 in the morning, so only Gu Feiyang and a few others were present in the store. As soon as he entered the kitchen, Chun Chang quietly asked Xiao Gu, "Do you know how long it will take to recoup your investment in that central plot after spending so much on it, along with renovations and other expenses?" Although he was not particularly invested in the business side of things, he was not naive. No matter how popular Yang restaurant became, it was still a small establishment. To put it plainly, it was a modest venture. Earning hundreds of thousands in a month was already at the pinnacle of the industry. The 12 billion was something Gu Feiyang might never earn back in a lifetime. What he didn't realize was that Gu Feiyang had not spent a single penny on that land. Chapter 68. The eve of the flagship store opening after a moment's thought. Gu Feiyang explained, "I didn't purchase the usage rights, but rather the property rights, which means that this land is under my name. It won't go anywhere, and it's worth that much. Therefore, the investment is primarily for renovations and related expenses." Chen Chang cast a complex glance at Gu Feiyang and finally sighed. Little Gu, I know your aspirations extend far beyond a mere restaurant, yet I never anticipated your meteoric rise to such heights." This time, Gu Feiyang had emerged as a formidable new figure within the circles of the bustling metropolis. 12 billion may not be as staggering some among the affluent. But what truly astonished these high society individuals was Gu Feiyang's effortless acquisition of the land. This suggested that he might possess even deeper resources. Furthermore, he was acquainted with Lu Jinting, a renowned tycoon in the city's business realm. "What are you thinking?" Gu Feiyang shook his head, stating, "To be honest, before yesterday, I did entertain thoughts of climbing as high as possible to show everyone that I, too, could achieve greatness. However, upon reflection, I realized that the ones who truly need me are my wife and parents. If I were to exhaust myself in the pursuit of ambition while neglecting those who genuinely require my presence, I fear that no amount of wealth would bring me happiness. Therefore, once the main establishment is up and running, I shall entrust the matters there to you and hire a manager to assist, while I remain here at this modest eatery to spend time with my wife." Chen Chang, taken aback, responded, "I didn't expect you to have considered all this. I was initially worried that you might overlook your family for the sake of your career. It seems I was overly concerned." Gu Feiyang clapped him on the shoulder. "It appears you might have to work harder from now on." "Not all," Chen Chang replied. "My life revolves around two things, culinary art and my family. There have been invitations for me to develop in the northern city, but with my wife and children here, I must return home to be with them daily. It is simply impossible for me to relocate. Yet, your arrival has provided me an opportunity to elevate my culinary skills to the ideal state I envision. My current life embodies my dreams, so I don't consider it burdensome." Gu Feiyang was surprised. This was the first time he had heard Chun Chang express such sentiments. He had assumed Chun was solely a man devoted to the kitchen, unaware of his emotional depth. Indeed, how can a man in his 40s, still brimming with passion and dedication for his dreams, not have a blissful family life? As the old adage goes, harmony in the home fosters prosperity in all endeavors. Gu Feiyang nodded, feeling reassured. "If you have any thoughts regarding the main store, do share them with me. I've entrusted the design aspects to my wife. You simply need to finalize everything and notify me when it's ready. I will come to work then." Chen Chang waved his hand and slipped away to attend to his tasks. Gu Feiyang couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow truly seemed indifferent to the business management side. However, that was perhaps for the best. In a partnership, if everyone sought to wield power, harmony would inevitably falter. Soon, everyone was immersed in their bustling duties. The 2 apprentices and 2 waitstaff had also arrived for work. After several days of training, the apprentices had nearly mastered their roles. Time quietly slipped away amidst the daily hustle. The restaurant's business flourished, and the fame of Feiyang restaurant grew ever higher. Patrons drawn by its reputation began to come not only from the metropolis but also from surrounding cities. As the days gradually passed, Su Zhiyue's belly began to reveal itself. Before long, autumn was giving way to the early chill of winter. On this day, the city welcomed its first delicate snowfall of the year. Flurries danced down, accompanied by a biting wind. "Dear, the store has been inspected today. Shall we go and take a look together?" Over the past 3 months, Su Zhiyue had remained at home nurturing her pregnancy, occasionally visiting the main store to admire her design achievements. She possessed a remarkable talent in this area. In the main store, she designed exuded both grandeur and simplicity. "Sure," Su Zhiyue replied, donning a loose sweater that could not quite conceal her rounded belly. Due to her carrying triplets, her abdomen appeared at least 2 sizes larger than that of typical expectant mothers. At just 6 months along, she looked as if she were 9 months pregnant. Walking required her to support herself with her hands on her waist. "Be cautious when you go out. It's snowing, and the ground is slippery," Li Tzuaping admonished as the two prepare to leave. "All right, Mom. I'll take good care of Yaya," Gu Feiyang assured, helping Su Zhiyue out the door as they made their way to the car, which glided smoothly along the road. Upon arriving at the main store, Gu Feiyang assisted Su Zhiyue out of the vehicle. The store was designed as a 3-story building, the first floor serving as the retail space, the second as an office area, and the third reserved specifically for Su Zhiyue's studio. Over the past months, he had witnessed her fervor for design and the joy she derived from seeing her blueprints gradually materialize. This deeply moved Gu Feiyang. He recalled a quote from a celebrity. "In that moment, she loved herself, her career, and me. In that moment, I knew I wanted to marry her." The brilliance Su Zhiyue radiated in her passion only strengthened his resolve to protect her for a lifetime. "Brother Gu." Upon their arrival, Chunyang bounded out from inside, his face alight with excitement. During the months of construction, he had volunteered to oversee the project, and it was then that Gu Feiyang discovered that this fellow had studied civil engineering in college before switching to a career in live streaming. "You've worked hard," Su Zhiyue said with a smile. "You don't find it boring watching over this place every day?" "Not at all. I stream the progress daily and engage with the audience. Time flies, and I enjoy it immensely," Chunyang replied with a grin. "By the way, Brother Gu, we're basically at the final stage now. Once we pass the fire safety inspection, we can set an official opening date." "Good," Gu Feiyang nodded in satisfaction. The renovations had taken considerable time and expense, yet the overall outcome was gratifying. Once the necessary paperwork was completed, they would be ready to officially open. "By the way, Chunyang, could you recruit a few more apprentices during your live stream tomorrow? The 2 we hired previously are nearly fully trained. With a store area of 2,000 square meters, we cannot rely solely on dumplings, scallion noodles, and egg fried rice. We need to finalize more dishes to serve throughout the day." "Understood." Chunyang responded affirmatively, and Gu Feiyang continued. "Additionally, we shall recruit 10 more attendants, providing training and compensation during this period." "Excellent." Chunyang acted swiftly, opting not to wait for tomorrow as broadcast, and promptly posted the recruitment information on his social media platform. Su Zhiyue, filled with joy, admired the design of the main store and asked, "Darling, what do you think of my design?" "It's wonderful. My wife is the best." Gu Feiyang generously praised her. Chapter 69. Encountering Ghosts in Broad Daylight? Gu Feiyang's compliment made Su Zhiyue's smile even more radiant. "Come, let me show you the 3rd floor." The 3rd floor held a surprise that Gu Feiyang had prepared for Su Zhiyue, and he had designed it himself, unbeknownst to her. "What are we going to do on the 3rd floor?" she asked, puzzled. "Isn't it just a storage area?" "You'll find out when we get there," Gu Feiyang replied, taking her delicate hand as they entered the elevator. Though the building was only 3 stories tall, Gu Feiyang had installed an elevator for Su Zhiyue's convenience, so she could easily visit him or the studio with her baby. As the elevator ascended slowly, it eventually opened with a soft ding. "Do you like this decoration?" Gu Feiyang asked cheerfully. Su Zhiyue looked around. The main colors were bright yellow accented with soft pink, creating a striking visual contrast, yet an inexplicable harmony. It evoked the warmth and brightness of sunlight breaking through the darkness. "Darling, what is this?" Gu Feiyang chuckled softly. This is the studio I prepared for you. Do you like it? A studio? For me? Su Zhiyue's eyes widened in disbelief as she repeated the words in a whisper. Indeed, you love design, don't you? You can use this space as your studio, Gu Feiyang explained. After the main store opens, I will be at the old shop in the morning and come here by noon, helping out while spending time with you and the baby. That sounds wonderful, Su Zhiyue exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy for her husband's thoughtfulness and support. She caressed her stomach while gazing at the studio Gu Feiyang had designed for her, laughing as she watched him. Upon seeing the studio's workbench, her eyes widened in astonishment, and she asked with delight, Darling, is this a height-adjustable desk? Gu Feiyang guided her to the desk, saying, What do you think? Do you like it? I know you often sit for long hours, which can be hard on your back, so I had this adjustable desk custom-made for you. If you ever feel tired while working, you can stand for a while to ease your discomfort. However, I don't want you to overexert yourself. If you feel weary, you can take a break in the lounge. As he spoke, Gu Feiyang led Su Zhiyue to a door. Wife, why don't you open it? He said affectionately. Filled with excitement, Su Zhiyue pushed the door open to reveal a grand play area filled with numerous toys, a ball pit, a slide, a carousel, and more. Darling, what is this? Su Zhiyue's eyes welled with tears at the sight before her. Gu Feiyang smiled and said, My dear, do you like it? Su Zhiyue nadid bigeresli. Yes, I adore it. Gu Feiyang embraced Su Zhiyue. This can even be left for our children to use. In the future, when we bring them to work, we need not worry about them having nowhere to play. Su Zhiyue chuckled. So this amusement park isn't built for me, but for our children, right? Gu Feiyang replied, My love, this is meticulously prepared for you. Look at that carousel. It is identical to the one we enjoyed at the amusement park. As he spoke, Gu Feiyang gently wrapped his arms around Su Zhiyue from behind. We may both be quite busy in the future, but we can always come here to unwind, right? Su Zhiyue smiled and caressed Gu Feiyang's cheek. I know, I was just teasing you earlier. Then, she touched her belly and, feeling a bit uncomfortable, said, Darling, please help me find a seat. I feel a bit unwell standing for too long. My stomach is uneasy, and my legs are weary. Su Zhiyue was carrying triplets, and at 6 months, her belly was as large as someone nearing delivery, making it difficult for her to stand for extended periods. Gu Feiyang quickly realized her discomfort and led her to another door on the right. Upon opening it, they discovered 2 or 3 large beds, several massage chairs, and all the necessary amenities, including a bathroom. There were even 3 cribs, diapers, formula, and other child-related items. Gu Feiyang had placed nearly all the items provided by the system into this resting area, preparing thoroughly for the arrival of their children. When the little ones accompanied the adults here, there would be no concern about a lack of space for sleeping or playing. Su Zhiyue, seeing the beds, was eager to lie down, but was held back by Gu Feiyang. Dear, this isn't yours. It belongs to my parents and me. Yours is in another room. He then guided Su Zhiyue to another door, which, upon opening, revealed a spacious 2-meter bed, a beloved dressing room, and a sofa, all designed to cater to her comforts. Su Zhiyue gazed at the room, decorated to her taste, inhaling the faint scent of jasmine, feeling deeply touched. Darling, you are truly wonderful. How can you be so kind? Gu Feiyang hurriedly helped her to the sofa, saying, You are my wife and the mother of our 3 children. If I do not treat you well, to whom shall I be kind? Especially now, seeing you carrying my children with such difficulty, unable to sleep or eat well, pains my heart. Thank you for your hard work. Hearing Gu Feiyang's unexpected confession, Su Zhiyue, while moved, replied, Silly, they are my children too. As long as they are born healthy and grow up well, all the hardships are worthwhile. Gu Feiyang took a deep breath and gently held Su Zhiyue, My love. Thank you. Currently, Su Zhiyue's belly was swollen with the 3 little ones, leading her to frequent trips to the restroom and a lack of appetite. Even when she felt hungry, she could not eat much and often felt famished. After familiarizing themselves with the 3rd floor, Gu Feiyang decided to escort Su Zhiyue home. My dear, this place has just been renovated, and the smell hasn't dissipated yet. We shouldn't linger here for too long. Let me take you home to rest. Su Zhiyue found some merit in his words, and feeling somewhat fatigued, she nodded in agreement. All right. Gu Feiyang supported Su Zhiyue as they descended to the first floor. Qinyang was still seated on a small sofa near the entrance, live streaming while holding a construction megaphone. The device was not turned on. He merely brandished it for effect. Upon seeing Gu Feiyang and Su Zhiyue coming down, Qinyang promptly tucked away the megaphone. At that moment, a shout echoed from outside. Roasted sweet potatoes! Roasted sweet potatoes! Fresh and delicious roasted sweet potatoes. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiyue's eyes sparkled with delight, momentarily rendering her speechless. Noticing her reaction, Gu Feiyang anticipated her wish before she could voice it. "Got it, my dear. Wait for me," he exclaimed, and in an instant, he dashed out like an arrow. The live stream captured merely a fleeting shadow zipping past the camera, leaving the audience bewildered. What just whizzed by? Could be a ghost in broad daylight? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Qinyang couldn't help but chuckle. That was our boss, Gu. What nonsense are you all talking about? Before Qinyang could fully comprehend the situation, Gu Feiyang snatched the megaphone from his hands. He switched it on and shouted into the bustling street. "Hey, vendor with the roasted sweet potatoes. Come back. Hey, roasted sweet potato vendor, come back." Gu Feiyang even sprinted to the edge of the road, vigorously waving the megaphone, hoping the vendor would notice him at once. After a couple more shouts, the vendor finally replied, albeit faintly, "Okay, I got it. Just a moment, I'll make a turn." Qinyang stepped outside with his phone. "Brother Gu, what's going on?" Gu Feiyang thrust the megaphone into Chun Yang's hands and replied, "Nothing much, just that your sister-in-law is craving roasted sweet potatoes." Su Zhiyue's belly was already quite large, with the baby pushing her internal organs aside, causing her digestive system to slow down considerably, which is a common reason for constipation in pregnant women. Su Zhiyue was no exception. Her family often prepared sweet potatoes, but she had grown weary of them. Now, hearing the vendor's call made her mouth water. After exchanging a few words with Chun Yang, Gu Feiyang hurried back to Su Zhiyue's side to support her. "My dear, the vendor will be back shortly. Just wait a moment." In that brief minute, Su Zhiyue only realized what was happening when Gu Feiyang picked up the megaphone and shouted. She looked at him and smiled. "Honey, I just discovered that you can run this fast." Gu Feiyang grinned, "Of course. If I run slowly, my wife might miss out on the roasted sweet potatoes." Su Zhiyue covered her mouth, beaming with happiness. The couple continued their playful banter, much to the amusement of the viewers in the live stream, who were growing weary of the sweet talk. "Boss Gu, could you perhaps consider the feelings of us younger ones?" Just moments ago, Boss Gu had dashed off in a blur, all for the sake of allowing the boss lady to enjoy some roasted sweet potatoes. This transcended mere commerce. It was a testament to love. But why hasn't the sweet potato vendor returned yet? It feels as though he has ventured 100,000 miles away in these mere seconds. Qinyang, preoccupied with the lively chat of the fans in the live stream, approached Gu Feiyang and inquired, "Brother Gu, how am I doing as a supervisor?" Tening, "Do Su Zhiyue." He added, "Sister-in-law, are you satisfied with the third floor?" Su Zhiyue nodded, "Very much so. Thank you for your hard work." Gu Feiyang Chuklet, Qinyang. I never anticipated you would choose to become a streamer. As for Chun Yang's professional remarks, Gu Feiyang chose not to delve into them, uncertain if Chun Yang had shared his professional background with his fans on social media. With a smile, Chun Yang replied, "Isn't this quite good? Far better than hauling bricks at a construction site, right, my friends?" He grinned widely at his phone's camera. At that moment, Gu Feiyang's attention was entirely fixated on the entrance, muttering, "Why hasn't that uncle returned yet? Has he fled?" Just then, as Gu Feiyang glanced outside, a middle-aged man dismounted from a tricycle, panting, "Boss, are you the ones looking to buy roasted sweet potatoes?" Gu Feiyang shouted towards the door, "Yes, uncle, that's us." The uncle dismounted, opened his roasting oven, and awaited Gu Feiyang and the others to come out. Gu Feiyang helped Su Zhiyue into a chair, instructing, "Dear, rest here while I fetch you some sweet potatoes." Su Zhiyue nodded gently. As Gu Feiyang and Chun Yang stepped outside, they noticed the uncle's tricycle adorned with a large, painted words "roasted sweet potatoes," accompanied by a smaller line indicating the prices: 10 yuan for large, 5 yuan for small. The uncle's weathered face was lined with wrinkles. It was early winter, and many had donned sweaters, yet he wore only a thin, long-sleeve shirt, perhaps due to the exertion of cycling. Beads of sweat glistened on his forehead. Meanwhile, The fans in the live stream were equally thrilled upon spotting the uncle. That's the sweet potato vendor. His potatoes are sweet, fluffy, and utterly delicious. Truly remarkable. That uncle is so kind. The last time I bought two, he even gifted me a small one. These vendors on bikes are incredibly swift. No wonder Boss Gu had to call him back with a loudspeaker. Huh. Observing the fans' enthusiastic comments, Feiyang chuckled. Hello, uncle. I'm currently live streaming. Would it be all right for you to show your face? Feiyang added, Uncle, please give me 2 large roasted sweet potatoes. The uncle smiled, glancing at the pair, and while rummaging through the oven with tongs, he said, No problem with showing my face. Just please help me promote a bit. After packing 2 roasted sweet potatoes in a paper bag and handing them to Feiyang, the uncle finally turned to face Feiyang's phone camera. Feiyang patiently waited for the elder to finish his tasks before speaking up. Uncle, the fans in the live stream say your sweet potatoes are delicious, but they are curious as to why you always ride your bike so swiftly. Upon hearing his own teasing, Feiyang couldn't help but chuckle. The elder, unperturbed by the jest, replied, School is about to let out, and I wish to reach there early to sell. The students adore these treats. Feiyang nodded, grinning as he remarked, My fans in the live stream wonder if you fear selling out of sweet potatoes. Haha. Feiyang raised his phone and declared, Boss, I've scanned it for you. He then presented the roasted sweet potatoes to Su Zhiyue. At that moment, another wave of comments flooded the live stream. Now I understand why the vendor rides so fast. He's racing against time. In the end, Boss Gu called the elder back, and the boss lady enjoyed the sweet potatoes while everyone else was fed their dose of love. Meanwhile, I felt like a lemon. The boss lady isn't eating sweet potatoes, but the love I can't swallow. Naturally, Feiyang missed these comments and inquired with genuine concern, Dear, how does it taste? Su Zhiyue offered him another sweet potato. Try one. I think it's quite delightful. Feiyang set the sweet potato she handed him on the table. If you enjoy it, have more. I've heard you mention constipation lately, and this could be beneficial. Su Zhiyue nodded affirmatively. All right. Feiyang glanced outside, where Feiyang was animatedly conversing with the elder. He stepped out to ask the elder, Excuse me, where do you typically sell your sweet potatoes? The elder waved his hand. As a mobile vendor, we go wherever we can, but we often frequent school entrances. We roam about without a fixed location. Feiyang nodded. There's a breakfast shop across in the old town called Yuanyang Restaurant. It's bustling in the mornings. Perhaps when the students are on break, they could come by and give it a try. The elder looked around the shop's decor and then at Feiyang. Impressed. You've opened a branch. Impressive. I'll visit tomorrow. Thank you. With a need to hurry to the school, the elder didn't linger for further conversation and quickly packed up before pedaling away. Feiyang couldn't help but chuckle. Gugu, did you invite this elder to set up shop at your place so you could buy sweet potatoes for the boss lady every day? Feiyang replied. Indeed. You've guessed it. However, I just heard you mention that the fans in the live stream also enjoy them, so I thought it would be convenient for everyone. Of course, it's not easy for anyone working. In this way, I can lend a hand to the elder. With that, Feiyang returned to accompany Su Zhiyue. Upon hearing his words, the livestream fans erupted with another wave of comments. Chapter 71. Dear, eat slowly. Boss Gu goes to great lengths to ensure his wife can enjoy sweet potatoes. I think I believe in love again. Observing Boss Gu's affectionate demeanor towards his wife, it becomes evident to all present that the greatest joy lies in being understood and cherished by someone. To be doted upon is indeed a profound happiness. Feiyang continued to jest with the fans in the live stream. At this moment, Feiyang had returned to sit beside Su Zhiyue. Darling, eat slowly. Are you thirsty? Would you like me to fetch you a cup of milk tea? Su Zhiyue quickly gestured for him to stop, exclaiming, No, I cannot drink milk tea. Feiyang chuckled. It's all right. You haven't had any in months. A little indulgence now and then won't hurt. Su Zhiyue remained resolute. No, I absolutely cannot. Very well then, he replied. I merely mentioned that you were dreaming of barbecue and milk tea last night. Since we were out today, haha. As he spoke, he found himself laughing at the thought of his amusing sleeping habits being revealed by Feiyang. Su Zhiyue cast a quick glance at Feiyang's direction and lightly nudged Feiyang, saying, What are you saying? Feiyang is still live streaming. Feiyang retrieved a thermos from his bag and poured Su Zhiyue a cup of warm water. They are engrossed in conversation over there. They won't notice us. Here, my dear, have some water to calm your nerves. He then added playfully, they say pregnant women should not be upset, otherwise. The temperament of the child might be quite challenging. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiyue's heart skipped a beat as she inquired, is that really true? I had no idea. Feiyang smiled. That's the saying from our hometown. Hence, if a mother maintains a joyful mood during pregnancy, the child will often smile when born. Now, my love, after drinking this water, give me a smile. Su Zhiyue took the cup, drank heartily, and then gently caressed her belly, saying, baby, do you think Daddy is just teasing us? Suddenly, she felt a strong kick from her baby, causing her heart to race. Honey, the baby just kicked me. It was so strong. With one hand clutching a roasted sweet potato and the other holding Feiyang's hand on her belly, she expressed her surprise. Feiyang held his breath, feeling the three little ones through her clothing. However, after several minutes and no further movement, he murmured, these little rascals are quite clever. As Su Zhiyue wiped her hands with a wet tissue, she remarked, these little ones have quite the temper. They are ignoring you now. Feiyang replied, gently yet firmly, babies, you must not. If you come out, your father will surely spank your little bottoms. Upon hearing this, the babies responded with kicks, nearly causing Su Zhiyue to double over. Noticing her discomfort, Feiyang ceased his teasing, saying, all right, enough of that. Don't trouble your mother. She is feeling unwell. Be good, and once you're out, you can play as you wish. For now, stay quietly in mommy's belly. After his words, the babies indeed settled down. Su Zhiyue quickly took another large sip of water, finally regaining her composure. Wow, I truly cannot endure any longer. I am uncertain whether it is due to sitting for an extended period or perhaps because the baby has been feeding, but my stomach feels quite unsettled. I yearn to return home and lie down. Upon hearing Su Zhiyue's words, Feiyang promptly gathered his belongings and assisted her to her feet. Allow me to escort you home. I must attend to some matters shortly. Now that the store renovations have been completed, in addition to applying for fire safety inspections, there remains the necessity to secure a business license and attend to a myriad of other tasks. Even after submitting the applications, one must await approval from the higher authorities. As Feiyang supported Su Zhiyue to the entrance, he exchanged greetings with Yang before driving home. At this moment, Yang's phone was also directed at Feiyang and Su Zhiyue. The fans in the live stream, upon catching sight of Su Zhiyue, unleashed a flurry of comments. Is the boss lady about to give birth? Her belly seems quite large. That can't be. She only announced her pregnancy when the old store opened, and she had a flat stomach for a while. She must be only 6 or 7 months along. From her figure, it looks like she's over 9 months. Observing the comments in the live stream, Yang chuckled, you misguided fans, the boss lady is expecting triplets. How could you forget? Many fans in the live stream were new, and given that Su Zhiyue seldom appeared on camera, they were unaware that she was carrying triplets. In an instant, the comments filled the screen. Feiyang returned home with Su Zhiyue and tucked her in. My dear, I must go to apply for the business license. You should rest at home. When you wake up and desire something to eat, let your parents know. I must be off now, be good. Su Zhiyue nadie obediently. Feiyang closed the door behind him and descended the stairs. Reclining on the sofa, Feiyang dialed Chong. They had arranged to meet that evening at the new store to discuss matters. After setting an alarm, he intended to take a brief nap on the sofa before proceeding to handle the necessary paperwork. When the alarm rang, he sprang up from the sofa with alacrity. Next, he needed to visit the Industrial and Commercial Bureau and obtain a health certificate from the hospital. However, the business license could only be processed with a health certificate issued by the hospital. So Feiyang had to make a trip to the hospital first to undergo the necessary examinations and schedule a blood test for the following morning. This meant he would have to wait for the hospital results before he could apply for the business license. Once all the procedures were completed, it would take an additional 15 to 30 days for the license to be issued. Nevertheless, there was one urgent matter Feiyang needed to discuss with Chong, the menu for the store. With the new establishment ready, it was essential to finalize the signage and menu, which required collaboration with Chong. Thus, Feiyang arranged to meet Chong at the new store. intending to deliberate on this matter thoroughly that evening. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, and late-night snacks. Additionally, the training for the staff and apprentices needed to be organized promptly. However, since he had invited Chen Chong, he naturally wished to treat him to a meal. Yet, Gu Feiyang did not plan to dine out. Instead, he intended to buy ingredients and prepare the dishes he envisioned for the menu, allowing everyone to savor them. As Chunyang was about to close the door and leave, he fortuitously encountered Gu Feiyang returning with a large bag of groceries. Instantly invigorated, he exclaimed, "Brother Gu, what are you up to?" Gu Feiyang weighed the bag in his hands and replied, "You're in for a treat tonight. I'm preparing some dishes for our new restaurant. Come on, shut the door and lend a hand. I'll handle the cooking." Chunyang's eyes widened in excitement. While he had indulged in plenty of Chun Chang's cooking, he had only tasted Gu Feiyang's culinary masterpieces 2 or 3 times, which left him yearning for more. He swiftly closed the door and eagerly followed Gu Feiyang into the kitchen. Taking out his phone, he grinned and asked the busy Gu Feiyang, "Brother Gu, can I live stream your cooking?" Gu Feiyang nonchalantly replied, "Sure." With that, Chunyang beamed and initiated the live stream. Chapter 72, Reporting to the Wife. As Chunyang opened the stream, he pointed the camera at Gu Feiyang. The moment he began broadcasting, over 1,000 fans flooded in. "Why are you so early today?" "Oh, isn't this the new restaurant's kitchen? What is Boss Gu up to?" "Wow, is Boss Gu cooking personally?" Chunyang, brimming with excitement, laughed and declared, "Dear fans, today is yet another day for you to envy, admire, and perhaps even resent. The culinary god himself, Chef Gu, is crafting our restaurant's menu. You are all truly fortunate to witness this, and I am especially blessed to sample Chef Gu's dishes. Oh my goodness, just thinking about it makes my mouth water. I still remember the fried rice Chef Gu made for me last time. I've never tasted anything so exquisite in my life." Chunyang's brief remarks ignited a fervor, instantly elevating the atmosphere of the live stream, making it the most commented stream on the platform right from start. Numerous viewers even sent humorous gifts to Chunyang. It's worth noting that these gifts represent real money. Chunyang was overjoyed, grinning with pride. "Tonight, let me showcase the true culinary artistry of Chef Gu." Soon, Chunyang began to capture the meticulously arranged ingredients prepared by Gu Feiyang, showcasing them on camera. Observing such a sumptuous array of dinner ingredients, the fans in the live stream couldn't help but express their envy. These ingredients seem so ordinary, yet why do they appear more appetizing when Chef Gu prepares them? Wait, did I just see something? Is Chef Gu going to recreate that fried rice he made during the competition? Oh no! How many pounds is Chun the Fatty going to gain this time? Jealousy has transformed my appearance beyond recognition. Ignoring the barrage of comments, Chunyang continued to enthusiastically present the live stream, occasionally asking Gu Feiyang for cooking tips. Gu Feiyang, generous in spirit, openly shared his culinary techniques. Fans in the live stream who enjoyed cooking diligently took notes, recording every piece of wisdom imparted by Chef Gu. "Today, I happen to skip my meal, so I plan to follow Chef Gu's method to see if it truly tastes as delightful as claimed. Must one cook for themselves? Which is called to mom. Everything is taken care of. As noted by the commenter above, I just invited my mother over, and we are currently watching the live broadcast together. The live stream has transformed into a grand showcase of mothers. To be frank, individuals like Gu Feiyang, who unreservedly teach others the art of cooking, are exceedingly rare. Particularly when the individual in question is a culinary maestro, one would expect them to conceal their secrets. However, Gu Feiyang is not oblivious to discretion. He merely instructs on some relatively simple home-cooked dishes. Furthermore, does teaching guarantee that one will master the skill? As the audience gazed at the clean and hygienic setup, along with Chef Gu's impressive culinary prowess, they couldn't help but express their eagerness to dine on the opening day. Chunyang's live stream also allowed fans to preview the menu, an outcome that was precisely what Gu Feiyang intended. After an hour of diligent effort, Gu Feiyang had completed all necessary preparations. Glancing at his phone, he noticed it was nearly 6 o'clock. His wife must be awake by now. Nevertheless, instead of calling Su Zhiyue directly, he opted to ring his parents. "Hello, Mom? Is Yaya awake?" Li Tzuaping replied with a smile. Yes, yes awake. I saw your WeChat. Don't worry about a thing. I'm nearly done cooking. Gu Feiyang said, Mom, could you hand the phone to Yaya? Yeah. It's Xiao Yang calling. Li Tzuaping walked over, handing the phone to Su Zhiyue. Su Zhiyue took the call, speaking softly. Hello, dear, what do you need? Gu Feiyang replied, Is it inappropriate for a husband to call his wife? Noticing her mother-in-law beside her, Su Zhiyue felt a bit shy and replied, What is it? Seeing her reaction, Li Tzuaping quickly excused herself and left the room. Gu Feiyang, fully aware of his wife's bashfulness, said, Nothing much. Just wanted to let you know that I miss you. Su Zhiyue blushed and softly responded, Just get to the point. Gu Feiyang chuckled, There's nothing urgent. I'm at the main store and won't be home until around 9. If you're still awake, remember to call me if you want something to eat. I can pack it for you, or I can prepare it here to take home. Su Zhiyue nodded. All right, just drive safely on your way back. In front of the camera, Gu Feiyang beamed with a sense of triumph, perfectly captured by Chun Yang's lens, causing a stir among the viewers in the live stream. Look at Chef Gu, smiling as if he's in love. He must be reporting to his wife. Wow, if my husband called me every day, I might think he has lost his mind. But wait, I just hear Chef Gu call someone mom? Ignoring the viewers' comments, Chun Yang approached Gu Feiyang and inquired, Brother Gu, our dishes are nearly ready. When is Brother Chun arriving? Gu Feiyang checked his phone and replied, He just messaged me, saying he needs to pick up his son from school. Chun Yang expressed surprise. Picking up his son? Brother Chun is in his 40s. His son must be at least a teenager. Does he still need to pick him up? Gu Feiyang cast a glance at him and remarked, What's so strange about it? Brother Chun indeed has a daughter in middle school, but hasn't the 3-child policy been implemented in recent years? It wouldn't be unusual for him to have a son a few years old. Chun Yang couldn't help but nod in agreement that that's true. A few years back, Brother Chun was only in his 30s, the prime of his life. The viewers in the live stream began to mock Chun Yang again. Single dog, if you don't find a wife soon, you might still be having your first child in your 40s. What is so strange about that? I'm 40 this year, and my first son is just in kindergarten. I'm 18 this year, and my mom just had another sister. She is currently in confinement. Chun Yang glanced at the barrage of comments on his phone, laughing heartily. Indeed, I've been overly curious. Just as they were engaging with the fans. The bell at the shop door jingled. Chun Yang promptly walked over to open the door for Chun Chong. Chef Chun has arrived. Upon entering, Chun Chong spoke apologetically. I'm sorry, I was delayed due to some family matters. Gu Feiyang replied, Brother Chun, there's no need to apologize. Gourmet. I've nearly finished preparing everything. I was just waiting for you. Today was a splendid opportunity to teach Chun Chong how to cook. At this moment, Chun Yang also stepped outside. The viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement. Chapter 73. All my babies, wow. Is Chef Chun here as well? Chef Chun is in for quite a treat this time. Can't wait to taste dishes from both chefs live. Chun Yang proudly followed closely behind Gu Feiyang and Chun Chong, holding his phone, observing the ingredients prepared in the kitchen. Chun Chong understood Gu Feiyang's intentions and felt immensely grateful. Gu Feiyang led Chun Chong back into the kitchen, with Chun Yang closely following. Brother Chun, we previously discussed the shop's matters. We not only need to serve breakfast, but also lunch and dinner. Therefore, we must finalize the menu in the next few days. Gu Feiyang gestured for Chun Chong to sit while he picked up a notebook from the table and continued. You used to be a chef in a 5-star hotel, so you should be quite adept at menu planning. I'll leave this to you. Chun Chong took the notebook and noticed that Gu Feiyang had written down numerous dishes, many of which he had never seen before. After glancing at the notebook, Chun Chong nodded. All right, I'll ponder over it, and once finalized, I'll show you to see if any modifications are needed. Gu Feiyang responded affirmatively. Great, let us begin discussing how to prepare them. I'll also take this opportunity to explain the questions you previously messaged me about. He had already decided to impart a portion of his culinary expertise to Chun Chong, at the very least, teaching him the dishes for the shop. As for how much Chun Chong could learn, that would depend on his talent. Chen Yang, listening niarbi. Discern the underlying meaning. Gu Feiyang had not mentioned the questions Chun Chong asked, which clearly were not meant for the live broadcast. However, in front of the camera, Gu Feiyang chose not to state it explicitly. Thus, Chen Yang, understanding the situation, promptly took out his phone and positioned himself outside the kitchen door, merely directing the camera inside. Meanwhile, the two chefs within the kitchen began to engage in their tasks, one speaking while the other listened attentively. Feiyang quietly bantered with the fans in the live stream at the doorway, all the while keeping a vigilant eye on their activities. Since Feiyang had already prepared some home-cooked dishes earlier, Feiyang set up a small dining table at the entrance, live streaming while sampling the food, tantalizing the fans in the process. He would occasionally turn the camera towards the kitchen, then back towards the array of delicacies on his table, taking a bite and exclaiming, "Haha, this is crafted by Chef Gu just for me. Aren't you all envious?" His words incited a wave of indignation among the viewers in the live chat. Inside the kitchen, Feiyang and Chang were deeply engrossed in perfecting their culinary skills, fully immersed in their own world. After over an hour, the 5 signature dishes were completed. Once they tasted the dishes and finalized the menu, Feiyang and Chang finally emerged from the kitchen. "Brother Chun, the signature dishes have been decided. I leave the rest to you," Feiyang stated. Chang nodded. "All right, I'll design the layout tonight." At that moment, Yang approached with a grin. "Hey, Gu, can I go in now?" Feiyang replied, "Sure, we're all set." Upon hearing this, Yang dashed into the kitchen. At that point, Feiyang prepared a pot of tea for Chang, and they sat down to discuss matters. "Brother Chun, I believe we should consider renaming our restaurant." Chang took a small sip of tea and asked, "Oh, do you have any ideas?" Feiyang replied, "Since our restaurant serves 3 meals a day, it shouldn't simply be called a restaurant. How about naming it Yang Restaurant? What do you think?" Chang nodded. You've thought this through. As a chef, I have no objections to the name. Let us go with your suggestion." Soon, they reached an agreement to rename the restaurant to Yang Restaurant. After enjoying a brief tea break, they bid farewell to Chang, and it was already 8:30 in the evening. At that moment, Feiyang's phone rang. It was a call from Su Zhiyue. "Hello, dear. Are you wondering what to eat?" Su Zhiyue. Feiyang responded, "Yes. I'm done with my task for the day. It went quite smoothly. What would you like to eat? I'll make it for you." Su Zhiyue chuckled on the other end. "I'm craving hand-grab pancakes, the usual flavor I enjoy. I just asked my parents, and they said they weren't interested." Feiyang teased, "What is this? Are you tired of my cooking?" Su Zhiyue replied, "It's the baby who wants it, not me. By the way, give me 2. Upon hearing that it was the baby who desired them, Feiyang sighed. All right, it's for the baby. I'll go get it for my darling right away." He glanced towards the kitchen, where Yang was still entertaining the fans with his banter. It must be said that Yang had truly found his calling in this industry. After all, there are not many individuals who can engage in lengthy conversations with their fans throughout the day. In this regard, Feiyang truly admires Yang, at the very least. He is someone who perseveres in his career and does not shy away from toil and hardship. After exchanging greetings with Yang, Feiyang returned home early, leaving the kitchen waste to be dealt with another day. He purchased a hand-grab pancake from a nearby snack shop before driving straight home. By the time he arrived, it was already 9:30. At that moment, Su Zhiyue was seated on the living room sofa, her eyelids heavy with fatigue. Upon hearing the sound of Feiyang's car, she instantly perked up and dashed out to the parking area, just in time to see Feiyang emerging from his car, holding a takeout bag. Su Zhiyue exclaimed, "Darling, you're back." Feiyang lifted the takeout bag and replied with a smile, "Yes, I'm back. If I hadn't returned, my dear would have gone hungry." Su Zhiyue beamed with delight as she received the hand-grab pancake from him, eagerly unwrapping it and taking a deep breath. "Wow, this is the flavor. I really, truly crave this. I felt that if I didn't eat it, I wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. It kept lingering in my thoughts." Feiyang affectionately ruffled her hair and chuckled, "Hurry and eat, little glutton." Su Zhiyue pouted, "What do you mean? I'm not a little glutton. It's the 3 babies who want to eat. I wouldn't have behaved this way before." Feiyang, unable to argue further, replied, Yes. It's the little ones who want to eat. Hurry and go inside, or they might protest and kick you again." Seeing Feiyang say that, Su Zhiyue relented. Once inside, she sat at the dining table, devouring the hand-grab pancake, and remarked, "Darling, I don't know why, but I suddenly really wanted to eat this. Maybe the babies wanted it." Feiyang watched her eat and couldn't help but laugh. "Whether it's the little ones or you are all my treasures. All things the babies wish to consume." Su Zhiyue gazed at Gu Feiyang and suddenly smiled. Darling, since I became pregnant, I truly feel exceptionally happy. I must have saved a bank in my past life to have met you. Gu Feiyang responded. To be able to marry you is my fortune. From having nothing to now possessing everything. You've always been by my side. I promised I wouldn't let you down. Since her pregnancy, Su Zhiyue had become particularly sensitive to such matters, and both she and Gu Feiyang frequently expressed their affection for each other. Chapter 74. Prenatal Checkup. However, the deep love shared between parents is something that the babies in Su Zhiyue's womb can also perceive. This sense of happiness nurtures the babies, enabling them to grow well and learn the ability to both give and receive love throughout their lives. After finishing the hand-grab pancake, Gu Feiyang gently reminded her wife, after eating, you need to rest for half an hour before sleeping, or else excessive stomach acid could lead to digestive issues. Su Zhiyue nodded. I know. You should hurry and take a shower. I'll play on my phone for a bit before sleeping. Gu Feiyang then recalled something and said to Su Zhiyue, dear, isn't it time for you to go for your checkup? Su Zhiyue glanced at her pregnancy checkup registration on her phone and nodded, exclaiming, oh right. How does your memory serve you so well, dear? I nearly forgot. Gu Feiyang chuckled. I have always kept your and our baby's matters at the forefront of my mind. Since I have some free time tomorrow, I will accompany you for your prenatal examination. Su Zhiyue agreed with a nod. After that, hand in hand, they quietly ascended the stairs, mindful of Gu Feiyang's parents and his uncle Gu Wei, who had long since retired for the night. Gu Feiyang made an effort to be as quiet as possible, not wanting to disturb their slumber. The following morning, when Su Zhiyue awoke, Gu Feiyang had already returned from the restaurant and brought her breakfast. Darling, sleepyhead, rise and see what I have prepared for you, he called cheerfully. There's century egg and lean pork congee, along with my homemade soy milk. Gu Feiyang coaxed Su Zhiyue to get out of bed. With the advancing months, Su Zhiyue's body had grown heavier, and she was reluctant to shift positions. Moreover, lying flat was uncomfortable. Upon waking, she found herself in the same state as before. During her last checkup, the doctor had advised her to sleep on her left side and not alternate sides, as it could lead to the umbilical cord wrapping around the baby's neck. Yet, she believed in maintaining balance, thus allowing herself to occasionally rest on her right side. She had heard from other expectant mothers in her group that adhering strictly to left side sleeping throughout the pregnancy led to an imbalance, causing her left scapula to protrude. Concerned about becoming unbalanced herself, she decided to alternate sides daily. However, maintaining a single position throughout the night left her sore upon awakening. Gu Feiyang, feeling a pang of sympathy, helped lift her. My dear, you have worked so hard. After assisting her up, he enveloped her in his embrace, asking gently, are you all right, my love? Su Zhiyue, still half asleep, responded with a hint of fatigue. I'm fine, just a bit tired. I went to bed rather late last night. Gu Feiyang replied with a smile. I told you I wouldn't come by last night, yet you insisted on it. At his words, Su Zhiyue instantly became alert, her cheeks flushing as she retorted, what? Wasn't it you who first stirred my desires? Oof. Seeing her irritation, Gu Feiyang quickly soothed her. Yes, it was my fault. Dear, please don't be upset. We need to get up for breakfast. We have a doctor's appointment at 10:30, and it's almost 10 now. We might be late. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiyue hurriedly grasped Gu Feiyang's hand, eager to rise. Thankfully, Gu Feiyang stood up first. Otherwise, she might have pulled him down with her, inadvertently causing herself harm. Gu Feiyang chuckled, my love, please be careful. You tend to be rather hasty, and I genuinely worry about you. Su Zhiyue, however, was not inclined to ponder much. Hurry, I need to brush my teeth. Last time, it was because you didn't wake me that we were late and had to reschedule for the next day. Gu Feiyang encouraged her, little sleepyhead. I've already squeezed your toothpaste and found your clothes. Once you're ready, we can head downstairs for breakfast. No need to rush too much, just be cautious. Su Zhiyue replied, got it. After Su Zhiyue finished her breakfast, Gu Feiyang took her to the maternal and child hospital. By the time they reached the parking lot, they were already 10 minutes late. Su Zhiyue was quite anxious, exclaiming, what should we do? We are late. Gu Feiyang, holding a backpack and supporting Su Zhiyue, reassured her. It's only 10 minutes. Last time we were an hour late. It should be fine. Let's go up first, and if the doctor says we can't, we will head home, all right? He tried to comfort her, not wanting her to worry. He noticed that as Su Zhiyue progressed further into her pregnancy, she seemed increasingly anxious, often revealing her worries inadvertently. It was clear he needed to help her relax. Hearing his words, Su Zhiyue nodded, "Okay, I will listen to you." It was understandable for her to feel tense, as the doctor had advised them last month to schedule an appointment for the four-dimensional ultrasound this month. The four-dimensional ultrasound would reveal the appearances of their babies. Thus, she felt both excitement and anxiety. Noticing the unease on her face, Feiyang inquired, "What are you worried about? Is it the four-dimensional?" Su Zhiyue nodded, "Yes, I just don't know why, but I feel a bit nervous and a bit happy at the same time." Feiyang gently caressed her hand, saying, "My dear, this is our first meeting with the babies. To be honest, I am nervous as well, but you need to relax and approach it with an open heart." Su Zhiyue replied, "I understand." Although she said so, the nerves were inevitable, being her first pregnancy. Feiyang could only do his best to soothe her. When it was time for the checkup, they hadn't been called yet, so there was no need to schedule an appointment for the following day. All the routine checks went smoothly, and the nurses and doctors at the hospital were familiar with the couple. After all, Feiyang was quite popular in the metropolis. And with their striking looks, him handsome and her beautiful, they were hard to forget. After completing the other examinations, they waited outside the ultrasound room. Soon it was their turn. Su Zhiyue lay on the examination table, visibly unsettled. The doctor, holding the ultrasound probe, instructed expectant mother, "Please shift slightly and lie on your side." Feiyang, having changed his shoes, entered and assisted Su Zhiyue in turning onto her side. With her shirt lifted to reveal her smooth belly, the doctor applied the coupling agent to her abdomen. The agent felt cool against her skin as the doctor gently glided the probe over her belly. Suddenly, the sound of the baby's strong heartbeat resonated, causing both Feiyang and Su Zhiyue to feel their hearts lift. "Doctor, can you see them?" Su Zhiyue inquired, propping herself up on her elbow. The doctor continued to maneuver the probe, occasionally typing on the keyboard while glancing at the screen, and said, "Yes, I can see the two little ones. They are quite well behaved. Would you like to record a video?" Turning to Feiyang, he prompted. Feiyang, focused on the screen, snapped back to reality upon hearing the doctor's question. "Can we record a video?" he asked, rummaging through his pocket for his phone. The doctor couldn't help but chuckle. Of course, the entire process can be filmed. Some hospitals even assist in recording it and creating a video. However, we do not offer that service here. If the expectant father is present, we generally allow family members to record. At this moment, Feiyang quickly took out his phone, excitedly activating the camera, exclaiming, "I thought we could only watch and not film." Su Zhiyue, hearing his words, joyfully replied, "Hurry and film, dear. I want to see our three little babies." The doctor merely smiled and continued searching for the last adorable one. The third little one was quite playful, hiding its face with its hand. "Look at this," the doctor said, pointing at the screen. As he adjusted the probe, he added, "We might need to turn the baby a bit." He gestured to Feiyang, saying, "See, this little one is covering its face." Su Zhiyue tilted her head. "Let me have a look." Feiyang promptly lifted her slightly, asking, "What do you think, dear? Can you see? If not, I'll show you the video later." Su Zhiyue gazed at the outline of the child on the screen, her excitement palpable. "I want to see now and also watch the video later." Feiyang smiled helplessly, conceding to her wish. The doctor remarked, "It seems the little one is not cooperating. I'll need to gently press on your belly. There's no need to be anxious." With that, the doctor, wearing gloves, applied a gentle pressure on Su Zhiyue's abdomen. "Relax, there's nothing to worry about. This is completely normal." The earlier press had startled both Su Zhiyue and Feiyang significantly. After all, if it were up to them, they would never dare to apply such force. Nevertheless, the doctor, being quite experienced, certainly understood the right amount of pressure needed. "Let's see if the little one will move its hand. If not, we may need to reposition or encourage some movement," the doctor continued. Upon hearing this, Feiyang leaned down and softly spoke to Su Zhiyue's belly. "Little baby, be good and move your hand away, okay? That way, mommy won't have to work so hard." Su Zhiyue laughed. "Do you think the baby can understand you?" Feiyang replied, "Of course. I talk to them every day, and they respond, You know that. He then addressed the baby again. Little one, did you hear that? At this moment, the doctor cheerfully dabbed some coupling gel on the probe, saying, let me see if the baby listens to daddy. If not, there might be a little spanking when it comes out. Gu Feiyang and Su Zhiyue both laughed at the doctor's words. As the probe moved around her abdomen, the doctor suddenly brightened up. You won't believe it. This little one is actually listening and has moved its hand. Ah! Hearing the doctor's laughter, Gu Feiyang was also delighted, since you're so obedient. We won't spank you when you arrive. Coincidentally, Gu Feiyang's phone captured this moment perfectly. Su Zhiyue chuckled. Dear, your phone is recording right now. If you dare to spank the baby later, this video will serve as undeniable evidence. Moreover, even if the results were revealed, one would still be unable to discern which child belonged to him. Gu Feiyang gazed at his phone and promptly corrected himself, remarking, indeed, if they misbehave, all the little ones will end up with spankings. The doctor chuckled in response, saying, look at the little one. He certainly listens to his father. He will surely avoid any spankings in the future. Listening to the doctor's words, Gu Feiyang and Su Zhiyue turned their attention back to the screen of the ultrasound machine. After successfully completing the ultrasound, they waited for approximately half an hour before receiving 3 sheets bearing the images of their baby's face. As Su Zhiyue gazed at the ultrasound images, her heart melted. Look, this baby's nose is quite prominent, just like yours, and this one's forehead resembles mine from childhood. Gu Feiyang pointed to another image, saying, this mischievous little rascal has your mouth and my nose. I wonder whom he will resemble more. Su Zhiyue laughed, unable to contain her joy. With such mischief, he must take after you. I was exceptionally well behaved as a child. Gu Feiyang, brimming with pride, replied, naturally, my child will resemble me. They sat together in the waiting room, holding the ultrasound images and video, grinning as they replayed the moment over and over again. The anticipation for their 3 children filled their entire family with excitement. Therefore, upon returning home, before they could even settle into their chairs, Gu Feiyang's parents immediately inquired about the results of the prenatal checkup. Xiaoyang, how did the checkup go today? Gu Feiyang set down the bag containing the prenatal materials and said, Mom and Dad, please don't rush. As he spoke, he went to pour water for Su Zhiyue. However, Su Zhiyue joyfully produced the 4-dimensional ultrasound images from the hospital and handed them to Li Suaping and Gu Jiangwo, saying, Dad, Mom, we had the 4-dimensional ultrasound today. It clearly shows the baby's features. The couple eagerly received the images, their hands trembling with excitement. Really? Li Suaping exclaimed, pointing at the images, oh my, this baby looks just like Xiaoyang did as a child. It's uncanny. Gu Jiangwo added with a hearty laugh. Whether or not they resemble each other will only be confirmed once they are born. However, this profile certainly bears a resemblance. As he spoke, his eyes twinkled with joy as he pointed to one of the baby images. I believe this one looks quite like Yaya, don't you think? Li Suaping enthusiastically agreed. Yes, haha. I must quickly take a picture and share in the group chat, so everyone can see my 3 lovely grandchildren. Haha. At that moment, their Uncle Gu Wei emerged from the room. You all seem so delighted. Is there some good news? Li Suaping covered her mouth and laughed. Oh dear, Uncle. Did we disturb you? My apologies. Gu Jiangwo explained from the side. Wei, Xiaoyang, and Ye went for a prenatal checkup today and had a 4-dimensional ultrasound. We are currently admiring the images of the babies. Upon hearing this, Uncle Gu Wei approached, carefully taking the images and examining them intently. These little ones are all so adorable. Gu Jiangwo and his wife leaned in closer, and the 3 of them began to discuss which baby resembled Su Zhiyue and which one looked like Gu Feiyang, while Gu Feiyang and Su Zhiyue stood aside, smiling at their delight. Taking up his phone, Gu Feiyang shared the video he recorded today in the family group Loving Family. This group comprised solely of Gu Feiyang's family, including his uncle Gu Wei and his aunt, with no other members present. Of course, he only posted a short clip of the obedient baby and did not share any footage of the pregnancy. After a while, they reached a conclusion. Chapter 76. A blissful family. Li Suaping nodded vigorously, stating, after our discussion, it seems the one resembling Xiaoyang is a daughter, while the other 2, who bear a closer resemblance to Yaya, are sons. Gu Jiangwo concurred. Indeed, The daughter resembles her father, while the son takes after his mother. Uncle Gue also agreed. One glance at Xiaoyang reveals that she closely resembles her aunt, so I support this conclusion. Gu Feiyang remarked, regardless of whether it is a daughter or a son, as long as they are my treasures, I will cherish them. He shook his phone and added, Dad, Mom, Uncle, I posted a particularly amusing video in the group. You should check it out. Li Tzuaping instantly perked up. What? There's a video? Saying this, the three quickly retrieved their phones from their pockets, opening the video and laughing as they watched. The video had already received comments from the uncle and aunt, each praising the baby for being adorable and charming. Li Tzuaping felt a wave of nostalgia. Technology has truly advanced. Back when I was pregnant with Xiaoyang, I only had a black and white ultrasound image. How could it compare to today, where we can see such a clear, colorful face? Su Zhiyue, cradling her belly, said to Gu Feiyang, Darling, I would like to lie down in the room for a while. Gu Feiyang promptly assisted her. All right, you've been quite busy today. Go rest. And I'll call you for dinner. Li Tzuaping added, Yeye has been active all morning and must be tired. Xiaoyang, please accompany Yeye to the room to rest, and I will call you both when the meal is ready. Su Zhiyue expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Mom. Since her pregnancy began, Su Zhiyue had never spent more than 2 minutes in the kitchen, not even washing a dish. So she felt deeply appreciative and fortunate to have found such a wonderful family. Li Tzuaping waved her hand. What are you saying? We are family. There is no need for such formality. You've worked hard during your pregnancy, and I should be thanking you for your efforts. Yeah. Su Zhiyue. No matter how tough it is worth it for the child. Gu Jiangwo interjected while holding his phone. Dear, that's enough. If you keep chatting, it will be dark soon. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law exchanged smiles. Li Tzuaping chuckled. Go rest now. Feiyang Su Zhiyue upstairs. The three gathered again, phones and notes in hand, occasionally discussing and laughing. Gu Feiyang shook his head in resignation as they approached the baby's room. Su Zhiyue suddenly halted and said to Gu Feiyang, Darling, has the baby bed we ordered arrived? If it's arriving soon, we need to design the baby's room. Since they were expecting triplets, the beds had been custom ordered by Gu Feiyang from a manufacturer. The urgency to move stems from the fact that many customized items for the baby have yet to arrive, causing delays in preparing the nursery. Gu Feiyang mentioned, a manager from that brand called a few days ago, saying the items are ready. I was thinking of moving back in a few days. Didn't you design it previously? Why the need for a redesign? Su Zhiyue entered the room and sat on the small sofa before adding, I glanced at the design drawings on my phone last night and felt that some modifications would enhance the overall appeal. Gu Feiyang, unfazed, replied, Oh, that's fine. Once you finalize the design, let me know if anything is needed, and I'll have them take care of it. All right. Su Zhiyue, darling. I should change into some comfortable clothes before resting. Gu Feiyang offered, Let me fetch you some clothes, just sit tight. After changing into their pajamas, they both settled into bed to relax. After dinner, Su Zhiyue requested Gu Feiyang to move a table and 2 chairs into the baby's room. Darling, I initially designed the nursery on my own, but I believe that collaborating will yield a greater sense of accomplishment, and your involvement will make it feel even cozier. Gu Feiyang helped her sit down. Okay, let us design it together. Please take a seat. He proceeded to plug in a laptop and power it on. With enthusiasm, Su Zhiyue began to explain her design ideas to Gu Feiyang, laughing as she shared her vision, observing the relaxed and joyful Su Zhiyue before him. In stark contrast to her earlier anxious self, Gu Feiyang realized she had already forgotten her morning worries. It is best for someone pregnant to avoid psychological stress and unnecessary thoughts. A lighthearted atmosphere like this is indeed ideal. Just as they were discussing the arrangement of the nursery, Gu Feiyang's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was his classmate Zhou Lisin. Zhou Lisin was a fellow student from the same major and also a roommate. Their dormitory group shared a good rapport. However, Gu Feiyang was relatively low-key and seldom spoke, often leaving the other roommates to glean updates about him through online streams featuring Qinyang. Hello, Zhou Lisin, what brings you to call? Gu Feiyang answered, stepping out onto the balcony. Zhou Lisin chuckled on the other end. I just learned from Qinyang's stream that you're opening a new store, so I thought I'd call to confirm. Gu Feiyang replied without any pleasantries. Yes, it's already under renovation, and it should be ready to open in about 2 weeks. Zhou Lisan's tone turned envious. I want to say much more, but I truly admire your success. Among the 4 roommates, Gu Feiyang had fared the best, coming from a working-class family like the others. Gu Feiyang smiled, but said little else, all right? If you have something to say, hurry up. I'm with my wife. Zhou Lisan laughed. Well, I was part of the student council. This morning, I received a call from a former student council president, saying our school is hosting a 20th anniversary celebration and asked me to tally how many from our major will attend. How about it? Would you and your wife like to join the festivities? So far, nearly everyone from our profession has come, and several others have mentioned returning home, hoping to take leave for the occasion, Gu Feiyang remarked, glancing at Su Zhiyue, who was seated at her computer. I'll discuss it with my wife and call you back shortly. All right, Zhou Lisan replied. After ending the call, Gu Feiyang returned to sit beside Su Zhiyue, gently wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Darling, a college classmate just called to let me know our alma mater is organizing a reunion. Would you like to attend? Su Zhiyue paused her activities, turning to Gu Feiyang. Do you want me to go? Ultimately, it depends on your wishes. If you wish to go, I will accompany you. If you prefer not to, I shall remain home to take care of you, he responded. Su Zhiyue playfully slapped his hand away. Why not? My parents can care for me at home. If you want to go, you should. Nonetheless, I would like to return and see how my classmates are faring. Considering it's been quite a while since graduation, she added. Then let's go and take a look, while you are still able to travel. It is best to do so now. I would want to hinder you if you wait any longer, Gu Feiyang advised, his primary concern being Su Zhiyue's well-being. He intended to be fully prepared for the trip. Su Zhiyue pulled out her phone, smiling. I'll call Xiaoxian and see if she can join us. Ever since gaining her father's approval, Xiaoxian had blossomed into a confident individual, constantly discussing work with Su Zhiyue, leaving her little time to respond. The call connected swiftly. Hello, my dear Yaya. You finally returned my call. If you had delayed any longer, I would have come to find you. Chen Meishuan's voice rang out. Hold on, Xiaoxian. Let's not discuss that for now. Are you aware that our school is hosting a reunion? Su Zhiyue interjected. What reunion? I have no idea. I haven't received any notifications or calls. Are you planning to go? Chen Meishuan asked, sounding bewildered, as the announcement was relayed by the student council. Notifications had varied in their timeliness. I haven't received any information either, but I heard from Feiyang's classmate, which is how I found out. So what do you think? Will you attend? Su Zhiyue inquired. With a mischievous laugh, Chen Meishuan replied, You called to ask if I'm going, which indicates your intention to attend. If you're going, then I certainly will as well. However, I'm currently out of the city. Su Zhiyue teased. Oh, our manager Chen is conducting business out of the province. That's fantastic. Well, that's my father's venture. He wishes to establish a branch office there, and I'm merely inspecting it, Chen Meishuan clarified. All right, since you're going, I'll inform Feiyang. Let us finalize the details later. Goodbye. Su Zhiyue concluded. Take care of yourself, bye. Chen Meishuan responded before hanging up. Turning to Gu Feiyang, Su Zhiyue said, Xiaoxian will be joining us. We can meet up when the time comes. Gu Feiyang nodded, acknowledging the opportunity to gather after such a long time apart. It was indeed a wonderful chance to reconnect, engage in conversation, and reminisce. He took out his phone and sent a message to Zhou Lisan. Having decided to attend the alumni celebration, Gu Feiyang knew he needed to prepare appropriately to avoid any last-minute chaos. Chen Chong had already finalized the menu for the new restaurant and sent it to him for confirmation. In a couple of days, they would also need to conduct a fire safety inspection. It was imperative to ensure impeccable quality control in the kitchen before the grand opening, achieving absolute consistency in their dishes. Dear, I'm heading downstairs to fetch some fruit, and then I'll inform my parents about attending the alumni celebration, Gu Feiyang said. Su Zhiyue, focused on her computer, nodded in agreement. Sure, I will see how to handle things here and share my thoughts with you shortly. Gu Feiyang acknowledged her response. As soon as he stepped downstairs, he received a message from Zhou Lisan confirming that the alumni celebration was scheduled for 3 days hence. After putting away his phone, he briefly explained the situation to his parents. However, Li Tsuaping expressed her concerns. With Yaya's belly being so large, is it safe for her? Mom, rest assured, I will be by her side the entire time to ensure her safety, Gu Feiyang reassured her. Then you must stay close to her. You even need to accompany her to the restroom, understand? I understand, Mom. Gu Feiyang replied, somewhat exasperated. Don't think me overly concerned. The alumni celebration will likely attract a large crowd, and I can't help but worry, Li Tsuaping said. Having washed the fruit, Gu Feiyang nodded, I share your concerns. But Yeye is eager to meet her classmates while she can still move around, so please don't fret. All right, you two handle it as you see fit. After discussing the matter with his mother, Gu Feiyang took the cleaned fruit back upstairs. Since Su Zhiyue's pregnancy, she had become the family's cherished darling. Nevertheless, Gu Feiyang felt joy in seeing his family's affection for her. A harmonious and loving family was of utmost importance. Late at night, around 11 o'clock, Gu Feiyang suddenly remembered that he hadn't checked in for the day. It was already 11:30. Thankfully, he remembered in time to avoid missing out. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. The system rewards you with a Mercedes-Benz motorhome. Please check your inventory. Wow, the system has finally shown some generosity, Gu Feiyang exclaimed. A motorhome. He could pick it up in time for the alumni celebration. This way, if Ye felt fatigued, she would have a comfortable place to rest. With this thought, Gu Feiyang felt reassured about the system's rewards. Thus, he gradually drifted into a peaceful slumber. In the following 3 days, Gu Feiyang busied himself with a new restaurant. He collaborated with Chun Chong on the menu and managed the preparations for the fire safety and health inspections. Chen Yang also offered his assistance, helping with cleaning and organizing, taking on all the dirty and laborious tasks. Initially, Gu Feiyang had considered offering him a position as a promotional manager to oversee live broadcasts for the restaurant. However, Chen Yang declined, expressing his preference for freedom and reluctance to work a regular job. Chen Yang was reluctant, leaving Gu Feiyang with no choice but to indulge him by preparing a variety of delectable dishes. Soon, 3 days had flown by, and the day of the school anniversary arrived. By 10 o'clock in the morning, Su Zhiyue had already finished her breakfast, but had yet to catch sight of Gu Feiyang's return. Initially contemplating a call to Gu Feiyang, she reconsidered, pondering that perhaps the breakfast shop was simply too busy, which explained his delayed return. Fortunately, Li Tsuaping was there to keep her company, especially since her belly felt as if it was 9 months along, which made Li Tsuaping somewhat anxious. Noticing Su Zhiyue hesitating with her phone, Li Tsuaping settled beside her and asked, What's the matter? Su Zhiyue was not one to hide her feelings. Having spent so much time together, she and Li Tsuaping had developed a unique bond, allowing them to communicate openly without the secrets that often plagued other relationships. Thus, she directly inquired, Mom, it's already past 10. Why hasn't Feiyang returned home yet? Didn't he mention he would be attending the school anniversary today? Surely he hasn't forgotten? Li Tsuaping chuckled lightly. How could he forget? He told me this morning that he was planning a surprise for you. So you needn't worry. He won't forget. Regarding Gu Feiyang's nature, Su Zhiyue had faith that he would remember. However, perhaps due to the effects of pregnancy hormones, her heart was plagued with an inexplicable sense of unease, constantly fretting over various matters, and she found herself unable to control it. This state of mind was something she detested, yet felt powerless to change. Upon hearing about the surprise from Li Tsuaping, her spirits lifted. A surprise? What kind of surprise? Li Tsuaping appeared puzzled. I'm not quite sure. He mentioned it briefly when he left, but I didn't pry further. If it's a surprise, it's only natural that it should remain a secret. Su Zhiyue, intrigued by Li Tsuaping's words, began to anticipate the revelation. What kind of surprise could her husband possibly have in store for her? With this anticipation, her worries began to dissipate. Before long, the sound of an engine echoed from the villa's parking area. Her husband had returned. Su Zhiyue sprang up from the sofa and hurried outside, only to find 2 cars pulling in. Exiting the Maserati was not Gu Feiyang, but rather Gu Jiangwo. The other vehicle, resembling a motorhome, was indeed driven by Gu Feiyang. Upon spotting Su Zhiyue rushing towards him, Gu Feiyang's heart raced, and he quickly approached her side, expressing concern. Wife, why are you running so fast? Be careful. There's a threshold here. With a smile, Su Zhiyue took Gu Feiyang's hand and reassured him, I'm not that fragile. I'm only 6 months along, so there's no need to worry. Her gaze remained fixed on the new vehicle as she asked, Darling, Mom mentioned that you have a surprise for me? What is it? Gu Feiyang pointed to the motorhome and replied, This motorhome is the surprise. I thought we could drive it to the school anniversary. At that moment, if you feel fatigued, we can always take a rest in the motorhome. Once the child is born, it will be quite convenient to travel in this vehicle. With that, Gu Feiyang took Su Zhiyue's hand, and they both boarded the motorhome, followed by Gu Jiangwo and Li Zuping. The interior of the motorhome was elegantly adorned, boasting ample space capable of comfortably seating 6 individuals. It was equipped with a milk warmer, a small refrigerator, a heater, safety seats, and more. Many of the items within were gifts received during the system check-in, and Gu Feiyang had thoughtfully prepared them in advance, placing them inside the motorhome. Both Su Zhiyue and the couple Gu Jiangwo were thoroughly pleased upon seeing the vehicle. Xiaoyang, you truly are considerate. You actually bought a motorhome. This way, we won't have to worry so much when taking the children out for fun. Indeed, if we had a sedan, the backseat would already be filled with 3 children. Look, there are 4 spots for safety seats here. It's incredibly convenient. Yes, that was my thought. And it will also make trips to the clinic much easier with the stroller. Seeing the family satisfaction with the motorhome brought joy to Gu Feiyang. He walked over to the passenger seat, picked up a foldable high stool, and after unfolding it said, "Wife, why don't you try sitting on this?" Su Zhiyue smiled at him, her gaze landing on the convenient stool before she sat down. "Oh, would you look at that? It's quite stable," she exclaimed, moving side to side with a grin. Gu Feiyang quickly ensured her safety, saying, "I plan to bring this foldable stool to the school celebration. After all, many places on campus lack seating, and I worry you might tire without a place to rest." Su Zhiyue couldn't help but praise him. "Husband, you really are so thoughtful. How did I not consider that?" Gu Feiyang retrieved a backpack from the wash basin area, patting it as he said, "Not just this, but I have this versatile backpack as well. Whatever you need, it's all here." With a confident smile, he added that he had only taken out a fraction of the little trinkets gifted by the system. Most of the daily necessities were also gifts from the system. So Gu Feiyang had no worries about Su Zhiyue lacking anything. Naturally, he also stowed away some essential items to avoid drawing attention. At that moment, Li Zuping remarked, "Xiaoyang, with you looking after Yeye, I feel at ease." Gu Feiyang patted his chest, declaring, "Naturally, taking care of my wife and children is my responsibility as a husband. Rest assured, with me around, I will ensure that Yeye and the children are safe." He then addressed Su Zhiyue, "Wife, if you feel any discomfort, do not hesitate to tell me, all right?" Su Zhiyue grasped Gu Feiyang's large hand and smiled, "I know, dear." Observing their affectionate exchange, Gu Jiangwo and his wife tactfully exited the vehicle. "Well, Xiaoyang, Yeye, we'll head home now," Gu Jiangwo said. Gu Feiyang replied, "All right. We'll be driving to the school shortly as well, so you two should return and rest." As Gu Feiyang and his companion alighted from the vehicle, their uncle, Gu Wei, returned from his stroll outside. "Oh, Xiaoyang, have you purchased a new car?" Gu Feiyang waved at his uncle and replied, "Yes, it's a motorhome. It will make traveling much more convenient." Su Zhiyue also politely greeted, "Hello, uncle. Well, I shall not disturb you any further. After we finish our meal, I must head to the hospital for my therapy," he said. Since Gu Wei's leg had significantly improved, he only needed to undergo regular rehabilitation. After exchanging pleasantries with his uncle, Su Zhiyue urged Gu Feiyang to quickly change his clothes. "Hurry up and change, otherwise we will be late." Gu Feiyang waved his hand dismissively. "No need to rush. It's only a little past 10. By the time we arrive, it will be around 11, which should be just fine." Typically, such large-scale school anniversary celebrations involve speeches and performances, allowing students to gather. Gu Feiyang had just checked their class group chat, where many classmates planned to arrive around 11. They would convene directly in the classroom. "Darling, aren't you going to check your group chat? Perhaps ask your best friend what time she plans to arrive?" Su Zhiyue suddenly realized, right? "I made plans with Xiao Xian." Saying that, she quickly pulled out her phone to call Chun Mei Xian. However, the call was met with a notification that her phone was off. Su Zhiyue opened her messaging app to text Chun Mei Xian, only to see a message from her. "Yeah, I'm boarding a plane now and will arrive in Modu around 11. No need to wait for me." Su Zhiyue read the message and remarked, "Xiao Xian said she won't return to Modu Airport until 11. Even if she heads straight to our alma mater, it would be around 12. Why didn't she return earlier?" Gu Feiyang replied, "Perhaps she is busy with work." "Don't worry, your husband will be there with you. and you can meet your classmates later. Su Zhiyue nodded in agreement. Then I must trouble my husband. Gu Feiyang coaxed her into the car before returning to change his clothes. Once dressed, the couple set off in their new motorhome towards their alma mater, Modi University. When they arrived at Modi University, it was already past 11. At that moment, a performance was underway at the university. The parking area was bustling with vehicles. Fortunately, Gu Feiyang had arranged for a classmate to reserve a parking spot for him, allowing them to enter the campus. Upon reaching the parking space, they noticed a young man dressed in Modu's school uniform standing there, engaged in a phone call. As Gu Feiyang parked beside him, the young man approached and tapped on the driver's side window, saying, "Hey, brother, this spot is mine. My classmate will be arriving shortly." "Sorry about that." Just as Gu Feiyang rolled down the window, he flashed a grin and exclaimed, "Long time no see, Zhou Lisin." The young man was indeed Zhou Lisin, Gu Feiyang's university classmate and roommate. Upon recognizing Gu Feiyang in the car, Zhou Lisin's eyes widened in surprise. "Wow, Gu Feiyang, you've really done well for yourself. A Mercedes motorhome. Although I am aware of your substantial earnings, I must confess that I have never encountered a luxury Mercedes-Benz motorhome of such grandeur. To be candid, both Zhou Lisin and Gu Feiyang hail from modest, working-class families, and it is quite natural for them to have never laid eyes upon a million-dollar luxury vehicle." At this moment, Gu Feiyang silently rejoiced that he had not arrived in his Maserati Quattroporte. Otherwise, he would have been the one accused of flaunting wealth. Confronted by Zhou Lisin, Gu Feiyang opened the car door and alighted, smiling as he remarked, "My wife is pregnant, and I thought a motorhome would provide her with more comfort. If she becomes weary, she can rest here." Zhou Lisin couldn't help but give Gu Feiyang a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You truly are impressive." Gu Feiyang gestured towards the motorhome. "My wife is inside. I'm unsure if she has dozed off. I shall go and rouse her." Zhou Lisin shook his head with a smile, teasing, "You have indeed become quite the henpecked husband." However, Gu Feiyang dismissed the notion, stating, "My wife does not control me. It is entirely my choice." Zhou Lisin shrugged. "Ever since you began dating the campus belle, your heart has been wholly devoted to her. Thankfully, you two are now married. I must learn from you how to win over a campus beauty." Gu Feiyang chuckled. "First and foremost, you must have a campus beauty as your girlfriend. In truth, women often appreciate men who are attentive and caring. I believe you too can find a loving partner." With that, Gu Feiyang gently opened the car door, leaving Zhou Lisin standing alone. Zhou Lisin couldn't help but murmur, "Ah, yet another day of consuming dog food." During their school days, Gu Feiyang had already been generous in sharing their affection. Yet Zhou Lisin had not anticipated that even after graduation, he would continue to witness such displays. However, this was merely the manner in which couples and spouses interacted, beyond the interference of outsiders. Yet, Zhou Lisin could not resist casting envious glances at the couple within the motorhome. Approaching the spacious bed of the motorhome, Gu Feiyang was surprised to find Su Zhiyue sound asleep. Reluctantly, he softly called out to her, "Dear, it's time to wake up. We've arrived at the school." Upon hearing Gu Feiyang's voice, Su Zhiyue gradually opened her sleepy eyes, looked up, and took his hand to rise. "Darling, have we arrived so soon?" Gu Feiyang chuckled. "You little lazy pig, over half an hour has already slipped by." With Gu Feiyang's assistance, Su Zhiyue finally got out of bed. "Then let us hurry." Gu Feiyang gently pressed her back onto the bed. "Wait a moment. I still need to gather my gear. It won't take long." As he spoke, Gu Feiyang slung his backpack and a folding stool over his shoulder. Su Zhiyue couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Darling, you look quite amusing." Gu Feiyang shrugged nonchalantly. "It's all for your and the baby's safety." Su Zhiyue, touched, remarked, "You truly are wonderful." Gu Feiyang grinned cheekily and whispered, "So, how do you plan to reward me?" Su Zhiyue glanced outside at the figures beyond the car window, irritatedly swatted Gu Feiyang's arm, and whispered, "What on earth are you thinking? With others around, saying such things could lead to trouble." Gu Feiyang chuckled, "It's too quiet. I can't hear you." "That's my classmate Zhou Lisin. Let's hurry and get off. It's quite embarrassing to have him standing here for so long." Su Zhiyue then took Gu Feiyang's hand and gracefully descended from the bed. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Let us go." Upon witnessing Su Zhiyue's actions, Gu Feiyang instantly lost his irritation. "Oh dear, Please take it slow. He genuinely feared Su Zhiyue's impulsive nature, which never allowed him a moment of ease. Gu Feiyang carefully assisted Su Zhiyue out of the vehicle. As Zhou Lisin was both Gu Feiyang's classmate and roommate, Su Zhiyue was well acquainted with him. She also understood the depth of the bond between Gu Feiyang and Zhou Lisin, prompting her to greet him as soon as they alighted. "Hello, Zhou classmate." Zhou Lisin responded with a hearty laugh. "Hello, campus beauty." Among Gu Feiyang's friends, admiration for Su Zhiyue was abundant. They respected her as a campus belle, possessing not only beauty and figure, but also intellect, and they marveled at her choice to be with someone like Gu Feiyang, who was not well off. Most impressive was that she had chosen to marry and have children with him, rather than succumbing to the frivolities that often ensnared others upon entering society. In their eyes, Su Zhiyue truly resembled a goddess, unmarred by any ulterior feelings or emotions. As Gu Feiyang supported the heavily pregnant Su Zhiyue, adorned with various items, Zhou Lisin seemed to grasp why Su Zhiyue would choose to be with Gu Feiyang. Upon hearing Zhou Lisin refer to her as the campus beauty, Su Zhiyue's face flushed crimson. Observing her embarrassment, Gu Feiyang quickly interjected to alleviate the situation. "Xiao Xen, don't tease her. My wife is shy and can't handle your banter." Zhou Lisin shook his head with a smile. "You're truly fortunate to have married such a stunning wife. I can't count how many people in our department, or even the entire school, envy and resent you." At these words, Su Zhiyue's cheeks deepened in hue. Gu Feiyang urged, "All right, let us not dawdle. Please lead the way, or we might miss the others as they depart." Zhou Lisin ceased his teasing. "Let us go. Let us go. Most of our classmates have already arrived." Under Zhou Lisin's guidance, the trio traversed the winding pathways of the campus. Eventually, they passed a road lined with kapok trees, leading them to the lecture hall. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, nearly 2 years had passed since graduation. The speeches and performances had concluded, with students gradually returning to their classrooms. Chapter 80. Deliberate, noticing Su Zhiyue's low pace. Zhou Lisin remarked to Gu Feiyang, "Feiyang, I will head back to the classroom first. You two take your time." Gu Feiyang waved his hand. "All right, thank you for today, my friend." As Zhou Lisin walked away, he waved, "What is there to thank? I'll take my leave now, and 1 TB a third wheel." Upon hearing this, Su Zhiyue, who had intended to bid him farewell, abruptly halted. Once Zhou Lisin had walked away, Su Zhiyue finally spoke up. "Darling, do the people in your dormitory share similar personalities?" In the past, Su Zhiyue rarely interacted with Gu Feiyang's classmates, and she had only met Zhou Lisin a handful of times, so she was not well acquainted with his character. Gu Feiyang, sensing the concern in Su Zhiyue's heart, reassured her. "My dear, there is no need for worry. They were merely teasing. I'll send them a message right now to keep quiet." Su Zhiyue quickly halted him from reaching for his phone, chuckling, "No, darling, I actually think your personalities are quite nice. At least it prevents any awkward silences." However, Gu Feiyang did not share her sentiment, saying, "But you were just blushing and speechless, which I believe is even worse." Su Zhiyue persisted, "Darling, you mustn't think that way. Otherwise, people might think you are henpecked or that I'm overly troublesome." Upon hearing this, Gu Feiyang finally set his phone aside. "All right then, but you must be able to handle their jokes. If they say something inappropriate, don't take it to heart." Su Zhiyue waved her hand dismissively. "What could possibly happen? Your wife is wonderful. They are merely envious of you. As for me, they will surely say flattering things, and I can just be a bit modest." Gu Feiyang nodded. "Indeed, my wife is the best in the world. Let us go. Su Zhiyue is so triplets. As they approached a turn in the academic building, Su Zhiyue suddenly laughed. Noticing her mirth, Gu Feiyang feigned confusion, asking, "My dear, what are you laughing about?" Covering her mouth, Su Zhiyue reminisced. "I remember when we first met. It was right here. You were holding a book, and I accidentally bumped into you while turning the corner, leading to our first and second encounters." Gu Feiyang also fondly recalled. "Then we agreed to go to the library together, and naturally, we ended up together." He thought to express that he feared she might forget, but refrained from doing so, knowing it could lead to trouble. Su Zhiyue laughed. "You probably don't know that I actually bumped into you on purpose." Gu Feiyang pretended to be puzzled. "You did it on purpose?" With a playful grin, he added, I see. You must have thought I was handsome and wanted to get to know me, right? No wonder I felt your gaze was peculiar. Su Zhiyue covered her mouth. Before we got married, I worried you'd run away if you found out, but now that we're married and have a child, there's no need for concern. Huh. Seeing his wife's smug expression, Gu Feiyang could not help but smile. He had long seen through Su Zhiyue's little trick, but chose not to mention it outright. At that time, he was equally intrigued by her, which led to their eventual relationship. Now, they had cultivated a beautiful union, marking a perfect ending. You seem quite pleased. Haven't you heard the saying that the most skilled hunters often appear in the guise of their prey? Gu Feiyang's comment momentarily stunned Su Zhiyue. What did you just say? She asked, bewildered. Huh? Did I say something just now? At that moment, Gu Feiyang would never admit to his past misdeeds. Su Zhiyue was equally exasperated, insisting. You claim you haven't? I just heard it. With a playful chuckle, Gu Feiyang wrapped his arms around Su Zhiyue's waist and remarked, This only proves that our love is mutual. Although I have outsmarted your ruse, it is solely because I adore you. Su Zhiyue was merely feigning anger. Having been together for so long, how could she not understand Gu Feiyang's character? How could she remain oblivious to his innermost thoughts? Pouting, she pretended to be upset, declaring, No way. I cannot let you off this easily. You must compensate me. Observing her playful demeanor, Gu Feiyang smiled affectionately and replied, All right, I shall compensate you. What is mine is yours, and what is yours is yours. He leaned closer to Su Zhiyue, whispering softly in her ear, What else do you desire as compensation? Gu Feiyang's bold move startled Su Zhiyue, prompting her to swiftly turn his face away with her hand. She exclaimed, What are you thinking about every day? With a mischievous grin, Gu Feiyang replied, Of course, I am thinking of you. His languid tone sparked a whirlwind of thoughts in Su Zhiyue's mind. Before she could fully process her emotions, Gu Feiyang leaned in and kissed her. Is this what you wanted? He teased with a gentle laugh, covering her blushing cheeks. Su Zhiyue glanced around and sighed in relief, noticing that they were at a corner where no one could see. You rogue. Gu Feiyang embraced her, asserting, I am your husband. How can you label me a rogue? Though Su Zhiyue felt annoyed, she found herself at a loss for words. With a playful huff, Gu Feiyang ceased his teasing and guided her forward. Wife, there's a restroom ahead. Please go inside and put on the maternity support belt. I forgot to bring it when we were in the car. This was something Gu Feiyang had received from the system while walking earlier. Initially unaware of its purpose, he realized, after reading the description, that it was something Su Zhiyue truly needed. Thus, even at school, he insisted she wear it. As Su Zhiyue observed Gu Feiyang pulling out a strap-like item from his pocket, she inquired with curiosity, How does one wear this? Gu Feiyang retrieved the instruction manual, examining it while demonstrating. See, just like this. After reviewing the instructions, he stood at the entrance of the women's restroom, assisting Su Zhiyue in putting on the maternity support belt. Once you go inside, first remove this outer garment, then place this strap under your belly, and that will suffice. Seeing her husband's attentiveness melted Su Zhiyue's heart, leaving no room for anger. As the hallway gradually filled with people, she hurried into the restroom. Once she had donned the support belt and adjusted her outerwear, Su Zhiyue emerged. Oh, husband, why didn't you bring this wonderful item sooner? Now that I've worn it, I feel so much lighter. It's truly delightful, she exclaimed, smoothing her clothes as she stepped out. Chapter 81. Becoming a star. Gu Feiyang hurriedly stepped forward, saying, Isn't this wonderful? My dear, as long as you feel comfortable. It was evident that Su Zhiyue was quite pleased with the maternity support belt gifted by the system. Indeed, once she donned it, she felt an immense sense of relief, although she wondered if her shoulders might ache. Gu Feiyang gently wrapped his arm around her, reassuringly stating, If you feel tired, just sit down, my love. With that, he removed the high stool from his shoulder. At that moment, the corridor bustled with people, who couldn't help but murmur upon witnessing their interaction. Isn't that our campus belle? She looks ready to give birth. Can you believe it? The campus belle is actually marrying her boyfriend. From school uniform to wedding gown, I am utterly envious. Her husband bears an uncanny resemblance to the owner of that trendy little restaurant that has been all the rage lately. As they passed by, their chatter abruptly ceased. Gu Feiyang found it all rather unremarkable, After all, his restaurant had already made headlines in the city multiple times. Furthermore, there was an instance where Su Zhiyue had also appeared in the spotlight, so he had grown accustomed to the envious and jealous glances directed at them. However, Su Zhiyue's cheeks flushed as she turned slightly and sought refuge behind Gu Feiyang. He gently patted her hand, which clutched the hem of his shirt, and softly murmured, "Don't be afraid, my love. They are merely envious of you." Su Zhiyue was not truly frightened. Her pregnancy had rendered her somewhat insecure, concerned that she might no longer be attractive. Gu Feiyang caressed her delicate face, asking, "Are you worried that others will mock your pregnant appearance?" Su Zhiyue nadit satri, affirming his suspicion. He embraced her tenderly, declaring, "You are beautiful now. Pregnant women radiate beauty, and in my eyes, you shall forever be the most exquisite woman." Listening to Gu Feiyang's gentle words of comfort, Su Zhiyue felt a wave of clarity wash over her. With the love of her husband, she decided that the opinions of others could simply fade into the background. "Darling, let us go. Our classmates have already arrived." Gu Feiyang smiled and nodded, "All right." Their intention was merely to meet with friends, so they opted out of participating in any school activities or speeches. After all, with Su Zhiyue's growing belly, she could not endure too much exertion. At Magic City University, aside from attending general courses, students from different departments were not in the same classroom and were instead separated, though accommodations were assigned at random. According to their plan, they would first visit Gu Feiyang's department to gather with his classmates. Once Chun Meixian arrived, they would then proceed to the design department. Upon entering Gu Feiyang's classroom, they found that a significant portion of his classmates had already arrived, while the others were still en route. Some were delayed due to attending school events. However, Gu Feiyang's close friends had already gathered. Given Su Zhiyue's condition, the four of them had conveniently arranged to meet in the classroom. As Gu Feiyang and Su Zhiyue entered the room, a hush fell over the students, followed by a wave of enthusiastic cheers. "Gu Feiyang, you finally made it. Wow, our campus belle has arrived. Gu Feiyang, we've been waiting for you for quite some time." His three roommates approached him, with Lu Yang playfully draping an arm over his shoulder, exclaiming, "The academic overachiever and the campus belle have finally tied the knot. Liji una bashedli kinding. I never imagined you would get married and have children at such a young age. You made us single folks quite envious." Hong Wei joined the banter, teasing, "Hey, if you keep talking like this, your wife will feel embarrassed, right, sister-in-law?" As Su Zhiyue stepped into the room, she was immediately met with the teasing of Gu Feiyang's classmates, causing her cheeks to flush. Although it wasn't her first encounter with them, given their shared classes, she still felt shy under their playful scrutiny. When Hong Wei unexpectedly directed a question at her, she was momentarily taken aback before replying, "Huh? No, it's all right. You all carry on, don't mind me." At that moment, Zhou Lisin interjected, "Stop chatting over there. You all should return to your seats. The other students will be arriving shortly." The anniversary celebrations typically invited alumni, so the classroom was a revolving door of familiar faces. The next half hour belonged to Gu Feiyang and his cohort. Many senior students usually occupied themselves with touring the campus and mingling with the undergraduates, resulting in other students engaging in conversation within the classroom. "Gu Feiyang, I truly didn't expect you to marry so young. Just look at who your wife is. She's the campus belle from our time." Gu Feiyang raised his hands in mock surrender, saying, "Everyone, it was simply fate that brought us together. Please let me be." At that moment, a classmate shouted, "Let you be? Not a chance. You opened the Yang restaurant, right? I've seen you trending in our city as hot searches several times." Other classmates chimed in, "I've even had your dumplings before. They were quite good. Quite good. They were exceptional." After all, Gu Feiyang is a culinary champion, a true master of the kitchen. Indeed, even five-star chefs could learn a thing or two from him. Gu Feiyang humbly replied, "Thank you, everyone. Today is primarily about reminiscing, so let us not dwell on that. I appreciate your support for my little restaurant. Thank you all." The classmates understood that Gu Feiyang was a modest person, so they knew how to conduct themselves appropriately. "Gu Feiyang, don't blame your classmates for being interested. After all, you are the most successful among us." Zhou Lisin stepped in to ease the atmosphere, and classmates began to share their own stories. "Yes, after graduation, I started job hunting. Coming from a 985 university, I ended up with a monthly salary of 3 to 4,000. My father earns over 10,000 a month, providing me with meals and accommodation. So, I decided to sell pork. If you're ever in the city, feel free to message me for purchases. 10,000? What kind of company does your father run? What company? My mother knows his father. He actually sells pork in the market. To my astonishment, selling pork can bring in 10,000 a month. How delightful. Upon hearing this, Gu Feiyang inquired, is your family in the pork business? The student selling pork was named Mai Jianhao, someone Gu Feiyang wasn't very familiar with, yet he recalled him. Indeed, Mai Jianhao nodded. My family has been in the pork trade for 3 generations now, Gu Feiyang replied. After the school celebration, I will give you a call. I have some matters to discuss. At this remark, Mai Jianhao suddenly remembered that Gu Feiyang owned a dumpling shop, which could present a potential collaboration. The other students present began to cheer. Mai Jianhao, attending the school celebration could lead to a business deal. You got it made. I learned from the live stream that Gu Feiyang is planning to open a branch right in the city center, on land he purchased himself. Gu Feiyang confirmed, I am indeed preparing to open a new store. The preparations are nearly complete. I came to the school celebration to inform everyone that in 10 days, on the 21st, at the Yang restaurant on Chengzhong Road, we will be seated at 7 in the evening. Please arrive punctually. Upon hearing Gu Feiyang's affirmative response, many students expressed their intention to attend and congratulate him. At that moment, numerous seniors and juniors arrived, coincidentally watching Gu Feiyang's video. Isn't that Boss Gu? He is the proprietor of Yang restaurant, isn't he? And isn't he the renowned chef Gu? Could we be alumni? They were utterly astonished to discover they shared an alma mater with him. Although these individuals attended the same school as Gu Feiyang, the sheer number of students made it difficult for everyone to remember or recognize each other. Soon, Gu Feiyang found himself surrounded by admirers. After ensuring a few female classmates would look after his wife, he took photos with each of them. Su Zhiyue felt somewhat helpless. While her husband's fame was a blessing, she hadn't anticipated such fervent enthusiasm from the crowd. At that moment, Su Zhiyu's phone rang. It was Chun Meixian. Hello, Xiaoxian. Had you arrived yet? Chun Meixian replied. Yes, I'm entering the school now. Oh my, there's so many cars. While complaining, she quickened her pace. Wait for me. I'll be there shortly. Su Zhiyue responded. All right, I'll wait. I'm currently with Gu Feiyang in his classroom. Many people are coming for photos. Chun Meixian said, Okay, I'll be there soon. After hanging up, several girls approached Su Zhiyue, requesting to take pictures with her. Initially, they thought Gu Feiyang would prefer not to disturb her given her prominent pregnancy. However, Su Zhiyu's striking beauty, along with her status as a school celebrity, drew them in. Fortunately, upon realizing she was pregnant, they did not impose too much. After snapping their photos, the students departed tactfully. Zhou Lisin then approached, saying, Feiyang, you are truly remarkable, a true celebrity. Gu Feiyang humbly replied, It is merely the kindness of everyone here. As he spoke, he continued to inquire, So, I recall you mentioning your intention to resign and return to your hometown? Zhou Lisin nodded. Indeed, I have such thoughts, and I have already submitted my resignation letter. I plan to enjoy another month in the bustling metropolis before heading back to develop my career there. He glanced at Gu Feiyang, speaking enviously, unlike you, who has firmly established yourself here in the city, having purchased a home and a car, married, and even started a family by bringing your relatives from your hometown to live with you. I truly envy you. Gu Feiyang chuckled. Everyone has their own path to tread. Perhaps returning to your hometown will lead you to prosperity. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lisin laughed heartily. I appreciate your kind words. By the way, before you arrived, our classmates had agreed to venture out to the Kaishan Hotel for a meal. Would you and your wife care to join us? Gu Feiyang glanced at Su Zhiyue, who was engaged in conversation with her female classmates, and replied, I need to check with her. Zhou Lisin followed his gaze and shook his head. Come on. Stop flaunting your happiness. Gu Feiyang responded, I'll speak with Ye first, then get back to you. With that, he made his way into the group of women. Most of these female classmates had come to seek Su Zhiyue's advice on how to manage their husbands. Upon seeing Gu Feiyang approach, they tactfully dispersed. Gu Feiyang smiled. I apologize, ladies, but I must discuss something with my wife. The female classmates laughed in unison. Understood. We'll return your wife to you. With that, they too departed. Feiyang took Su Zhiyue's hand and asked, My dear, has Chunmei arrived yet? Su Zhiyue replied, Yes, she has. I'll let her find our classmates first. I will join you in a bit. Feiyang nodded. Then let us go now. Our class is heading to the Kaishian Hotel for a gathering. Would you like to join? If you do, we shall go together. If not, I can take you home to rest. He was concerned about tiring Su Zhiyue. Su Zhiyue raised her phone and said, What a coincidence. Chunmei just messaged me that our class is also going to the Kaishian Hotel for dinner. I was just about to ask if you would join. Feiyang chuckled. Since you were going to ask, it seems you wish to go. So let us go together. Su Zhiyue nodded. Yes, it has been a while since we gathered with classmates. A meal would be delightful. Feiyang patted her hand. Then I shall accompany you to find your classmates. Otherwise, everyone will leave without us. After bidding farewell to Zhou Lisin and their classmates, Feiyang supported Su Zhiyue as they walked. Halfway through, with one hand resting on Feiyang's and the other on her belly, Su Zhiyue exclaimed, Oh dear, husband, you must admit, after walking the short distance, I truly feel that this maternity support belt is quite comfortable. Seeing her so joyful, Feiyang felt a surge of happiness. As long as you are comfortable, the most important thing is for my wife to be happy. Since becoming pregnant, Chunmei had been busy with her career, while others were preoccupied with work. Su Zhiyue, who had few friends, spent most of her days at home. Her greatest joy was walking with Feiyang around the neighborhood or on the beach, aside from her studies. It is indeed beneficial for her to take a stroll now, as it provides her with a chance to relax her nerves. Oh dear, be careful, my wife. Although you have a support belt, you must still watch your step. Su Zhiyue genuinely slowed her pace, responding, I understand, my dear husband. Just moments ago, while conversing with her female classmates, she discovered that their boyfriends were rather patriarchal. At this moment, she felt that Feiyang was truly the best husband in the world. Su Zhiyue had already sent a message to Chunmei. So Chunmei was waiting in the corridor with two of her roommates. Upon seeing Su Zhiyue approach with her prominent belly, not only did the two roommates stare in astonishment, but even Chunmei was wide-eyed. June, your belly, it's so large after just 6 months. I've only been away for a little over 2 months. Though I know you're expecting triplets, it's only 6 months. Witnessing their shock, Su Zhiyue simply smiled and replied, What is so strange? I'm carrying triplets. In 2 months, I might struggle to even stand. So I thought I'd gather with everyone while I can still walk. Chunmei gazed at Su Zhiyue with concern, but her eyes turned fierce as she looked at Feiyang, saying, If you dare to treat you poorly, we won't let you off the hook. The other two roommates chimed in, Indeed, we are Yu's good sisters. We will always stand by Yu. Feiyang found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Thank you all for taking care of Yu, but her future is in my hands now. Thank you, everyone. Su Zhiyue, feeling helpless, clung to Feiyang's arm, saying, Oh, my husband treats me very well. Don't think otherwise. Observing the couple's public display of affection, Chunmei and her friends covered their eyes in unison. All right. We used to endure enough of this during school. We haven't even eaten yet, and now we're filled with your love. Su Zhiyue immediately shot a glance at Chunmei, who quickly understood and urged Yijun and Hiwantong. Let us go inside first. If we had known, we wouldn't have come out to greet anyone. Su Zhiyue laughed and turned to Feiyang, saying, Dear, don't take it to heart. They're just joking. Feiyang took Su Zhiyue's hand and said, How could I take it to heart? They're your good sisters, and they care for you. In this world, having more people who care for you brings me joy. Su Zhiyue, linking her arm with Feiyang, smiled and said, Husband, how can you be so wonderful? I truly feel exceedingly happy. Feiyang replied, If you are happy, then I am happy. My happiness for the rest of my life is already secured by you. Su Zhiyue felt as though her heart was so sweet it could ooze honey. Husband, let us hurry inside. Our classmates might be waiting for me. Feiyang and Su Zhiyue held hands tightly, all right. However, Feiyang was aware that there was a boy in Su Zhiyue's department who had previously pursued her. Although Feiyang became the object of envy and rivalry among all the boys at school after getting together with Su Zhiyue, it was actually Su Zhiyue's classmate, Xiaoqing, who harbored animosity towards him. As the campus belle, Su Zhiyue was naturally the most popular among the boys in her department, admired by many girls. However, due to Gu Feiyang's presence, even those who held affections for her only dared to cherish their feelings in silence. Nevertheless, Su Zhiyue's amiable nature and her lack of flirtatious behavior endeared her to both boys and girls alike, making them eager to befriend her. Even if they were not particularly close friends, they maintained a cordial relationship as classmates. Thus, when the classmates learned of Su Zhiyue's arrival, they all hurried out of the classroom. The design department comprised just over 50 students, nearly half the size of the economic management department to which Gu Feiyang belonged. Once the students exited the classroom, they beheld the sight of the visibly pregnant Su Zhiyue being supported by Gu Feiyang as she approached them. A few female classmates instantly called out, "Su Zhiyue, you truly came. Indeed, we were all speculating about your tardiness, thinking you might not come due to your pregnancy." Su Zhiyue smiled at the crowd, saying, "I promised I would come. I would never let you down. See, here I am." The girls gathered around her, expressing their relief. "We're so glad you made it. Otherwise, the boys in our class would have been quite disappointed." Playfully addressing the boys, Su Zhiyue remarked, "Please don't say that. What if their girlfriends find out? I fear they might despise me. What are you worried about? Don't you have a husband?" One of them chimed in. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiyue quickly grasped Gu Feiyang's hand and proclaimed, "Allow me to formally introduce him. This is my husband, Gu Feiyang." Gu Feiyang graciously greeted Su Zhiyue's classmates. "Hello, everyone. You two are quite the internet celebrities now." One classmate remarked, "I visited your breakfast shop once. I had a queue very early to get in, but unfortunately, I didn't see you there. Now, that Zhiyue is pregnant with triplets. It's only natural for her to stay at home for safety," Gu Feiyang explained. "By the way, Boss Gu, why is there no delivery service? If there were, we could order your dumplings in the morning." Gu Feiyang had not anticipated that even Su Zhiyue's classmates were attentive to him, but given their recent rise in popularity, it was to be expected. Responding to their inquiries, Gu Feiyang patiently elaborated, "Initially, we didn't plan on offering delivery due to a lack of staff. However, we have recently hired additional help and are considering it. Still, if we do provide delivery, I would advise against offering noodles, as they must be consumed immediately for the best taste. Dumplings, on the other hand, are less affected, even if you take them home and reheat them in a microwave. The change in texture is minimal." Listening to Gu Feiyang's explanation, the classmates nodded in agreement. "I've always enjoyed dumplings. Having them is certainly a delight." "Absolutely. Even if one is unable to have breakfast in the morning, a quick heating in the company microwave renders it quite palatable. Typically, I purchase a bit more in the morning and warm it up for lunch. The absence of queues certainly enhances the experience." Listening to the lively chatter of everyone around him, Gu Feiyang felt immensely grateful. He appreciated their support for the small eatery, assuring them that the delivery service would be perfected within this month. The reason for the month-long timeline was to await the opening of the new establishment, which would undoubtedly facilitate dining in the city center. "Your place is a small shop? I saw food blogger Chun Yang's live stream, and you are opening a spacious 2,000 square meter restaurant," someone exclaimed. "Indeed, I wonder when it will open. We should go celebrate together." Gu Feiyang replied, "In about 7 or 8 days. We have already completed the fire and health inspections. When we open, Ye will notify you all, and we can share a toast." Seeing Gu Feiyang engage so well with her classmates put Su Zhiyue at ease. At that moment, Chun Meixian interjected, "Hey, you unmarried folks, can't you see Ye is pregnant? Standing for too long can be tiring. Let's find a seat and continue our conversation." In response, class leader Hua Shaoqing quickly suggested, "Many seniors from other disciplines have joined us in the classroom. Why don't we head to the resting area by the basketball court?" His proposal was met with unanimous agreement, and everyone chatted as they made their way toward the basketball court. Gu Feiyang and Su Zhiyue lagged behind the group. Holding her hand, Gu Feiyang softly inquired, "My dear, are you thirsty? Do you need to use the restroom? Are you feeling tired? Shall we take a moment to rest?" As he spoke, he prepared to set down his high stool for her to sit. However, Su Zhiyue stopped him, saying, "Oh, husband, there's no need. Perhaps due to the abdominal support band I'm wearing, I actually feel perfectly fine." Observing her relaxed demeanor, Gu Feiyang returned the stool to its place. As long as you feel well. But do you need to use the restroom? Su Zhiyue shook her head. No, darling. Let's hurry and catch up. Unbeknownst to them, the crowd ahead had slowed their pace, glancing back at the couple with envy evident on their faces. The class leader, Hua Xiaoqing, led the group to the basketball court's resting area, which was also frequented by many students from their school. Fortunately, the numbers were manageable, allowing everyone to find a place to sit. Furthermore, a public restroom had been constructed between the basketball and football fields, making a popular spot for those out for a stroll. Upon arriving at the resting area, Feiyang and Su Zhiyue quickly set down their high stool, cleaned it off, and he gestured for Su Zhiyue to sit, saying, you should take this. The bench over there might press against your belly. She smiled and took a seat. The classmates around them shook their heads, filled with admiration. Among them, Hua Xiaoqing's gaze was particularly striking. When Feiyang looked up, he met Hua Xiaoqing's fervent stare. Hua Xiaoqing swiftly evaded, yet he was still a moment too late. Feiyang could not help but ponder. There is something peculiar about the way this man gazes at Yi. By my male intuition, it is highly likely that this man harbors a secret affection for her. Contemplating this, Feiyang could not suppress a subtle smile. How old is he? Still indulging in unrequited love? With a wife as remarkable and beautiful as mine, it is hardly surprising that she might attract an admirer. With this thought, Feiyang retrieved a thermos from his bag, poured a cup of water for Su Zhiyue, and brought it to her lips. Darling, have a sip of water. If you are hungry, just tell your husband, I have brought some snacks along. Su Zhiyue accepted the cup and took a small sip. I only had breakfast before leaving home, so I'm not hungry yet. Feiyang nodded, waiting for her to finish the water before placing the thermos back down. Once it was set aside, he began to massage her shoulders. The abdominal binder must be quite tiring on your shoulders. Allow your husband to relieve you. Su Zhiyue smiled as she touched Feiyang's hand. Yes, darling, your pressure is just right. It feels wonderful. Feiyang replied. You have worked hard, my love. As he spoke, Feiyang discreetly glanced at Hua Xiaoqing from the corner of his eye. The classmates surrounding Hua Xiaoqing seemed to share a close bond with him, nudging him to look over. Hua Xiaoqing's expression was one of melancholy. At that moment, he felt a bittersweet mix of envy and sorrow. Nevertheless, he wished Su Zhiyue well, hoping that the woman he once adored, his white moonlight, could find happiness and joy. Standing at a distance, watching her blissful state was not entirely unsatisfactory. After all, everyone has their youthful days. Let the beautiful memories of the past remain cherished in one's heart. With this thought, a relieved smile emerged on Hua Xiaoqing's face. The other classmates also gazed at the couple with envious eyes. They were already aware of Feiyang's distinguished background from their school days. Their relationship had not been viewed favorably by many. Yet, currently among all, it appeared that Feiyang and Su Zhiyue were the ones thriving the most. Many graduates faced unemployment and heartbreak, and few enter college with the intention of marrying. Moreover, it was even rarer for individuals to choose marriage and parenthood shortly after graduation. Feiyang and Su Zhiyue indeed presented a striking contrast, intensifying the envy in their peers' hearts. The male classmates gathered in a circle to converse, while the female classmates approached Su Zhiyue. Zhiyue, you truly have an eye for a husband. Look at how much Feiyang dotes on you. It makes us incredibly envious. Indeed, and he is so handsome and successful. Let us take a photo together. I need to post on my social media later. They were aware of Feiyang's dealings in antiques and real estate. But during a class reunion, such topics felt rather inappropriate. Therefore, everyone tacitly avoided mentioning them. Su Zhiyue mingled joyously with her classmates, and some male classmates expressed a desire to take photos with her. She also pulled Feiyang in for a group shot. It can be considered the fulfillment of a small wish harbored by the male classmates. As the clock struck 12:30, the class monitor, Hua Xiaoqing, addressed the gathering. Dear classmates, how about we all dine together at Zhao's family restaurant for lunch? Upon hearing this, Chen Meixian was momentarily taken aback. She inquired, Monitor, didn't we previously discuss going to the Kaixin Hotel in the group chat? Hua Xiaoqing replied, that was merely a suggestion at the time. However, considering everyone's budget, We decided to change our plans and go to Zhang Zhao's restaurant. Casting a glance at Zhang Zhao, he continued, I've dined at Zhang Zhao's restaurant before, and is quite good. Their signature dishes are in such demand that they often sell out. You should definitely give them a try. Seeing that the monitor had made up his mind, Chen Meixian chose not to press the matter further, understanding that they were all classmates. She nodded and said, oh, all right then. Afterward, she approached Su Zhiyue and said, yeah, I might have misread the situation earlier. We are not going to Kaixin Hotel. Will you still join us for lunch at Zhang Zhao's restaurant? Su Zhiyue smiled and replied, my husband mentioned that they won't be joining us, but we could go to Zhang Zhao's restaurant together. At that moment, Zhang Zhao stepped forward and said, dear classmates, I sincerely apologize. If you prefer not to go, that is perfectly fine. You may choose wherever you wish. It does not matter to me. Chen Meixian quickly interjected, Zhang Zhao, I apologize for the misunderstanding. I assumed we were going to Kaixin. I was mistaken. Other classmates chimed in, expressing their surprise. I had no idea that Lao Yu Private Kitchen is your family's restaurant. I had to make a reservation 2 days in advance to dine there. Today, we can go without a reservation, so I will definitely be dining at your restaurant. Indeed, Lao Yu Private Kitchen is delightful. Hearing the praises about his family's restaurant, Zhang Xiao felt a sense of relief. In response to the collective enthusiasm, Hua Xiaoqing announced, since everyone has no objections, it is settled. The students began to disperse, some hailing taxis while others shared rides. Gu Feiyang, too, expressed his agreement, saying, wife, let us be on our way. Su Zhiyue oldait. At that moment, four female classmates approached Su Zhiyue and asked, Zhiyue, we came by car and were wondering if there's room for us? Su Zhiyue readily replied, of course. There's no problem accommodating a couple more. The 4 girls were taken aback. Together with Su Zhiyue and her husband, they would fit perfectly. However, if 2 more joined, would it not have to sit on laps? Was Su Zhiyue's vehicle perhaps a 7-seater? Amused by their bewilderment, Su Zhiyue chuckled. Chapter 85. Did trouble arise at the restaurant? Gu Feiyang took Su Zhiyue's hand and announced, classmates, let us proceed. Chen Meixian gathered 3 of her roommates, following closely behind Su Zhiyue. Upon reaching the fork in the road, Chen Meixian led her friends towards the exit, while Su Zhiyue, along with Gu Feiyang and several female classmates, made their way toward the parking area where their vehicle awaited. As they approached the RV, the 4 female classmates widened their eyes in astonishment. Wow, is this vehicle yours? Su Zhiyue nodded. Indeed, my husband mentioned that to facilitate our trips with the triplets, we should acquire an RV. I find it quite satisfactory. You should come aboard and experience it yourselves. Gu Feiyang opened the door, saying, ladies, please. The 4 classmates excitedly stepped inside to explore. After they had entered, Gu Feiyang assisted Su Zhiyue into the RV. So, ladies, are you pleased with the vehicle? Gu Feiyang inquired with a smile. The 4 classmates replied in unison, absolutely. We are thrilled. We've never been in a Mercedes RV before. How luxurious. Zhiyue, feeling increasingly envious, remarked, I truly envy you more and more. Zhiyue, listening to their comments, Su Zhiyue calmly sat on the edge of the bed, saying, what is there to envy? In the future, you will each find a loving husband and someone to cherish, right? While she did not state it outright, her words conveyed that one should focus on living their own life well, without the need to envy others. The classmates, being intellectuals, surely understood this principle. At that moment, Gu Feiyang added, exactly. You will all encounter your destined partners in due time, so don't overthink it. The female classmates chimed in, indeed, but we cannot help but feel envious of you. Gu Feiyang laughed heartily and opened the refrigerator, pulling out a beautifully arranged fruit platter and a small cake. Look, here are some fruits and cake. I originally prepared this for Yeye as afternoon tea, but I suspect the food will be served slowly when we arrive at the restaurant. If you're hungry, feel free to have a snack. The female classmates did not hesitate and eagerly accepted the fruits and treats, unwrapping them with delight. Gu Feiyang approached the water dispenser, saying, the water dispenser is over here. Help yourselves if you're thirsty. I trust you all to take good care of my wife. He refrained from pouring them water, noticing they were busy with the fruits. The classmates assisted Su Zhiyue to a seat, assuring her, don't worry. We'll look after Zhiyue. You can focus on driving. Thank you, everyone, Gu Feiyang replied, turning to Su Zhiyue Dear, I will take the wheel now. As Gu Feiyang drove, he transported Su Zhiyue and her classmates towards the Laoyu private kitchen. By the time they arrived at the restaurant, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Thankfully, there were snacks and fruits in the RV. Otherwise, many would have been famished waiting until that late for lunch. When Gu Feiyang and the others entered the dining hall, most of Su Zhiyue's classmates had already arrived. Chen Meixian called out to them, "Yeah, come over here. I've saved you a seat." Gu Feiyang and Su Zhiyue followed the sound and joined them, with Chen Meixian gently guiding Su Zhiyue to her seat. This private dining establishment is nestled in the bustling city center. Typically, such private kitchens seldom accommodate large groups, usually capping at a dozen patrons at most. However, owing to the fact that Zhang Xiao is the proprietor's son, the owner himself has come forth to greet them. Have all the students arrived? Our kitchen is fully prepared and ready to serve you at any moment. Zhang Hong, Zhang Zhao's father, bellowed as he emerged from the kitchen. As the class monitor, Hua Xiaoqing stood up and replied to Zhang Hong, "Boss, we're nearly all here. You may begin serving the dishes." Zhang Hong readily agreed, "Excellent." With that, he gestured towards the kitchen. He retrieved several bottles of fine wine from the cash register and requested the servers to bring over some beverages. Making his way to Hua Xiaoqing's table. "Everyone, today's drinks are on me. I hope you will all take good care of my son, Zhang Xiao." Zhang Hong's underlying message was, of course, a subtle invitation for everyone to frequent the old Fisher private kitchen in the future. Hua Xiaoqing raised his teacup and stood, saying, "Boss, many of us drove here, so it's not appropriate for us to drink alcohol. However, we would gladly accept the beverages. Thank you for your generosity." Zhang Hong nodded in agreement. "All right, I will have Xiao bring over 2 cases of drinks. Feel free to help yourselves at the cash register." Gao Feiyang, on the other hand, showed little interest in the drinking festivities. His focus remained solely on his wife and child, with his foremost duty being to care for them. Nevertheless, it must be said that the cuisine at this private kitchen is genuinely delightful. While the dishes were being served, Gao Feiyang took the opportunity to peruse the restaurant's menu. The prices were reasonable and the flavors commendable, which explained the establishment's thriving business. Even at this hour, past 1 o'clock, numerous diners continued to filter in. Noticing him engrossed in the menu, Su Zhiyue inquired, "Darling, is the restaurant facing any difficulties?" Gao Feiyang shook his head. "No, do not overthink it. I am merely curious about how other menus are crafted." Su Zhiyue responded, "I simply noticed you studying the menu and assumed you encountered an issue." Gao Feiyang set the menu down, explaining, "Since we were planning to open a restaurant, I thought it prudent to examine this private kitchen-esque menu for any potential overlaps with ours, which we can then refine. However, Chen Chang has been a chef for over 20 years, so he certainly possesses experience. Yet, private kitchens differ from hotels, making it essential to conduct this study." Upon hearing Gao Feiyang's words, Su Zhiyue nodded. "What have you discovered?" Although she could not contribute significantly, she was genuinely curious about her husband's work. Gao Feiyang replied softly, "There are indeed distinctions. Our focus is on running a restaurant, and the dishes differ from this establishment, as many private kitchen offerings are simply home-cooked meals we might prepare ourselves. In our restaurant, many of the dishes are those that cannot be found at home, which marks the most significant difference. Of course, there are similarities as well, particularly with the vegetables, many of which are the same." Su Zhiyue attentively listened, occasionally nodding and at times appearing enlightened. Just as the two were deeply engrossed in discussing the menu, a voice of surprise suddenly echoed from above. "Oh? Isn't that Boss Gu?" The speaker was none other than the restaurant owner, Zhang Hong. Gu Feiyang and Su Zhiyue immediately turned around to see Zhang Hong standing behind them, holding a plate of dishes. Upon spotting Gu Feiyang, Zhang Hong quickly placed the dishes onto a cart and rubbed his hands on his clothes. "I never expected it to be you, Boss Gu. I watched the live broadcast of the culinary competition. I can hardly believe I'm seeing the real person today." Zhang Xiao really kept this under wraps. Who would have thought that Chef Gu was Zhang Zhao's classmate? "Ah!" With that, he extended his right hand towards Gu Feiyang, exclaiming, "Hello, Boss Gu." His tone revealed genuine excitement. Gu Feiyang shook his hand and replied, "Hello, Boss Zhang." After the handshake, Zhang Hong called out to Zhang Xiao, "Come here." Zhang Xiao seemed to have anticipated this, wearing a smug smile. "Dad, what's up?" Zhang Hong patted his shoulder and said, "Why didn't you tell me that Boss Gu is your classmate?" Zhang Xiao quickly responded, "Dad, Boss Gu is my classmate from the same year. It's his wife who is my classmate in the same department." He then smiled at Su Zhiyue, adding, "Look, this beautiful lady is my classmate." Su Zhiyue smiled back at everyone, naturally linking her arm with Gu Feiyang's. At that moment, Zhang Hong slapped his forehead. "Oh dear, my apologies, I got it wrong." Su Zhiyue chuckled. "No worries, classmates from the same year still count." Zhang Xiao laughed and turned to Gu Feiyang, saying, "Boss Gu, my dad is your fan. He watches a streamer named Chunyang every day, which is why I suggested dining at our restaurant today. I wanted to give him a surprise. I hope you don't mind." After all, although Gu Feiyang was a classmate from the same year, he was not in the same department. He was merely the husband of classmate. Gu Feiyang shook his head with a smile. "Not at all, as long as everyone is happy." He truly did not take these small matters to heart. Seeing Gu Feiyang's easygoing demeanor and noting that the dishes had yet to arrive, Zhang Hong asked, "Boss Gu, would it be possible for us to take a group photo and get an autograph?" Gu Feiyang replied, "Of course. I've encountered many fans today. Taking photos and signing autographs is no problem." Zhang Hong nodded with a smile. "Thank you, Boss Gu." Zhang Hong was indeed a regular viewer of Chunyang's live streams, even referring to Gu Feiyang as Boss Gu along with Chunyang's fans. However, Gu Feiyang was not overly concerned about the title. Zhang Xiao hurriedly fetched a Polaroid camera from the cash register and said, "I also prepared a camera in advance. Dad, let me take your picture." His actions revealed that the reason Gu Feiyang and the others came here to dine was entirely due to Zhang Xiao's considerable efforts. All present erupted in laughter. At this moment, Zhang Xiao explained, "Today is actually my father's birthday. Initially, I intended to celebrate it in the usual manner, buying a gift and indulging in cake. However, coincidentally, it coincides with the school anniversary, and knowing that Su would be attending, I thought it a delightful surprise for my father." Uncertain as I was whether I could invite Gu. As she spoke, Zhang Xiao glanced at everyone and sincerely expressed, "I must thank you all for being willing to dine at my family's restaurant." Upon hearing her words, Zhang Hong felt a surge of emotion. As a devoted father, he had been preoccupied with work, often neglecting to guide Zhang Xiao. To his astonishment, she had orchestrated such a surprise for him on his birthday. He placed his hand firmly on Zhang Xiao's shoulder and nodded appreciatively. At that moment, everyone realized it was Zhang Hong's birthday, and they exclaimed, "Zhang Xiao, there's no need for formality. Why didn't you mention it earlier?" Thankfully, we came and didn't miss Uncle Zhang's birthday. Gu Feiyang nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it's fortunate that everyone is here. Otherwise, we might have truly missed it." Turning to Su Zhiyue, he added, "Dear, please sit for a moment while I take a photo with Boss Zhang. I shall return shortly." After helping Su Zhiyue to her seat, Gu Feiyang requested Zhang Xiao to capture a photograph of himself and Zhang Hong. Once the photos were taken, Zhang Xiao produced a pen from her pocket and handed it to Gu Feiyang. He accepted it and signed his name on several of the photographs. Today, Gu Feiyang had truly experienced the limelight, observing everyone's admiration for him. Su Zhiyue felt a swell of happiness in her heart. As the dishes arrived and everyone finished taking pictures, Zhang Hong, not wishing to intrude upon their meal, addressed Gu Feiyang, "Boss Gu, I am aware of your esteemed expertise in cuisine. May I have the honor of your critique on our dishes?" Gu Feiyang replied with a courteous gesture, "I appreciate Boss Zhang's kind words. While I hesitate to call it a critique, I will gladly offer my thoughts, hoping you will accept them." Zhang Hong reciprocated the gesture. "I am truly grateful. I shall not disturb your dining any longer." After exchanging a few polite words with Gu Feiyang and the others, Zhang Hong returned to the cash register with the photographs. While admiring the pictures with his son, Zhang Xiao, he muttered, "These photos need to be laminated and framed. But where shall we hang them?" Seeing the joyful interaction between Zhang Xiao and her father, Su Zhiyue felt a sense of joy herself. Her gaze towards Gu Feiyang filled with warmth. Chapter 87. Unabashedly displaying affection, Gu Feiyang turned to smile at Su Zhiyue. "Ask him, my dear. Why do you look at me with such a smile?" Su Zhiyue took his hand and earnestly replied, "Husband, you are simply wonderful." Gu Feiyang chuckled, patting the back of her hand. "Of course. You must be hungry, so let us eat." As he spoke, Gu Feiyang served a heaping bowl of dishes to Su Zhiyue, saying, I just sampled all these dishes, and they are quite delectable. Su Zhiyue picked up her chopsticks and began to eat heartily. Among them, she particularly adored a dish called cold fish skin. Darling, I've had plenty of cold dishes, but this is my first time trying cold fish skin. It's so tangy and refreshing, absolutely delicious, she exclaimed, leaning in conspiratorially to whisper in Gu Feiyang's ear. I believe I could devour an entire plate by myself. With that, she popped another piece of fish skin into her mouth. So good. Gu Feiyang picked up a napkin and gently wiped the corner of her mouth, shaking his head. You little glutton, if you love it that much, I'll make it for you when we get home. I promise it will be even tastier. Su Zhiyue radiated happiness as she continued to eat, while Xian and several roommates nearby could hardly bear it any longer. Yeah, enough already. We can't take your lovey-dovey antics any longer. Su Zhiyue smiled at Xian and replied, You should find someone too. Then you one have to endure our love feast. Xian retorted with mock annoyance. Right now I'm focused on my career, so matters of the heart will have to wait. All right, let us set that aside and eat, Su Zhiyue said. The group continued to chat and dine. Suddenly, Gu Feiyang's phone buzzed. It was a message from Zhou Lisin. Feiyang, knowing your wife is tied up, a few of us, along with some classmates, are going to the bar tonight. The campus belle should be allowed to join, right? Gu Feiyang handed the phone to Su Zhiyue for her to read. After glancing at it, she smiled and said, Darling, if you want to go, then go ahead, I give you permission. Thank you, my dear, Gu Feiyang replied. The meal stretched into the afternoon, lasting until 3 o'clock. The conversation flowed as freely as it did in school, with seemingly endless topics to discuss. However, soon it was time to part ways, and classmates began to leave one by one. Gu Feiyang, utilizing his expertise, offered some suggestions to the restaurant owner, Zhang Hong, and after bidding farewell to everyone, he took Su Zhiyue home. The other classmates also hailed taxis to return home. Fortunately, they had driven there, and Su Zhiyue finally had the chance to lie down and rest after a long day. Upon returning to their villa, she was still not fully awake. Thankfully, Gu Feiyang was in good shape, and given that Su Zhiyue